Ron! Harry exclaimed, but heard Hermione say, "Let's hurry, this is a temporary measure. Stunning Madame Pomfrey will cost us at most 20 points, but if we win the Quidditch match, we'll get 50 points." Harry was dragged out of the ward by the two of them. Harry never knew that Hermione and Ron had such strength in their hands. Of course, he was also half willing, because he felt the call of the pitch. Rushing out of the castle, Harry panted loudly. "This won't work, I haven't recovered yet, I can't run." "Then fly over." Saying this, Hermione handed the Nimbus 2000 to Harry. Harry nodded, taking the broom. "Oh right, you should let me drink the potion now dash." "No, Harry Potter." Ron showed a smug smile. "You don't need to drink the polyjuice potion anymore." Harry was startled, not yet understanding what Ron meant, when he saw Ron and Hermione both grab the Nimbus 2000 in his hand. "Harry!" Dumbledore appeared at the castle gate, waving the Elder Wand in his hand, and cast a spell at the three of them. But before the spell reached them, Harry felt as if his navel had been hooked by a grappling hook. A wave of dizziness, and the scene before his eyes rapidly changed. Dumbledore watched helplessly as Harry was taken away by the Portkaya. Both angry and anxious, he hurried towards the spot where Harry had been transported, while simultaneously casting his Patronus to fly to the Quidditch pitch to summon the other professors. He forced himself to calm down, trying to analyze the lingering echoes of the Portkaya, attempting to figure out where Harry had been taken. However, unlike Portkeys, the Spandam Gate, and Apparition, the spellwork for Portkeys is several times more complex because it can be attached to objects, which meant it would take him a few minutes to decipher. The four deans arrived together. By this time, Dumbledore was close to obtaining the spatial coordinates. "Minerva, Harry Potter has been kidnapped, and I need to go rescue him, but Dana Emery's just rescued all those criminals from the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic has sent out a distress signal, so please take everyone to the Ministry of Magic and assist the Ministry of Magic in recapturing those criminals." "Dana? Harry?" Professor McGonagall was bewildered by this information, but Dumbledore had already arranged everything. She didn't hesitate further and said to the other three deans, "Let's go." Lord Voldemort had secretly kept a trick up his sleeve. The original agreement was to act on the third day, but he dragged it out until the fourth day. Whether Dana succeeded or not didn't matter to him. If that kid could lure Dumbledore away first, his chances of success would greatly increase. A deal? Accidents can happen during a deal, but man proposes, God disposes. In Dumbledore's eyes, he, Tom Riddle, was the greatest threat. Between arresting Dana and rescuing Harry, Dumbledore chose to rescue Harry without hesitation. When Professor McGonagall and several other professors arrived at the Ministry of Magic, it was in chaos. Aurors and beaters were holding fast on various floors as if facing a formidable enemy, while ordinary employees had left their workstations and gathered in the war room next to the Auror office, which was packed full of people. But in reality, Dana had already left here with the prisoners. Kingsley Shacklebolt had been guarding the emergency fireplace, a passage the Ministry of Magic would only open in emergencies, which showed that Fudge, while outwardly respectful of Dumbledore, had secretly taken precautions. It's worth noting that during the tenure of the previous Minister for Magic, this passage was open to Hogwarts year-round. After all, Dumbledore was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. "Professor McGonagall." Kingsley went to meet her. "Where is Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall replied. "Harry Potter has been kidnapped, Albus went to rescue Harry." Kingsley nodded, although the light of anticipation in his eyes had extinguished, he still said very appropriately, "Professors, please follow me." The prisoners directly stormed the hall, took the lift, and left. "Some of our colleagues have already gone after them. Professors, please follow me." The professors followed Kingsley out of the Ministry of Magic to the exit of a parking lot on the surface. Outside, a Muggle-repelling charm array had been urgently activated. Muggles within a 1-kilometer radius of the Ministry of Magic exit seemed as if they simultaneously had food cooking on their stoves at home and hurried away from here. They saw several Aurors and beaters currently lying on the ground, their condition unknown. Professor Sprout quickly stepped forward, checked them briefly, and found they had only been hit by stupefy. A few reviving charms then brought them back to consciousness. "Oh, Kingsley, and professors. Where are the prisoners?" "We don't know." Professor McGonagall sighed. The Aurors and beaters currently active on the front lines were all her former students. To be honest, the vast majority were mediocre, with strength mostly between 0.7 and 0.8 Lu. Their courage in tracking the prisoners was commendable, but their strength was truly insufficient. There are traces of apparition here. Snape walked to a spot and said. That was precisely a bus stop 20 meters east of the parking lot. Yes, 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 the prisoner who stunned me last was standing right there. Professor McGonagall looked at Professor Flitwick. Phileas, could you please track the coordinates of the apparition destination? All right. In the wizarding world, those who can track apparition are all masters of magic. Professor McGonagall certainly could as well, but in terms of the depth of expertise in spells, Professor Flitwick is clearly second only to Dumbledore, and his tracking efficiency is definitely better than hers. 1 minute later. Pomona, you and Kingsley go back inside the Ministry of Magic and see if there are any injured people who need first aid. Minerva, Severus, take my hands. Crack. The 3 professors appeared inside a workshop of an abandoned factory. Don't move. Professor Flitwick stopped Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape from attempting to investigate their surroundings. Someone has set up a magic array here. This person's skill is very high. I need some time. In Professor McGonagall's heart, Harry Potter's safety was clearly far more important than pursuing fugitive criminals, because she was a teacher, not an Auror. And now, the situation with Dumbledore was unclear, while their side was being delayed layer by layer, which couldn't help but make her feel irritable. Dana? Dana Emrys, is that you? If it's you, don't hide. In Professor McGonagall's heart, Dana was still that brave young man who had lost his mother and dared to confront kidnappers for revenge. That child was kind to house elves, could cook well. All this showed that the child's heart had always been full of love. She was unwilling to believe that Dana would become a dark wizard leading criminals to endanger the wizarding world. Give up, professors. A voice echoed inside the workshop. The moment Dumbledore didn't appear, you lost the chance to catch up to us. Dana's voice continued. Professor McGonagall, give Mr. Dumbledore a message for me. I will slowly settle accounts with him for all the pain he has inflicted upon me. Dana. Professor McGonagall shouted. Albus merely recaptured criminals who should have been in prison. He did nothing wrong. No, Professor, Dumbledore did far more than that. My mother's death is directly related to him. If you want to know the truth, go ask him. However, I highly doubt he will tell you about that dishonorable matter. As for the criminals, I have heard a saying from the East. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is the greatest good. I merely gave the former criminals a chance to turn over a new leaf. Have you ever heard Dumbledore say that those criminals have done any evil deeds since escaping prison? It's not about whether they have done evil deeds. Escaping prison itself is wrong. Dana chuckled. Does being locked up in prison necessarily mean one is guilty? I don't think so. I was once locked up in Azkaban. Was I guilty? Sirius was also locked up in Azkaban, but have you ever bothered to find out the truth of the matter? Shut up. Snape roared as if a switch had been flipped. That black scoundrel got what he deserved. However, there was no response. Dana seemed to have gone far away, or perhaps he disdained arguing with Snape. 2 minutes later, Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up. All right, it's undone. The 3 rushed out of the workshop. Clearly, they wouldn't encounter anyone, only seeing 2 deep truck wheel tracks on the muddy ground overgrown with weeds, leading into the distance. To try and chase further unless Professor McGonagall used a broomstick to track along the wheel marks, but once the truck got onto a paved road, what was she supposed to do? The other party used Muggle transportation. 10 minutes was enough for them to get very far. In reality, Dana had made several preparations. After entering the Ministry of Magic's temporary prison, he released all his subordinates, then used the Spandam Gate to send away 70% of the less powerful individuals. Dana led the remaining 30% to storm the Ministry of Magic, precisely to delay the moment the magic echo of the Spandam Gate in the temporary prison was discovered. After creating some chaos, Dana knew well that the Ministry of Magic did not have sufficient capability to handle internal unrest. The Ministry of Magic, as he wished, only focused on reducing damage and did not fully pursue their small group. Dana successfully led his people out of the Ministry of Magic's anti-apparition range. After stunning a handful of Aurors, he brought the criminals to that abandoned workshop. This was the difficult part because if something went wrong on Voldemort's side, Dumbledore might be attracted and track him here. So he had set up a delaying array here in advance, and the remaining 30% of his subordinates would leave here by taking the large truck he had prepared beforehand. He stayed behind to adapt to circumstances. As long as he could delay Dumbledore long enough, that would be his victory. A truck enchanted with a magic array that isolated detection could not be tracked by anyone in the wizarding world at this stage. Was there a possibility of the plan failing? Of course there was. If Dumbledore arrived at the Ministry of Magic immediately and he failed to delay long enough, it was highly likely that the 30% of subordinates would still be caught by Dumbledore. Or perhaps Dumbledore didn't bother with him and went directly to the temporary prison. In that case, the 70% of subordinates might have a hard time escaping. But no matter what, Dana's actions would always yield results in one way or another. However, the goddess of fortune seemed to be on Dana's side. Dumbledore did not appear at all. Gaunt old house. Dumbledore was still late. The tall, thin Lord Voldemort stood by the cauldron in black robes. Harry Potter was tied to a post, blood flowing incessantly from his hand. A group of Death Eaters crowded around Lord Voldemort, with some occasionally letting out inappropriate cackles. Dumbledore? You came really fast. Lord Voldemort looked at Ron and Hermione, whose polyjuice potion hadn't worn off yet. Bellatrix, Ixley, did you act too early? By rights, Dumbledore should have been led to the Ministry of Magic by Dana Emrys. Sorry, Voldemort. Bellatrix said, lowering her head. Augustus Rookwood just informed us using a two-way mirror that there was activity in the temporary prison, and Ixley couldn't restrain himself. I failed to hold him back. It's my fault. Augustus Rookwood, the Death Eater Lord Voldemort had planted in the Department of Mysteries. Coincidentally, the temporary prison was located below the Department of Mysteries, and the Department of Mysteries managed many alchemical items. A two-way mirror was one of them. Facing Bellatrix's attempt to shift blame, Ixley was speechless. He trembled slightly, as usually by this time, Voldemort would have already cast a Cruciatus curse. However, Lord Voldemort was clearly in a good mood today, or perhaps the presence of Dumbledore nearby made him wary. He only said, Bella, rise. Although there was a slight deviation from the plan, the ritual proceeded smoothly. I have returned after all. He looked towards Dumbledore. I have much to say to Dumbledore. You may withdraw for now. Yes, Voldemort. The Death Eaters apparat away one after another. The reason they dared to apparate so brazenly was because they knew their Voldemort would prevent Dumbledore from attacking them. In fact, Dumbledore did not pay much attention to the Death Eaters. The pale-skinned, nose-less whack in front of him was the most dangerous. Of course, among those Death Eaters, Dumbledore saw Peter Pettigrew with a missing hand, which surprised him slightly. Professor Dumbledore. Harry, tied to the pillar, shouted anxiously. Wasn't Hogwarts claimed to be the safest place in the wizarding world? Why had so many things happened in his first year of school? Harry, calm down. Seeing that Harry was unharmed, Dumbledore's heart settled. I won't let anything happen to you. Lord Voldemort chuckled. The prophecy says Harry Potter is the boy who will defeat me, but look at him now. He has become the material for my resurrection. Dumbledore. How ironic. It seems prophecies are sometimes inaccurate. Dumbledore held his Elder Wand level and said, You don't understand the power of prophecy at all, Tom. Even if I hadn't come, you wouldn't have been able to kill Harry. Dumbledore pointed his wand, and the ropes binding Harry fell. If you don't believe me, you can try using the killing curse on Harry again and see. Lord Voldemort fell silent. To be honest, he didn't dare to gamble. He didn't know the full extent of the prophecy, so he wasn't sure about what Dumbledore said. But the last time he used the killing curse on Harry Potter, the result was that he himself became half-dead for a whole decade. Therefore, Harry Potter dodged behind old Riddle's tombstone, and Lord Voldemort did not stop him. Perhaps he should figure out the cause and effect before acting? Dumbledore was still alive, and there was also the unstable factor of Harry Potter. What if that old immortal Dumbledore used Harry Potter as a shield to block his Avada Kedavra? Although this was unlikely, once the thought entered Lord Voldemort's mind, he couldn't shake it off. He somehow felt that this was the correct way to use Harry Potter. Lord Voldemort was hesitant, and Dumbledore was also hesitant. He couldn't figure out why Lord Voldemort didn't die when the killing curse rebounded. Even if he could defeat Lord Voldemort now, if he resurrected again in a few years, and by then he was older or even dead from old age, who in the wizarding world could stop Lord Voldemort? Harry? Once he reached adulthood, the curse his mother placed on him would expire. Lord Voldemort was right about one thing. prophecies can sometimes become inaccurate. When Lord Voldemort stopped believing in the prophecy, then that prophecy might indeed fail. And just as the two were facing off, Harry Potter had run behind Dumbledore as if only this white-bearded, 100-year-old head could protect him. Lord Voldemort suddenly flicked his wand, and a thick orange beam of light shot towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore lightly flicked his wand, deflecting this probing attack, and with a wave of his wand, the plants and stones beside Lord Voldemort turned into ropes, binding him. Lord Voldemort dispersed into black smoke, dodging this transfiguration, and reformed nearby, immediately casting an Avada Kedavra. Harry Potter was right behind him, so Dumbledore couldn't dodge. He still used transfiguration to counter, and the killing curse hit the suddenly rising earth wall, blasting a hole. This level of combat was just a warm-up for the two of them. Both knew that this was not the place for a fight to the death. So, after Dumbledore's water prison and Lord Voldemort's fiend fire collided, Lord Voldemort retreated amidst the billowing smoke. His goal had been achieved. He, the great Dark Lord, had returned. Rip. Dana appeared in the back of the truck. Head. The Azkaban prisoners were overjoyed. They called him Head willingly. Perhaps it was due to the unbreakable vow before, but now this young man had single-handedly rescued them from the Ministry of Magic. This was undoubtedly a great kindness, because as escaped prisoners, they would likely not be returned to Azkaban. They had heard the guards discussing that they would most likely receive a Dementor's kiss. Perhaps the Dementor population was already under Dana's control, but if the Ministry of Magic really wanted to execute them, there were plenty of ways. All right, everyone is safe, Dana said. He was clearly in a very good mood. As long as the task was completed perfectly, he was always willing to show his smile to others. Head, what do we do next? Dana smiled. Next, there's no need to target the Avery family. I have other plans for them. I need you to integrate into the EAM group and continue producing potions, but this time we will only produce one type of potion, acne potion. Acne potion? The entire British wizarding world doesn't sell 100 bottles of that stuff a year. Dana shook his head and explained. We won't sell it to wizards, but to muggles. As long as we give the potion a makeover, we will make a lot of galleons. You've all spent time in the muggle world. In reality, muggle life is much more comfortable than wizard life. You all agree, right? His subordinates nodded one after another. The entertainment in the muggle world had truly opened their eyes, and the entertainment venues made them reluctant to leave. So, once you blend in with muggles, as long as you don't commit crimes, Aurors won't be able to find you at all. Although I don't quite understand, listening to Head is never wrong. That's right, it's settled. What if I get the urge to use magic? Stupid. How you used to avoid muggles is how you avoid them now? Head is telling us to integrate into the muggle world, not to completely become muggles. With enough money to enjoy life, who would be willing to commit crimes? They were so foolish before, walking on a tightrope every day for that bit of galleon. But now, by working only 5 hours a day, they could enjoy a life that only pure-blood nobles in the wizarding world could enjoy before. Dana was very satisfied with them. By separating the EAM group from the matter concerning the Avery family, the probability of the EAM group being discovered by the wizarding world was greatly reduced. And this company would also become his money laundering tool? Wait a minute, it seems he doesn't need to launder money this lifetime? Oh well, it doesn't matter. The group is already on the right track. He can just find a professional manager to run it in the future. As for the most important thing right now, Dana felt that he needed to completely take Azkaban into his control. With the escape of prisoners, the Ministry of Magic would definitely strengthen the management of Azkaban, and even Dumbledore might enter the prison to inspect. If he didn't do something, from now on, he would no longer have a resting place rich in magical elements. Moreover, after Lord Voldemort recovered, he would definitely set his sights on Azkaban. He couldn't let him succeed. That old fellow wasn't honest. He said he would act within 3 days, but he insisted on the 4th day. Dumbledore didn't appear today, so something more important must have happened. And besides Lord Voldemort's resurrection, what could be more serious than the Azkaban prisoners escaping again? Cornelius Fudge's plan to capture the Fire Serpent Party to boost his reputation was ruined, because the achievements he was about to grasp had flown away. Despite the prison break, which should have prompted an immediate inspection of Azkaban's defenses, Fudge kept delaying. This made him even more resentful of Dumbledore. Compared to Dumbledore, who had recaptured the escapees, He, the Minister of Magic, appeared utterly incompetent, especially with the criminal's second escape, which was practically a slap in the ministry's face. So, after the second prison break, Fudge immediately rushed to Azkaban with Aurors and hit wizards. For safety, he took almost more than half of the Ministry of Magic's armed forces. In his words, who knew what Azkaban was like now? The weather on Azkaban Island was as terrible as ever, the sky was gloomy, the sea waves were icy cold, and the entire area looked as if it had a hellish filter applied, even more hellish than the BBC's traditional filter. Upon reaching the island, the hit wizards lit the oil lamps to ward off the Dementors, while Fudge walked towards the castle, surrounded by Aurors. Minister Sterlinger said, "For safety's sake, I think it's best for us Aurors to go in and check the situation first." "All right," Fudge agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was standing nearby, had a lot he wanted to say. "Sirs, haven't you noticed that not a single Dementor that used to float outside the Azkaban fortress is visible now? First floor secure. Second floor secure." Fudge followed the Aurors up floor by floor. To be honest, he didn't know why he had to suffer this. To show that he was hands-on? Perhaps. In the 10th year after Lord Voldemort's downfall, his political achievements so far were merely catching more smugglers incidentally. This was planned by Dana. With such performance, and the recent major events, he might be impeached if things went wrong. For the sake of power, he had to endure the cold of Azkaban and the prisoner's eerie stares. He should be glad that Bellatrix Lestrange had been rescued, otherwise her madness laughter would likely give him nightmares. 5th floor. Several key Death Eater prisoners have escaped. Fudge stopped. What? Death Eaters escaped? Yes, Minister, they were all Lord Voldemort's core Death Eaters. Fudge frowned, tilting his head. Were any of these among the escapees we caught before? No, Minister. Damn it. Fudge grumbled. Never mind that, keep checking. I want to see if this Azkaban is still under our Ministry of Magic's control. Yes, Minister. The group arrived on the 7th floor. This floor, which was originally packed with prisoners, was more than half empty. The Aurors checked the empty cells one by one and found one more escapee. Minister, the key prisoner Sirius Black has also escaped. Black? I remember he killed Peter Pettigrew and blew up a street. Yes, Mister. Before that, he also betrayed James and Lily Potter. Oh, right, those were Harry Potter's parents. Fudge felt his head spinning. The situation in Azkaban was much worse than he had imagined. Minister, you'd better come and take a look. Cornelius Fudge strode over to the cell the Auror was pointing to. This cell was clearly different from the others. Behind the drawn floor-to-ceiling curtains was a comfortable large bed, a soft sofa, and a card table. There were also a few books by Gilderoy Lockhart on the bedside table. If no one had said anything, Fudge would have thought this was the bedroom of some pure-blood young master. Whose cell is this? Guy Avery. Fudge frowned again. Guy Avery, he certainly knew him. It was he who had threatened Barty Crouch Sr. to turn a blind eye and replace Guy Avery with a young child from the Avery family. So all of this was done by that little brat? He could hardly believe it. But the 11-year-old Dana Emrys mentioned by Dumbledore, well, he had an impression, he was indeed from a branch family of the Avery family. An 11 or 12-year-old kid planned the Great Azkaban escape. Damn it, what did he think Azkaban was? A resort? With the facts before him, Fudge was enraged and kicked over the card table. Ha ha ha, Minister, I advise you not to touch anything in this room, otherwise Boss Dana will be angry when he comes back. Another prisoner chimed in. That's right, it's not a good thing to anger Boss Dana. He's a devil, a demon, he is a Dementor himself. The prisoners exaggerated Dana's abilities wildly, hoping to see a look of fear on the minister's face. They hadn't been chosen by Dana, but they didn't resent it, because they were indeed not good at herbology and potions. They firmly believed that as long as their special skills were useful to Boss Dana one day, they would eventually see the light of day. And in fact, they did see a hint of panic on Fudge's face. Fudge picked up the overturned card table and exited Dana's cell with a serious expression. These prisoners are talking nonsense, trying to cover up the truth. Fudge said. I think this escape incident must have been planned by Guy Avery. He is Lord Voldemort's loyal subordinate. It's not surprising for him to do these things. The minister is right. Fudge had a reason to say this. Because if investigated, this should clearly be Guy Avery's cell, so why would a kid named Dana move in? This matter couldn't withstand scrutiny. So Fudge wanted to quickly define the nature of the incident. The public needed an explanation, so he would give them one. He no longer wanted to deal with the matters of Azkaban. Anyway, he had been hands-on, and he had found the culprit, so he could temporarily appease everyone by issuing a wanted poster for Guy Avery. After that, it would depend on Dumbledore. No, as soon as he got back, he had to go find Dumbledore immediately. Minister? Minister. An aura rushed down from the upper floor, arriving in front of Fudge, out of breath. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Dementors. Dementors. What about the Dementors? By the way, we've been in here for so long, why haven't we seen any Dementors? The Dementors are all gathered on the top floor there, their state is a bit off. How off were the Dementors' states? When Fudge was escorted to the top floor, he saw the Dementors gathered in groups of 4 around square tables, on which were stacked some small square tiles. If Fudge had been to China, he would probably have recognized that those small tiles had a formal name, called mahjong. The Dementors were playing a game that Cornelius Fudge didn't recognize, seemingly putting all their energy into it and forgetting their duties. Just as Cornelius Fudge was about to step forward and scold them, he saw a Dementor let out a howl. Hooray! It pushed the cards in front of it, and its entire cloak floated up happily. It seemed to realize something, brought its hands to its face, and took a deep breath. This action drew dissatisfaction from its Dementor companions nearby. We agreed that the winner should contribute their happiness, why are you secretly eating it yourself? Discussing whether Dementors still pose a threat when they can produce and consume happiness themselves. The Dementor that had secretly eaten let out a ho-ho sound and honestly waited for its companions to suck away the happy emotion it had just generated. In reality, why couldn't Dementors produce happy emotions before? That was because they didn't possess high intelligence and couldn't grasp the method. But since Dana Emrys could transform into a Dementor, he had a thorough understanding of the Dementor's physical structure and operating principles. By teaching these guys how to produce happiness, he also became their king in every sense of the word. The so-called king is supposed to make his subjects happy? In this regard, Dana Emrys did a very good job. Cornelius Fudge stared blankly at everything in front of him. What the Dementors were doing now shattered his worldview. He was stunned for a full 10 seconds before coming back to his senses. Minister, Minister. Another subordinate ran up in a hurry to report. What is it this time? As Cornelius Fudge spoke, he cautiously glanced at the clustered Dementors in the past. If someone made such a fuss, the Dementors would have already floated over to watch. But now, those Dementors were engrossed in their game, completely ignoring the Ministry of Magic employees. Some say that feeding a baby breast milk is the best choice, and this principle also applies to Dementors. How could happiness produced by humans suit the taste of a Dementor baby as well as happiness produced by their own kind? The hit wizard who came to report had sweat all over his face. Something terrible has happened, Minister. Someone has landed on the island? It's you-know-who and his Death Eaters. Impossible. Cornelius Fudge's eyes widened. You-know-who is long dead, how could it be him? The hit wizard shook his head vigorously. Minister, it is him? Besides Dumbledore, the only one who can control 3-meter-high waves to break up our defensive formation is him. Cornelius Fudge was greatly alarmed and quickly left the Dementor's recreation room, running to the side of the fortress closer to the dock, looking down through an observation window. From a distance, he saw a pale-skinned bald man leading a group of wizards wearing all black robes, launching a fierce attack on the Aurors and hit wizards guarding the prison entrance. The Ministry of Magic employees were retreating steadily and could now only hold out desperately at the entrance of the Azkaban fortress. That bald man was indeed, as his subordinate said, incredibly powerful. No one was a match for him in a single exchange, and the Ministry of Magic personnel were only barely defending by relying on their numerical advantage. When Lord Voldemort was at his most rampant, Cornelius Fudge was just a small employee at the Ministry of Magic. He survived by relying on his relatively pure bloodline, keeping quiet, not expressing his stance, looking as if he would still go to work as usual even if Lord Voldemort controlled the Ministry of Magic. Now that he had become the Minister of Magic, when he faced Lord Voldemort directly, his previous approach was clearly no longer effective. If he were caught by Lord Voldemort, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Quick! Notify everyone, we are evacuating from here, evacuate quickly! I will regroup the situation back at the Ministry of Magic after calling Dumbledore. We will come back and fight again. But Minister, the Death Eaters control the dock, we can't evacuate. Apparate, use apparition. But Azkaban has anti-apparition wards. Then turn them off. That won't work, Minister. If the anti-apparition wards are turned off, some powerful criminals who can cast spells without wands could escape. We can't worry about that anymore. If I am caught by Lord Voldemort, do you know what the result will be? But. No buts, this is the best solution right now. This is an order, a direct order from the Minister for Magic. Turn off the anti-apparition wards, and everyone evacuate together. Dana Emery's Spandam gate opened in his own cell. The first thing he saw was that his card table had been moved. As a killer, this level of alertness was essential. Who had been here? Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic? He transformed with a shake, becoming a Dementor and floating out of the cell. Hey, look, how rare, there's still a Dementor wandering around on our floor. Don't shout, have you forgotten the fear of being ruled by Dementors? If it latches onto you, you'll suffer. What's there to be afraid of? Those Dementors have long been subdued by Boss Dana. They don't care about sucking our happiness anymore. Dana Emery's ignored these prisoners. He could faintly hear voices coming from the lower level. The minister wants the anti-apparition wards turned off? Hurry, hurry. What? Turn them off quickly. Then everyone evacuate. Damn it! We have a few hit wizards who graduated last year. Their apparition isn't proficient yet. Using it forcibly like this will be very dangerous. Can't worry about that anymore. Execute Cornelius Fudge's order. Dana Emery's floated past these Aurors without attracting their attention at all. Wasn't it normal for Dementors to appear in Azkaban? But in reality, only those familiar with the current situation in Azkaban would know that a Dementor wandering outside at this moment was the most abnormal thing. Buzz. Azkaban Fortress's anti-apparition wards were turned off. The next moment, whoosh and whoosh sounds of apparition echoed throughout the fortress. Then cheers erupted on the ground floor. Among them, the laughter of a crazed woman was particularly prominent. The Ministry of Magic wimps have run away. This is the first victory after the great Voldemort's return. Long live the Dark Lord! Ha 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 ha, my friends. Lord Voldemort's voice rang out. Now, this prison is all ours. Go, release our brethren. The British wizarding world shall once again accept the rule of the Dark Lord. Oh. Dana Emery's the Dementor touched his chin with his bony hand. He pretty much figured out the situation. The Ministry of Magic had come to investigate Azkaban because of the prison break, and ended up running into Lord Voldemort, who came to break into the prison. It was a lively scene, but since when was this Azkaban prison yours, Lord Voldemort? This is clearly the place where Dana Emery's cultivates his bloodline. Also before, you, Lord Voldemort, didn't act according to the agreement and tried to trick us. That debt hasn't been settled yet. Don't think that just because I, Dana Emery's, only have one unit of power, I will be afraid of you. Jennifer Greengrass is not necessarily weaker than you, but wasn't she still at a great disadvantage at my hands when she was completely unprepared? Now that you, Lord Voldemort, have graced us with your presence, as the host, I must entertain you properly. Dana Emery's the Dementor suddenly let out an extremely sharp and loud shriek. Shriek. The sound went straight to the top floor. The Dementors who were fiercely battling it out at the mahjong table all looked up. The next moment, they swarmed out from windows and doorways, flying towards Dana Emery's location. That was the call of the king. The war to defend Azkaban now begins. Death Eaters rushed towards the gates of Azkaban Fortress. The Aurors and hit wizards who were originally guarding it had already withdrawn. As they said, the Ministry of Magic had currently abandoned this place, but was Azkaban truly theirs now? Buzz. A sound similar to ringing ears echoed through Azkaban again. Damn it, who is it? Who activated the anti-apparition again? Is it someone from the Ministry of Magic who didn't withdraw? Search them out and kill them. Lucius Malfoy, a unit of combat power, stood at the back of the line, concealing his face well with his hood. He watched the Death Eaters rush into the fortress, pondering in his heart whether continuing to follow the Dark Lord was a wise choice. 10 years ago, the Dark Lord had failed. Most people thought it was an accident, but before, the Dark Lord's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone failed, leading to Quirrell being killed by Harry Potter. Lucius, as a school governor, and with his son attending the school, knew the events inside Hogwarts very well. On that day, Quirrell turned into dust just by touching Harry Potter. This was something that required extremely profound curse mastery to achieve, and this curse seemed to be aimed directly at the Dark Lord, just as that prophecy from years ago had said. In short, with Harry Potter's existence, the outcome was still uncertain. Not to mention that Dumbledore was still alive 2 days ago. The old head led a team to capture the escaped prisoner in one go, and the strength he displayed far exceeded the imagination of many Aurors. Malfoy, always good at opportunism, just wanted to go with the flow at this moment and was unwilling to commit too much. He feigned jogging forward a couple of steps, following the large group. As long as he didn't do anything irreversible, in the event of the Dark Lord's failure and the Day of Reckoning, he could have enough room to clear his name. However, the Death Eaters' ranks fell into disarray, and a crowd-crushing situation appeared at the fortress entrance. Generally, this situation occurs only when there is one possibility: the people inside want to get out, and the people outside want to get in. Get out of the way, idiots! It's full of Dementors in there. Lucius was a bit confused. This was Azkaban, wasn't it normal to have Dementors? When all the Death Eaters retreated outside the door, Lucius Malfoy was surprised to find that it seemed all the Dementors in Azkaban had gathered at the entrance. Dense masses of Dementors continuously surged out from that small door, and from the top of the fortress, large numbers of Dementors were also swooping down towards their position. 100, 200? No, countless? The Death Eaters that Lord Voldemort brought this time were only just over 50. Facing this number of Dementors, the Death Eaters were absolutely no match. Some Death Eaters cast the Patronus charm, but having been deeply steeped in the dark arts, they could at most only emit a faint silver light from the tip of their wands. This level of Patronus charm could only ensure that they were not the first to have their souls devoured by the Dementors. Fall back. Lord Voldemort stepped forward 2 paces, letting the fleeing Death Eaters retreat behind him. If it were in the past, encountering someone who fled the battle like this, he would definitely cast Avada Kedavra to kill 1 to warn 100. But now, every Death Eater was a valuable asset to him, so he decided to step forward. Patronus charm? Impossible, Lord Voldemort cannot use the Patronus charm. But he possessed many dark arts methods targeting souls. Black smoke could be seen emerging from the tip of his wand, coiling towards the Dementors like pythons. The Dementors that were accidentally ensnared let out piercing screams. Although Lord Voldemort couldn't destroy them, making the Dementors feel pain was not difficult. Indeed, when the Dementors behind heard the screams of the Dementors in front, they all stopped their charge. Dementors, listen to me, said Lord Voldemort. Hundreds of years ago, you reached an agreement with the Ministry of Magic to guard Azkaban for them, but they don't give you enough happiness, they restrict your freedom. You see, we are not enemies, but allies, because I am the one who can bring you endless sustenance and unrestrained freedom. Perhaps in the original work, Lord Voldemort subdued the Dementors this way, with a mix of stick and carrot, but now no matter what he said, he couldn't stop the Dementors' love for Mahjong, and their loyalty to their king. The world didn't understand Dementors, but their king did. No one understood Dementors better than him, so, although the Dementors didn't dare to charge, they completely ignored Lord Voldemort's recruitment. Screech! The king's command came from atop the high tower. The Dementors immediately spread out their formation, flanking from both sides and surrounding the Death Eaters. Not only the Death Eaters, but even Lord Voldemort was extremely tense at this moment. These countless Dementors were the natural bane of dark wizards. He could make the Dementors apprehensive, but he didn't have a very good countermeasure either. If the Dementors were unafraid of pain and swarmed him, he might be able to escape, but these Death Eaters would likely all perish here. Fortunately, the Dementors only surrounded them without closing in, which greatly relieved the Death Eaters. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a Death Eater was shot in the head. Wizards, strong in attack and weak in defense, had no good way to deal with over-the-horizon attacks. Quickly cast the shield charm, idiots. However, bang! Another Death Eater fell. Casualties one after another, yet the enemy couldn't be seen. Coupled with the Dementors lurking around, this instantly caused the Death Eaters to fall into chaos. Bang! The Death Eater's shield charm was clearly unable to withstand bullets enhanced with runes, so a gunshot meant a death. Over there, Lord Voldemort transformed into black smoke and flew towards a window on the 7th floor of Azkaban Fortress. Whoosh! Lord Voldemort appeared abruptly at the window like a large bird, his pale, vampire-like large hand gripping the wall inside the window, the black stones creaking as they were squeezed, and then that terrifying face suddenly peered in from behind the window. A picture of the Dark Lord's descent, nothing more. This was also a small trick he had meticulously researched to exert psychological pressure on his opponents with every move. But the dancer winked at a blind man. There was no one inside the window. Bang! A gunshot rang out on the third floor of the fortress, and another Death Eater fell. Lord Voldemort was furious, but he had to retreat downstairs. He couldn't let this continue. This game of whack-a-mole was disadvantageous to him. He didn't know how the other party was operating in an anti-apparition environment, so naturally, he couldn't keep up with their speed. He was confident he could withstand the opponent's attacks, but the Death Eaters couldn't. If this dragged on, the Death Eaters might all die. Stop! We have no grievances. Why are you attacking us, sir? No grievances. Dana's voice rang out, making Lord Voldemort's heart skip a beat. Azkaban is my home. Isn't it a bit excessive that you want to occupy my home without saying hello, Mr. Lord Voldemort? Dana Emery's. The Dark Lord's memory was clearly excellent. He immediately recognized Dana's voice. At this moment, Dana was hiding behind a window somewhere in the fortress, holding a Heckler & Koch PSG-1 sniper rifle that was entirely silver. This gun was Dana's hidden ace weapon, with low recoil, high rate of fire, great accuracy, and an effective range of 800 meters. Its drawback was that it was too heavy, making it inconvenient to carry and operate quickly. But he could apparate and use spandam gate, his own mobility perfectly compensating for the gun's last weakness. The only problem now was that since it was entirely handcrafted, the ammunition was limited, and the shooting accuracy was slightly affected. It seems Lord Dark Lord hasn't forgotten me. Dana's voice came from the other side. There was a loudspeaker in a window on the 5th floor. How could I? Lord Voldemort clearly understood the situation. Even though he had confirmed the opponent's location using sound, he wouldn't rashly attack. If the opponent escaped again, his actions would ruin the hard-won opportunity for a conversation. Since the other party responded, it meant there was room to talk. Dana, you are my friend, remember? We agreed back then, you rescue the Death Eater for me, and in return, you will get my friendship. If you let me in and let me take my people, you will be the benefactor of all Death Eater. Ha 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 ha. Dana's voice suddenly came from all directions of Azkaban. Friend? We agreed to act within 3 days, but you dragged it out to the 4th day. If it weren't for your subordinates being stupid, I would have become the bait to attract Professor Dumbledore. You haven't forgotten the content of our agreement, have you? You said you would hold off Professor Dumbledore for me. Lord Voldemort fell silent. He didn't expect the other party, who was only 11 years old, to see through everything so quickly. That was an accident. Friend. Lord Voldemort explained. Once upon a time, he was synonymous with smooth talk and eloquence. Even Mrs. Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, was completely fooled by him. After all, that is Hogwarts, the wizarding world's supposedly safest place. We needed careful planning and arrangements, so it was unavoidable to take some time. Lord Voldemort's response was a bullet. It hit the bow light of the ship. They were docked at the pier, shattering the bulb. The meaning was clear. I won't listen to your sweet talk. If you don't understand what attitude to use when talking to me, then don't talk at all. Young people have such big tempers. Although Lord Voldemort's hand hidden behind his back was trembling with rage, when had he ever suffered such humiliation since his debut? Yet he still wore a smile. Although that was a misunderstanding, the fault was indeed on our side. So Dana, feel free to state any requests you have, and I will try my best to fulfill them. The Death Eater were all stunned. When had their Dark Lord ever been so easy to talk to? Lucius Malfoy even felt that the Dark Lord's aura was not as strong as before. But Dana knew that the Dark Lord's words were not to be trusted. Moreover, Dana's goal was not to gain any benefits. He just needed Lord Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore to fight each other. As for Azkaban, Lord Voldemort couldn't rescue the Death Eater inside. The hundreds, even thousands, of Dementor here were an insurmountable chasm for Dark Wizard, and as long as he stayed here, Lord Voldemort couldn't do anything to him. When his body grew and his bloodline awakened, Lord Voldemort. Have you ever heard of Merlin, the god of magic? I need you to help me kill someone. Lord Voldemort was a little surprised. He thought Dana would ask to learn some profound magic, but unexpectedly, he wanted him to kill someone? Who? Guy Avery. He is the grandson of my close friend, a loyal follower. No, he is not. He is a spy. Professor Dumbledore planted by your side. You can go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries and confirm this with Donna Avery. Lord Voldemort fell silent. Any ruler who fancies himself wise and mighty, upon hearing that a trusted subordinate is the opponent's spy, will inevitably have complex feelings. Why do you want me to kill him? Because of him, I was replaced and sent into Azkaban when I was 7 years old, which led to my mother's death, so he must die. Lord Voldemort nodded. I understand. If it is confirmed that he is indeed a spy, I will kill him personally and bring his head to you. All right, if I can see Guy Avery's head, then I will believe that you are indeed my good friend. Then my people. It's just taking a few people. As a friend, I naturally have to open the door wide. Then, what now? Screech. Dana let out a sharp cry from his mouth, and the Dementor retreated back into the castle. They could happily play mahjong again. Compared to fighting, the joy created by playing mahjong was clearly more addictive to the Dementor. Watching the Dementor being directed by Dana as if they were his own limbs, Lord Voldemort frowned slightly. In his plan, the Dementor were a very powerful aid. The Death Eater felt as if they had been granted amnesty and returned to the ship at their fastest speed, but they were so flustered that several of them ran to the wrong ship, boarding the Ministry of Magic's abandoned vessels here. Whether these people would be tortured by Lord Voldemort with the Cruciatus curse later due to his bad mood was unknown. The Ministry of Magic was driven away by the Death Eater, and the Death Eater were driven away by Dana and the Dementor. But Dana didn't think he could rest easy. In fact, the most troublesome thing for him was always Professor Dumbledore. As the most powerful White Wizard, Professor Dumbledore was the natural enemy of the Dementor, and Dana had vivid memories of how painful it was for the Dementor to be hit by a patroness. So, as long as Professor Dumbledore didn't come to the island, he would be fine. Thus, he immediately sent an anonymous letter to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I have just received news that the Dark Lord has discovered Guy Avery's identity as a spy and is about to kill him. As a fellow clan member, I truly cannot bear to see this happen, so I am writing to you at the risk of my life, hoping that you will save him for the sake of Guy's past work for you. An Avery who wishes to remain anonymous. This way, Professor Dumbledore's energy should be diverted by Lord Voldemort, right? Not enough, he still couldn't give Professor Dumbledore a reason to come to the island. As long as the Ministry of Magic asked Professor Dumbledore to retake Azkaban, he would most likely agree. Although Lord Voldemort was considered more important than himself by Professor Dumbledore, he couldn't take that risk. He needed to appear harmless. The identity of an externally hired Azkaban administrator by the Ministry of Magic was good. What? This is a fantasy. No, 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 Cornelius Fudge will agree. Dear Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, Mr. I am Dana Emrys, and I believe you already know me. For both our sakes, let's not bring up the past. Now I have some good news to report to you. Under your brilliant leadership, the Dementor have driven away the Death Eater and retaken Azkaban, and there have been no additional escaped prisoners. And the previous escapees, under Minister's inspiration, have turned over a new leaf and started to atone for their crimes with their labor. Every penny they earn now is used for the better operation of Azkaban, and of course, as part of the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban will pay taxes according to the law. It's just that they are afraid of being mistaken for escapees, so they urgently need the recognition of the Ministry of Magic. They have not escaped their sentences, but are serving them in a more efficient way. Therefore, I hope Minister will give me the identity of an Azkaban administrator. You can use my merit in driving away the Death Eater this time as a basis. I believe with your prestige, not many people will object. To give you a clear picture, I will mail you the taxes from the past 6 months to prove that prisoners can also shine for the wizarding world. Your friend with vested interests, Dana Emrys. This is a victory for the Ministry of Magic. As a Ministry of Magic employee passed by the Minister's office, Cornelius Fudge's cheers could be heard from within. Although not clearly discernible, the employee seemed to also hear the pleasant sound of galleon clinking together. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging. This was Harry Potter's 3rd day back at his aunt's house after the holiday. Professor McGonagall, why are you here? Harry was a little confused. Oh, Harry, you know, he who must not be named is back, and your situation is very dangerous. For your safety, Dumbledore has decided to send you somewhere where someone can protect you. Harry didn't need to stay with his relatives for long. 3 days were enough for the magic left by Lily Potter to continue to be effective. This is the best news I've heard in 6 months. Uncle Vernon's face, covered in bumps, seemed to start cheering with joy. Hurry up and take this little monster away. You don't know how happy we are without him in our house. Harry wasn't bothered by his aunt's family's dislike for too long, because he quickly became happy. The Burrow. He saw his best friend from Hogwarts, Ron Weasley, and the Weasley family warmly welcomed him. Welcome, Harry? Just make yourself at home. Molly Weasley was overly enthusiastic, making Harry involuntarily think if his aunt were half as kind to him as Mrs. Weasley, he would be very happy. Yes, after the spell on Harry was renewed by the Order of the Phoenix, he was sent to live at the Weasleys' house. Throughout the summer, there was at least one adult wizard, one high-grade young wizard, 2 fourth-year young wizard, and 2 little ones who, although not very useful, could find other wizard of the Order of the Phoenix for help through the FLU network at a critical moment. Oh, Ron. Harry's mouth was full. Your mother's pie is absolutely delicious. All right, as long as you like it. Ron shook his head indifferently. I don't think it's anything special. Percy, don't read the newspaper during dinner. Mrs. Weasley said softly to Percy Weasley. If it were Xuanzi or Ron, her attitude would probably not be so gentle. After all, children with good grades always get preferential treatment from their parents. Mom, look at this news. Percy said. The Ministry of Magic has retaken Azkaban from you-know-who and appointed a wizard named Dana Emrys as the Azkaban Management Commissioner, responsible for Azkaban's defense and prison reform. Molly Weasley nodded. That's good news. I can't believe how bad the situation would be now if Azkaban were controlled by you-know-who. Indeed, if the Death Eater in prison were all released, the wizarding world would be finished. Percy suddenly frowned. I think I've heard the name Dana Emrys somewhere before. Fred laughed loudly. Percy, don't tell me you think you have some connection with this Dana Emrys, and when you graduate you can find a job as an administrator at Azkaban, right? Percy glared at his brother, continued to think, and 3 seconds later, he suddenly realized. I remember? The year I first came to Hogwarts, there seemed to be a very young wizard temporarily living with the Hogwarts house elves during the time he was there. The quality of food at Hogwarts improved by leaps and bounds. His name seemed to be Dana Emrys. George asked. Very young? How young? I remember he was 7 or 8 years old at the time. Impossible. Ron was the first to jump up. If he was 7 that year, doesn't that mean he's the same age as us? How could a child of 11 or 12 be an official of the Ministry of Magic managing Azkaban? That's not very magic. Percy snorted. What's impossible? If it weren't for Dana Emrys, you wouldn't have eaten such delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes last semester. Gryffindor, with its tomato and egg colors, loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which is very reasonable. Harry listened with great interest as the family chatted. He loved this atmosphere too much, something he could never experience at his aunt's house. No, Percy is right. An old voice sounded outside the window. Molly, could you please open the door for me? Oh, Professor Dumbledore. Molly Weasley hurried to her feet, walked quickly to the door, and let Dumbledore in. As soon as Dumbledore entered, he said, the Dana Emrys who is now managing Azkaban is the same Dana Emrys who was sponsored at Hogwarts 5 years ago. Xuanzi exclaimed. Then he's really amazing. Amazing. Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head. Perhaps, after all, his last name is Emrys. Percy nodded. I know that. Emrys is said to be a descendant of Merlin. Merlin's beard? A descendant of Merlin. The Weasley youngsters and the Potter youngster all exclaimed in unison. Dumbledore sighed. He didn't know how to treat Dana now. Now Dana has the Ministry of Magic recognized Azkaban Management Commissioner. All his actions are now legalized. He did not occupy Azkaban, nor did he privately release prisoners. He only carried out some reforms in Azkaban that were quite beneficial to the Ministry of Magic. But Dumbledore knew that Dana Emrys would definitely continue his revenge, and this child was very dangerous. He had the idea of having a good talk with Dana, but Lord Voldemort's movements forced him to postpone this matter. Harry, I just came to see you today. Dumbledore said. I need to go to France, and during this time, you should stay at the Weasleys' house and not go out casually. Promise me? Okay. Dumbledore's blue eyes were full of expectation, which made it impossible for Harry to refuse. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I promise you. Very good. Dumbledore then looked at Molly. Molly, I'll leave Harry to you then. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore, you just go and do your own things. I will protect Harry like I protect my own children. Good, I'm relieved then. Avery family. In Madeline Avery's bedroom. This young man accepted the Dark Lord's recruitment, but at this stage, he only dared to act in secret. After all, Dumbledore was still alive, and although Avery family was now under his control, he was young and lacked authority. The uncles from the side branches even publicly reminisced about the courage and methods Donna Avery had when she was in charge of the household. If he publicly announced that he was now a new Death Eater, this family would probably fall apart. After all, when Olimbo's Avery family was the head of the family, even though everyone knew he was a good friend of Lord Voldemort, he did not become a Death Eater. Are you worried that your family will depose you and put Donna Avery back in charge? After all, she was only poisoned by the mantle of Turin. She didn't permanently lose her magic, and even if she permanently lost her magic, she still has her mind and methods. Am I right? Madiel Avery turned sharply and saw a gentleman standing in front of his bookshelf, looking at his collection of books with great interest. You abandoned me, but your wand is in my hand? The title sounds good. It seems young Master Avery is still quite leisurely at this critical juncture of life and death. Who are you? Madiel Avery looked at the other party warily. He regretted being relaxed because he was in his own room, and his wand was not at hand. Who I am is not important. A portal made of vines appeared behind the person. For you, isn't the most important thing to kill Donna Avery and make sure you are the only voice in Avery family? Madiel was silent. The other party smiled, turned, and walked into the portal, leaving a sentence. What are you afraid of? The other party has lost her magic, has no money and no power. Crushing her is no different from crushing an ant. The portal disappeared, but the mysterious gentleman's words echoed in Madiel Avery's mind like a morning bell and evening drum. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Donna Avery lay in the hospital bed. She looked terrible, giving off a sense of fearful stress. Her body couldn't help but twitch occasionally, and she couldn't control it herself, as it was a short-term symptom left behind by the Cruciatus curse. Yo, I'm happy to see you're still alive. Dana appeared in Donna Avery's hospital room again. Donna Avery looked at Dana angrily, her voice hoarse. It's you? You told the Dark Lord about our family's affairs? It's all you. Dana shrugged. I'm just returning the favor. Didn't you tell Dumbledore everything too? It kept me busy for quite a while, and I've only just finally had some free time. Donna Avery shivered again, then started to gasp. She just felt that the brat in front of her was so annoying. Don't look at me like that, Donna Avery. Dana had a standard eight-toothed smile on his face, looking like a very proper and sunny young man at first glance. I didn't come here today to see how miserably you were tortured by the Dark Lord. In fact, I came here with good intentions to give you a heads up. Not long ago, I received news that your eldest nephew, Madiel Avery, in order to consolidate his position in the Avery family, decided to send you, his aunt, to see Merlin. Donna Avery's pupils shrank sharply. Her first reaction was the news Dana Emery's brought was true. She knew her own nephew well. With his thin sense of family affection, he was indeed capable of doing such a thing, not to mention that she had previously controlled him with the Imperio, using him as a pawn to remotely control the family. It was normal for that kid to resent her. Why are you telling me this? Dana was still smiling. That's a foolish question. Why tell you this? Dana shrugged. Think for yourself. Donna Avery took a deep breath. If her magic wasn't suppressed by the Mentor metal powder right now, she would really want to cast an Avada at this kid's face. It seems they're here. Dana disappeared behind the Spandam gate. Have a pleasant escape, Miss Avery. By the time the starlight from that door completely dissipated in the room, Donna Avery had already flipped out of bed. She didn't dare to bet that Dana was tricking her. She had to act immediately, just in case what that kid said was true. She put on her clothes with difficulty, trembling. Then she tucked her wand into her belt. Even though she couldn't use magic, she still didn't want to give up her wand, as if the wand was proof of her being a wizard. Pushing open the door, she heard some noise at the end of the corridor on the other side. We need to register with you to visit our relatives? What kind of sense does that make? Sorry, these are the regulations of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Johnny, stop talking nonsense, register quickly, we're in a hurry. Donna Avery was terrified. Dana Emery's was right, Madiel Avery really wanted to harm her. For a while now, no one from the Avery family had come to visit her, and now, Johnny Avery family and Bristol Avery family had come together. These two were from a branch family of Avery, specifically responsible for some shady matters. Their arrival already explained everything. The problem now was that the other end was the only way for Donna Avery to leave. The end of the corridor in the opposite direction was a window, 5 floors above the ground. If she jumped down after losing her magic, she would surely die. Donna Avery quickly made a decision. She limped into the diagonally opposite room, closer to the exit. "Who are you?" The patient in this room was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and asked weakly when he saw Donna Avery intruding. "I'm your neighbor," Donna Avery said. "I came over to visit today. My name is Nunnally Norris." While Donna Avery was talking, she was listening to the sounds outside. Urgent footsteps came from the corridor. "Oh, so you're my neighbor. Nice to meet you. That's not important," Donna said. "We can talk later if we have a chance." She heard the door of her room being opened, decisively stopped the conversation, and cautiously walked out. As she expected, the 2 family members who wanted to kill her entered her room, and she immediately hurried towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. But her body, which had been tortured by Lord Voldemort's Cruciatus curse, was really disobedient, and her walking speed was not as fast as she had expected. "I'm going to the toilet, you check under the bed." "Where can she, a useless person with no magic, escape to?" The voice from behind sounded like a death knell. If they couldn't find her in the toilet and under the bed, they would definitely come out of the room to check. Donna Avery tried hard to speed up, and even fell because of muscle spasms. Fortunately, she fell at the corner and managed to roll, getting out of their sight from that angle. "Miss Avery, you." The nurse on this floor, the one who had just stopped the 2, looked at Donna rolling on the ground with some surprise. "Do you need help?" It was rumored that Miss Avery had an affair with Dr. Bohan, so the nurse still showed her enough respect. "No need." Donna, who was in a sorry state on the ground, replied softly. "I just want to go for a walk, don't mind me." Donna struggled to support herself against the wall and walked downstairs. "But didn't your family just arrive?" They. "I told you, you don't need to mind my business." Even though Donna Avery was extremely annoyed by the nurse's lack of understanding, she still didn't dare to speak too loudly, afraid of being heard by those 2 family members. Johnny and Bristol had already started opening room after room to search, and the nurse also sensed that something was wrong and left the registration desk to walk towards that direction. Donna Avery gritted her teeth. This was a great opportunity. As long as the nurse held those 2 back for a few minutes, she would have enough time to reach the hospital entrance. Once there, she would be about halfway safe. Outside the hospital, she could hide in a muggle shop because of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. They would definitely not dare to search for someone recklessly in muggle territory. However, there were 3 more members of the Avery family guarding the hospital entrance, which made Donna Avery's heart sink halfway. She couldn't be caught by them. Perhaps they wouldn't dare to act in the hospital, but as long as they demanded to take her away as the patient's family, in principle, the hospital couldn't stop them. At that point, she would be a fish on the chopping block, completely unable to turn the tables. Donna Avery turned around and ran towards the 3rd floor, where Dr. Bohan's office was. She needed to get Dr. Bohan's protection. Only she thought she was running, but in reality, it was just the struggle of a disabled person. "She's there." Bristol Avery's shout came from behind, followed by urgent footsteps. Donna Avery didn't dare to look back. Dr. Bohan's office door was only 5 meters away from her, but those 5 meters seemed unreachable to her at this moment. "Darling, save me." Donna Avery had always felt it was a humiliation to humble herself before Dr. Bohan, but now, she had to use this shameful relationship as her life-saving charm. Thud. She fell to the ground again. The footsteps behind her were getting closer, and Donna Avery's heart was filled with despair. She couldn't die yet, she still had many things to do. She wanted to make the Avery family great again, and she wanted to make Dana Emery's wish he were dead. How could she die? "Darling, save me," Donna Avery shrieked. Even though she was currently troubled by the after-effects of the Cruciatus curse, she still squeezed out the last ounce of strength from her body, letting out a roar loud enough for the entire corridor to hear. The Avery family members were getting closer and closer, and Donna Avery crawled on the ground. Dr. Bohan's office was her last hope. She had endured too much despair in the past few months. Was this really her destiny? The door opened. A pair of polished leather shoes appeared before Donna. How could this be just a pair of leather shoes? This was hope. This was love. "What are you doing to my patient?" Dr. Bohan roared angrily. "She is from our Avery family. Our family has decided not to provide further treatment for her, so we are taking her back to the family. No, no, they want to kill me? Darling, I have my own money, I can pay for the medical expenses myself. Dr. Bohan gently helped Donna up. Don't worry, Donna, with me here, they can't do anything to you. Dr. Bohan turned to look at the two Avery family members. Did you hear that? My patient herself has the desire to continue treatment, so you have no right to take her away. You won't yield until you see the coffin. As the Avery family members were about to make a move, they saw Dr. Bohan quickly flick his wand, and two stupefied curses hit the Avery family members directly. Until they fell unconscious, they wouldn't have thought that a doctor could cast spells silently so quickly, or that he had such strong power. Donna looked at Dr. Bohan in surprise. Before this, he had only shown his medical achievements, and as for being a wizard, Donna didn't approve of him because for medical equipment that could be obtained with a casual summoning charm, Dr. Bohan usually turned around and walked over to pick it up himself. This was also why Donna Avery felt wronged even though she had already given herself to Bohan. Her partner, even if it was a secret lover, had to be strong. This was something she had believed since she was a child. Come! Dr. Bohan shouted. The next moment, nurses and hospital security immediately ran over. In fact, the commotion here had already attracted their attention. Throw these two people out. Donna interjected. There are still a few Avery family members guarding the hospital entrance. Dr. Bohan raised an eyebrow. Did you hear that? Drive them all out. If any more Avery family members come looking for Miss Donna, refuse them entry. Yes, Dr. Bohan. St. Mungo's was owned by the Bohan family, so Dr. Bohan's orders were naturally effective. The guards went to perform their duties, and the nurses also left. Only then did Dr. Bohan speak to Donna Avery. All right, it's okay now. He touched Donna's forehead. Were you scared? The Avery family is truly disgraceful. You were only poisoned by the mantle of Turin, you didn't become a squib. Oh, by the way, I do have some friends in the underworld. If you need my help, I can arrange for you to meet them. Perhaps, you might even regain control of the Avery family. This was the second surprise for Donna Avery today. Before, Dr. Bohan seemed to only be interested in her body, but now it seemed he had developed genuine feelings for her. But if you help me like this, what about your missus? You don't need to worry about that. Dr. Bohan said. As long as you keep your mouth shut and don't tell outsiders, nothing will happen. Donna suddenly felt a strange sensation in her chest, and she gently lowered her head. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Dr. Bohan smiled. All right, go back to your ward and rest. I'll come see you later. Oh, by the way, can you walk by yourself? Do you need me to call someone to help you up? Donna suddenly didn't want her vulnerability to be seen by him, so she shook her head. No, I can do it myself. Donna Avery staggered upstairs. Dr. Bohan tidied his robes and returned to his office. He took a few steps around the screen and came to the rest area behind the office. There, another Dr. Bohan was sleeping sweetly on a recliner. So troublesome, I still have to modify his memory. This kind of detailed work is not easy. Dr. Bohan's appearance quickly changed, and his body also kept shrinking, turning into a 12-year-old boy. Tisk, I can't finish it in one go, I have to do it twice more. Dana shook his head. Let's leave it like this for now. In Dr. Bohan's memory now, it was indeed he who stepped forward and saved Donna Avery, and promised to help her. This way at least it won't be exposed. As for the so-called friends in the underworld, Azkaban has plenty of them. Sirius searched the world for signs of Peter Pettigrew, but clearly, his blind search would not yield results. Then, he saw the news of the Dark Lord returns in the Daily Prophet. The Dark Lord led the Death Eaters to attack Azkaban, the Aurors were defeated, and the new Azkaban management specialist, Dana Emrys, under the command of the Minister for Magic, Fudge, repelled the Dark Lord. Dana became the Azkaban management specialist? But what shocked him even more was that in the photo of Lord Voldemort leading the Death Eaters, he saw the figure of Peter Pettigrew. Traitor! Sirius slammed the newspaper onto the dining table. Creaker, the house elf, mumbled while wiping the stove. Wasteful master, only knows how to destroy the family's property. If old Madam knew, she would be sad again. Sirius stood up. He felt that he should take action. Even if he couldn't get revenge on Peter Pettigrew in the short term, he knew his limits. He couldn't do anything to Pettigrew, who was beside Lord Voldemort. He thought of going to Privet Drive to protect Harry. Although Harry had Lily's magic protection, he was afraid of accidents. He must fulfill his duty as a godfather, so he went. And then he found no one there. Harry had already gone to the Weasley family. Sirius was at a loss, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't get revenge, his godson was missing, and he himself was still a wanted criminal. He thought about it and felt it would be better to find Dana. That kid was quick-witted, perhaps he could give him some advice. Think about it, he was the mastermind of the Great Azkaban breakout, and then he became the official management staff of Azkaban. Is this something an ordinary person can do? So he went to the previous potion production base. And then he found no one there again. Sirius looked at the messy, empty park and was speechless for a moment. Right? Dana is now the Azkaban management specialist, so he must be in Azkaban. I'm so stupid. Sirius hit his head and headed north. Damn it, others are dying to escape Azkaban. Why is he throwing himself into the net now? All the cells in Azkaban had changed. The previous nothingness had become cells with beds, tables, and chairs. In addition to the black bread and water still delivered twice a day by the Ministry of Magic, the current Azkaban diet also included meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables. These prisoners were valuable assets, so they naturally needed to be well maintained. Dana walked through the cells one by one today. He needed to register the specialties of these prisoners. Alan Wharton. That's me. What's your specialty? I'm good at using Alohomora. I've improved it. Most alchemical locks can't stop me. Brand Manchester. Your specialty? Blasting curses, and killing. Blasting curses? What's your relationship with the Finnegan family? My mother is from the Finnegan family. Rodolphus Lestrange. Your specialty? Give up, kid. I won't betray the Dark Lord and join your side. Understood. Your specialty is being cuckolded and a bootlicker. Dana sat in his own office, which was actually his original cell. Looking at the thick stack of prisoner specialties, Dana felt a headache. Less than 10% of the prisoners were proficient in potions, herbology, and alchemy. These professionals were easy to handle, just throw them into the EAM group. Last month's acne potion was released in the Muggle world. It was only a trial sale, but it caused a sensation. Major cities like London, Liverpool, Manchester, Edinburgh, and Birmingham all announced they were sold out at the same time. The entire EAM group is still working overtime to ship goods. The remaining people were divided into two parts. One part were loyal Death Eaters. After learning that the Dark Lord had returned, they refused to work for Dana no matter what. These people were also easy to handle. The furniture in their cells was removed, and the extra meals were all cancelled. These bad assets were not worth his money to maintain. As for the specialties of the other part of the people, almost none were positive. Murder, arson, theft, poaching, kidnapping. Well, the friends in the underworld sent to Donna Avery could come from here, but what about the rest? Dana sighed. Before Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort determined the victor, he didn't want to make a move against Fudge, because Dumbledore might turn his gun on him. Compared to Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore was more of a check on Dana. So maintaining a good relationship with the Ministry of Magic in the short term was absolutely necessary, especially since he couldn't lose his official status. Then honestly fulfilling his promise was a must. But if the prisoners of Azkaban couldn't bring him high profits, it meant Dana would have to pay out of his own pocket. It wasn't that he didn't have money, and he could afford to pay, but he just felt annoyed. That's why he was so eager to conduct a thorough investigation of Azkaban. But how could such a group of murderers and arsonists make a profit? They couldn't be arranged to rob Gringotts, could they? How about forming an assassin organization, not taking orders from the wizarding world, but specifically targeting the Muggle world? Dana was very familiar with this kind of operation. A group of elusive wizards would be perfect as assassins? Although he didn't want to be an assassin in this life, he didn't say he couldn't be the boss of an assassin organization, did he? All right. The assassin organization isn't urgent yet. Dana muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Now I need to establish unbreakable vows with those prisoners who have a skill. Tisk, where did Sirius go? I need him as a witness. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Some people are just like that. They appear as soon as you mention them. The wet black dog came ashore. It was a miracle he could find such a small island. Swimming back to Britain from Azkaban was simple. Just swim south and you would eventually see ships and the coast. But swimming to Azkaban, without any means of locating it, was a killer. The black dog searched the sea area for 3 full days. He was almost half dead. Eat slowly, be careful you don't choke. Dana shook his head speechlessly, because although Sirius had transformed into human form, he ate like a dog. This damned place is hard to find. Sirius didn't respond, complaining while eating. As the administrator, can't you leave a corner of the island open for apparition? No. Dana refused without hesitation. This is my territory. I won't allow just any Tom, Dick, or Harry to sneak in casually. He felt as if he had been offended. But Sirius quickly cast aside that unpleasant thought, stuffed the last bite of steak into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it roughly, then said, I can't find Harry, can you give me some advice? Harry Potter. Dana raised an eyebrow. Of course I can give you some good advice, but what can you give me? Sirius was stunned. In principle, you are still a prisoner under my jurisdiction, you won't deny that, will you? And based on the last bet, I have successfully pulled Avery family down from their pedestal. Now Avery family's influence in the British wizarding world has been cut in half, so I won, and you must work for me. You won't deny that either, will you? Sirius Black looked blankly at Dana, and subconsciously nodded. Then things are easy to say. Dana crossed his legs happily. You help me sign unbreakable vows with these prisoners, and after the work is done, I will tell you how to find Harry Potter, and give you a month's leave. Dana threw the sordid pile of prisoner information in front of Sirius. Sirius, isn't a month a bit too short? I need to protect Harry. How about this? I'll put a magic similar to the dark mark on you, and I'll summon you when I need you. You must come to work unconditionally, that way, you can wander outside for as long as you want. Okay, that works. Dana really wanted to laugh. How could this guy who looked middle-aged be so easy to fool? No wonder he trusted someone like Peter Pettigrew so much back then. This guy was simply adorably naive. So half a month later, the Azkaban profit plan was officially launched. Except for the loyal Death Eaters, most of the prisoners were able to see the light of day again. However, they were still in confinement, because they had all signed unbreakable vows with Dana. Those who broke the vow would die, but regaining freedom, and being able to enjoy life again, was better than anything. What's more, life in the Muggle world was much more comfortable than they had imagined. The EAM Group, an emerging pharmaceutical company, was renowned in Britain for its magical potions with formulas that could not be reversed, and began to expand its market to the United States and Europe. The Avalon Brotherhood, a newly emerged assassin organization, with low fees, because there were no weapon losses, transportation, accommodation, and other expenses, and a 100% success rate, became the king of the underground world in just a few days. No one knew where the EAM Group and the Avalon Brotherhood came from. But these two major groups, one white and one black, did bring continuous profits to Dana and the Ministry of Magic, and the Azkaban reform was declared a success. Dana Emrys walked openly on the flagstone path of Diagon Alley. He had nothing to fear, as he was an official recognized by the Ministry of Magic. However, the gentleman beside him had to cover himself tightly with a hood. Dana, quickly tell me how to find Harry. Why are you in a hurry? Lord Voldemort has been diverted by me to Europe. Harry Potter will be safe for now. Ah, when did you meet you-know-who? And how would he listen to you? You don't need to worry about that, but I'm telling you, Harry is safe for now. I still need to see him safe with my own eyes before I can rest assured. Dana tilted his head and glanced at Sirius. After I deposit the gold, I'll teach you how to find Harry Potter. Sirius showed an ecstatic expression under his hood and nodded heavily. All right. Gringotts. Dana and the other person walked through the main entrance and arrived at the bank hall. On the high counters on both sides, the goblin bankers were busy with their respective tasks. Mister, do you require any service? Dana looked up at the lofty goblin banker, feeling a surge of displeasure. I need to exchange galleons. Oh, the annual limit for young wizards to exchange galleons is 200 pounds, which is 40 galleons. No, not exchanging pounds for galleons, but using gold to exchange. Gold? You mean gold. Dana showed a look of disdain hearing the word gold. The banker's expression completely changed. It was said that goblins were inherently greedy, and it was indeed true. Yes, 70,000 ounces of gold. Are you sure you want to exchange it here with me? Oh, respected guest, please wait a moment. The banker jumped down from the counter. I will take you to the high-value customer room right away. The short goblin went around the counter to the back door, ran through a long corridor, and re-entered the hall from the second main door at the front. Such a long distance left the goblin banker breathless. "This way, guest, please follow me this way." The banker led Dana and Sirius through the corridor and into a small, lavishly decorated room. "Mister, are you sure you have 70,000 ounces of gold?" "Yes." Dana ran his finger over the pendant on his chest, and about 200 International Standard 400-ounce gold bars immediately appeared on the conference table. The furniture in the Gringotts VIP room was quite sturdy, otherwise, 2 tons of gold suddenly pressing down on a normal table would likely cause it to collapse. The banker let out a grunt, then stared intently at the mesmerizing gold on the table. "Hey, I'm here to exchange galleons, not to watch you drool, mister." Dana's words brought the banker back to his senses. Right, I lost my composure." He immediately returned to a professional state. According to the latest exchange rate, 1 ounce of gold can be exchanged for 400 galleons. Dana quickly calculated that exchanging gold was about 25% more cost-effective than exchanging pounds, but then he heard the banker say, "So 70,000 ounces of gold can be exchanged for 28 million galleons." Sirius, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes. Although the House of Black was wealthy, he had never seen such a large sum as nearly 3,000 galleons. "All right, let's make the exchange," Dana said indifferently. He had reason to be indifferent, because these 2 tons of gold were merely the rewards received by the Avalon Brotherhood for the missions they had taken on in the past month. "Mister, you don't have a vault in this bank yet, do you? For a wealthy person like you, you must have a luxurious vault. I have several types of vaults for you to choose from. Look." "No need to choose, just the most expensive one." "Understood, Mr. Coincidentally, we happen to have an empty vault on the lowest level of our vaults with the most complete security measures. Would you like to take a look before making a decision?" "No need, this one will do." "But mister, purchasing this vault requires 50,000 galleons. Do I look like someone who lacks 50,000 galleons?" "Sorry, mister, I will process it for you right away." "Oh, and also, 28 million galleons is a large sum, and it will take some time for us to arrange it for you. Would you be able to wait here with us?" "No problem." "All right, mister, please wait here. We will serve you fine wine and delicacies. I thank you again for your visit. My name is Piyuchi, and if you need anything in the future, mister, please feel free to find me." Shortly after, as Piyuchi had said, fine wine and delicacies were continuously brought into the room by the goblins. Dana took a couple of bites and stopped. The ingredients here were expensive, but the cooking skill was really not that good. "Dana, can you quickly tell me how to find Harry?" Dana glanced at Sirius and asked lightly, "Who do you think took Harry, and why would he be taken?" Sirius thought for a moment and replied, "Probably Dumbledore. The Dark Lord wouldn't find Harry's residence that quickly. As for the purpose, perhaps for Harry's safety." Sirius clapped his hands. "I know, Harry is at Hogwarts now." Dana shook his head. "Hogwarts is not safe." "How could that be?" "Hogwarts is the safest place." "Safe my foot? I boarded at Hogwarts when I was 7. That time in the middle of the night, my room was blown up by people from the Avery family. After complaining, Dana analyzed. "First, Dumbledore should not be in Britain. He went to Europe with Lord Voldemort. I don't need to explain his purpose to you, as it's none of your business. Second, most of the professors at Hogwarts leave the castle during the summer holidays, so given the size of the castle, the number of professors is too small. If something were to happen, let alone timely rescue, they might not even notice. Finally, there might not be any of Lord Voldemort's spies inside Hogwarts. Leaving Harry there is not as good as letting Harry travel abroad." Sirius nodded. Hogwarts did seem somewhat unsafe. Thinking that he could freely enter and exit Hogwarts, it was possible that among Lord Voldemort's many Death Eaters, some were familiar with the secret passages of Hogwarts. In fact, Lord Voldemort himself was very familiar with Hogwarts. Then where could he be? Dana rolled his eyes. This stupid dog only knew how to ask questions. Couldn't he think for himself at all? "If I were Dumbledore, I would definitely place Harry with someone he knows well and trusts. Given what you know about Dumbledore, you should have some idea, right? Tell me who you think it might be, and I can give you some advice." This was Dana trying to extract information about Dumbledore's social network. But Sirius was completely unaware and replied without hesitation. That must be the Order of the Phoenix. Mad-Eye Moody, Arthur Weasley, Professor McGonagall, Mundungus Fletcher, Sturgis Podmar, Emmeline Vance. Dana listened with interest to Sirius's introduction, occasionally asking him for information about these people. So Mundungus is definitely out. He's a heavy drinker and loves petty gains. It's too dangerous to leave Harry with him. Mad-Eye Moody is out. He has many enemies himself, plus his slightly eccentric behavior, there's no need to even consider it. Professor McGonagall is also out. She is the busiest as the principal before the start of school and may not have time to look after Harry. She can't possibly take Harry with her on home visits, can she? As for the others, they are either too old or lack sufficient strength. So, in my opinion, only the Arthur Weasley family is the most suitable. I heard you say that Arthur Weasley's missus is a housewife, which means that if Harry stays at his house, Harry will receive full-time care from an adult wizard. Secondly, you also said that the Weasley family has a child who is Harry Potter's roommate, so Harry will also have a playmate in normal times. Finally, as one of the Sacred 28, the probability of their family being targeted by Lord Voldemort will not be too high. Looking at it this way, Dana suddenly put a finger to his lips, making a shush gesture. Sirius looked puzzled until 10 seconds later, the room door was knocked. "Mister, I'm Pucci, may I come in?" "Come in." Sirius's eyes widened greatly, looking like a dog's eyes despite being in human form. Dana's hearing was too sharp, and his vigilance too high. If you walked the right path, you would definitely become an amazing Auror. Dana was non-committal about Sirius's words. What does it mean to walk the right path? He is now helping the Ministry of Magic manage Azkaban, isn't that the right path? "Mister, a total of 28 million galleons is ready and is currently being transported to your vault, so would you like to take a look?" "All right, I will go look at the vault later. But before that?" Dana rubbed his chin. "Please count out 5,000 galleons and send it to the Ministry of Magic in the name of Dana Emrys." "All right, Mr. Pucci immediately went out to execute the task. Sirius, on the other hand, was completely confused. Why give the Ministry of Magic 5,000 galleons? The Azkaban reform needs results. Earning 5,000 galleons in a month can be considered a great success for the Ministry of Magic. I'm sure Cornelius Fudge will be very satisfied. Sirius didn't know how Dana had managed to get the prisoners to earn 2 tons of gold, but he knew that there was a chasm-like gap between 28 million galleons and 5,000 galleons. Sirius was a jerk. Knowing Harry Potter's possible whereabouts, he left without hesitation. Dana sniffed. He didn't necessarily need Sirius to be a witness, it was just that compared to the people in prison, this guy had a very strong sense of justice even though Sirius was full of flaws. Because of their vastly different views on good and evil, Sirius was unlikely to be bribed by mortals. Yes, the unbreakable vow could also be broken, but that would require the witness to pay a certain price to deny the validity of the vow. Fortunately, most of the prisoners in Azkaban, except for those die-hard Death Eaters, had already sworn to become Dana's subordinates and obey his commands. It was to obey commands, not to refrain from committing crimes. The Avalon Brotherhood was essentially a criminal organization. Of course, this name was deliberately chosen by Dana to target the Avar Coven. He hadn't settled the score with Jennifer Greengrass yet, and who knew how many hidden old monsters were in that coven. Dana inspected his new vault, glanced briefly at the high stacks of galleons, and then left Gringotts. Although these goblins were greedy, they still had basic credit. Dana returned to Azkaban. What he had to do now was to secretly lay out a plan and set a trap for Cornelius Fudge and Barty Crouch Sr. He had heard an interesting rumor while investigating the prisoners' specialties before. After Barty Crouch Sr.'s son, Barty Crouch Jr., was imprisoned for being a Death Eater, one day after meeting with his mother, he immediately seemed like a different person. The originally flamboyant and violent guy suddenly became effeminate, crying all night in his cell, and drinking water every few hours. The sound of drinking water was particularly clear in the quiet night of the prison, as if he had some serious illness. Unexpectedly, Barty Crouch Jr. died of illness in his cell the next day. He was indeed seriously ill. This was originally a small matter, but Dana, who was replaced and put into Azkaban himself, felt how familiar this matter was as soon as he heard it. On Azkaban Island, north of the fortress, there was a cliff with a chaotic reef below. This place was not suitable for landing, but it was suitable for throwing corpses. Prisoners who died in Azkaban would be dragged here by Dementors and thrown off the cliff, so the chaotic reef below was actually a mass grave. Hoping that Azkaban would build graves and erect monuments for prisoners? You're dreaming. Dana the Dementor flew down from the cliff, drifting into the sea. The seawater here was icy cold, but it had no effect on the Dementor, because the Dementor itself represented cold. In the dark blue sea water, Dana vaguely saw countless skeletons and rotten corpses that were turning into skeletons. The corpses here did not rot easily, but they were easily eaten by marine life as snacks. It was not easy to find the person who replaced Barty Crouch Jr. here. Fortunately, that incident happened 2 years ago, and Dana only needed to find the latest dozens of corpses. New meant that the prison uniforms were not yet completely rotten. New meant that Dana might be able to find the number on the prison uniform. Azkaban number 39,445. This was Barty Crouch Jr.'s number when he was imprisoned. Upon seeing this string of numbers on the prison uniform of a skeleton, Dana was happy, because this skeleton clearly belonged to a petite woman. Remember? Barty's temperament changed drastically after he was visited by his mother. Maternal love was great, Dana felt deeply. Anna, for his sake, used her weak body to cast divination again, which is why she ran out of oil and the lamp went out. But why did Barty's mother die? The information said this lady would drink water at night. That was certainly a potion, but Dementors would identify the target when throwing corpses. If they found it wasn't Barty Crouch Jr., they would definitely report it to the Ministry of Magic, but it seemed the Ministry of Magic thought Barty Crouch Jr. was dead. So the potion that lady drank before she died was mostly polyjuice potion, to maintain her transfiguration. Then the cause of death must be something else. For example, she was already dying of illness. Dana carefully put away the remains of this respectable mother and left Azkaban. He was going to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to investigate. The underworld help promised to Donna Avery was also almost in place. Dr. Bohan was lying in the rest room behind his office, reminiscing about the good times with Donna Avery. That arrogant woman, for some unknown reason, suddenly changed her attitude towards him, as if she had fallen in love. He had just driven away a few of the Avery family's dogs, and then jokingly gave her some vague promises. The former was a small favor. After all, St. Mungo's was his territory, and the latter he didn't know why he said that like he was possessed at the time. Perhaps Donna Avery was too weak then, which aroused his protective instinct. He did have some friends in the underworld. Having been a doctor for so many years, there were always some dark wizards who couldn't seek medical treatment through regular channels and would pay high prices to request treatment outside the hospital. Dr. Bohan had a lot of contact with them. But to ask these people to help Donna Avery reclaim the Avery family would be a fantasy. Those were favors, and they would be of great use at critical moments. For a lover, Dr. Bohan was not willing to pay so much. But now being able to enjoy the gentle service of a beauty, that feeling was still very good. Bang! A red light hit Dr. Bohan from behind the lounge chair. The doctor's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a lethargy. Dana walked out of the shadows, his body quickly changing, transforming into the appearance of Dr. Bohan. He looked at Dr. Bohan with pity. This guy was also miserable, appearing 3 times in this book, but every time he was in a state of lying corpse, without even a single line. Dana pushed the door open and walked towards the St. Mungo's records room where almost all patients' medical records were stored, naturally including Barty Crouch Jr.'s mother, Stephanie Crouch. Wearing Dr. Bohan's face, Dana moved freely within the hospital. I need to go to the records room to check medical records, Dana said to the guiding nurse. If a patient comes in, don't schedule me for consultation. Understood, Dr. Bohan. Dana walked towards the records room. The first time he didn't use Merlin's transfiguration to impersonate Dr. Bohan, but directly possessed Dr. Bohan with possession charm. Although he had kept his and Donna Avery's underground relationship very well hidden, other memories were read by Dana naturally, including the layout of St. Mungo's Hospital. Stephanie Crouch, Stephanie Greengrass before marriage. Familial genetic disease. The body will become weaker and weaker, and there will be severe pain erupting from the bones. It is passed down from mother to daughter, not to son, and very few women in this family live past 40. Stephanie came here for a consultation on July 6, 1989. This was her last consultation, at the age of 49, which was already a high age for a female member of the Greengrass family. On July 11, Barty Crouch handled Stephanie's funeral. Dana smiled good, his conjecture was confirmed. Donna Avery was still recovering. The after-effects of the Cruciatus curse were significant, and it was made even worse by her current lack of magic. Although she was very grateful to Dr. Bohan, that fellow had come over in the middle of the day and had messed her up so badly that she couldn't get out of bed now, and was even in danger of incontinence, making her afraid to move at all at this moment. The door was pushed open, and Donna Avery's heart jumped. Fortunately, the person who came was not a killer from Avery family. But the situation might be worse. Dr. Bohan. Darling, why are you? Dr. Bohan walked towards the head of the bed with a smile, and Donna Avery began to tremble all over. Can you not? I can't take it anymore. Dr. Bohan reached out his hand. The closer that hand got to Donna, the more Donna trembled. The large hand was placed on her head, and gently patted it. I have already contacted my friends, and they will become your core team, helping you reclaim Avery family. Great surprise turned into great joy, testing the sphincter muscle. Didn't I say? I will arrange for those friends from the underworld to work for you. It's not free, you know. Once you regain control of Avery family, I will need your sponsorship to help me win the position of dean. That's more like it. If he was just after her body but paid so much, Donna wouldn't feel at ease taking it, and might even suspect it was some kind of conspiracy. But once this sentence came out, everything made sense. Dr. Bohan had several siblings, all of whom were eyeing the position of dean. Old Dr. Bohan was no longer able to manage affairs, and now was the time when the siblings were competing most fiercely. Don't worry, darling, what's mine is yours. As long as I become the head of Avery family again, I will fully support you. Okay, it's settled then. Dr. Bohan was very happy. My friends are not good people, but I saved their lives, and they are all willing to obey me, so you can arrange for them to do things as you please. They have almost all spent time in Azkaban, and their character and strength are both excellent. Donna nodded. Then how many of these friends are there? If there are too few people, they might not be able to suppress Madeil Avery's branch. Not many, 100 people. Donna was startled. 100 people is not many? The entire Avery family, including servants and guards, was barely 150 people. And this was already one of the largest families in the British wizarding world. Otherwise, Lord Voldemort would not have condescended to become friends with old Avery back then. Think it's too few? It's okay, tell me how many people you need. As long as the goal can be achieved, the entire Azkaban can be put into action. No, enough. Donna was uncontrollably excited, waving her hands repeatedly. With these people, I will definitely be able to regain Avery. Very good. Whenever you need manpower, I will hand those people over to you. Now you need to rest well. Okay, thank you, darling. Dr. Bohan waved his hand. Who are we kidding? I believe you will definitely succeed. He walked to the door, turned back. You can definitely reclaim Avery. Dr. Bohan left. Donna was wet. She was too excited after all, and forgot that her sphincter muscle was almost on strike at the moment. Damn it, without magic, there was no way to clean up these annoying things. She was going to be embarrassed. Also in Avery, unlike Donna Avery's ecstatic mood, Guy Avery was currently fleeing for his life. Dumbledore's warning letter had just arrived, and Lord Voldemort had arrived with the Death Eaters right after. Traitors must die, otherwise people's hearts will scatter, and the team will be difficult to lead. Death must die, and must die a terrible death. Guy Avery knew he was exposed, so he also knew the consequences of being caught. Death will die, and will die a terrible death. As soon as he drilled into the coniferous forest across the stream in front of the wooden house, he saw several black smoke plumes abruptly appearing at the door of his small house in the distance. The black smoke turned into human form, and Guy Avery would never forget the one leading them. He didn't dare to look any longer, turned around and ran. Hopefully they only focused on the house and didn't see him. Voldemort, the house is empty. The pot is still hot, which means Guy Avery lives here permanently and might have gone out for something. Lord Voldemort snorted coldly. Idiot, the traitor has escaped. Lord Voldemort pointed to the forest. He ran in there. The dark mark was not just a signal receiver. As long as Lord Voldemort was willing, the dark marks on these Death Eaters could all be an anchor point. Otherwise, Lord Voldemort would not have found Guy Avery's secluded place so easily. Guy Avery ran headlong. He had always been dissatisfied with his grandfather's arrangements. Not only did it cause an innocent young man to be imprisoned in Azkaban in his place, but it also disrupted Dumbledore's plan. In fact, even Dumbledore didn't expect that because of Dana's revenge, Donna Avery would frantically blurt out everything. He was as light as a swallow, taking strides of over 10 meters with every step. Of course, these were all the effects of magic. This kind of long-lasting magic was difficult to track because it was attached to the human body. But Lord Voldemort's pursuit of him did not rely on magic detection. Whoosh! Black smoke suddenly appeared 10 meters in front. Guy Avery had to stop. Guy, my child. Lord Voldemort showed a ferocious smile on his face. We meet again, but you're in such a hurry. Where are you going? Guy Avery gasped for breath and replied. It is my Voldemort. You are back. I am so happy to see you safe and sound. My life has been too difficult during the days you were away. For a reward of 5 francs, I had to send a message to Mrs. Bond, my neighbor's husband who works in town. Being driven by low muggle for a little money, I have brought shame upon you, Voldemort. Lord Voldemort nodded. So that's it, 5 francs. He changed the subject. What? Dumbledore made you a spy, and didn't even pay you a salary. Guy Avery's heart turned completely cold. Dumbledore's letter only said that Lord Voldemort was back and might have already known his true identity. But that was just a might. Now Lord Voldemort's words proved that his identity had truly been exposed. Cloudy mist. Guy Avery didn't take out his wand, he just waved his palm forward, and immediately a large area of white smoke formed, obscuring the view. It's no use, Guy. Lord Voldemort slowly took out his wand. You can't escape from my grasp. Look, your old friends are here. Aren't you going to say hello to them? I remember you were a very polite child. Guy Avery hid in the smoke. He crouched down and looked back. He saw 5 people surrounding him from behind. This time in France, there were no British purebloods who needed to hide their identities by his side, so everyone who came openly showed their faces. Bellatrix Lestrange, Piers Thickness, Antonin Dolohov, Corban Ixley, and Peter Pettigrew. The first 4 were elites on par with himself, and even Peter Pettigrew had the strength to blow up a street with a single spell. This was big trouble. Guy Avery knew his big trouble had arrived. Fighting was absolutely out of the question. So, the only option was to run. However, running also required strategy, and fortunately, the pervasive white mist provided him with the conditions to perform some tricks. Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters surrounded the white mist, and the Death Eaters pressed closer, just waiting for Voldemort to dispel the mist. Yes, with mist lingering before Lord Voldemort, there were only 2 outcomes. He wanted to dispel it, or he didn't. Ah! Guy Avery's scream suddenly came from the white mist. Lord Voldemort, who had originally wanted to toy with Guy Avery a bit longer, frowned and dispelled the lingering mist. Appearing before the few people was the lower half of a body, cut in half at the waist, while Guy Avery's upper half was nowhere to be seen. Bellatrix burst into laughter. Guy Avery is still so foolish, he can even splinch himself with apparition. Ixley shook his head. He must have been very nervous in front of Voldemort, and performing apparition requires determination. He wasn't determined enough. Indeed, dying from splinching during apparition fit Guy Avery's consistent impression of foolishness among the Death Eaters. Idiot! He isn't dead. Lord Voldemort's wand pointed directly at the half-body corpse. The corpse quickly transfigured, turning into half a dead branch. He can't escape. Lord Voldemort said. Follow me. Crackle. Lord Voldemort disapparated. The dark marks on the hands of the 5 Death Eaters received a spatial coordinate almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances. Crackle. And followed in Lord Voldemort's footsteps. This was still a forest. Guy Avery's upper half had died here with a ferocious expression. Lord Voldemort was getting annoyed. Was this traitor playing tricks on him? No, he wasn't a traitor. From the beginning, he was Albus Dumbledore's spy planted within them. The foolishness he had shown over the past few years was clearly all an act. A blasting curse pulverized the upper half of the corpse. When the Death Eaters appeared, Lord Voldemort only left a single instruction, follow, before operating again. In reality, even if Guy Avery operated continuously, Lord Voldemort could easily keep up with him. Because Lord Voldemort didn't need to track him by analyzing the residual echoes of apparition. As long as Guy Avery's dark mark remained, Lord Voldemort could instantly know his whereabouts. Unless Guy Avery was powerful enough to apparate directly to the other side of the world, the maximum sensing distance of the dark mark is 3,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, Guy Avery's apparition could only move about 400 kilometers at most. Guy fled, Voldemort pursued. Avery began to appear frequently in Muggle cities. Once, twice, thrice. What about the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? One person was deliberately violating it, and the other simply didn't care. They chased and fled with relish, while the 5 Death Eaters suffered greatly. But even Lord Voldemort was growing tired of this boring cat-and-mouse game. When he appeared among Muggles again, the ill-tempered Lord Voldemort cast several blasting curses. The human world couldn't be more of a living hell. Didn't Guy Avery anticipate Lord Voldemort's brutality? No, he knew Lord Voldemort very well. From the beginning, he had the idea of sacrificing Muggles. To protect himself, he needed the French Ministry of Magic to get involved. This shows that, fundamentally, this guy wasn't a good person. Even in a parallel world, the difference in personality shouldn't be this great. This means that the Guy Avery in the main world, the massacre caused by Lord Voldemort, immediately attracted the attention of the French Ministry of Magic. This was Guy Avery's plan. Although he was also a trespasser, with someone higher up taking the heat, he wasn't worried about these things. And Guy Avery's flight wasn't aimless. He now appeared in front of a house. When he reappeared, his left hand was severed. A blood-stopping charm had been applied to the wound, and bandages transfigured from transfiguration were wrapped around it layer upon layer to ensure not a single drop of blood leaked out. He had severed it himself. He had realized that Lord Voldemort was not tracking him by analyzing the echoes of apparition, but was using a more convenient locating method. It was just a hand. Cut it off when you must. Guy Avery had appeared at this house several times before, leaving behind several apparition echoes, enough to mislead Lord Voldemort. He rushed towards the front door of the house, and before reaching it, he shouted, "Nicholas is a big idiot." The password was correct, the door automatically opened, and Guy Avery rushed in without hesitation. Because Dumbledore had told him that this house was a safe house reserved for him. As Guy Avery entered, the door automatically closed again. He endured the pain in his left hand and peered through the crack in the door. Lord Voldemort followed the apparition echo and chased him here. But this time he didn't apparate again. Instead, he stood there, hesitating for a while. Having lost the dark mark's location, and with multiple apparition traces here, even someone as powerful as Lord Voldemort couldn't immediately determine where Guy Avery had gone. Crackle. Lord Voldemort disapparated. This time the Death Eaters didn't follow. Because he couldn't determine Guy Avery's whereabouts, Lord Voldemort didn't have them follow. Apparating continuously is not an easy feat. And the fact that Guy Avery could do it showed how deeply he had been hiding before. Guy Avery let out a long sigh of relief. Being called a safe house by Dumbledore meant it was relatively safe. Only then did he have the presence of mind to examine the house carefully. A thin layer of dust had accumulated in the house. The owner seemed to have been absent for over a month. But the things in the house were neatly arranged. Many bottles and jars were neatly stacked in a corner of the room, while some equipment that Guy Avery couldn't understand was covered by white cloths, occasionally revealing a corner. Guy Avery walked deeper into the house. He wanted to find a sofa to rest properly. Unfortunately, the owner of this house was too old and suffered from severe osteoporosis. Sitting on a sofa was absolutely out of the question, fearing that once he sat down, he would never be able to stand up again. "Oh, we have a guest." An old man in a portrait spoke. Although he was male, his voice sounded like an old woman's. "Are you Albus's little friend?" Guy Avery nodded. "Yes, Master Nicholas Flamel. My name is Guy Avery, and I am Professor Dumbledore's spy." "Oh, is that so? I'm afraid I died just over a month ago. If I hadn't died, I could have offered you a nice cup of tea." Bang! Boom! Flames erupted at the door, and amidst the roar, the door and the wall were blown into large holes together. The noseless white egg-like figure in black robes walked in, radiating killing intent. "It seems this is why you hid here with me," Nicholas Flamel's portrait said, beginning to mobilize all the furniture in the house. "This is truly a formidable enemy. Albus must compensate me. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that my legacy has all been distributed to my disciples." All the furniture were alchemical items, entirely Nicholas Flamel's house's defense mechanisms. If Nicholas Flamel hadn't died, then Lord Voldemort might not have had an easy time. But now, With only a portrait presiding over the defenses, the strength was insufficient. Blazing fiend fire burned everything. Reflected in the light of several huge flaming snake heads, Lord Voldemort's eyes were gloomy as he approached Guy Avery. "Say your last words, Guy Avery." Guy Avery wanted to continue operating, but found that this space had anti-apparition measures. He shook his head dejectedly. Was this the end? Boom! A ball of fire suddenly appeared in front of Guy Avery. White hair and a white beard appeared in the firelight. The ferocious fiend fire was almost no threat to the newcomer. It was instantly controlled and then extinguished. A pair of deep blue eyes looked directly at Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort's chest rose and fell violently. Yes, it was these eyes. When he was young, it was these eyes that taught him what fear was. And it was the owner of these eyes who repeatedly thwarted his plans to rule Britain. Damn Albus Dumbledore? On the Hogwarts Express. Harry. Hey, Hermione. How was your summer? It was the best summer I can remember. I stayed at the Weasleys the whole time. Ron slightly raised his chin beside him, feeling quite pleased with Harry's praise. Only he didn't realize that it was actually his mother and Chuangzi who had truly looked after Harry. His contribution was merely sharing his toys with Harry. This is my sister, Ginny Weasley. She's a first year this year. Ron introduced. Ginny, this is Hermione Granger, Harry's, and my friend. After a brief exchange of greetings, they found a compartment and ducked inside. Ginny was still a bit reserved even after a summer of desensitization. She still couldn't show her true self in front of Harry Potter. Hermione, how was your summer? I bet you were reading the whole time. We didn't see you when we went to Diagon Alley to buy things. Hermione, wise beyond her years, sighed. You guys are so carefree. I was on edge all summer. You know who is back. The wizarding world isn't safe anymore. I asked Professor McGonagall to help me buy things from Diagon Alley. She understood my situation. After all, you know who is particularly targeting wizards like me. Harry nodded. He had the most to say about Lord Voldemort's return, as he was the first witness. No, he was even a participant. He had offered his blood for Lord Voldemort's resurrection. Ron, however, waved his hand dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? With Dumbledore around, you know who can't cause any trouble. Hermione felt Ron's confidence was blind, so she retorted. But even when you know who was at his strongest over 10 years ago, Dumbledore couldn't do anything to him, could he? Ron raised an eyebrow, finding Hermione's tendency to argue really annoying. Back then, you know who had so many Death Eaters. Even Dumbledore couldn't take on 100 people by himself, could he? But things are different now. Azkaban has a new head. With this head guarding it, the Death Eaters locked up in Azkaban will never be able to escape. Head, are you talking about that legendary young wizard, Dana Emrys, who is our age but commanded Dementors to retake Azkaban? That's him, and because of his Azkaban reform, he can provide thousands of galleons of craftsmanship to the Ministry of Magic every month, which has significantly increased my dad's bonus, and my monthly allowance has increased by 3 newts because of it. Hermione's brow remained furrowed. If the Death Eaters are kept locked up, then you know who is indeed fighting a losing battle alone. But this can't be a long-term solution. Having such a powerful threat constantly around will make everyone very uncomfortable, won't it? Ron shrugged. I don't feel much about what you know who does, but that black dog that appeared near our house might make me more uncomfortable. Harry shook his head with a smile. Here we go again. Ron, we've told you many times, that's just a stray dog. No, Harry, I recognize that dog. That dog was in our dormitory that night. That dog bit Scabbers. Poor Scabbers, he's so old, and he still had to suffer this unexpected disaster. Now he must be hiding in some corner, trembling. Maybe he's even starved to death. My poor Scabbers. Scabbers scurried through the sewers of Paris. His mercury-like prosthesis glowed with blue light at this moment. Of course, the long-lasting confusion charm cast by Lord Voldemort was still effective, and to Muggles, this rat was whole. The last time they captured Guy Avery, Voldemort and Dumbledore had a brief confrontation that ended inconclusively because the Aurors from the French Ministry of Magic arrived. Voldemort was outnumbered after all. Guy Avery, however, was decisive, directly chopping off the hand marked with the dark mark. Humph, what difference does being an elite spy make? He still lost a hand just like me, Peter Pettigrew? Now Voldemort had him searching for Guy Avery's whereabouts in the big cities of France, but even with the help of the rats, this task was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He felt abandoned by Voldemort. He had taken the other 4 back to Britain, because Guy Avery was more likely to have been taken back to Britain by Dumbledore. Scabbers shook his head and squeezed into a drainpipe. Although it smelled here, as a rat, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Ah, how I miss the days at the Weasleys. Those were the most comfortable 10 years of his life. Fed well, showered with affection. No bullying, no discrimination. Well, that little brat Ron did look down on him verbally, but his actions were completely different. Damn Sirius! If it weren't for that smelly dog, he would still be enjoying himself now. How could he have lost a hand again and have to work 996 hours? Isn't this Professor Dumbledore? The new Azkaban head, Dana Emeries, warmly received the old man. Dana, I hope you can always stay on the right path. Dumbledore's expression was complex, while Dana shrugged casually. So you came all this way to lecture me a few words? Don't forget, Professor, you still owe my mother's life. Dana's eyes suddenly sharpened. Dumbledore knew he couldn't influence Dana, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But the most important thing for him now was to gather all the strength he could, rather than explaining the events of that year to Dana. Even if he was willing to explain, Dana might not be willing to listen. And regarding the events of that year, regardless of the process, he was always the one who started it. All right, let's talk about business, Dumbledore said. The other day I confronted Lord Voldemort face to face and saw someone who should have been dead. Peter Pettigrew. Dana chuckled, interrupting Dumbledore. Amazing, Professor Dumbledore, you finally remembered him. Dana casually cast a spandam gate, and shouted into the gate. Sirius, someone's looking for you. Sirius had messy hair, sleep in the corners of his eyes, and was sniffing, but it was difficult because one nostril was blocked. How could anyone be looking for me? Oh, right, Dana, buy a few more down jackets today. Damn it, playing cards with Dementors is not something a human should do. If it's not something a human should do, why are you playing so intently? Oh, isn't mahjong itself interesting? Sirius walked through the spandam gate, and yawned again. The moment he saw Dumbledore, he was so startled it almost cured his cold. Huh? Professor Dumbledore? Why is it you? Professor Dumbledore intuitively felt Dana's intelligence. He had only mentioned Peter Pettigrew, and Dana immediately knew that his trip was to find Sirius Black. However, since Black was here, things would be easier. Sirius, long time no see. Yes, long time no see, Professor. Professor Dumbledore said. I saw Peter Pettigrew with the Dark Lord before, so I believe there was something fishy about your case back then. I've come specifically now to ask you about the true situation at the time. Just as Sirius was about to recount his past like Xianglin Sao, Dana interrupted him. Wait a minute, Professor Dumbledore. You have no right to question Sirius Black about anything right now. Professor Dumbledore was stunned, and Sirius was also stunned. Only Dana was heard saying, regardless of whether Sirius Black's case has changed, he is currently a prisoner of Azkaban. Do you admit this? Professor Dumbledore nodded. Dana continued. And I am now the principal of Azkaban. Managing the prisoners of Azkaban is my responsibility. Do you admit this? Professor Dumbledore nodded again. Dana was very satisfied with Professor Dumbledore's cooperation, and spread his hands. So, according to procedure, if the Ministry of Magic wants to re-question the case, they must issue a written notice to summon the prisoner. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, I haven't received a notice from the Ministry of Magic. If you have it with you, please show it to me. Reasonable. Lawful. Professor Dumbledore was speechless. Professor Dumbledore, although you are the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and have many honors, you are after all a member of the wizarding world, and it is best to follow the law. Sirius couldn't stand it anymore and argued for Professor Dumbledore. The professor is the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dana looked at Sirius Black as if he were an idiot. President of the International Confederation of Wizards? What use is that? The International Confederation of Wizards is a platform for the magic governments of various countries to discuss major matters, and it does not have the authority to interfere in the internal affairs of the British Ministry of Magic. Sirius bared his teeth and said again, the professor is also the chief wizard of the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot is ours, it can manage our country's affairs, right? Dana nodded. The Wizengamot is indeed ours, and this organization even existed before the Ministry of Magic was established. But now the Wizengamot has gradually evolved into the functions of a court and a parliament. If your case eventually reaches a conclusion, then it is reasonable and lawful for the Weisengamot to issue documents to transfer you out and conduct a trial. But everything is undecided now. The Weisengamot does not have the authority to transfer you out of prison for questioning. This requires the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to issue relevant documents. All right, Sirius, Dana is right. I overstepped my authority this time. Professor Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I will go to the Ministry of Magic now to apply for a re-investigation and trial of your case. Wait a bit longer. If you are wronged, I will definitely help you clear your name. Professor Dumbledore left. Even though he had been tossed around on the sea for an hour before, he still left without hesitation, not having any intention of trying to argue with Dana further. Dana's businesslike attitude today had blocked him, which was already very unexpected for Professor Dumbledore. In his prediction, Dana might have fought with him due to hatred. Now it seemed that he still didn't understand Dana Emery's enough. He was much more patient than he had imagined. He both expressed his stance as an enemy and maintained restraint, because he knew that he was definitely not his opponent at the moment. Professor Dumbledore felt that such a Dana Emery's was much harder to deal with than Tom Riddle. Now the old principal could only hope that Dana's mother's past education of Dana was good enough that he wouldn't become a threat to the entire wizarding world. Otherwise, once Dana, who possessed the bloodline of Merlin, endured until he was fully grown, his destructive power would be incomparable to that of Tom Riddle, whose family legacy was almost severed. Dana? Why did you do that? After Professor Dumbledore left, Sirius roared at Dana. Dana tilted his head. What about me? I'm acting according to rules and regulations. Is that my fault? Sirius snorted coldly. I didn't know you were such a rule-abiding person. I also don't know who it was who escaped from Azkaban less than a week after arriving. Dana shrugged. I was innocent to begin with. The guilty one is Guy Avery. Sirius turned his head away. Sometimes he felt that Dana was a very annoying child, yet he couldn't argue with him. All right, I admit that I don't get along with Professor Dumbledore, but do you know? The reason I was replaced was Professor Dumbledore's idea. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Guy Avery is a spy Professor Dumbledore planted beside Lord Voldemort, so in order to protect a more valuable spy, what does it matter to sacrifice an insignificant pawn? Impossible. The professor is not that kind of person. Dana smiled. Not that kind of person? To be honest, when Lord Voldemort was resurrected, Peter Pettigrew was with him the whole time. It was impossible for Professor Dumbledore not to have seen him then. But why did Professor Dumbledore only remember you now? Let me tell you, that's because Guy Avery's identity has been exposed by Lord Voldemort, and Professor Dumbledore needs more pawns to fight against Lord Voldemort. And you are the pawn he has set his eyes on. The information was a bit too much all at once, and Sirius's mind was about to crash. After a long while, he said. He might have been too busy, he forgot. Dana waved his hand indifferently. Yes, he was too busy. If you are willing to go with him and fight Lord Voldemort, I won't stop you, as long as you remember that you still owe me a gambling debt that hasn't been paid off. Sirius nodded. After defeating Lord Voldemort, I will return and work for you as agreed. Dana raised an eyebrow and pointed to the Spandam Gate. All right, you should go back to your old family home and continue your sentence. As the person left and the door closed, Dana chuckled and muttered to himself. You're helping Professor Dumbledore fight Lord Voldemort, isn't that also working for me? A day later, Sirius was eventually taken away by Professor Dumbledore. This time the old principal brought Kingsley Shacklebolt, holding a note signed by Amelia Bones approving the transfer of prisoner Sirius Black to cooperate with the investigation. As an impartial principal, Dana immediately allowed him to leave. The entire process was meticulously detailed, so much so that even a veteran Auror couldn't find any fault. All right, Professor Dumbledore, Dana said. You can take Sirius Black away. I hope he is truly innocent, and that justice in the wizarding world can thus be served. Of course, if he is innocent, the Ministry of Magic will certainly give him an explanation. Dana nodded. Well said, but Professor, when can the justice that the wizarding world owes me be served? Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort were locked in a fierce battle. Avery family was engaged in internal conflict. Evidence of Barty Crouch Sr. and Cornelius Fudge's crimes was being collected. Unbeknownst to them, the entire wizarding world was undergoing drastic changes because of a certain young man, even though he actually hadn't done much. The safest place in the entire British wizarding world now was not Hogwarts, but Azkaban. So, as the warden, Dana was actually quite idle. While waiting for the results, Dana decided to follow the clues on the tapestry to find the true Merlin's secret treasure. He couldn't wait to grow up slowly, he needed to become powerful quickly. Top-tier existences in the wizarding world like Dumbledore, Lord Voldemort, and Jennifer Greengrass always posed a huge threat to him. If he had sufficient strength, he wouldn't need to form strategic alliances like he did now. Even though the plan was set, the final outcome still depended on how well the opposing sides performed. Its unpredictability always felt like a fishbone stuck in the throat. If Lord Voldemort won, that would be fine, as that guy didn't have very good ways to deal with Azkaban's guards. But if Dumbledore won, then he would face the strongest White Wizard's reckoning. The charge? They were already made assisting Death Eaters in escaping prison, helping Lord Voldemort resurrect. Dana believed that if those Death Eaters were captured, they would definitely confess about him, because the last time they came to Azkaban to rescue someone, it was he, Dana Emrys, who had forcefully blocked them back. And he had killed several of them. Merlin's secret treasure, first layer. War magic, natural magic. How to bring the dead back to life. Dana blinked. He had received Merlin's guidance for 2 years, but Merlin had not taught him any of the magic involved in these 3 books. Was it because Merlin had calculated that he would come here eventually, or for some other reason? It didn't matter. The words of the white-haired young man who claimed to be I am you still echoed in his ears, but learning some magic was always fine, right? Dana had no intention of bringing Anna back to the present world. Because of his past life as an assassin, he held death in great awe. He didn't think reviving the dead was a good thing. It was enough for Anna to live forever in his memory. If someone who had died was pulled back from some strange place, who knew what kind of thing would be pulled back? Putting the 3 books into his pendant, Dana walked towards the entrance to the second layer. By chance, his bloodline barely met the standard, and he entered the second layer. Grebeto Magic Crystal, this legendary precious magic power source, was like Chinese cabbage on this layer, piled up everywhere, and the rich magic factors in the air far exceeded those in Azkaban and Hogwarts. Dana didn't regret not coming to find Merlin's secret treasure earlier, because even if he had come before, he wouldn't have been able to enter the second layer due to his bloodline awakening level not meeting the standard. As expected, he couldn't enter the third layer, but the result was already quite satisfactory to him. The 3 magic books enhanced his techniques. And this entire cave full of Grebeto magic crystal was about to enhance his bloodline. With bloodline as the foundation and magic as the application, the time it would take for him to grow into a wizard capable of confronting Dumbledore's level was greatly shortened. Moreover, with this secret treasure, he no longer had to be confined to Azkaban, which made his future plans much more flexible. Excluding the thief. Excluding the thief. An alarm sounded, and 2 constructs, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared in the walls. Dana sniffed. What was this? The defense system turning the tables? Identifying the owner as a thief? That term was quite new. Dana didn't believe Merlin would make such a mistake. Anyone who could pass the bloodline test and enter the second layer must be Merlin's descendant. So there was only one conclusion, that these 2 constructs were merely an old-fashioned trial. Ordinary Dana from the main world could handle it, so how could assassin Dana, who lived by intelligence analysis and life and death combat, fail? Besides, when Dana from the main world found this place, he hadn't even received the education from Merlin. Voldemort? Congratulations on passing the trial. I am Abe. I am Hood. We are Graphorn fire spirits created by the old master. The fire spirits inside the constructs wanted to enter Dana's eyes, but he slapped them away. External forces should know their place. What was the meaning of trying to enter the Voldemort's body? Ever since meeting the white-haired Dana, assassin Dana had maintained caution towards the magic world. The fire spirits felt wronged and had to return to the constructs, shrinking back into the wall. Dana was satisfied and collected 2 piles of Grebeto magic crystal into his pendant before leaving. His bed needed to be remade. In The Return of the Condor Heroes, there was a 1,000-year cold ice bed. He wondered if a Grebeto magic crystal bed would be comfortable to sleep on. Guy Avery had been living in a tent not far from Hagrid's hut for a week. He hadn't been idle this week, even though Dumbledore told him to rest well. His severed hand had been replaced with an alchemical arm. Its flexibility was far inferior to his original, but it was superior in strength. At this moment, this alchemical arm was pulling a newspaper from a pile of past newspapers and accurately placing it on the dining table. Don't assume it's a muggle camping tent just because you see a tent. This was the wizarding world. It might look like a tent from the outside, but it could be a villa inside, and accommodating a one-bedroom, one living room was a minor matter. Idiot. Guy Avery's original hand slammed heavily on the table. When the potion industry is targeted, you go for illegal means. Absolutely foolish? All your actions were completely calculated by your opponents. How could you not lose? Disgraceful? It's a disgrace to the entire wizarding world. Aunt and nephew fought fiercely over family power. 4 dead, 15 injured. The whole thing is wrong. There must be an instigator behind this. Dana Avery? I didn't expect you, a boy from a branch family, to have such means at such a young age. Guy Avery's face was ferocious. Grandfather's disappearance must be related to you, kid, right? If you hadn't touched grandfather, you would have been a talent that could be used by the family. But now, you must die. Guy Avery quickly adjusted his expression. He had been a good person for over a decade. He couldn't do anything that didn't fit his image. Guy, are you in there? Rubeus Hagrid's loud voice sounded from outside the tent. Guy Avery cleared his throat, tested his voice, and responded in a very gentle and warm tone. Is that Hagrid? I'm here. Then I'm coming in. Come in. The tent flap was lifted, and Rubeus Hagrid's huge figure appeared at the entrance, carrying a large fish on his shoulder. I went to check if the hippocampus's little ones had been born today, and I ran into the giant squid playing in the water, and it threw such a big fish onto the shore, so I immediately brought it to you. You know, if I were to prepare this fish, it would be a waste. Ha ha ha, indeed. Next time you have any ingredients, bring them over here, and I'll help you process them. Guy, you really are a good person. What are you talking about? When it comes to kindness, I can't compare to you. Hagrid rubbed his belly sheepishly. I can't compare to you. I heard Dumbledore say you were lurking by you-know-whose side for so many years. How dangerous that must have been. You were also wanted by the Ministry of Magic and had to flee. You've had it so tough. Hagrid pointed to the northeast corner of the tent. I'll put the fish in the kitchen. Okay. Guy Avery stepped forward 2 steps and helped support the large fish behind Hagrid. The large fish was very slippery, and with Guy Avery's support, Hagrid immediately felt much lighter. Guy Avery followed Hagrid, talking as they walked. It wasn't that difficult. To eradicate the Dark Lord, I was just doing what I should. You're too humble. Hagrid unloaded the large fish in the kitchen with a thud. If it were me, I absolutely couldn't do what you did in my opinion. You are simply amazing. Guy Avery smiled and didn't reply, taking a knife from the kitchenware rack and starting to clean the large fish. Hagrid scratched his head, completely unconcerned about the sticky fish slime on his hands getting onto his hair. Guy, I heard your family has been in quite a turmoil recently. Aren't you going to step forward? I only have one thought now, and that is to get rid of the Dark Lord and restore a bright and clear world to the British wizarding world. As long as the wizarding world is peaceful, I will be satisfied. So I cannot show up yet. Everything is according to Professor Dumbledore's arrangements. As for the family, what's there to cling to in such a large family with decadent thinking? Only by letting more Muggle-born wizards or half-blood wizards grow up can the wizarding world prosper. Hagrid was so moved he almost started clapping. As expected of the person chosen by Dumbledore, his ideological awareness was truly high. Azkaban. Dana carved the magical patterns of war magic onto his beloved large sniper rifle. According to the teachings in war magic, this powerful ancient magic requires carving magical patterns onto oneself. However, Dana felt that while drawing magical patterns on himself was convenient to use, it always felt a bit off. Have you ever heard of a warrior grinding their own bones into blades? There are clearly weapons and tools available, yet they insist on working on their own bodies? You only have one body. What if you mess it up? Become like Lord Voldemort, neither human nor ghost? Therefore, after a simple experiment, Dana discovered that the activation patterns for war magic could also be effective when carved on weapons, leading to the scene at the beginning of this chapter. Head, the Dark Lord is looking for you. A prisoner responsible for hygiene in Azkaban Fortress came to report. Not everyone can be let out to earn money, like the one before him. He belonged to the category of ordinary people with no special skills, unable to carry heavy loads or lift things, so he could only do cleaning and odd jobs on Azkaban Island itself. I understand, I'll go now. The prisoner bowed and retreated. Dana stopped his work, closed his eyes, and sensed the perspectives of his Dementor companions. As expected, not a single Dementor was on patrol. What he saw was a lively card and chess room, where the Dementors were sucking from each other, having a great time. Degenerate, degenerate. Dana was indignant. If this continues, what will become of the defenses of my great Azkaban? However, it was fortunate that Dana had carved other magic circles. He swiped his right hand in the air, and immediately 4 or 5 water screens appeared, displaying images of several important points inside and outside Azkaban Fortress. Lord Voldemort was currently standing courteously before the main gate of Azkaban Fortress. Dana opened Spandam Gate and appeared before Lord Voldemort. It's been a while, Lord Dark Lord. Lord Voldemort showed a smile like that of an elder. Yes, it's been a long time, Dana. Dana pointed inside the fortress. Come in and sit for a bit. No, I have something to discuss with you. Dana smiled. I'm all ears. Just listen to the Dark Lord say. Guy Avery is currently protected by Dumbledore, and we can't capture him for the time being. I came this time to ask you if we can change the condition? As long as I have enough manpower, Guy Avery's head will eventually be placed before you. Dana shrugged. That won't do. I'm a man of my word when it comes to contracts. Didn't we agree on everything before? Lord Voldemort's face darkened. Dana could see that this guy's temper was rising, and he might lash out at any moment. Lord Dark Lord, don't you still have so many pure-blood family followers? Aren't they enough? Lord Voldemort shook his head. They're all fence-sitters, there are too few truly loyal people. Dana smiled, and just before Lord Voldemort was about to explode, he said. Coincidentally, I have information about one of your loyal followers here. He is absolutely loyal to you. Who? Barty Crouch Jr. I heard he died in Azkaban. That's a huge misunderstanding. The one who died was his mother, Mrs. Crouch, and Barty Jr. is currently being controlled by his father at home with Imperio. Dana. Lord Voldemort's gloomy expression began to dissipate, replaced by amusement. You're someone who doesn't do anything without gaining something, so what do you hope to gain from me by telling me this information? Dana gently clapped his hands. As expected of Lord Dark Lord, your insight into human nature is truly something that arrogant old fellow Dumbledore can't compare to. Speaking of arrogance, Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore are actually birds of a feather. Their extraordinary strength makes them both believe that their ideas are the most correct. However, everyone likes to hear good things, and Lord Voldemort couldn't help but smile. Dana continued. Do you remember how I was imprisoned in Azkaban before? Yes, I was forced to drink Polyjuice potion and swapped out Guy Avery, so the question is, could they have rescued Guy Avery without the cooperation of a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official? So your matter back then was handled by Barty Crouch Sr. Dana smiled. All right, now Lord Dark Lord knows the whereabouts of Barty Crouch Jr., and the rest is none of my business. Do you want him dead or alive? No, I am the Azkaban warden for the Ministry of Magic, and I don't do things like harming Ministry of Magic officials. If you want to save Barty Jr., go ahead. Anyway, as I said, the rest is none of my business. Lord Voldemort nodded. Okay, I understand. Alive, I'll leave Barty Crouch Sr. for you to deal with yourself. Donna Avery was smug. After she left St. Mungo's, she simply set 2 traps and captured all the Avery family clansmen Madeline Avery could use. With 100 armed people at her disposal, Donna Avery was full of confidence. She now brought her people to the monthly Avery family meeting. Madeline Avery, sitting in the main seat, watched with wide eyes as the door was kicked open and Donna Avery brazenly sat opposite him. Donna Avery, this is not where you should be. Donna's gaze swept over the faces of the clansmen one by one, finally resting on Madeline's young yet twisted face. Oh, not where I should be. Why do you say that? You've lost all your magic, you're a cripple. A cripple. Donna smiled. What will make the Avery family glorious again, magic or brains? Uncles and brothers, who among you can answer this question? The attendees were silent. Facts had proven that when Donna Avery was in power, the Avery family was indeed orderly from top to bottom, whereas Madeline Avery was an incompetent fool, and under his management, the situation of the Avery family worsened day by day. However, their current support for Donna Avery was partly because she was indeed a cripple now, and partly because she was a woman, and from the very beginning, they resisted being managed by her from the bottom of their hearts. Madeal Avery stood up abruptly. What will make the family glorious again is strength. Humph, how dare you disrupt the family meeting? Guards! Arrest Donna Avery. Madeal Avery was secretly pleased in his heart because his previous attempts had failed, and he was just wondering how to catch Donna, but he didn't expect her to deliver herself to his doorstep. Donna sat there, unmoving like a mountain. Half a minute later, the guards still hadn't entered, causing beads of sweat to start dripping from Madeal Avery's forehead. He felt that things were starting to slip out of his control. How could this be? She's just a cripple who lost her magic, with no money or power. Oh, it seems your people can't make it, Donna Avery said with a smile. In that case, let me show you my people. Donna clapped her hands, and a group of black-robed figures filed in, filling the entire meeting room. Even though Madeal Avery was young and inexperienced, the killing intent emanating from these people made him understand one thing. He seemed to have underestimated the power in Donna Avery's hands. What are you doing? This is a family meeting of the Avery family, one of the sacred 28. Madeal Avery roared loudly. Guards! Report to the Ministry of Magic! There are lawless individuals plotting here. A red light shot out from the tip of a black-robed wizard's wand. Madeal Avery was hit and immediately lost his voice. Two black-robed wizards stepped forward and pulled him down from the main seat. Donna Avery walked forward with a smile and sat in the main seat. All right, I now announce that the Avery family will be under my control again from now on. Who is in favor? Who is against? The family members were like old monks in meditation, their eyes looking at their noses looking at their mouths, and their mouths looking at their hearts. No one was willing to express their opinion proactively. Donna waved her hand, and immediately a black-robed wizard cast a spell on Madeal Avery. Cruciatus Curse. Madeal Avery was silenced. He rolled on the ground frantically, but there was no sound in the air. The scene was strange, but everyone knew how much pain Madeal Avery was in. I'm in favor. I'm in favor too. Madeal's suffering alone was enough. I'm not in favor. A young voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the door. The conference room door opened, and the owner of the voice appeared at the entrance. Dana Emery's. Donna Avery's pupils constricted. This kid was one of the few beings who could make her feel afraid. No, you're wrong, Aunt Donna, my last name isn't Emery's. Everyone, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dana Avery, son of Joseph Avery. I believe many of you know me. I currently hold the position of Warden of Azkaban. The family members immediately began to discuss among themselves Joseph Avery. They naturally knew this name. He was the son of Olympos Avery family's younger brother, and it seemed that this branch of the family now only had this young man left. Donna Avery looked left and right, hoping that the black-robed wizards would take down this kid. But who knew that as Dana kept walking towards her, those black-robed figures all made way for him, until Dana stood in front of Donna Avery. I am not in favor of Aunt Donna controlling the family because the facts have proven that her management of the family has been a failure. Under her management, the family's wealth has been lost by more than half, and there are still family members imprisoned in Azkaban. He looked at Madeal, who was still rolling on the ground. Of course, Madeal Avery is also not qualified. Everyone has seen his actions. Dana walked behind Donna and placed a hand on her shoulder. This action made Donna shiver all over, and then she found that she couldn't move. For the sake of the Avery family, I believe that the new family head should be chosen from outside of these two. So according to bloodline, I am the grandnephew of the former head, Olympos Avery family, and my bloodline is closer to the former head than anyone else present. And Olympos Avery family's grandson, Guy Avery, is currently in exile overseas and cannot return. Therefore, I believe I am the most suitable person to take over the Avery family. If Dana hadn't said anything, everyone seemed to have forgotten before. He and his mother were inconspicuous in the family, not because their bloodline was distant, but because his grandfather and father died early and they had no protection. Donna Avery tried her best to overcome the fear in her heart and roared at the black-robed wizards. What are you waiting for? Help me take down this arrogant kid. Dana walked in front of Donna Avery, with his back to all the family members, only letting Donna see his transformed face. 2 seconds later, Donna became extremely terrified. You are? No, impossible. Dana smiled and pointed to the black-robed wizards in the room. They were never Dr. Bohan's people, but mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed wizards bowed to Dana in unison. Boss. Dana waved his hand as if shooing away flies, and immediately someone, just like they had treated Madeil Avery earlier, dragged Donna Avery away from the main seat and threw her on the ground. Donna Avery seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock, and stared blankly at Madeil, who was still wriggling on the ground. Dana then sat in the main seat, and the black-robed wizards stood behind him in unison. Now I will take charge of the Avery family. Who is in favor, who is against? Donna Avery was escorted out of Avery Manor. Without magic, she didn't know where to go. The nearest wizarding settlement was hundreds of kilometers away, and she was penniless. She would likely starve or die of exhaustion before she even got there. She wandered like a zombie. Everything that happened today felt like a dream. The transition from a beautiful dream to a nightmare seemed to take only a second. Where else could such a fantastical development happen if not in a dream? Donna Avery. Dana appeared in front of her with a rip sound. I couldn't openly kill you at the family meeting, but now I don't think you have any reason to continue living. No, don't kill me. Didn't you let me go last time? I have no magic now, I'm useless now. Killing me will dirty your hands? Please. Dana smiled. I did let you go last time, but how did you repay my kindness? You brought Dumbledore. Do you know how much trouble that caused me? I was wrong, I won't dare again. Donna Avery knelt on the ground. This proud woman completely collapsed at this moment. The rapid transition from heaven to hell made her more vulnerable than ever. The love she imagined was a spider web woven by Dana Emery's from beginning to end. Dana shook his head. No, you don't know you were wrong, you know. He. An unpleasant laugh rang out, and Dana spread his hands. Lady Greengrass, is that you? A rigid-faced old woman materialized in the air. I knew it. As long as I followed Donna, I would definitely catch you. I never expected that you would gather so many subordinates in such a short time. It won't be easy to control you anymore. But if you want revenge on Donna, you will definitely come alone. Young man, I've finally caught you. Dana's expression changed slightly, and then he heard Jennifer Greengrass continue. Found out? Not only apparition, but I've also sealed the space frequency band of the Spandam Gate. You can't escape. Dana exhaled a breath of stale air and pulled out his wand with a solemn expression. Jennifer Greengrass laughed heartily. Don't make futile resistance, Dana Emery's. After 2 blue lights, Dana's wand flew into the air, and his limbs were firmly grabbed by translucent large hands reaching out from the void. Ha, Dana Emery's, you're finished. Donna Avery laughed maniacally. She hadn't expected Mrs. Greengrass to have been watching her all along. Mrs., kill this brat? Kill this brat. Jennifer Greengrass glanced at Donna. This woman was no longer useful, so she casually waved her hand. Crack. Donna Avery's head rotated 270 degrees backward. This woman, after experiencing great ups and downs, abruptly met her end. However, the other two present didn't seem to spare her another glance. Dana, come with me. We'll unearth Merlin's secret treasure. The wealth is yours. I'll only take one item. The controlled Dana shook his head. Impossible. I'm the type who responds to kindness but not force. You treat me like this. A searing hot branding iron extended from the void, pressing firmly onto Dana's back. I lived in the church for a long time. You should know that in the Middle Ages, the most excellent torturers came from the church. Jennifer Greengrass's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Dana, my dear, you'd better cooperate, otherwise you'll experience the full set of medieval torture. Bang! A sudden gunshot. Jennifer Greengrass's pupils constricted violently. Where did the bullet come from? I had my protective shield on. How did the bullet get in? I clearly had a premonition of danger and evaded in advance, but why did the bullet hit me? A blood flower bloomed on Greengrass's left shoulder. The lightning-like blue bullet passed through her arm, through her body, pierced her spine, and exited from her right back rib. Following the trajectory of the blue lightning bullet, looking 500 meters east, Dana lay quietly in a bush outside Avery Manor. The war magic runes on the silver-white sniper rifle's body flowed with beautiful magical light. And the Dana who had been captured quickly transformed, turning into a vase. Jennifer Greengrass was certain Dana would eventually seek revenge on Donna alone, while Dana was certain that when he sought revenge, Jennifer Greengrass would seize the opportunity to ambush him. Only after seeing Merlin's secret treasure did he realize how tempting this treasure was. Whoosh! Dana stood before Greengrass, who could only slump to the ground at this moment. She could no longer feel her lower body. Dana took out a dagger and stepped forward, preparing to slit her throat. Such a dangerous person couldn't be given a chance to escape. This was the wizarding world, and paralysis wasn't incurable. Donna Avery was dead. There wouldn't be such a good bait next time. Grasping the old woman's hair, the dagger plunged down. Suddenly, everything spun. Dana's hand felt empty, and he found himself in a gray, hazy world. Jennifer Greengrass was gone. Young Emery's, although Jennifer Greengrass violated my orders and acted on her own, her crime isn't punishable by death. You've already punished her. Spare her life. There aren't many people from my era still alive. Keeping her means I can at least occasionally reminisce about the old times with her. A beautiful woman walked out of the gray mist. Every cell in Dana's body screamed, warning him this woman is dangerous, extremely dangerous. Who are you? I am Morgan Ellie Fay. Dana became even more tense. Morgan Ellie Fay was the ruthless person who had trapped his ancestor, Merlin, in an oak tree. As she spoke, Morgan Ellie Fay had already walked up to Dana. Time seemed to have left no trace on Morgan. She looked no older than her early 30s. It was hard to imagine she was an old being who had lived for over 1500 years. Dana was observing Morgan Ellie Fay, and Morgan Ellie Fay was also observing Dana. However, Morgan Ellie Fay, who had just been acting like a superior being, suddenly began to show fear in her eyes. It's you? It's you? It's actually you? No, 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 this is a misunderstanding. You want Greengrass's life. Take it, take it. The gray mist dispersed instantly, and Morgan Ellie Fay also vanished like smoke, leaving a bewildered Dana standing in place. What just happened? Donna Avery was still dead on the ground, her head facing backward, eyes wide in death. But Jennifer Greengrass had already disappeared. Dana was certain she wasn't rescued by Morgan Ellie Fay, because there was a very clear magical echo of apparition at his feet. To have her spine broken and still be able to dispel the anti-apparition magic and escape in such a short time, this Jennifer Greengrass was indeed a 1000-year-old monster. Dana crouched down, beginning to track the target coordinates of the apparition. Greengrass Manor. Astoria Greengrass was 10 years old this year. Next year she could go to Hogwarts and attend school with her sister. Days spent alone at home were truly boring. The little girl took out the magical children's books she had read countless times and started reading the cliché story of a prince saving a princess. Suddenly, Astoria felt dizzy, and then her body moved on its own, uncontrollably. She jumped out of bed barefoot, the picture book she had been holding falling to the floor. She stumbled out of the house like this, as if something was calling her. Walking through the garden, her tender white little feet were bloody from the gravel. Walking through the bushes, her delicate little dress was torn and ripped by thorns. Come here, little darling, great-grandma needs you. Appearing before Astoria was a strange person covered in blood and crawling on the ground. Undoubtedly, this strange person was Jennifer Greengrass, who had prolonged her life by absorbing the life force of generations of Greengrass women. Quick, good child, let me take a sip. Jennifer was extremely weak at this moment. Otherwise she wouldn't have needed to bring Astoria in front of her. She could have absorbed the little girl's life force from across the void. Although Astoria's body was not under her control, her mind was clear. She was already terrified at this moment. The old woman in front of her was truly horrifying. A stiff old face like white painted bark, crawling on the ground like a wild beast, covered in bloodstains, the smell of blood filling the air. Even though she was such a half-dead monster, her eyes looked at her with intense desire. Astoria had seen this look before. Her dog had the same look when it saw a large piece of beef. But despite her fear, Astoria's body continued to approach Jennifer step by step, uncontrollably. The sense of despair in the little girl's heart grew stronger. Didn't her parents notice her abnormality? Whoosh! A handsome older brother suddenly appeared in front of Astoria, separating her from the strange old woman. Dana was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Jennifer Greengrass to not escape back to her old lair, but to come here. This was clearly the outskirts of a pure-blood family's ancestral land. No, you can't kill me, Jennifer shrieked. You saw it. Morgan Ellie Fay is my Voldemort. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Dana gently touched Astoria's forehead. The little girl only felt her eyelids grow heavy, and then she fell asleep. He turned around, looking at Jennifer, who was unable to escape. The cold light from the dagger in his hand was captivating. Compared to Morgan Ellie Fay, I think your threat is greater, so, thud. Astoria's eyes widened dramatically. Her eyes were already quite large, but now they looked like a character from a Japanese manga. Sorry, did I scare you? Dana put away his dagger, turned around, and apologized to the little girl. Do you want me to use a memory charm to erase this bad memory? Don't worry, I'm very skilled and won't make any mistakes. Astoria shook her head. No, if this memory is erased, I won't remember you, big brother. Dana smiled, pointing at Jennifer Greengrass, who was now silent. Aren't you scared? Aren't you afraid of having nightmares tonight? No, I'm not afraid. Astoria showed a smile, as if to convince Dana that she was really okay, or perhaps using the smile to comfort herself. I feel very good. Thank you for saving me. Saved her? Dana was a bit confused. My name is Astoria Greengrass. What's your name, big brother? Greengrass? A descendant of Jennifer Greengrass? Dana did know from Merlin that there was magic among ancient wizards that could extract vitality from blood relatives. Looked at that way, he had indeed accidentally saved this little girl. My name isn't necessary. We may not meet again in the future. Astoria shook her head. Astoria often secretly reads her father's newspapers. In my opinion, big brother is very much like that young warden of Azkaban. Dana. Goodbye. Whoosh. Watching Dana apparition away, Astoria covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This big brother was truly interesting. She stretched from the moment she was born until now. She had never felt as comfortable as she did at this moment. Originally, her life was like being shrouded in a layer of haze, but at this moment it was so relaxed, so bright. Astoria glanced at Jennifer's corpse. Was it because of this strange person? She remembered this person calling herself great-grandmother? Perhaps she should ask her father. He must know something. Dad, Dad! Astoria shouted towards the direction of the manor. Her little feet were covered in cuts, and running back to the manor was clearly unrealistic. Hopefully, her father could hear her, otherwise, she would be in trouble. Killing Jennifer Greengrass greatly boosted Dana's confidence. It proved that after adding war magic runes to his weapons, with his current level of magic, he could pose a fatal threat to wizards of Jennifer's caliber. Unfortunately, manufacturing ammunition compatible with war magic firearms was very troublesome. Making such a tiny bullet carry powerful magic was not a simple matter. Every bullet was incredibly precious, but worth the cost. From this moment on, he could finally speak with Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort from a position of strength. Although the other parties might not know that Dana possessed the means to threaten their lives. After all, Dana's apparent strength was only 1.5 Lu, a far cry from their strength. However, as the current head of the Avery family, Dana's strength of 1.5 Lu was completely presentable, which was half stronger than a certain combat power unit gentleman. Dana returned to the second level of Merlin's vault. Azkaban was his territory, but in terms of safety, this was the preferred location. He needed to conduct some soul-related experiments, and this was the most suitable place. Clearing out an open space, Dana drew a magic circle. This magic circle was recorded in How to Bring the Dead Back to Life and was used to imprison souls. It could effectively prevent the Sea of the Dead from attracting the souls of the deceased. Dana touched his pendant, releasing 2 souls, which were firmly absorbed by the magic circle. One soul was Donna Avery's, and the other was Jennifer Greengrass's. They were unlucky enough to encounter Dana after he had opened Merlin's vault, otherwise, at this moment, they should have been happily drifting on the Sea of the Dead. Donna Avery hadn't gotten used to being in a soul state yet, so her entire soul looked dull. But Jennifer Greengrass was an experienced witch, and she had already regained consciousness the moment Dana confined her in the pendant. Jennifer's soul form showed her at the age of 20, wearing a nun's habit. Clearly, the time she spent in the church was, in Jennifer's own view, her peak period. The Jennifer in the main world was forcefully subjected to a bloodline curse by Morgan Le Fay because of Dana, to extend her life by extracting the life force of blood-related witches. However, the Jennifer in this world used the curse herself to survive. Where is this? Jennifer quickly understood the current situation and asked with a grim expression. You've already opened Merlin's vault. Dana stroked his chin, carefully observing Jennifer's soul. A vibrant soul was clearly different from the ghosts at Hogwarts that lingered in the mundane world. Regarding Jennifer's question, Dana nodded. That's right. This is Merlin's vault, which you've been longing for. Congratulations, you finally got your wish. Jennifer Greengrass no longer had a body, but her soul still made an expression. Her facial muscles twitched. Dana thought this was an excellent research topic. Even without a body or muscles, the soul still mimicked muscle movements, which was incredibly interesting. A look of extreme anger appeared on Jennifer's beautiful and transparent face. What exactly do you want to do? Dana shrugged. Study souls? Magic is based on emotions, but whether emotions originate from the body or the soul is something even my ancestor Merlin wasn't entirely sure about. Now that the two of you have fallen into my hands, wouldn't it be a waste of resources if I didn't study you properly? Of course, the research process will certainly be very painful, and for that, I deeply apologize. But once the research yields results, it will definitely be a great step forward for the wizarding world, and people will remember your contributions. Jennifer began to feel fear. She understood very well what pain directly applied to the soul felt like. When Morgan Le Fay punished disobedient witches, she would sometimes directly scorch their souls. Jennifer had the privilege of experiencing it. Is this the emotion of fear? Dana looked at the faint gray halo appearing on Jennifer's soul and muttered to himself. He pulled out his wand, and with a gentle wave, greenish flames began to burn beneath Jennifer Greengrass's feet. Ah! The soul began to scream, a tragic and piercing sound. This soul's shriek startled the confused, mang dong dong, naive/ignorant, soul of Donna Avery awake. Where is this? Dana shifted his gaze away from Jennifer and said cheerfully to Donna. Congratulations, you didn't go to the Sea of the Dead. Also, welcome to my laboratory, Aunt Donna. Barty Crouch Sr. returned home, utterly exhausted. Truth be told, his current job was not busy at all, compared to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which was swamped recently. His Department of International Magical Cooperation was practically a sinecure. Lord Voldemort had returned, the worst possible situation, but he was powerless to do anything, only able to handle the trivial matters of international cultural exchange. That was Lord Voldemort. Barty Crouch Sr. heavily clenched his fist. Most of the Death Eaters had been captured during his tenure as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but now, he could do nothing. What had he done wrong? He had done nothing wrong? Was it his fault that his son was a Death Eater? Even when the news that Barty was a Death Eater broke out, he had personally sent him to Azkaban? But everything was over. Not only did he fail to become Minister for Magic, but he also lost the righteous cause he had fought for his entire life. He pushed open the door, turned right, and walked into the living room. He wanted to sit here for a while, drink a glass of red wine, and let his almost collapsing mood ease slightly. There was no lighting in the living room, and Barty Crouch Sr. called out in dissatisfaction. Shan, how many times have I told you, whether I'm back or not, turn on the lights at 6 o'clock sharp, we are not short on lamp oil money. Shan was the Crouch family's house elf, a timid girl. In the past, if Barty Crouch Sr. spoke so sternly, Shan would undoubtedly appear at the first moment, fulfilling all of Barty Crouch Sr.'s requests. But now, the living room was silent. Barty Crouch Sr. took out his wand, cursed vaguely, and then used the lighting charm. The room instantly brightened, and the first thing that came into view was the house elf, stunned and tied up. Barty Crouch Sr.'s eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately became vigilant. He. With a burst of laughter, Bellatrix flashed out from behind the curtains. Long time no see, Barty Crouch Sr. Barty Crouch Sr. immediately pointed his wand at Bellatrix, but he heard the sound of a spell cutting through the air behind him, followed by a pain in his back, and his wand flew out of his hand uncontrollably. He staggered forward 2 steps, turned his head, and saw Antonin Dollahove's twisted face. Death Eaters? You've broken into my home, what do you want? Dollahove bared his teeth, showing a fierce expression, while Bellatrix sat elegantly on the sofa. You should know what we're here for. She played with the wand in her hand. Tell us, where have you hidden your son? Barty Crouch Sr. snorted coldly and replied. My son is already dead in Azkaban. Dollahove raised his wand high. Cruciatus Curse. The Crucio spell shot straight at Barty Crouch Sr. but was intercepted in midair by Bellatrix. Then the woman stood up and shrieked at Dollahove. What are you doing? Do you want to defy Voldemort's will? Bellatrix's shout completely destroyed the elegance she had previously created. Voldemort needs Barty Crouch Sr. intact. The Crucio spell will turn him into an idiot. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Bellatrix had the right to speak about the Crucio spell turning people into idiots. Then how can we make him tell the truth without torturing him? Antonin Dollahove retorted. Saving Barty is the most important thing. Bellatrix sneered coldly. It's because of brainless guys like you that Voldemort's progress in taking over the British wizarding world is so slow. Bellatrix walked enchantingly towards Barty Crouch Sr. and said softly, although I've saved you from the pain of the Crucio spell this time, it's only temporary. I might not be able to stop that brood again, so tell us, where have you hidden Barty? Barty Crouch Sr. knew that his secret was exposed. He is a criminal. Barty Crouch Sr. no longer denied it, but his attitude remained firm. Although he is not in Azkaban, he must pay the price for his actions. Oh la la! Bellatrix laughed. How can a person who swapped his son out of prison using his missus speak with such righteousness? Barty Crouch Sr. looked at Bellatrix coldly and replied, that was my Mrs.'s dying wish, and I had to follow it. But Barty is still in custody, just in a different prison. Bellatrix shook her head. Then whose dying wish was it to swap out Guy Avery using Dana Emery's? Barty Crouch Sr. was greatly alarmed. He had not expected that the deed he had done impulsively, blinded by power at the time, would now be known to the Death Eaters. In the instant Barty Crouch Sr. was distracted, Bellatrix waved her wand and shouted, Imperio. Yes, the Crucio spell turns people into idiots, but the Imperio spell is unlikely to. Looking at Barty Crouch Sr., who had a happy smile on his face, Bellatrix smugly raised her chin at Dolohov. Then she commanded, Barty Crouch Sr., take us to your son. Yes. Cornelius Fudge walked through layer after layer of the prison, turning a blind eye to the current state of Azkaban, where 9 out of 10 cells were empty. These prisoners didn't cause trouble and instead contributed wealth to the Ministry of Magic every month. In Fudge's view, he wished he had another dozen Azkabans like this. He arrived at the warden's office on the 7th floor. Look, how diligent our young warden is. Fudge warmly hugged Dana. Dana subtly pushed Fudge away, responding with a smile. This is what I should do. So many wizards are imprisoned here, all valuable productivity. Wouldn't it be a waste not to utilize them? Yes, you are absolutely right, Dana. Fudge nodded repeatedly. Azkaban's reforms have been very effective. Even the officials who were critical of it before are now silent. Of course they would be silent, their salaries are paid on time, and their bonuses have increased. Anyone would say the reform is good. Of course, the achievements made by Azkaban are all under Cornelius Fudge's leadership. Fudge waved his hands repeatedly, but the corners of his mouth, almost reaching the back of his head, betrayed his true feelings. However, Dana ignored all of this and asked directly, I wonder if Minister, taking time out of your busy schedule to come to my Azkaban today, is for official business. Cornelius Fudge nodded. The Death Eaters have been causing quite a stir recently. Someone recognized a familiar face among them, Barty Crouch Sr.'s son, Barty, but according to ministry records, Barty Crouch Sr. is already dead in Azkaban. So I came to confirm, what exactly is going on? Dana smiled. I happen to have a document here that Minister might find very interesting. As he spoke, Dana pulled open a drawer, rummaged through it, found a document, and handed it to Fudge. I found this when I was organizing the list of deceased prisoners from previous years. I originally planned to report it to the Ministry of Magic, but I was too busy and forgot. Fudge took the document and looked at it for only 2 seconds before becoming overjoyed. Although Barty Crouch Sr. had been demoted to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the prestige he had accumulated over the years was still there. The Great Azkaban retreat that Fudge had previously orchestrated had caused his reputation to plummet. Although Dana's recapture of Azkaban later helped him clean up the mess, there were already voices within the ministry suggesting let Barty Crouch Sr. take the stage, which forced Fudge to be cautious. This has helped me a great deal. Indeed, this document was extremely useful to Fudge at the moment. Fudge put the document away with great satisfaction. Then he heard Dana ask, I don't think this small matter is worth Minister rushing to Azkaban in your busy schedule, so you must have other business here, right? Fudge nodded and said, you know, Dana, you know who is back. His Death Eaters are causing trouble everywhere, and the Ministry's Aurors and Hit Wizards are no longer enough. I want to transfer some prisoners with less serious charges from you to participate in the fight against the Death Eaters. If the Dementors can also help, that would be even better. Dana raised an eyebrow. It can't be that bad, can it? Most of the Death Eaters are locked up in Azkaban. You know who doesn't have that many people available. If the Ministry sent out all the Aurors, it shouldn't be stretched thin, right? Fudge smiled awkwardly. I have to keep some people to protect the ministry, don't I? You know, last time the prisoners escaped, the whole ministry was in chaos. Dana nodded. That's true. Speaking of last time makes me angry. That despicable you-know-who used polyjuice potion to turn into me, damaging my reputation anyway. I am now the head of the Avery family. Fudge blinked. He only now realized that the young man before him was indeed the head of the Avery family. Let him be whatever he says he is. Anyway, the prisoner escape and Lord Voldemort's return happened one after the other. It made sense that the Death Eaters causing chaos at the Ministry was to buy time for Lord Voldemort's resurrection. Minister, the Ministry's defenses certainly cannot be relaxed, but Azkaban cannot be neglected either. You should know that if Azkaban makes a mistake and lets those Death Eaters escape, the situation could be worse than it is now. There was truth in his words, and Fudge immediately became anxious. Then what should we do? Dana smiled, leaned closer to Fudge, and whispered, Minister, I have a brilliant idea. Why not let Headmaster Dumbledore go and hunt down the Death Eaters? Fudge spread his hands helplessly. Dumbledore is at Hogwarts. There are too many Muggle-born young wizards there, so he is bound to be you-know-who's primary target, which is why he cannot leave Hogwarts. Excuses, these are all excuses. Dana smiled like a fox. Since that old man doesn't want to move, let's force him to move. You-know-who is the enemy of the entire wizarding world, so the citizens of the British wizarding world have a duty to step forward and fight against evil. Doesn't Dumbledore have a secret organization called the Order of the Phoenix? He himself cannot leave Hogwarts, so the Ministry of Magic will recognize the legitimacy of the Order of the Phoenix and let its members assist the Aurors in capturing Death Eaters. Fudge felt that his trip to Azkaban today had been extremely rewarding. If members of the Order of the Phoenix fight against Death Eaters and encounter danger, could Dumbledore not show up? Certainly not. Dumbledore was too idle, it was indeed time to make him move. Why should my Ministry of Magic exert its full effort to encircle and suppress Death Eaters, while you, the foremost light wizard of the wizarding world, stand by and watch? You are even the chief wizard of the Wizengamot? Order of the Phoenix. Fudge's eyes were very clear. You mean to let the people of the Order of the Phoenix directly confront the Death Eaters? That's pretty much it. The people of the Order of the Phoenix will hunt down the Death Eaters. Once they encounter danger, Dumbledore can't just stand by, right? Fudge shook his head. I don't think anyone would be foolish enough to desperately fight the Death Eaters. The Ministry of Magic has no authority to order wizards outside the Ministry of Magic to do such dangerous things. Dana laughed heartily. Minister, don't forget, the war began the day the Dark Lord returned. It is wartime now. It is a war where the Death Eaters want to overthrow the current order of the British wizarding world. In war, there are no neutral parties. If one side tolerates the existence of neutral parties, then he must be prepared to be stabbed in the back by the neutral parties. During wartime, isn't it natural for the government to mobilize all personnel to fight evil? If someone is unwilling to fight evil, then he is mostly evil. Minister, if someone is unwilling to fight the Death Eaters, then he is very likely a Death Eater, and needs to be locked up in Azkaban and thoroughly investigated. Brilliant. Fudge slapped his hands together fiercely, using so much force that his palms turned red, but the excitement made him feel no pain. He said, This is indeed a brilliant idea. This way, not only will Dumbledore have to step in, but we can also drag in some other pure-blood families. Dana's mouth twitched slightly. Drag in other pure-blood families? Aren't you afraid they are Lord Voldemort's spies? Roll, Rosier, Flint, these are all large families that have produced Death Eaters, not to mention some small family wizards who are extremely well hidden. But it doesn't matter. What happens to the Ministry of Magic has nothing to do with Dana. As long as Dumbledore is unhappy, Dana is happy. Exactly, Minister is truly farsighted and deeply strategic. Ha ha ha. Fudge was extremely happy. Dana, you are too good with words. Thank you so much today, you really helped a lot. Dana smiled and saw Cornelius Fudge off. Barty Crouch Sr. was tricked. Dumbledore was tricked. Cornelius Fudge, he jumped into the pit himself. Today was truly a good day. The following days were like kneading dough. Add flour if there's too much water, add water if there's too much flour. When Lord Voldemort was weak, Dana would release 2 Death Eaters. When Dumbledore suffered losses, Dana would timely reveal some of Lord Voldemort's internal plans to him. It was quite simple to know Lord Voldemort's plans. Otherwise, Did you think Dana would release some Death Eaters so easily? Muggle eavesdropping technology is decades ahead of the wizarding world. And under Dana's magical modification, how about plant-based listening devices implanted under the Death Eater's skin? After nearly a year, Dumbledore visited Azkaban again. Azkaban now presented a different scene. Apart from those Death Eaters, there were hardly any criminals in the entire fortress. Over 40% of the empty cells had become card rooms for the Dementors. The current Azkaban is really not suitable for living people. Dementors have multiplied somewhat quickly due to being too well nourished. Their inherent icy nature has caused the temperature on the already cold Azkaban island to drop by 20 degrees. Even Dana only came to work for 4 hours during the day, and then retreated to Merlin's secret treasure to rest. The temperature is below zero year-round. Staying too long will cause health problems from the cold. Dumbledore came to the 7th floor, to Dana's office. 4 large fireplaces were placed in the 4 corners of the room. The roaring flames could only keep the room temperature at 7 or 8 degrees. Dana was browsing the EAM Group's report from last month. The Avalon Brotherhood's report had been put into Dana's pendant 10 seconds ago, as this kind of thing couldn't be seen by Dumbledore. 10 seconds. This is the amount of future time Dana can now see. As an assassin, he has an extremely high sensitivity to time. Being able to glimpse 2 seconds into the future allowed him to play tricks, let alone the current 10 seconds. Dana, it's been a while. It's been a while, Professor Dumbledore. Dana motioned for Dumbledore to sit down. Would you like something to drink? Certainly, if there was a cup of hot cocoa, that would be perfect. I'm sorry to disappoint you, you can't expect to find hot cocoa in Azkaban prison. Dana smiled. Especially since Azkaban is particularly cold now. We usually drink salt water here, because besides salt water, other drinks would freeze instantly and be impossible to drink. Salt water? In that case, never mind. Dumbledore looked at the 13-year-old Dana, who was already 1.75 meters tall, and sighed as he sat down. Dana, you've grown so fast. Dana replied. Because now I have no pressure like plants. If you don't limit them, they will always grow wildly. Dana put the report aside. Professor Dumbledore, is there something you need this time? I remember our relationship isn't very good, and I even have several scores to settle with you. Dumbledore moved his neck slightly and leaned forward a little. Before we resolve the crisis of the Dark Lord, I believe we shouldn't discuss these things. Now, all actions should prioritize confronting the Death Eaters. That's what you said to Cornelius Fudge, right? Your suggestion has put many good people in danger, and Cornelius Fudge even used this war theory to carry out political purges. But Professor, you cannot deny that my statement is very reasonable. Dana nodded. Without such extreme measures, the situation in the wizarding world would probably be worse now. Dumbledore stared intently into Dana's eyes, trying to read his true thoughts from them. But he failed. As a legilimency master, he couldn't read the thoughts of a 13-year-old boy, which was inherently absurd. Dumbledore had to change the subject. He hadn't come this time to blame Dana for instigating Fudge to drag the Order of the Phoenix into trouble. He had another purpose. Dana, last week we had a head-on collision with the Death Eaters, of course. Thank you for the information you revealed to us, but we found Rodolphus Lestrange among the Death Eaters. If I'm not mistaken, he should be serving his sentence in Azkaban now, right? Had he come to question him? Dana nodded. That's right, at least before this month, he was still serving his sentence. But at the beginning of this month, the Dark Lord led the Death Eaters to raid Azkaban and rescued quite a few Death Eaters. Dumbledore wanted to speak, but Dana didn't give him the chance and continued. Professor Dumbledore, you don't expect me, a 13-year-old child, to stop the Dark Lord, do you? Dana had foreseen what Dumbledore would say, so he spoke sentence after sentence. You've seen the living environment here, it's freezing cold. Except for working hours, I rest elsewhere. By the time I realized something was wrong and rushed back to Azkaban, the prisoners had already been taken away. In fact, only 2 Death Eaters escaped during this attack on Azkaban. That was the Dark Lord doing it himself? I even think the Ministry of Magic should award me a medal, instead of Professor Dumbledore coming here to question me like this. After Dana finished his barrage of words, Dumbledore was stunned. Before he even asked, Dana seemed to know the answer beforehand and said it all. But he wasn't Fudge, and he wasn't that easy to fool. A year and a half ago, Dana was able to command Dementors to drive Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters out of Azkaban, so this should be even less of a problem for him now. But the fact is that some Death Eaters did escape. This made Dumbledore have to doubt Dana's stance. As for the reasons Dana gave, Dana mastered the Emery's family's Spandam Gate magic, and in his early confrontation with Donna Avery, he also showed excellent magic array skills. Dumbledore could not believe that Azkaban, controlled by such a person, would be invaded by Death Eaters without him being able to arrive in time. Dana, I specifically came here today just to have a good talk with you. I know you are a person with principles. Even when seeking revenge, you rarely involve the innocent, of course, sometimes knocking people unconscious and modifying memories. As long as the person involved doesn't feel uncomfortable, I can't say much either. Dana frowned slightly. How did Dumbledore know about Dr. Bohan's matter? Dumbledore continued. The reason I didn't pursue your escape with the prisoners is that the Dark Lord is the biggest menace to the wizarding world. I truly don't want to see you getting involved with the Dark Lord. Wait a moment, Professor Dumbledore. Dana stood up, slightly angered. I heard you use the word pursue just now. I want to ask you, in what capacity are you looking down on me and pursuing me? If I remember correctly, I am the Warden of Azkaban appointed by the Ministry of Magic. All my actions in Azkaban are reasonable and legal, part of the Azkaban reform. Why are you pursuing me? As the culprit who caused my mother's death. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles. Dana, we both know very well that you did not have the Ministry of Magic's permission at the time. As for your mother's death, that was an accident. The suggestion I gave to Ollivander Avery was also to fight the Dark Lord. Dumbledore, in your eyes, as long as you can kill the Dark Lord, others can be sacrificed. Yes, including myself. We can't see eye to eye, we are not on the same path. In reality, Dana felt that he and Dumbledore were actually on the same path. In his previous life, for the sake of the mission, anyone could be used as a chess piece and sacrificed. This life, thanks to Anna, he just gained a little more humanity. It's just that now, using his humanistic brilliance to confront Dumbledore, he has the political correctness. Dumbledore, for someone like you, Azkaban does not welcome you. Oh, no, you are actually the one who should be in Azkaban the most. Dumbledore nodded slightly, turned, and left. He felt his purpose had been achieved. No matter what, Dana Emery's has humanity. He might have some dealings with Lord Voldemort, but ultimately he will not stand on the Dark Lord's side. Dumbledore felt he had tested Dana's true feelings and was greatly reassured. Originally, he had prepared for the worst, ready to take Dana down, although the procedures would be a bit troublesome. Dana himself said that it is wartime now, and everything takes priority in defeating Lord Voldemort. Although his side currently has a slight advantage, everything is unknown before figuring out the reason for Lord Voldemort's immortality. Any unstable factors need to be eliminated for the greater good. After all, he is old. He no longer has the luxury of having everything under control. As long as he can confirm that Dana is not on Lord Voldemort's side, everything is fine. Dana wants revenge? No problem. If you, Dana, can kill Lord Voldemort, you can take this old life of mine. Dana rubbed his nose. He watched Dumbledore walk out of Azkaban Fortress. The old man was still so arrogant, so self-centered. Of course, magic is a subjective thing, and the stronger the wizard, the more he believes in himself. Although he could understand Dumbledore's thoughts, Dana was still unhappy inside. His large sniper rifle had locked onto the back of Dumbledore's head. As long as he pulled the trigger, the strongest white wizard in the wizarding world might die in Azkaban. But in the end, he didn't make a move. Firstly, he didn't know the difference in strength between Dumbledore and Jennifer Greengrass. Based on his own feeling, they should be similar, but Dumbledore's reputation was too great, and he might be hiding some trump cards. Moreover, in his premonition, this shot did not hit Dumbledore, and whether Dumbledore would be killed by him 10 seconds later was irrelevant anyway. As soon as the trigger was pulled, all his previous arrangements would have to be redone. Secondly, until he thoroughly understood the soul, Dumbledore was the best candidate to restrain Lord Voldemort. In Dana's opinion, as long as he could directly cause damage to the soul, Lord Voldemort's so-called immortality would be a joke. Dana pouted and put away the large sniper rifle. However, since he was still unhappy, he took out his wand. Dumbledore, do you believe in fate? Dana smiled and fired a Lumos charm dyed golden towards the sky. The Lumos charm passed through the thick cloud layer around Azkaban, refracted repeatedly, and shot towards the sea to the southeast. A flock of gulls was foraging in this area of the sea. Clearly, They did not live on Azkaban Island. The weather had been bad recently, and the gulls' harvest was poor. A golden light descended from the sky and entered the sea, dyeing this area of the sea surface golden yellow. Fish are attracted to light, and immediately a school of fish swam towards the surface. The golden light startled the flock of gulls, but then whole schools of fish leaped out of the water, making them very happy. Among the fish were their favorite cod, a delicacy they usually had to dive hundreds of feet to eat, now jumping directly onto the surface. There really are such things as pies falling from the sky? The flock of gulls chased the fish school, flying towards the northwest. Why did the fish school swim towards the northwest? Who knows? Perhaps the golden light just now shot from that direction? Perhaps the fish school was just northwest of the flock of gulls when they surfaced? Dumbledore stood at the bow of the boat, his mind entangled. Guy Avery was not only exposed, but also became Lord Voldemort's key target during this time. Hogwarts had already repelled Lord Voldemort's attempted infiltration at least 3 times. Although Guy Avery could no longer figure out the secret of Lord Voldemort's immortality, perhaps he is a good bait now. As for Lord Voldemort's secret, this task will likely fall on Severus Snape. Splash, splash. Suddenly, silver light surged on the sea surface. The silver light was a large number of fish. Dumbledore, over 100 years old, had never seen such a turbulent fish situation. A few large fish even leaped onto the boat in panic. Dumbledore stroked his beard. This was really good luck, he could add extra food tonight. So is this a sign from the gods that Severus is a good move? Gulls flew across the sky, just as Dumbledore took out his wand to gather the large fish. A warm mass fell from the sky onto his hand, white and yellow, adding a splash of color to his old wand. Through the telescope, Dana watched Dumbledore clumsily use wandless magic to clean the bird droppings from the Elder Wand and his right hand, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Dana especially liked the feeling of achieving his goal by doing something seemingly unrelated. This was one of his 2 favorite things to do in the past year. The other was studying souls. Souls were too mysterious. Dana had studied them for a year, and the results overturned many of his long-held beliefs. Unfortunately, his materials were running out. The souls of Donna Avery and Jennifer Greengrass had gradually diminished during continuous experimentation, and now both were only about 20 centimeters tall. This was the result of Dana helping them maintain their form. If he didn't intervene, when a soul decreased to about 20%, it would begin to dissipate naturally. Perhaps some might say, just kill a villain, and you'd have experimental material, right? No, Dana didn't think so. He now needed the soul of a hero. For villains, studying Donna Avery and Jennifer Greengrass was enough. A hero. To avoid confronting Dumbledore too early, Dana naturally couldn't lay hands on members of the Order of the Phoenix, and besides, there weren't many people in it who truly deserved the title of hero. It didn't matter, as they say, circumstances create heroes, and Dana felt he could artificially create one. What is a hero? Everyone has a different understanding of this word. But if a person falls to rock bottom, yet can still pick themselves up and fight against evil, even putting their own life and death aside, then this person would likely meet most people's standards for a hero. Barty Crouch Sr. slumped dejectedly on the sofa, a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey and an empty glass on the coffee table. Although his demeanor was not as meticulous as when he was in office, it wasn't sloppy either. This was thanks to Shan Shan, the house elf. Without this little green girl, Barty Crouch Sr.'s life would definitely be a mess right now. His son had been taken by Lord Voldemort, and his actions had been exposed by Cornelius Fudge. Not only was his career completely ruined, but he also had to pay a fine of 3,000 galleons. As a result, he could refuse to pay, but then he'd have to go to Azkaban. He felt his life was an utter failure, whether as a husband, a father, or a politician. Cornelius Fudge, a foolish, cowardly waste, could high-handedly decide his fate. How unfair this world was! How could the British wizarding world defeat Lord Voldemort under the leadership of such a person? Look! Now Dumbledore had entered the fray, and the advantage against the Death Eaters was so obvious, yet in the past year, had there been any substantial progress? None, absolutely none. Barty Crouch Sr. poured half a glass of drink, holding it up to the setting sun outside the window, which reflected a brilliant orange-red. He gave a bitter laugh and downed the drink in one gulp. If he were the Minister for Magic, he could surely suppress the Death Eaters, right? It was a pity, he would never have that chance in this life. You will have a chance. A portal appeared before Barty Crouch Sr. Dana stepped out of the door. Hey, was this a hallucination? Barty Crouch Sr. shook his head vigorously. The drink today was potent, he was drunk even before nightfall. I said, you still have a chance in this life. Dana sat opposite Barty Crouch Sr. and said with a smile, were hallucinations this realistic now? Barty Crouch Sr. rubbed his eyes. Usually by this time, the hallucinations before him should have disappeared. He opened his eyes again, and the smiling young man was still sitting in front of him. You are. Barty Crouch Sr. shook his head again. You are Dana Emeryzo, now you've changed back to Dana Avery. I know you, the warden of Azkaban. Dana nodded. Yes, of course you know me, but our acquaintance probably goes back several years further. Barty Crouch Sr. was silent for a moment. Yes, you're right. I opened the door for the Avery family to exchange Guy Avery for you. As expected of Mr. Crouch, your memory is excellent. So, you've come to me to seek revenge. Barty Crouch Sr. placed the empty glass on the coffee table and leaned back casually. Well then, I don't want to live anyway, do whatever you want for revenge. Dana said with a smile. It seems Mr. Crouch's hearing has some problems from the beginning. I've been saying, you have a chance to become Minister for Magic. This time Barty Crouch Sr. finally heard clearly. Minister for Magic? He. How is that possible? Why not? Think back, if your son's matter hadn't been exposed, wouldn't you have been everyone's preferred candidate for minister? No. Although the Minister for Magic was conventionally the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, at that time, the entire British wizarding world wanted another person to be minister. Albus Dumbledore. Exactly, if Dumbledore hadn't declined back then, it would never have been Fudge's turn to take office. Barty Crouch Sr. fell into deep thought. Dana continued. So, why did everyone recommend Dumbledore? Because he's powerful. That's not the reason, there are many powerful wizards, the Dark Lord is one. But besides Death Eaters, have you seen anyone else recommend the Dark Lord as Minister for Magic? It's because he led everyone to resist the Dark Lord in the darkest times. Barty Crouch Sr. nodded, he felt Dana was very right. And now Dumbledore is old. Dana appropriately showed contempt on his face. Many times, he missed good opportunities to arrest and kill Death Eaters because he feared his subordinates would be sacrificed if it were before, he wouldn't be so merciful. Dana stared at Barty Crouch Sr.'s face, observing not only his expression but also the dynamics of his soul. And now, people hope for a hero to emerge, a hero who fears no death in fighting the Death Eaters. Fudge was never expected, and Dumbledore is hesitant and not as good as before. Mr. Crouch, isn't this your opportunity? Perhaps you are weak, but precisely because of that, doesn't it better demonstrate your courageous spirit as a lone hero? When Lord Voldemort fails again, you will be the most prestigious person in the British wizarding world. I might not have that ability, I can't even beat Bellatrix Lestrange. You're not even afraid of death, and you're afraid of this. Dana laughed. Even if you die on the path of charge, people will forget the stain of being the father of a Death Eater, they will recognize you as a hero. But what if you succeed? When I say you have a chance, this is what I mean? Of course, I've prepared some peculiar small weapons for you. Perhaps they are insufficient against the Dark Lord, but against Bellatrix and the like, they are simply effortless. Dana took out his old model pistol. Magic firearms mimicking Muggle weapons, with bullets enchanted with sharpness and penetration, capable of piercing the shield charm of all wizards except those on the level of the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. This is my gift to you. Of course, if you run out of bullets, you'll have to come to me for replenishment, but at that time, there will be a charge, 3 galleons per bullet, a fair price, no deception. Can I? Barty Crouch Sr. picked up the small, silvery contraption and examined it closely. He knew about Muggle firearms. As the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he had seen low-level wizards use such weapons. Those wizards, with their weak magic and clumsy magical skills, could only rely on Muggle tools to commit crimes. However, the gun before him was different from the industrial products made on Muggle production lines, everywhere displaying exquisite craftsmanship, and the noble magical metal directly told Barty Crouch Sr. of the gun's extraordinary nature. Of course you can. Dana stood up. Weren't you once the most unyielding wizard in the Ministry of Magic? Weren't you Barty Crouch Sr., who hated evil as if it were a personal enemy? If it weren't for your scoundrel son, you would be the Minister for Magic now. Although you've hit rock bottom now, I believe it's a necessary detour on your path to becoming the minister. Break free from your cocoon, Barty Crouch Sr. If you succeed, you will become the most inspiring minister for magic in history. Dana silently added in his heart, but there's also a high chance you will become a dead caterpillar before turning into a butterfly, taken from McGonagall's quotes. Barty Crouch Sr.'s eyes gradually firmed, even though the alcohol made his pupils slightly dilated. He felt like he had found himself again. Avery, why are you helping me? Dana smiled. Helping you? I'm just helping myself. If Fudge continues to govern, Lord Voldemort might actually succeed in the end, and then, I'm afraid I won't be able to be the Warden of Azkaban anymore. This reason was quite sufficient, and Barty Crouch Sr. believed it. Dana had long discovered that his Merlin bloodline allowed others to believe him very easily. Mad-Eye, McGonagall, Sirius, Fudge, Dumbledore, Lord Voldemort, and now Barty Crouch Sr. It was all the same. Dana nodded, turned, and entered Spandam Gate. Remember to come to Azkaban to replenish your ammunition. Moody, let's retreat. Sirius wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was currently hiding behind a tin trash can, which served as sturdy cover, blocking 2 Avada Kedavra curses for him. Moody was behind a wall not far from Sirius, his magical eye rolling. Clearly the movements behind the wall couldn't escape his sight. He suddenly darted out, firing a stupefy at the black-robed wizard who was hiding. However, the opponent was also experienced in battle, and had already pulled back the moment Moody's large head appeared. Sirius, are you scared? There are only 3 of them, we have a huge advantage. Sirius secretly rolled his eyes, but there were only 2 of them. Now that we've stalled for a while, the muggles in this shop have all run away, so these Death Eaters can't cause mass casualties anymore. Dumbledore told us to avoid taking risks if possible, and the mission is complete now. If we continue to fight the Death Eaters, it could be dangerous. Losing even one of us would be an unbearable loss. Mad-Eye Moody Tiscad, he was indeed a bit hot-headed. The war with the Death Eaters currently seemed to be in their favor, with the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic cooperating to constantly thwart some of the Death Eaters' schemes. But the problem was that while Azkaban still held a large number of Death Eaters, and Lord Voldemort seemingly had no one to use, the number of former Death Eaters from various pure-blood families who claimed to have been controlled by the Imperio curse and thus escaped judgment was also considerable. Perhaps they weren't qualified enough to execute Lord Voldemort's core plans, nor did Lord Voldemort trust them, but they were more than capable of causing destruction and creating chaos and terror in the Muggle world. As a result, the Order of the Phoenix was stretched thin last month. Remus Lupin accidentally suffered a severe burn to his thigh, which led to an insufficient number of people to assist Lady Arabella Fig, causing the sacrifice of this squib lady who had silently protected Harry Potter all along. Damn it! Mad-Eye Moody clenched his fist unwillingly. If he were still in the Ministry of Magic, if he still had Aurors and hit wizards under him, then those 3 Death Eaters outside would surely have been captured. But the current Aurors were not only incredibly slow to deploy, but the most powerful Aurors were kept at the Ministry of Magic, forbidden from going out, ostensibly to protect the Ministry of Magic's daily operations. Moody really wanted to curse. The entire wizarding world was in a mess. What good was the Ministry of Magic operating for? Just ask, how many months has the Ministry of Magic not collected taxes for? If it weren't for Azkaban's extra income, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't even be able to pay salaries? Go! Moody slammed his clenched fist against the wall. Sirius, I'll cover you, come over here, we'll apparate. All right. Moody seized the moment and cast another spell, while Sirius transformed into a black dog, quickly darting from the trash can to behind the corner of the wall. However, just as Moody cast his magic, 3 gunshots rang out from the street outside the alley. Bang! 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 Are they Muggle police? Oh no, Muggle handguns can't penetrate a shield charm, they'll die. Sirius was incredibly anxious. But Moody had fewer concerns. He gritted his teeth and limped towards the sound of the gunshots. Dumbledore was always so wise, but this time, Moody decided to violate Dumbledore's orders. Seeing this, Sirius had no choice but to follow. He didn't think Moody was wrong. On the contrary, Dumbledore's orders made him feel unusually uncomfortable too. He was a Gryffindor. Do you know how hard it is not to be reckless when you're supposed to be? Now it's good, finally, they can fight fiercely. However, when the 2 rushed out onto the street, all they saw was 3 bodies lying on the empty street. and a man in a trench coat and a gentleman's hat standing there holding a small silver pistol. Barty Crouch Sr. Mad-Eye Moody was greatly surprised. That man was indeed Barty Crouch Sr., who had been stripped of all his positions. How did you? Barty Crouch Sr. glanced at the two and shook his head. Alastair, I'm very disappointed in you. I originally thought it was some rookie being suppressed by these Death Eaters, but I didn't expect it to be you. Mad-Eye Moody was, strictly speaking, Barty Crouch Sr.'s subordinate throughout the 1980s. Now, facing his former superior, who no longer held any authority, Moody couldn't utter a single word in retort. The current Ministry of Magic, the current Aurors. Barty Crouch Sr. sighed. They've regressed too much. I don't want you to become like them, Alastair. He carefully put away his pistol and turned to leave. But even if everyone else becomes a coward, I, Barty Crouch, will fight the Dark Lord to the very end. All Death Eaters deserve to die. Tomorrow I need to go to the hospital, so I'm taking a day off. After resolving the plot lines of Barty Crouch Sr., Fudge, Dumbledore, and Lord Voldemort, the story will return to the main world. Hogwarts. The gem hourglasses for Gryffindor and Slytherin had both been emptied. The cause was a massive brawl a day earlier, and the instigators of this house war, which ranked among the top 10 in Hogwarts history, were the Weasley Cubs and Marcus Flint. Harry, have you heard? Ron mysteriously leaned close to Harry Potter. Barty Crouch Sr. has been put on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list. Harry looked at Ron in surprise. How can that be? Although he wasn't exactly honorable during his time as a Ministry of Magic official, he's genuinely fighting Death Eaters now. Why would he be wanted? George joined the conversation. The charge on the wanted poster is wanton murder of wizards. Fred continued. If you don't look at the identities of those wizards, the statement itself is true. Harry frowned. That's not fair. Why should someone fighting evil be wanted? Hermione, clutching her books, hurried past them, leaving a remark. Perhaps the families of those Death Eaters are putting pressure on the Ministry of Magic, or perhaps Minister Cornelius Fudge is afraid Mr. Crouch's prestige will surpass his. The young witch disappeared in a flash, understandable, as she had signed up for 12 courses this semester and couldn't afford to waste a second if she wanted to keep up with all of them. Hermione has a point, but I still think it's ridiculous. Should good people really be treated this way? Good people. Draco Malfoy walked in from outside, carrying his broom. This semester he swore to get his revenge and defeat Harry Potter on the Quidditch pitch. So he treasured every second of free time he had for training. Barty Crouch Sr. is an out-and-out murderer just because he says those who died were Death Eaters. They were Death Eaters? Not even the Ministry of Magic can accurately determine who the real Death Eaters are. Ron said disdainfully. Those Death Eaters were all killed at crime scenes. How could it be fake? Even if they weren't Death Eaters, they were criminals. I don't think Barty Crouch Sr. did anything wrong. Criminals. Marcus Flint, who trained with Draco Malfoy, was furious. My uncle was the best person, but he was beaten to death in the street by Barty Crouch Sr.? Barty Crouch Sr. is the criminal, an executioner with blood on his hands. Marcus Flint's strong physique loomed over Ron, scaring Ron back several steps. Hey, Flint, don't you dare bully my little brother. George and Fred stepped forward, shielding Ron behind them. Their own brother was only for them to bully. If anyone else dared to bully him, they'd better be ready for a bloody nose. With Shuangzi blocking in front, Ron immediately felt emboldened and loudly declared. If your uncle was a good person, he wouldn't have been at a crime scene. To be caught red-handed and still call him a good person, are all of you Slytherins so shameless? Marcus Flint's eyes immediately turned red. My uncle was under the Imperious curse. He was innocent. Before Ron could retort, Marcus Flint drew his wand. Ron was speaking up for Barty Crouch Sr. today largely due to Percy Weasley's influence. Although Ron had never been fond of Percy, in his perception, his elder brother Percy was an extremely excellent person. Ron, without realizing it, had always been proud of his older brothers. And Barty Crouch Sr. had once been Percy Weasley's idol. This time, when Barty Crouch Sr. stood up against the Death Eaters, Percy was so excited that he even gave Ron his cherished, limited edition red packaged chocolate frogs that he had kept for years. Seeing Marcus Flint about to act, Shuangzi didn't hesitate. They both drew their wands simultaneously. Furnunculus. Stupefy. Protego. Flint's hex was blocked by a shield charm, and Shuangzi's Stupefy hit Flint. In any battle, the side with more people always has the advantage. Seeing Marcus Flint fall, Draco Malfoy was furious. But the young master's anger didn't manifest as an immediate counterattack. Instead, he turned and ran towards the Slytherin common room. "Don't you dare leave!" Draco called over several older students he knew, blocking Chuangzi's path to the Quidditch pitch. Only a fool would foolishly wait in place. Thus, the war erupted. At first, it was just a brawl of 6 or 7 people. Chuangzi's combat power far exceeded their peers, especially since they carried all sorts of miscellaneous items. But later, the situation began to spiral out of control. How could the young wizards of Gryffindor just stand by and watch their own house members be besieged? Even if the two being besieged were actually still firmly in control of the situation. Gryffindor reinforced, and Slytherin naturally didn't want to fall behind. A verbal spat escalated into a major incident where 26 people ended up in the infirmary. Professor McGonagall's face turned green. Professor Snape's mouth twitched. As the central figure causing the great brawl at Hogwarts, Barty Crouch Sr. himself was completely unaware of the incident. He now not only had to continue eliminating Death Eaters but also evade pursuit from his former colleagues. But his mind was now firm. He believed Cornelius Fudge was afraid. Dana Avery's suggestion to him was correct. Although he was now wanted, the impression wizards in the wizarding world had of him was actually getting better and better. Just like now, a witch he didn't know let him hide in her house, and a few minutes earlier, 2 Aurors had clearly seen him but pretended to be distracted by a butterfly by the roadside. To guard against animagus among the Death Eaters, we cannot relax our inspections of even small animals like this. I am Justice? Barty Crouch Sr. thought this, exchanging all the cash he had on hand at Azkaban for hundreds of bullets. He couldn't withdraw money from Gringotts in a short time even if his former colleagues were willing to turn a blind eye. Openly strolling into Gringotts as a wanted man would be too disrespectful to the Aurors. Ah! A scream came from an alley not far away, and Barty Crouch Sr. quickly rushed over. Unfortunately, the perpetrators were Muggles. However, as a righteous person, Barty Crouch Sr. naturally wouldn't let it go. Stupefy. After stunning the aggressors, Barty Crouch Sr. nodded to the terrified middle-aged lady, then flicked his wand. Obliviate. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy still had to be observed. After all, his ultimate goal was to return to the Ministry of Magic and become the highest-ranking official there. Fighting Lord Voldemort and killing Death Eaters, these actions would naturally be justified by others after the final war was won. But violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy had no reasonable excuse, so it would create obstacles for his career path. Barty Crouch Sr. put away his wand and suddenly felt a small metal plate in his inner chest pocket heating up. He took out the plate and saw a line of text appear on it. 45 Furion Street, Death Eaters will attack here in half an hour. At the end of the text, a lifelike phoenix sang loudly. Dana charged Barty Crouch Sr. a military fee purely because he believed in the principle of equivalent exchange. In reality, Dana truly wasn't lacking money at all right now. Humans have a much greater obsession with longevity and contention than other animals. And it just so happens that the EAM group is responsible for fulfilling people's desires for longevity, while the Avalon Brotherhood is responsible for fulfilling people's desires to eliminate rivals and contend for power and profit. Therefore, Dana's wealth was growing at an extremely exaggerated rate every month. The benefits he brought as the Avery Patriarch were even less than 1,000th of the EAM group's and Avalon Brotherhood's income. Dana tossed the cash Barty Crouch Sr. brought into a corner of his office. His office generally wouldn't have petty thieves peeking in. The guys released from Azkaban would rather never return in their lives, and those outside wouldn't be so bored as to run to Azkaban to steal. Of course, the one sitting across from Dana now was an exception. If he ever truly needed money, Dana had no doubt he would come here and take it without asking. Dana Avery, I think you need to give me an explanation. An explanation for what, Lord Voldemort? Lord Voldemort's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, exactly like a venomous snake's. Explain why your weapons were in Barty Crouch Sr.'s hands. Because of our agreement, I indulged him for over a month, and the result was many of my precious subordinates dying by his hand. Dana smiled. I thought it was something serious. With all due respect, Lord Voldemort, those weapons were purchased by Barty Crouch Sr. from me. Dana pointed to the leather case in the corner. See, the payment for the weapons he bought is still here. Lord Voldemort glanced at it, suppressing the craving in his heart. He appeared to be greatly revered by the Death Eaters, but the money he himself could command was truly not much. He heard from the Death Eaters that they had a very difficult time during the 10 years he was missing, and gathering the donations to support him now was already their limit. The Dark Lord closed his eyes slightly, suppressing the desire in his heart, and said, "But isn't he your enemy? Why would you sell him weapons? Is that so hard to understand?" Dana spread his hands. "Those are Muggle weapons. Although I've modified them with magic, at the end of the day, they are Muggle contraptions. Barty Crouch Sr. hopes to regain his reputation by killing Death Eaters. But he isn't using the wizard's fundamental means of survival. If he were to succeed that way, he would still be scorned by the mainstream wizarding world. Not to mention with you, Dark Lord, he cannot possibly succeed." Lord Voldemort frowned and asked, "So you mean I can just attack him as I please?" "As you please. Then your revenge." "I have other plans with all due respect, Lord Voldemort. Sometimes true revenge begins after a person dies." Dana looked at the decaying soul aura emanating from Lord Voldemort and shook his head slightly. Having delved deeply into the study of souls, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with Lord Voldemort's soul. This man, who claimed to have overcome the problem of eternal life, was actually terrifyingly ignorant. His self-inflicted damage to his soul had actually left it riddled with holes. And 10 years of wandering had further weakened his soul to the point of near dissipation. Eternal life? Even if Dumbledore didn't act, this guy would absolutely not live past 2005. It was utterly ridiculous that Dumbledore considered such a person his lifelong arch-nemesis. Other plans. Lord Voldemort was thoughtful. He could no longer see through Dana Avery now. Not in terms of strength, although Dana had grown very quickly. In terms of total magic, he was only comparable to Bellatrix Lestrange. But the light contained within his eyes filled Lord Voldemort with a fear that surged from the depths of his soul. "Good, I understand. From now on, I will no longer show mercy to Barty Crouch Sr. As you wish." Dana laughed. "However, my most direct enemy, Guy Avery, when does Lord Voldemort plan to deliver his head as per our agreement? You know, those Death Eaters in my prison are eating my food, using my things, and yet they can't create profit for me. The daily expenses are a huge sum." Lord Voldemort's expression was extremely grim. He knew Guy Avery's whereabouts very well, but even when he personally led raids, he returned empty-handed. Because that was Dumbledore's stronghold, and as the crystallization of ancient wizarding magic wisdom, Hogwarts had too many secrets he didn't know. In addition, Guy Avery was very vigilant, making the difficulty of successfully killing this traitor comparable to ascending to heaven. If you don't have money to feed them, you can release them to me." "That won't do, Lord Voldemort. An agreement is an agreement. When words don't agree, little more is said." Lord Voldemort stood up to leave, but before he left, he turned back and, as if possessed, asked, "Are the weapons you provided to Barty Crouch Sr. for sale to everyone?" Dana was overjoyed. "Of course. This is a new pillar industry I designed for the Avery family after I took charge of Avery family." He took a briefcase from under his desk and opened it in front of Lord Voldemort. "Please look. These are our family's new products, simple and easy to use. Even a Hogwarts young wizard can use them to generate attack power comparable to a seasoned Auror. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Beretta 92F pistol, with high shooting accuracy, good maintainability, low failure rate, using 9mm parabellum rounds. The initial bullet velocity is 333.7 meters/second, and if the acceleration rune on the gun body is activated, it can reach 1000 meters/second, with an effective range of 150 meters. The bullets are, of course, specially made, with added armor-piercing, sharpness, and explosive properties, capable of penetrating most wizards' shield charm. In other words, this gun can kill anyone within 150 meters in less than 0.2 seconds. Such a divine weapon costs only 5,000 galleons. And the bullets are only 5 galleons each, truly excellent quality at a low price, fair to all. Lord Voldemort raised an eyebrow, then listened as Dana continued to introduce. "Now look at this gun, the MP7. Its maximum rate of fire can reach 900 to 1,500 rounds per minute. If the Death Eaters could possess this weapon, then Barty Crouch Sr.'s defeat would be imminent. Such a groundbreaking weapon only costs 15,000 galleons. In fact, the MP7 hadn't even been released in the Muggle world at that moment. It was a weapon that appeared in the world only in 1999. No need for further introductions. Lord Voldemort didn't doubt the power of Dana's weapons, he was simply too short on funds. I just need to know that your weapons are for sale to the public. If my Death Eaters need them, I suppose they will come here to buy them themselves. But I always believed that we are wizards, and magic is our foundation. As one of the Sacred 28, Avery had best not engage in such crooked ways. Dana shrugged. If we had a choice, we Avery would naturally be unwilling to profit by modifying Muggle weapons, but Lord Voldemort, I have a family to support. If not this, then what? Will you introduce some profitable businesses to me? That's something you, as the helmsman of Avery family, need to worry about. Lord Voldemort transformed into black smoke and flew out the window. This is just my advice, you do as you please. Barty Crouch Sr. gasped, flicking his wand at the wound on his left hand, and a bullet lodged in the bone flew out, bringing with it a gush of fresh blood. After casting a hemostatic charm, he pulled out a handful of Dittany powder from his pocket and, frowning, applied it to the wound. Standing up with difficulty, Barty Crouch Sr. walked over to the Death Eater who was already dead. In the corpse's hand was a weapon clearly more powerful than his own pistol. Barty Crouch Sr. didn't complain about Dana. He had long heard that Avery family's main business was now manufacturing these alchemical firearms that imitated Muggle weapons. With the Death Eaters being so powerful, it was understandable for Avery family to sell weapons to them. Picking up the submachine gun, Barty Crouch Sr. tested its feel. It was good, a fine gun. He just needed to ask Dana Avery for some matching bullets later, and it would immediately be useful. Barty Crouch Sr. tucked the submachine gun into his right waistband. He had been wearing a trench coat these days precisely to conceal the two pistols hidden at his waist. The Death Eater's weapons were upgrading, and Barty Crouch Sr. was also upgrading, the difference being that his weapons were all confiscated. At this moment, the first strike advantage was very important. Barty Crouch Sr. was the earliest to use firearms in practical wizarding duels, and his accuracy and timing were far superior to the Death Eaters. Even if the Death Eaters' weapons were more refined, missing meant defeat. A weapon that fired hundreds of rounds per minute, yet only hit Barty Crouch Sr. once, with such a terrible hit rate. If you don't die, who will? Barty Crouch Sr. rummaged through the corpse for a while longer, took out more than a dozen galleons, and left contentedly. After Barty Crouch Sr. had disappeared for a while, with a whoosh, Dana appeared here. He waved at the air. Perhaps others would think he was having a fit, but only he could see the soul of the dead Death Eater, about to sink into the ground, being collected into his pendant. Barty Crouch Sr. was not dead yet, so to maintain the experiment, using the souls of lesser Death Eaters was a regrettable necessity. After collecting the soul, Dana rubbed his chin. Barty Crouch Sr. was getting stronger with each battle. Looking at this situation, could he really overthrow the Death Eaters by himself? If the Death Eaters continued to die, Lord Voldemort would be at a distinct disadvantage. Barty Crouch Sr. was elusive, and even Lord Voldemort, as powerful as he was, couldn't pinpoint his location immediately. One could only say that Dumbledore was much stronger than Lord Voldemort when it came to using spies. Dumbledore could know the Death Eater's next move, but Lord Voldemort didn't know Dumbledore's and Barty Crouch Sr.'s movements. Dana sighed. Lord Voldemort might have been wise in his early years, but now his soul was fragmented, like a flickering candle in the wind, causing his mind to fail him. Barty Crouch Sr. was clearly on a rampage to kill all Death Eaters, so was it really that hard to design a trap for him? In fact, Lord Voldemort was indeed designing a trap. Of course, this was definitely not an idea thought up by the powerful Dark Lord. Because of his father's madness, Barty Crouch Jr. had been having a very hard time recently. So this filial son decided to use his father's life to save his increasingly diminished reputation among the Death Eaters. Barty Crouch Jr. will lead a team to attack Diagon Alley in 2 days, with the aim of disrupting the Ministry of Magic's tax revenue. Barty Crouch Sr. pinched the note with his fingers, and it spontaneously commusted. Barty Crouch Sr.'s face gradually twisted into a grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. Painful memories flooded his mind. This unfilial son? Barty Crouch Sr. spun around abruptly, the hem of his trench coat swirling with the movement. He strode into the void, leaving behind the still-burning note on the ground. All Death Eaters must die. Diagon Alley. As the best shopping street in the British wizarding world, even with Death Eaters committing crimes everywhere nowadays, it was still bustling with customers. Of course, The Ministry of Magic had also deployed heavy forces here to protect their dwindling financial resources, so it was entirely possible that some of the pedestrians on the street were Aurors in disguise. Bang! The first explosion came from Potage's cauldron shop, which was the closest shop to the leaky cauldron, yet also the easiest to overlook. After all, there were so many shops inside, who would start attacking as soon as they entered the alley? That would be too insane. However, the other party was precisely that insane. Barty Crouch Jr. led the Death Eaters in a frenzy of smashing, looting, and robbing inside the shop. As loyal followers of the Dark Lord, smashing was punishment for defying the Dark Lord, but robbery subtly lowered the Dark Lord's prestige. Yet they still did it. The Dark Lord had personally ordered it. Indeed, money truly stumped the hero, who said the Dark Lord didn't care about money. When the Death Eaters swaggered out of the cauldron shop, the Aurors had already surrounded them. Ta ta ta. Ha ha ha. The Ministry of Magic had no money to purchase alchemical firearms. The Azkaban business tax Dana Avery submitted each month was barely enough for the Ministry of Magic to pay its employees. So the Death Eaters, with their weapon advantage, immediately suppressed the Aurors and hit wizards, forcing them to keep their heads down. With the Death Eaters expending ammunition so wildly, it was no wonder Lord Voldemort placed such importance on accumulating wealth. Kingsley Shacklebolt seized an opportunity to peek out and counterattack, but a bullet knocked his hat off. His scalp was grazed, and it immediately bled profusely. Damn it, we can't counterattack at all. Wait a moment, Dumbledore might be on his way. Can't Avery family lower the prices? With prices in the thousands, our Ministry of Magic simply can't afford to equip them. I wonder who said these weapons were flashy but impractical before Mr. Crouch has clearly achieved brilliant results. Didn't Cornelius Fudge say that? I just. All right, now is not the time for idle chatter. We can't go on like this. Let's retreat. We'll set up a defensive line at Gringotts, the ice cream parlor, and the entrance to Nocturne Alley. The terrain there is relatively more complex, making it easier for us to counterattack. Good idea, let's go. The Auror spoke beautifully convenient for counterattack. But in reality, the purpose of retreating there was simply to utilize the goblins' defensive forces at Gringotts. However, before the Aurors could even move, with a bang, a Death Eater fell. The corner of an old trench coat flashed around the street corner, and a few seconds later, a silver gun barrel appeared at the window of a two-story building. Bang! Another Death Eater was incapacitated. The Aurors, meanwhile, cheered. It's Mr. Crouch. Fantastic, truly reliable. Stop shouting. He's still a wanted man. Barty Crouch Jr. coldly looked at the second floor where the muzzle flash had erupted, and ordered the Death Eaters beside him. 2 by 2, disperse. The Death Eaters scattered as ordered, while Barty Crouch Jr. took one person and re-entered the cauldron shop. Kicking aside the unconscious shop owner who was blocking the back door, Barty Crouch Jr. and the accompanying Death Eater rushed into the back alley. After several twists and turns, they arrived at Nocturne Alley. This was one of the areas least controlled by the Ministry of Magic, teeming with dark wizards, making it the most suitable burial ground for Barty Crouch Sr. Sure enough, a figure flashed out from behind the sign of the Poisoned Candle Shop. Round hat, trench coat, right hand on the holster at his waist. What a wizard cowboy! Barty Crouch Sr. was somewhat agitated. Though the person before him was his own son, he was also the source of his suffering in the latter half of his life. He couldn't refuse his gravely ill, dying wife, and saved Barty, but it completely ended his political career. Now the opportunity was at hand. As long as he killed this disgrace to the Crouch, his reputation would be restored, and the stain on him would be completely washed away. Although he was currently on the wanted list, he knew that his Barty Crouch's prestige was steadily rising. The cheers of the Aurors when he appeared at the entrance of Diagon Alley were clear proof. Barty Crouch Sr. quickly pulled his thoughts back. His rebellious son's magical strength was not weak, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Oh, isn't that the old man? Not only did you lose your position, but you also became a wanted criminal. I say, at your age, why bother? Barty said with a twisted smile, laughing as he spoke. Barty Crouch Sr. was silent for 2 seconds, then raised his hand and fired a shot. Half a second earlier, Barty's wand, hidden behind his back, suddenly whipped out, but Barty Crouch Sr. had long been fully on guard. With a bang, Barty's right hand exploded, and his wand flew out of his hand amidst his screams. The physical version of Expelliarmus was much bloodier than the magical version. Although Barty was shot, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. With his master present, even losing an arm was no big deal, let alone just broken fingers and a pierced palm. Just as Barty Crouch Sr. fired a shot, he quickly apparat. Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley weren't anti-apparition areas, but there was too much magical interference here, making apparition prone to errors. Combined with the anti-apparition magical arrays set up by some shops and residences, it further increased the difficulty of apparition. However, Barty Crouch Sr. was performing a short-distance apparition at this moment, and with his strength, it was very easy for him to control. This was also the experience he had gained from fighting Death Eater these days. After firing a shot, he immediately changed positions. Because shooting with a gun didn't require mobilizing magic, he only needed to focus on casting apparition. This way, in a one-to-many scenario, he could have extremely high mobility while also possessing powerful lethality. Barty Crouch Sr. appeared behind the two, and this time the target was the Death Eater beside Barty. Upon hearing the explosion behind him, Barty immediately lunged for the one that had fallen to the ground. He was gambling that his father's shot would not be aimed at him. In fact, he won the bet. Although Barty Crouch Sr. wanted to kill Barty, years of father-son affection made him hesitate somewhat when it came to actually doing it. Bang! The bullet shot towards the Death Eater, who had his back to Barty Crouch Sr., at a speed that mortals could not react to. The moment he pulled the trigger, Barty Crouch Sr. seemed to already see the person's head exploding. However, the bullet suddenly veered off about half a meter from the back of the person's head, hitting the glass window of a nearby civilian house, and the glass shattered everywhere with a crash. Barty Crouch Sr.'s pupils constricted slightly. He didn't hesitate and apparat again. In that instant, Barty's killing curse had passed through Barty Crouch Sr.'s afterimage, hitting the white wall behind. Barty Crouch Sr. appeared at the alley entrance, his pistol already holstered. In his hands now were two submachine guns. Barty raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps back, then hid behind the Death Eater. Barty Crouch Sr. was unleashing a torrent of bullets. At this moment, he no longer cared about the exorbitant price of 2 galleon per round. Since he started fighting with firearms, this was the first time someone had been able to deflect bullets enchanted with numerous effects. This person was a formidable opponent. If one shot couldn't pierce, then fire continuously. This was the first time Barty Crouch Sr. had fired like this. It turned out that suppressing fire was such an exhilarating thing. Bullets were constantly deflected, riddling the surrounding walls and roads with craters, and dust rose, obscuring the 2 people in front of them. Click, click. The bullets ran out. Barty Crouch Sr. put away the submachine guns and took out his pistol again. He cautiously moved forward, wanting to confirm the results of the battle. Through the hazy, swirling smoke, Barty Crouch Sr. saw that the 2 were still standing. His heart tightened, and he immediately tried to apparate. But unfortunately, he found that he couldn't apparate. This area had been anti-apparat. Mr. Crouch. The Death Eater spoke, and that tone, along with the unpleasantly chilling voice, made Barty Crouch Sr. think, just as I expected. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's rare for you father and son to reunite. Shouldn't you communicate and bond properly? Dark Lord. Barty Crouch Sr. transferred the pistol to his left hand and drew his wand with his right. He was going to fight to the death. It was a pity. He was just 1 step away from success. If he hadn't died here, when Dumbledore defeated the Dark Lord, he would surely have replaced the incompetent Fudge and become Minister of Magic. I recall when I returned to Hogwarts for the 2nd time, hoping to secure a position as the defense against the dark arts class professor from Dumbledore. That was the first time I saw you 2nd year, right? Even then, you were already outstanding. But if you weren't so rigid, perhaps now we would be friends, companions, and it wouldn't have come to a father and son opposing each other. Barty Crouch Sr. interrupted Lord Voldemort's words with a blasting curse, then raised his gun and fired, hoping that the shield charm, weakened by the blasting curse, would be pierced by the bullets. The bullets in this gun were specially made, tainted with various potent poisons. Even a slight graze of the skin would be fatal. Don't blame Dana for being ruthless. As an assassin, isn't using poison a normal thing? It's useless, Crouch. Lord Voldemort waved his hand, and immediately a whirlwind appeared, dispersing the dust from the blasting curse. You must die here today, but as the father of my capable subordinate, you have the right to speak your last words. Barty Crouch Sr. stared intently at Lord Voldemort as he pulled down his hood, revealing that hateful bald head, and said word by word, I regret that I cannot kill all the Death Eater and restore peace to the wizarding world. What a pity. He threw away his wand, dual-wielded his pistols, and shouted loudly, firing at his son behind Lord Voldemort. At least let him take this scourge with him. Barty quietly followed behind Lord Voldemort. The bullets were deflected by the shield charm and naturally did not hit him. He watched his father's desperate last strike, a satisfied and cruel smile on his face. Lord Voldemort shook his head, and the wand in his hand began to glow green. At this moment, half a street away, Dana was sitting in Donicus's dessert shop, drinking overly sweet black tea. Outside the window, a young wizard of 7 or 8 years old was waving a newly acquired toy wand. Hey, little one, be careful, don't hurt yourself. Just as the young wizard pointed his wand at the sky, muttering jumbled incantations, Dana suddenly spoke, making the little one pause, and inadvertently triggered the flare function built into the toy wand. This feature was designed into toy wands to help parents find their young wizard if they got lost. The red signal flare shot up into the sky with a whoosh. What are you doing? You scared me to death. The young wizard made a face at Dana and ran off. Dana smiled, watching the signal flare fall and disappear behind the houses half a street away, then stood up and stretched his neck. It's time to welcome the hero's soul home. The signal flare landed on a rooftop, right in a stray cat's nest. The stray cat was already greatly startled by the loud bang-bang thump-thump noises from downstairs. Now, a red fireball suddenly dropped into its nest, directly startling it into leaping out of the nest. A silver sickle it had carried into the nest was dislodged and rolled down the tiles. The silver sickle fell off the roof, struck a horizontal bar, changed direction, and spun off to the side. And by chance, it got stuck in a gap in a window. At this moment, the bullet fired by Barty Crouch Sr. was deflected by Lord Voldemort's shield charm and directly struck the silver sickle. Ding! The bullet was again redirected by the silver sickle, hitting the wall of the opposite house. The continuous impacts caused the bullet head to shatter, and a fragment less than 3 millimeters flew out, grazing Barty's shoulder. Hiss! Barty quickly clutched his shoulder, but saw purple blood seeping through his fingers. Avada Kedavra! Lord Voldemort's killing curse struck Barty Crouch Sr. Before dying, Barty Crouch Sr. saw his son, hiding behind Lord Voldemort, trembling all over, his face rapidly turning black and blue, and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. His Barty Crouch, though he died on the path to becoming Minister of Magic. But he had no regrets. By the time Professor Dumbledore heard the news of Lord Voldemort's suspected appearance in Diagon Alley and rushed there, the Death Eaters had already retreated. The entrance to what was once a bustling Diagon Alley now resembled a war-torn Syrian landscape. St. Mungo's healers were busy treating Aurors and hit wizards. Wizards from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad were extensively using repairing charms, but the bricks shattered by gunfire were too pulverized, making the repair progress incredibly slow. Professor Dumbledore, you're here. Nymphadora Tonks came forward to greet him. Lord Voldemort appeared in Nocturne Alley. Please follow me. The two walked over 100 meters, turned a corner, and entered Nocturne Alley. Many wizards were already standing silently there. When Dumbledore arrived, he saw Barty Crouch Sr. leaning against a wall, his hands still tightly gripping a pistol even though he had breathed his last. His top hat had fallen to the ground, and his impeccably combed gray hair was now somewhat disheveled. His eyes were fixed on Barty Crouch Jr., who lay on the ground not far away, and a slight smile played on his lips, making his deceased face appear devoid of regret. Barty, Dumbledore was silent. In recent days, Barty Crouch Sr. had become a vanguard against the Death Eaters, with no fewer than 30 Death Eaters dying at his hands. This former Ministry of Magic official, whose reputation was tarnished, found redemption in the final moments of his life and even became a hero in people's hearts. This is indeed the Dark Lord's doing. The echo of this Avada Kedavra is exceptionally powerful. Besides Lord Voldemort, I can't think of anyone else with such ability. Dumbledore gave his assessment. How impressive, a slightly immature voice sounded from the crowd, to be able to kill his most capable Death Eater in front of the Dark Lord. Barty Crouch Sr. is truly a legend. Dumbledore looked up, then frowned. Indeed, it was Dana Avery. While his words seemed to praise Barty Crouch Sr., weren't they also promoting his Avery family's alchemical firearms? Indeed, Mr. Crouch is a role model for our British wizarding world. Our Ministry of Magic's previous warrant for him was a mistake. Cornelius Fudge also arrived, and his words at this moment were completely unlike anything he would normally say. I propose bestowing upon Mr. Crouch the honorary title of Minister for Magic, to be archived alongside past Ministers for Magic and preserved forever in the Minister's Office and the Department of Mysteries. Good. I agree. Cornelius Fudge speaks well. This is the honor Mr. Crouch deserves. This proposal pulled the wizards from their solemn mourning. Cornelius Fudge subtly glanced at Dana. This kid's suggestion really worked. Since Barty Crouch Sr. was already dead and posed no threat to him, a simple admission of error, combined with the honorary minister title, had earned him prestige and support. What a truly brilliant idea! Mr. Crouch, although you failed to emerge from your cocoon as a butterfly and instead became a dead caterpillar, you have still achieved your long-cherished wish. An honorary minister is still a minister, isn't he? And your damned son was ended by your own hands, though I certainly contributed a lot to that. So now, it's time for you to fulfill the debt you owe me. Barty Crouch Sr. opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. It was a place with extremely high magical concentration, resembling a cave. On a test bench, 2 miniature souls were restrained. One was a woman he didn't recognize, and the other was Donna Avery. They were expressionless, seemingly having lost the ability to think. In another corner of the cave was a vessel similar to a vat, with black soul radiance swirling at its opening, and surging soul energy continuously emerging. How did I get here? You were hit by the Dark Lord's killing curse, do you remember? I remember. Unfortunately, you are not Harry Potter, so you died. But fortunately, I happened to be nearby, so your soul was able to remain in this world. So I died, huh? Then, Dana Avery, did you capture my soul to seek revenge? Barty Crouch Sr. looked calm. Come on, I owe you. I once chose to go against my conscience to preserve my power, so now, it's time to pay the price. You're making it very hard for me to enjoy my revenge, Dana said with a chuckle, shaking his head. All right, the price you have to pay is to cooperate with me on soul experiments. Experiments? Can you tell me what you're going to do? Please don't lie to a dead man. Of course, I have no need to lie to a dead man, Dana chuckled. I am researching souls to target the Dark Lord. Dana was not lying. Part of his reason for researching souls was to find a way to deal with Lord Voldemort. Barty Crouch Sr. nodded. Understood. Proceed. If it can help you kill the Dark Lord, I am willing to endure any amount of pain. Dana scratched his head. Barty Crouch Sr. seemed to have truly developed a heroic mindset after his actions over the past few months, fully embracing sacrifice and dedication. Dana really couldn't bring himself to torment such a person in his previous life. It would often be a quick headshot to end his suffering swiftly. It'll hurt a bit during the experiment. How about I erase your consciousness? Although that would mean the existence of Barty Crouch Sr. would completely vanish from this world, it would spare you the pain of soul tearing. No, Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul, subtly shimmering with golden light, showed strong emotion. Please preserve my consciousness. I must witness the moment the Dark Lord dies with my own eyes. The golden light in his soul indicated that Dana's previous conjecture was correct. The quality of a soul indeed changes based on the actions and thoughts of its holder. That vat of dark soul matter was the product of deceased Death Eaters whose consciousness had been stripped away, but clearly, Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul quality was much higher. All right, as you wish. Dana now felt a certain admiration for Barty Crouch Sr. His hands transformed into the bony, gnarled hands of a Dementor, and Dana tore open Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul. A Barty Crouch Sr. let out a tragic scream. Even Donna Avery and Jennifer Greengrass, who had already been broken, were drawn to the shriek. Dana quickly separated a mass of golden glowing soul matter, then readhered Barty Crouch Sr.'s damaged soul. Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul quickly returned to its original state, only appearing to have shrunk slightly overall. Holding the soul matter in his hand, Dana observed silently. What is a hero? It is someone whom, even after death, those who revere him continue to provide an unending stream of worship. And the result of this is that the hero's soul will constantly be nourished by the worshipful emotions conveyed from the unseen, growing stronger and stronger. Dana rubbed his chin. His previous conclusion that the essence of soul strengthening is plunder now seemed incomplete. No need to look back, this setting wasn't mentioned before, it's the first time it appears. It seems that strengthening the soul isn't the only way. Barty Crouch Sr. was a hero, but he didn't have to die. If he had received support from the Ministry of Magic's Aurors, he wouldn't have fallen headfirst into you-know-who's trap. 37 people. He single-handedly eliminated 37 Death Eaters. In fact, not only did Crouch not receive support from the Ministry of Magic, he even became a wanted man by the Ministry of Magic. Rita Skeeter reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but she was reprimanded. No tricks, keep writing. The dark muzzle of a gun was pressed against her temple, and the act of wiping sweat could easily be misinterpreted as an attempt to resist. No, no, no. If I write any more, Cornelius Fudge will tear me apart. He's not as easy to talk to as Dumbledore. I don't care about that. Our head just wants to see Cornelius Fudge's reputation ruined. Rita Skeeter took 2 deep breaths. Her magical quill had been still for a while. At this moment, a black-robed wizard on the sofa chuckled. What are you worried about? Once your article is published, someone will naturally expose Cornelius Fudge's crimes. By then, he won't even be Minister of Magic anymore, so how could he possibly threaten you? Rita Skeeter nodded. She always felt like she was caught in a huge vortex. She, who was as nimble as an insect, had always danced on the edge, seemingly offending countless people, yet she never crossed their bottom line. This allowed her to consistently write eye-catching articles without being secretly eliminated. But this time, Cornelius Fudge was definitely going to explode. Even if what the man in black said made sense, it seemed not difficult for Fudge to kill her, a small fry, before he was ousted. Click. The person on the sofa pulled out a gun, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Rita Skeeter. If you don't write now, you might not even live to see Cornelius Fudge retaliate against you. Right? I'll write. Tears streamed down Rita Skeeter's face as her quill began to move again. Why was our British Wizarding World hero wanted? Some say it was the families of those Death Eaters exerting pressure, but in reality, the criminal facts of those Death Eaters were irrefutable, and those families, fearing their own homes would be branded as Death Eater, mostly wouldn't dare to defy public opinion. So there is only one conclusion: Cornelius Fudge was abusing his power for personal gain. As early as several years ago, the Death Eater Guy Avery was arrested and imprisoned. At that time, the head of the Avery family, Ollivander Avery. Nonsense? This is all nonsense. Cornelius Fudge slammed the latest edition of the Daily Prophet onto the table. Does Barnabas Cuff not want his job anymore? How can an article like this be published? Cornelius Fudge's reputation in the wizarding world had recovered after he granted Barty Crouch Sr. the title of honorary minister. But with the publication of Rita Skeeter's article, not only were all his previous efforts in vain, but he also faced an investigation into Dana Avery's Azkaban case. This couldn't have been Dana Avery's doing. Although the boy was young, he was incredibly shrewd. He always chose the optimal solution to maximize his interests. Clearly, abandoning a good cooperative relationship with the current Minister of Magic would be foolish behavior. That boy certainly wouldn't do that. So the only remaining people who knew about the events of that year were Guy Avery and Dumbledore. The fact that Guy Avery was Dumbledore's undercover agent had already been exposed, so he was currently too busy evading Death Eaters to expose these things. Besides, he had no reason to expose them. Dumbledore? That's even more impossible. If the old man wanted to mess with him, he wouldn't need these petty tricks. Then who else? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It was Barty Crouch Sr.? That damned fellow must have told Rita Skeeter about what happened that year. Perhaps he had planned it all along. If he didn't die, he would be a hero of the wizarding world, the next Minister of Magic. If he died, then Rita Skeeter would expose what happened that year. He wouldn't live, and I would have to be buried with him? Damn Barty Crouch Sr. Fudge suddenly stood up, crumpled the newspaper on the table into a ball, and threw it towards the door. The door was pushed open at that moment, and Amelia Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stood outside the door. The crumpled Daily Prophet accurately landed on the white flower pinned to her chest. Many female employees of the Ministry of Magic wore white flowers to commemorate their heroic predecessor Barty Crouch Sr. Minister. Head Bones' size showed no change, and her tone was merely a calm, businesslike one. But Cornelius Fudge just felt that Bones was looking down on him. Please come with me to courtroom 1. We have some questions to ask you regarding the Guy Avery escape case from that year. The Minister of Magic should not be put on trial because of a shoddy article by a third-rate journalist? This is completely illogical. That article is fake news. Amelia Bones shook her head. No, that article is merely a catalyst. In fact, with you-know-who's return, this trial must proceed for your reputation, Minister. If there's a problem with our head, it would be a disaster for the entire wizarding world. So we must confirm your innocence. Innocent? Clearly not innocent. Cornelius Fudge was very uneasy. He didn't know if this trial was only targeting the Guy Avery incident, or if it was because ambitious individuals within the ministry wanted to bring him down. Please, Minister, make it quick. If you do not attend this trial, then the Wisengamot may make a ruling based on the existing evidence. All right, I'll go. Since it had come to this, he had no choice but to go. If he went, he could at least defend himself. If he didn't go, then once the Wisengamot made a ruling, he would be finished. Level 10 below ground, Courtroom 1. When Cornelius Fudge arrived here, led by Amelia Bones, the courtroom was already full of people. The members of the Wisengamot, wearing magenta robes with an exquisite silver W embroidered on their left chests, were seated neatly. Fudge noticed that Dana Avery had also been summoned here. In an exchange of glances, Fudge was quite certain that Dana Avery was innocently caught up in this. Court is in session. Amelia Bones sat in the Chief Judge's seat, which made Cornelius Fudge even more certain that this whole charade today was Bones' scheme to seize power. Dana Avery, 7 years ago, you were swapped into Azkaban. Do you know who was behind this? I'm sorry, I don't know. Dana answered very straightforwardly, which eased Cornelius Fudge's hanging heart a little. Now some say that what happened that year was orchestrated by Ollivander Avery in collusion with the current minister Cornelius Fudge, coercing Barty Crouch Sr., who was then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Do you believe this is credible? How is that possible? Dana shook his head. Barty Crouch Sr. is a hero. How could he do something so morally and legally wrong? And Minister Cornelius Fudge has been extremely good to me, better than anyone in my family. He would never harm me without cause. Amelia Bones nodded, no longer questioning Dana, but instead took out a stack of documents. Everyone, this is evidence regarding this case submitted by an anonymous party. Please pass it around. Cornelius Fudge's face immediately turned ashen, because he saw a letter mixed in with that pile of documents. He remembered the envelope. It was the one he habitually used when he was head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. He had even gloated for a long time over the beautiful iris print on that envelope. Why would the letter he sent to Barty Crouch Sr. appear here? So it really was Barty Crouch Sr.? He's dead, and he still wants to drag me down with him. However, no matter how much Fudge resented Barty Crouch Sr., the Wisengamot member's judgment would inevitably come. In the case of Dana Avery's wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban, Cornelius Fudge, guilty. This is blatant political framing? Don't be fooled. Cornelius Fudge waved his hand vigorously, as if that alone could erase the unfavorable situation he was in. Cornelius Fudge, I regret to inform you that many of us Wisengamot members believe the evidence submitted by Director Bones is true. It's Bones? She is the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It's not hard for her to forge evidence. Please be dignified, Cornelius Fudge. Cornelius Fudge was still struggling in vain. While Dana sat in the spectators' gallery, his expression serious, people couldn't discern any emotion from his face. In reality, Dana was about to burst with joy. The Wisengamot members were truly formidable, never backing down when it was time to argue. Since Fudge's guilt was established, the next step was to initiate impeachment and remove him from office. A Fudge who had lost his position as minister would be no harder to deal with than John Flint. This way, the only living enemies left were Dumbledore and Guy Avery. In fact, the direct enemies had already been dealt with. Unbeknownst to him, the great task of avenging Anna was nearing completion. Wait a moment. Just as Dana was contemplating when and how to retaliate against Dumbledore, Dumbledore pushed open the door of the first interrogation room and walked in. My apologies, everyone. I was just preventing a Death Eater raid on Hogwarts and am a little late. Dumbledore was covered in dust. In fact, when Lord Voldemort set a trap for Barty Crouch Sr., a group of Death Eaters quietly seized the opportunity of Dumbledore leaving the castle to infiltrate Hogwarts. This group, led by Bellatrix, was targeting Guy Avery. Harry Potter was important, but what bothered Lord Voldemort most right now was Guy Avery. Unless a traitor was eliminated, his thoughts would not be clear. Not to mention that Guy Avery was connected to so many Death Eaters in Azkaban. Honestly, Lord Voldemort played this move quite beautifully, but the Death Eaters made the same mistake as last time. They acted prematurely before Dumbledore had completely left. Dumbledore! Cornelius Fudge shouted. Professor Dumbledore? They are framing me? I am innocent. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow about Dana's matter. Don't you know whether you are innocent or not? Perhaps Fudge didn't know that the origin of that matter was Dumbledore's idea, but Dumbledore knew the whole story. Dumbledore sighed and said to the Wizengamot members, Everyone knows the current situation. The Dark Lord has returned, and the Death Eaters are growing more rampant by the day. Under the current circumstances, I believe our internal stability is more important than anything else. Cornelius Fudge may be guilty, but dismissing him at this time would be detrimental to the overall situation. I suggest that the punishment for Cornelius Fudge be temporarily postponed to be discussed after we have completely defeated the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. Dumbledore looked at Cornelius Fudge. Cornelius, I also hope you can wholeheartedly dedicate yourself to fighting the Death Eaters if you can achieve meritorious service. Your past stains may not be impossible to wash away. Just like Barty Crouch Sr. Dumbledore's prestige in the Wizengamot was extraordinarily significant. Over 80% of the members agreed with his proposal, even though most of them felt that Fudge's removal would actually have little impact on the overall situation. They still chose to side with Dumbledore. Dana's expression remained the same, but his mood was terrible. Dumbledore looked over, their gazes met. Dana, you pressured Rita Skeeter to write an exposé about Fudge. You crossed the line with this? So no matter what your goal is, I will not let you succeed. You want revenge? Wait until Lord Voldemort is defeated. Dumbledore? You will regret this. They didn't need to speak, everything was conveyed through their gaze. Minister's office. Cornelius Fudge, who had narrowly escaped, was sweating profusely. He tried to breathe deeply, hoping to calm himself down. Have a candy, Cornelius? Dumbledore offered a fizzing Whizbee. Fudge took it without thinking, then impatiently threw it into his mouth and chewed vigorously. The floating sweetness made Fudge realize he had actually eaten a candy. This strange sensation finally brought him back to his senses. Feeling better, Cornelius? Dumbledore smiled. Much better, Professor Dumbledore. Cornelius Fudge said gratefully. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have been finished today. Dumbledore shook his head. Actually, I think you haven't been doing well lately. Fighting the Death Eaters requires a qualified leader, and clearly, you are not. Cornelius Fudge's mouth fell open, as if he had heard the most vicious curse. Then he lowered his head dejectedly and murmured, Then why did you save me? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and said, You weren't in the past, but that doesn't mean you won't be in the future. Pull yourself together, Cornelius. The Death Eaters aren't scary. I saved you not for you to give up on yourself, but to hope that you can, like Barty Crouch Sr., bravely lead the Ministry of Magic in fighting the Death Eaters. What should I do? Fudge looked bewildered. Dumbledore sighed inwardly and said, At the very least, you must release all the Aurors and Hit Wizards who are confined to the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry's employees are numerous. If the Death Eaters break in, it's entirely feasible to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Fudge shook his head. But what if their target is me? Dumbledore pushed 2 handguns towards Fudge. These are Barty Crouch Sr.'s relics. Perhaps they can give you some sense of security. Fudge picked up a handgun and examined it. The price of this alchemical firearm was not cheap. Barty Crouch Sr. has already proven that this weapon can deal with any Death Eater except the Dark Lord. What if you know who comes to deal with me personally? Dumbledore began to doubt whether his previous decision was correct. Although his voice was still gentle and strong, his tone sounded much heavier than at first. Clearly, you are not the Dark Lord's primary target. He will not personally deal with you. If he were to act, it wouldn't matter if you deployed all the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Is that so? Fudge still understood Dumbledore's unspoken meaning that Cornelius Fudge was not important enough for Lord Voldemort to act personally. Although disappointed by his true influence, Fudge felt a little relieved. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. I will have the Aurors fully cooperate with your actions. Dumbledore smiled contentedly. That's it, Cornelius. When we finally defeat the Dark Lord, you will still be the Minister of Magic, and perhaps you will gain more prestige than you imagine. Fudge's face was grim. He moved his lips, wanting to say something. He knew he was supported by Dumbledore, but he always wanted to break free from Dumbledore. and after this incident, he had completely failed. The door suddenly pushed open, and a pink Dolores Umbridge walked in. "Oh, Cornelius, you have a guest. It's Professor Dumbledore?" "Hello, Professor. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You must be having a very important conversation." Umbridge's face was plastered with a false and exaggerated smile, her voice so cloying it could kill any size mosquito. Perhaps she had one living in her throat at that moment. "Oh, Dolores, is there something you need?" Fudge regained his ministerial dignity and asked. "It's like this, the Azkaban warden, Dana Avery, just submitted a leave request." "A leave request?" "Yes, Mr. Avery said he has been working continuously in Azkaban for over a year, and he has forgotten what a rest day feels like, so he wants to take a week off to go to Paris, Marseille, and Bordeaux to have some fun. But on a side note, dear Minister, Mr. Avery is indeed too young. Perhaps I can help you with your worries and take over the position of warden, to avoid people saying you employ child labor. The Azkaban warden's position is a lucrative one. With Lord Voldemort's resurgence, the Ministry of Magic's operations are entirely reliant on Azkaban's tribute." As Fudge's right-hand woman, Umbridge naturally knew what a profitable business Azkaban was now. If she could seize this business, wouldn't she instantly achieve financial freedom? She wasn't that brat Avery. She always had Cornelius in her heart. If she could control Azkaban, then 99% of Azkaban's profits would go to Cornelius. After Umbridge finished speaking, she looked at Fudge with anticipation. However, the current Fudge, having been reprimanded by Dumbledore, had an exceptionally clear mind. "Dolores, if you can make those Dementors as pliable as Dana Avery, then I'll agree to you becoming the warden." "All right, that's a big problem." Umbridge bowed slightly and withdrew. She didn't think Cornelius didn't want to give her the position, but rather that the Dementors presented an objective difficulty. It didn't matter. For Cornelius, she would bravely overcome any difficulties. There's no reason that little brat Dana Avery can control Dementors, but she, Umbridge, can't. Dana was on holiday. This news spread like gossip broadcast from a village loudspeaker, and in an instant, the entire British wizarding world knew. Of course, this included Lord Voldemort. Regarding this information, which was clearly intentionally leaked to him, Lord Voldemort felt as if he saw a large line of text floating above Azkaban. "Defenses weak, come rescue now." And it was Dana Avery's handwriting. However, whatever happened at Azkaban was no longer Dana's concern. He said he was going to France to have some fun, so he really went to France to have some fun. "Azkaban? Dumbledore, you're so capable, you go defend it yourself?" Dana knew Dumbledore had two enemies. One was Lord Voldemort, and the other was a woman named Vita Rosier. Dana, being well-read, would naturally stumble upon some novels favored by certain specific groups. The novels said that Dumbledore had an ambiguous relationship with the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald when he was young, and Vita Rosier often appeared as someone so deeply infatuated with Grindelwald that she couldn't extricate herself. If only one novel wrote this way, it might be the author's fabrication. But if 8 or 10 books had the same theme, that meant Dumbledore and Grindelwald's affair was a recognized fact. At least 80% true. Your enemies are often the ones who understand you best. So, while Dana was out and about, he found an elegant courtyard, protected by a muggle-repelling charm and conf undo. "Hello, Vita Rosier." Vita Rosier looked up, glanced at Dana, then lowered her eyes again. In her hand was a novel that Dana happened to have read. This was one of the very few books that depicted Vita Rosier and Grindelwald together. Although the plot was far-fetched, and excluding the explicit content, the entire book might not even reach 10,000 words, its strength lay in its exquisite illustrations. Moving illustrations, masterfully drawn, unparalleled. "Uninvited guest, please leave immediately." Vita Rosier was engrossed in reading her fanfiction, which made Dana roll his eyes. This was an explicit novel? "Vita Rosier, are you really not going to maintain your noble and elegant persona?" "Vita Rosier, I've come here seeking an answer. Once I get the answer I want, I'll leave immediately. I have no obligation to tell you anything. I want to deal with Dumbledore." Vita Rosier closed the book, looked up, and re-examined Dana. "Little brat, don't talk big when you haven't even grown your hair out." Dana smiled. "Whether I succeed or not is my business, but if you tell me Dumbledore's weakness, at least it can help me annoy him, can't it?" Vita Rosier nodded. There was logic to that. She was willing to do anything that would displease Dumbledore, even though Gellert had asked her not to act against Dumbledore. But the situation was different now. She was just an elder telling a story to a young person. Surely, that wouldn't violate the agreement? She closed her eyes, lost in thought, as if she needed time to clear her mind of the messy plots from those novels and let the true history emerge. After a long while, she spoke. The story begins in the summer of 1899. Lord Voldemort, accompanied by Bellatrix, once again arrived on Azkaban Island. Rodolphus Lestrange had been killed by Barty Crouch Sr., which allowed Bellatrix to reclaim the Black surname. In reality, Bellatrix had long wanted to end this political marriage. Her true love was always only one person. She often dreamt of a little girl, the fruit of her love with her dear master. She was so beautiful, and according to Black family tradition, her name should be constellation-themed, perhaps Hydra's. Bellatrix was still lost in thought when a violent jolt occurred. The boat had docked. Lord Voldemort and a dozen others quickly jogged towards Azkaban's main gate. Everything went smoothly, the Dementors did not obstruct them. First floor 9 Death Eaters, rescued. Second floor 13 Death Eaters, rescued. Sixth floor 17 Death Eaters, rescued. Seventh floor the Dementors blocked the way. A group of Dementors, clearly indicating their unwillingness, blocked the staircase leading to the 7th floor. Get out of the way, Lord Voldemort said coldly. With Dana Avery absent, the uncommanded Dementors were not to be feared. However, a Dementor floated in front of Lord Voldemort and handed him a note. Lord Voldemort, that's enough. Knowing when to stop is a virtue. If you delay any longer, Dumbledore will come for you. Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort sneered. That old man was probably still guarding Guy Avery at Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Dana Avery's message was, you can take the Death Eaters below the 7th floor, but don't even think about those above it. Lord Voldemort certainly wanted to rescue more loyal Death Eaters, but continuing upwards meant a complete rupture with Dana Avery. That brat was truly troublesome, possessing alchemical firearms that were a fatal threat to ordinary Death Eaters, and capable of controlling Dementors. This was a hidden danger that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. But not now. Dumbledore was the mortal enemy. He couldn't be distracted at a time like this. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as he thought that, the Death Eater on lookout downstairs rushed up. Master, Master, something bad has happened. Dumbledore is here. The outcome of the battle in Azkaban that day remained unknown. When Dana returned to Azkaban after his vacation, he found ruins. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Azkaban Fortress, like Hogwarts, was protected by various magic arrays, so even if Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore had actively demolished parts of it, they wouldn't have torn down the entire fortress. However, the prisons from the 1st to the 6th floor were empty. Those who had remained there were all staunch Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort took many people with him, but he also left many behind. A total of 20 corpses were scattered everywhere, and it was fortunate that Azkaban was cold, otherwise these bodies would have already started to rot. Dana touched his nose and muttered to himself, I need to write a letter to Fudge. During the warden's leave, Azkaban was attacked, a large number of prisoners died, and dozens of Death Eaters escaped. Oh, and Azkaban Fortress suffered significant damage, so this month's and next month's taxes will be used to repair the fortress. Dana could already imagine Fudge's furious reaction upon receiving the letter. Looking at the crooked corpses on the ground, Dana shook his head in disgust. He needed to get the Dementors to throw these bodies into the sea quickly. Did they really think flesh wouldn't rot in a cold place? As for Dumbledore, he was probably starting to have a headache now. With so many loyal Death Eaters escaping, the Order of the Phoenix's pressure would suddenly increase. Azkaban was extremely busy now. The Dementors had been taken by Dana to a nearby island for temporary residence. Azkaban saw blue skies and white clouds, a sight rare for centuries. In Dana's view, suitable temperatures could improve the work efficiency of the construction workers. The parts damaged by Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore could not be fully restored by simple repair spells. Dana guessed it was because the magic of those two was too powerful, erasing the memories of the bricks, walls, and cages. If they couldn't remember what they originally looked like, how could spells restore them? Since he had hired a construction team, Dana simply decided to build a small castle near the coastal cliff next to Azkaban Fortress. As a warden, it wasn't right to always live in a prison cell. As for why he chose to build a castle instead of a villa, Dana felt that the top of the fortress was almost out of space for card tables. The construction team progressed quickly, and the first floor of the new castle was soon completed. Dana immediately moved his office there. Don't think he was just a warden and not busy at all, quite the opposite. Major matters of the EAM group and the Avalon Brotherhood required Dana's signature, and reviewing reports was an unavoidable task. Now he had also taken over Avery, and Avery tribesmen would come over every now and then to receive the Patriarch's instructions. However, today's guest was somewhat unexpected for Dana. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door opened, revealing a small head from behind it. Dana looked up, and through his gold-rimmed glasses, he saw a pretty young girl. In his previous life, Dana greatly admired the boss of the assassin platform, who was refined and controlled the lives and deaths of countless people while drinking red wine. What left the deepest impression on him was that pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Astoria Greengrass. Astoria jumped out from behind the door. It's me, the anonymous warden of Azkaban. Dana rubbed his temples. He realized he still wasn't very suited to wearing glasses. Why are you here? This isn't a good place. I heard the Dementors of Azkaban aren't here these days, so I came. But this is a prison. But you're here. Dana raised an eyebrow and asked. You look much better than last time. Of course. Astoria pouted, a little displeased with Dana's attempt at small talk. We haven't seen each other for over a year? I'm a first-year student at Hogwarts now. She curiously surveyed the office's decor. Outside was a chaotic construction site, but the office was neatly and refreshingly arranged, quiet and elegant, as if it were two different worlds from the outside. The little girl's eyes were sparkling, and they met Dana's lake green eyes, causing her face to flush slightly. I came today to thank you for saving me last time. Dana waved his hand. That was just a coincidence. Astoria shook her head slightly. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Dana killed that old woman, not only saving her but also lifting the curse that had plagued her family for hundreds of years. This was a life-saving kindness. It was not a coincidence. Astoria put her hands on her hips. She had learned this from her older sister, Daphne Greengrass, but at only 11 years old, her doing this gesture had no imposing aura. Instead, it was very cute. My mother said this is called a fated encounter. Fate. Dana smiled and said. All right, I understand. I've received your thanks. I think you should go back early. I'm very busy here and don't have time to show you around Azkaban, and as you can see, Azkaban isn't really suitable for visiting right now. Astoria was a little dejected. She lowered her hands from her hips and pulled out a letter from her embrace. Don't be in such a hurry to send me away. I have serious business too. Dana curiously took the letter from her hand and read it. Astoria took this opportunity to intently observe Dana. Mr. Avery was truly handsome. It turned out that this letter was a request from the Greengrass family head, Astoria's father, hoping to purchase a batch of alchemical firearms from Avery family. Alchemical firearms were in high demand now, with supply unable to meet it. Because all firearms produced by Avery family were handcrafted, their production efficiency was very low. This was intentional on Dana's part, such was the essence of hunger marketing. All right, I understand, Astoria. Dana refolded the letter. Go back and tell your father that I can't provide him with that much. At most, I can give him half of the quantity he wants. If he agrees, then he can pick up the goods at Avery family at the beginning of next month. Cash on delivery, no credit. Astoria came back to her senses, knowing that there was no suitable excuse to linger. She gracefully curtsied and bid farewell. Then I'll be going. I hope our next meeting won't be so formal. After all, I am a lady. Dana looked at Astoria in surprise. A lady? All right, I understand. Take care, and be careful on your way. Understood. What? His farewell was still so perfunctory? Astoria turned elegantly, but as soon as her back was to Dana, she immediately put on a pouting, annoyed expression. However, though her back was to Dana, she didn't know that her every move held no secrets from Dana's eyes. This little girl, she has feelings for me, doesn't she? She's only 11, isn't she? Are girls in the British wizarding world so precocious? Not long after Astoria left, a cloud of black smoke surged into the office from outside the window, coalescing into a person in front of Dana. Oh, Black Magic Lord, why have you come in person? Dana greeted the newcomer while secretly regretting, although the new castle was not yet completed, some defensive magic arrays still needed to be set up, he couldn't slack off at all. Lord Voldemort's face was grim, as if Dana owed him hundreds of galleons. For the impoverished Dark Lord, a few hundred galleons was already an enormous sum. Seeing Lord Voldemort remain silent, Dana shrugged. Black Magic Lord, look at all these workers here, with so many eyes and mouths, aren't you afraid someone will inform Dumbledore? At the mention of Dumbledore, Lord Voldemort immediately exploded. You must be doing this on purpose? You were the one who informed Dumbledore last time, weren't you? Dana let out a chuckle. Throughout the entire British wizarding world, apart from Dana, there were probably few who dared to laugh out loud at Lord Voldemort's words. Look at what you're saying. You think I colluded with Dumbledore to set a trap for you? I'll just ask you, did you rescue the Death Eaters or not? Lord Voldemort narrowed his eyes. The people were rescued, but many also died. He didn't believe Dana was unaware of this. I lost many people. Whether or not you informed Dumbledore, you bear an undeniable responsibility, so I need compensation. When dealing with others, Lord Voldemort wouldn't use a word like compensation. Usually, he would just act directly. You lost many people. Dana pointed to the bustling construction site outside the window. Then my Azkaban fortress was ruined by you all like this. The repair fees, the reconstruction fees aren't money, are they? Lord Voldemort snorted coldly. Humph, you moved the Dementors away. Aren't you afraid I'll just go in and seize people now? Dana raised an eyebrow slightly. This was a blatant threat. If you are willing to compensate me, I, Lord Voldemort, naturally won't overturn the table, but if you don't do as I wish, then don't blame me for disregarding rules and seizing people. In Lord Voldemort's view, his willingness to sit down and talk with Dana was already a great show of respect. In reality, he himself didn't realize that he was actually extremely wary of Dana. Black Magic Lord, I suggest you'd best not strain our relationship too much. Dana was not at all intimidated by Lord Voldemort's threat. How many times in his previous life had he been threatened with a gun to his head? But which of those who threatened him was still alive? In your current soul state, without my help, you probably won't live for many more years. Nonsense. Lord Voldemort could no longer maintain his composure. I have conquered death. Dana shrugged. Is that really true? Dana took out his wand, touched it to his temple, and then extracted a memory. This is how I see you now. Black Magic Lord, please confirm it yourself. Lord Voldemort also pulled out his wand and drew the silver memory thread into his left palm. A silver light burst forth, and the memory information contained in the silver thread instantly appeared in midair. The setting was naturally this office. Lord Voldemort pointed at Dana and shouted, I lost many people. Whether or not you informed Dumbledore, you bear an undeniable responsibility, so I need compensation. Everything was in order. It was exactly the scene that had just occurred. But in this memory, Lord Voldemort's soul was flickering in and out of view. This was Dana's current ability. If he wished, he could see the state of another person's soul. Such a long period of research had not been without results. What a tattered soul it was! The soul continuously tore itself apart in various parts of the body, then fused back together, but with each fusion, several points of soul components would dissipate, separating from the main spirit body. One didn't need extensive research on souls. Simply by observing with the naked eye, most people could tell that if this continued, Lord Voldemort's soul would indeed dissipate completely within a few years. How can this be? Lord Voldemort's face was filled with disbelief. This must be something you did? Right, that's your own memory. It's not hard to distort your own memory. Besides, who can see a soul with the naked eye? Dana smiled and transformed into a Dementor. Then he reverted to his original form and said, Look, I can even transform into a Dementor. Have you seen any other wizard who can do that? Black Magic Lord, don't forget, although I now use the Avery family surname again, that's just to make it easier for me to control Avery family. In reality, I am still an Emrys. You should understand what that surname represents. Dana took a small crystal vial from his pocket. Inside, a mass of black substance slowly flowed. This is a piece of soul, from a Death Eater named Horton Heatherness. Of course, I didn't kill him. Barty Crouch Sr. did. Look, Black Magic Lord, you claim to have profound research on souls, but have you ever seen a soul fragment like this? Dana brought the crystal vial to Lord Voldemort's face, raising his chin, signaling him to take it. Lord Voldemort hesitantly took the bottle. Soul, this indeed was the scent of a soul. Every time he created a Horcrux and separated a part of his soul, it had this very scent. It was just that this soul fragment was far less substantial than his soul had been at that time. Why is this happening? Lord Voldemort was asking why his soul seemed to be on the verge of collapse. You should ask yourself that, shouldn't you? I don't know how you managed to torment your own soul like this. I've done many experiments. One enemy's soul was split 5 times by me, yet it still didn't dissipate, which shows that the soul actually possesses extremely strong self-healing abilities. Lord Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He had split his soul more than 5 times. Why are you telling me this? Why? Dana smiled. Dumbledore is my enemy, you remember that, right? And currently, I'm still not his match. So, Black Magic Lord, as the only one who can currently contend with him, you cannot have anything happen to you. So you have a way to solve my current problem. Lord Voldemort had forgotten his initial purpose for coming here. Originally, he had intended to probe whether he could extort a batch of weapons and ammunition from Dana. Alchemical firearms were surprisingly effective in battles against the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors. Even a powerful Dark Lord couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. But now, what could be more important than saving himself? I can provide you with soul fragments. They can replenish your soul. Examining the small bottle of soul fragments in his hand, Lord Voldemort asked, "What should I do?" Dana smiled. Souls are greedy. If they don't have a physical barrier, they will devour any other weaker souls, so you just need to press the soul fragments into your body, and your soul will eat them itself. Lord Voldemort gave Dana a deep look, then tossed the crystal vial back to him. No need, I'll find a way myself. Of course the great Black Magic Lord naturally has his own methods. But I still have a piece of advice for you. Haphazardly devouring unprocessed souls is very dangerous. And right now, if you buy soul fragments from me, I can give you a discount, but after today, there will be no more discounts, you know. Lord Voldemort scoffed. His soul splitting was due to the Horcruxes. As long as he found all the Horcruxes, what could be safer in this world than his own soul returning to him? Although Lord Voldemort was very cautious and did not accept the soul fragments, Dana was not in a hurry at all. Given Lord Voldemort's current soul state, he would eventually come begging to him. At that time, the doctored soul fragments would surely leave Lord Voldemort with an unforgettable memory. Oh, right, I have another suggestion. Lord Voldemort no longer wanted to stay, he wanted to retrieve his Horcruxes as soon as possible. But just in case future complications arose and he needed soul fragments, he patiently said at this moment, "Tell me, I heard that Dumbledore cares most about his sister, who died many years ago. His desire to see his sister surpasses everything. I heard that the Resurrection Stone, which can recall the dead, once appeared. If Black Magic Lord can find the Resurrection Stone, perhaps you can use it as bait against Dumbledore." Lord Voldemort looked at Dana warily. Is this boy really not yet 14 years old? I will consider it as appropriate. With that, Lord Voldemort transformed into black smoke and left through the window again. Dana shook his head and took out a cauldron. A minute later, Kingsley Shacklebolt rushed in. He was from the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore had placed him here for supervision. "Warden Avery, I just saw black smoke floating out of your window." Dana's desk had a cauldron burning on it, with a plume of black smoke slowly rising from within. "It's nothing, Mr. Shacklebolt." Dana smiled. "As you can see, I tried to brew a potion and failed. Please forgive my rashness for startling you. After all, I haven't even attended Hogwarts for a day, have I?" Kingsley Shacklebolt nodded and left. Dana was speechless. The Order of the Phoenix truly had no fear of death. If Kingsley Shacklebolt had noticed and followed Lord Voldemort when he entered, he would most likely be a corpse by now. However, Dana could understand the renovation of Azkaban Fortress had led to the Dementors being relocated, and Dumbledore was worried that Lord Voldemort would come to rescue the Death Eaters again. But wasn't this also a form of surveillance on him, Dana Avery? Since the Order of the Phoenix is willing to guard the prison before the fortress is repaired, why don't I take another vacation? Dana, acting on his decision, immediately left Azkaban. He chose Hogwarts as his vacation destination. Lord Voldemort had consistently failed to kill Guy Avery, so he would do it himself. Dumbledore was too overbearing. If he couldn't deal with Dumbledore, he would vent his anger on Dumbledore's subordinate, especially since this subordinate already had a deep-seated hatred for him. Currently, Dana's combat strength was approaching 4 Lu. With the help of various external forces, he was no longer afraid of anyone except Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore. If he set up a trap and ambushed them, even Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort would suffer defeat. In his opinion, modern wizard duels were too chivalrous, to the point of being utterly righteous. There were so many methods far superior to what Muggles had: ambushing, poisoning, setting traps. Which of these wasn't effective? Dana transformed into a cat owl, circling around Hogwarts. There were already many Hogwarts cat owls, so an extra cat owl flying around for leisure wouldn't seem out of place. Dana planned to scout the surroundings first. Guy Avery was confirmed to be hiding in Hogwarts, but Dana didn't think he would live in the castle, as that would endanger the young wizards. However, nothing was absolute. If he wasn't outside the castle, then he would need to sneak into the castle to search. Fortunately, Dana found something. Because Dumbledore's protective enchantments were too obvious. Such a large, unremarkable forest and grassland, yet that one specific area was almost imperceptible. Anyone would know that various protective spells had been cast there. Dana landed on the ground, circled behind a fir tree, and when he reappeared, he was a Niffler. He moved at high speed on the ground. The Conf Undo and Shield charm couldn't obscure his vision, because with his high sensitivity to souls, if he wished, the glow emitted by the two souls in that area simply couldn't escape his eyes. It was a small wooden cabin. A tall man, who looked almost like a giant, was chopping wood outside the house. This person was Rubeus Hagrid. Dana had seen him when he was boarding at Hogwarts previously. And next to Hagrid was a man Dana knew very well, who was smiling brightly and chatting idly with Rubeus Hagrid. This person was Guy Avery. Dana didn't plan to use firearms, because while it would be simple, it would also easily increase suspicion on himself. None of the weapons he sold externally were capable of long-range sniping. No other reason, Dana himself was afraid of being ambushed. The characteristics of a wizard were almost inherently those of a natural trickster. If a wizard was determined to ambush you from a distance, you would be completely defenseless. Although Dana had grown quickly, he didn't have the defensive strength of Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore. Even a standard alchemical sniper rifle would be enough to penetrate his shield charm and blow a large hole in his head. So Dana prepared to use wizard methods to kill Guy Avery. Poisoning. Don't look down on poisoning, it's a legitimate wizard art. Niffler Dana quickly approached the small wooden cabin, and the voices of the two men talking drifted into his ears. Guy, let's hurry and get the stew ready. Harry and the others will be coming over after class. Hagrid, I've told you before, it's not safe here with me around. Harry and the others will be in danger if they come. It's fine. You know who has sent people so many times. When has he ever succeeded? With Dumbledore here, all problems will be solved. But the reason I moved in with you was because I almost died at Bellatrix's hands last time. Exactly, Dumbledore told you to move here, so you're safe. Guy Avery showed a helpless expression. Rubeus Hagrid's blind faith in Dumbledore was ingrained in his bones. Yes, we have Dumbledore on our side, but the enemy also has Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter is coming? Dumbledore truly has a big heart. Guy Avery, Lord Voldemort wants to kill him. Harry Potter, Lord Voldemort also wants to kill him. The two combined, perfect for a clean sweep. Niffler Dana's mouth twisted into a grin. It was very difficult for this creature to make a greedy expression, but very hard to form a smile. He seized the opportunity and darted into Hagrid's cabin. He first needed to find Guy Avery's dining utensils, cups, or sleeping gear. It didn't matter which, as long as he found the right one, he could send Guy Avery to meet Ollivander Avery. There were 2 cups on Hagrid's small table, both very large, making it difficult to tell whose was whose by size. But Dana only glanced at them and saw the clue. These large water cups must have been bought by Rubeus Hagrid. One of them had heavily worn glaze and accumulated limescale, very old, while the other was 90% new. Between the old and the new, it was easy to determine that the new one was Guy Avery's cup. Dana jumped onto the table, smeared acromantula venom on the inner wall of the cup, and then cast a Conf Undo. He believed that with his skill, ordinary people wouldn't notice the cup had been tampered with. And acromantula. He heard that Rubeus Hagrid kept a bunch of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. If Guy Avery died from acromantula venom, it would seem quite reasonable. Dana transformed into a small acromantula and brazenly left through the front door, deliberately letting the large dog Fang see him. The silly dog indeed barked twice. Fang, don't bark randomly. Hagrid scolded, then looked in the direction Fang was barking wildly. Oh, it's a little cutie, are you lost? Go that way, hurry home, or Aragog will worry. In reality, if a small spider truly went missing, Aragog wouldn't worry. Firstly, he couldn't see and wouldn't know if a small spider was lost. Secondly, His offspring were too numerous, losing a few wouldn't make any difference. Acromantulas died in battles with centaurs every day. Did you ever see Aragog grieve? Hey, Harry, hurry up. Dana was about to move away from the cabin when he suddenly heard the voices of the Weasley young ones. I can already smell the meat. It must be Hagrid's secret stew, Hermione said. That's great, stew is always easier to eat than rock cakes. Harry laughed. That's not certain. Do you know what kind of meat Hagrid puts in his pot? There might be some strange things. Dana was currently perched on a tree, watching the three young wizards pass by. From his 8 compound eyes, something extraordinary seemed to be reflected. Dana tilted his head. Oh, an unexpected surprise? So Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort had this connection? No wonder there was such a prophecy back then. Hey, Hagrid. Harry greeted Hagrid warmly, and of course, Guy Avery. Guy, how are you? Harry. Hagrid went up and gave Harry a big hug. Quick, come inside. Ron, Hermione, you two come in too. The stew will be a while, have some tea first. Everyone filed into the house. Hagrid took out 3 more large cups and poured 5 cups of the already brewed tea. Looking at the cauldron of tea as big as his own face, Ron's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Hagrid, that's too much tea. If I drink this cup, not to mention your stew, I probably won't be able to eat anything for dinner tonight. Ha ha ha, if you can't drink it all, leave it, Ron. I'm telling you, today's stew is absolutely amazing. The few people took their seats. Guy Avery picked up his cup. He was already used to drinking from large cups. If something could help him integrate into the environment, he would try his best to do it. It was just drinking from a large cup. He had done worse things before. Wait a minute, this cup seems to have been tampered with? Hagrid, you don't know. Sirius's defense against the dark arts class was so exciting. It's the best defense against the dark arts class I've had in 3 years. Really? Of course, he and your father are the best of friends, both geniuses. Ron retorted. Of course you'd say he's good, he's your godfather, Harry. His favoritism towards you in class is much stronger than Snape's favoritism towards Malfoy. Hermione nodded. Since the start of school, Sirius has given you at least 30 points, Harry. I worked so hard and only got a mere 15 points, it's so unfair. Ron immediately rolled his eyes. Hermione, you're just jealous that Harry added more points to the house than you? Anyway, now Gryffindor has a huge lead over Slytherin in points. Hagrid was happy to hear this. Although he was a dropout, his feelings for Gryffindor were very deep. When he was happy, he wanted to drink water, so he raised his cup and gulped down a whole cup of water. Hagrid. Guy Avery subtly handed over his own cup. The new tea isn't ready yet, you can have mine first. Then you won't have any tea. I'm not thirsty right now. That's very kind of you. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Today's tea is a bit strange. Why does it have a spicy taste? Guy, maybe that little cutie crawled into your cup just now. You'll have to wash your cup thoroughly later. I'm fine after drinking it, but you might not be. Hagrid, what little cutie? Ron asked curiously. It's a small acromantula. Ron looked terrified. Acromantula. Dana took in everything in the small house. Guy Avery is very alert. No wonder he survived so many Death Eater raids. And this person is not a good person. Dana suddenly didn't want to kill Guy Avery anymore. Keeping this person might annoy Dumbledore. Moreover, creating accidental scenes or faking Death Eater murder traces was too troublesome. Dana had already found a better way to target Dumbledore. Harry Potter. Before, because he hadn't researched souls so deeply, he hadn't discovered Harry's secret, but now, a fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul was actually attached to Harry Potter's soul. Lord Voldemort's soul aura was too easy to recognize. No wonder that Guy's soul was more tattered than a Dementor's cloak. For him to throw a piece of soul here and a piece of soul there and still be alive today is a miracle. Dumbledore looked at the small crystal vial containing the memory silver thread in front of him. This was sent to him by an anonymous person using a public cat-owl post. It came with a small note, not handwritten, but printed with a Muggle printer, and the fresh ink smell made Dumbledore frown. Please examine this memory, it might help you deal with you-know-who. Dumbledore carefully checked the crystal vial and found no dark curses attached to it. So he pulled the silver thread from the vial and put it into the Pensieve. I can already smell the meat. It must be Hagrid's secret meat stew. That's great. Stew is always easier to eat than rock cakes. Dumbledore quietly watched Harry in this memory. Of course, this memory was recorded from Dana's perspective, and the soul states of the three little ones were naturally also revealed. Ron and Hermione's souls were very normal young people's souls, but Harry's, that ominous black soul, was intertwined and mixed with his soul. Although Dumbledore couldn't see souls, that ominous, violent feeling, he had only ever felt it from Lord Voldemort. No wonder Harry was a Parselmouth, even though Parselmouths had never appeared in his parents' families, as is well known. Parselmouth is a hereditary skill. Was it when Lord Voldemort used Avada Kedavra on Harry and it was rebounded by Lily's magic, causing a piece of his soul to intertwine with Harry's soul fragment? Even if Dumbledore hadn't studied souls much, he knew that an ordinary person's soul couldn't be easily split, unless this soul itself had already split many times before. Horcrux. This is Lord Voldemort's secret to immortality? Therefore, to completely kill Lord Voldemort, all his Horcruxes must be destroyed. No wonder the prophecy said Harry was key to defeating Lord Voldemort. It turns out Harry was Lord Voldemort's last Horcrux. Gaunt old house. Lord Voldemort came here alone. Everything that was once familiar was now incredibly dilapidated. He had resurrected in the courtyard graveyard last time but hadn't had time to enter the old house. This place held Lord Voldemort's childhood memories. He spent 3 minutes disarming the traps he had set. He took out Marvolo Gaunt's ring and gently brushed the dust off the black gemstone engraved with the Peveril crest. This black gemstone was the famous Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. Lord Voldemort took out the soul fragment he had sealed in the ring. Only the Horcrux maker himself could remove a soul fragment. He stuffed the soul fragment into his body just like the soul fragments in the diary and Hufflepuff's golden cup. This soul fragment obediently merged with him. Lord Voldemort felt greatly invigorated. Dana Avery was right, he had made too many Horcruxes, making his soul too weak. How long had it been since he had experienced such clarity? He reapplied the curse to the ring. No, it was far from enough. Lord Voldemort added several more layers of curses and used a little trick to make the ring emit an ominous soul aura, making it still appear to be a Horcrux. Although he felt he was being used by Dana Avery again, if it could vex Dumbledore, this small displeasure didn't seem like a big problem. Lord Voldemort hid the ring again, gave a cold laugh, and transformed into black smoke, departing. As the black smoke swept past, the dust from his footprints on the ground flowed like fine sand, instantly returning to how it was a few minutes ago. The entire old house looked as if no one had ever returned. Fate is like an alarm clock. If you set the gears to wake you up at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow, it will make an annoying loud noise at that time. However, only a very few people can turn the gears of fate. Although the established course of this world had been completely messed up, under Dana's guidance, Dumbledore still went to the gaunt old house. Facing the Resurrection Stone, he still couldn't resist the longing in his heart for his family. Ariana. Dumbledore looked entranced, immersed in the illusion of his sister and unable to extricate himself, completely unaware that the curse had spread to his entire arm. Hiss. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through his heart that Dumbledore realized he seemed to have been hit. The curse, it was an extremely powerful curse. His arm rapidly withered, like a shriveled tree trunk, and the blood in his body seemed to instantly turn into the deadliest poison, destroying wherever it flowed. Dumbledore found that he wasn't as strong as he imagined, because in the face of this fierce curse, he had no good way to deal with it except to slow down its continued erosion of his body. What was worse, the gaunt ring seemed to look like a Horcrux, but it wasn't, or perhaps it once was, but now it was just an empty shell. So this was Lord Voldemort's trap for him. Dumbledore sighed. His time was running out. The Azkaban project was still underway, but the Order of the Phoenix members had all withdrawn. He vaguely heard Kingsley Shacklebolt tell his companions something about Dumbledore has something important to announce. Something important? Something more important than monitoring Azkaban, more important than monitoring himself? In the following days, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly shift his focus elsewhere. He was no longer active in fighting the Death Eaters, leaving the Aurors to hold the line alone, while he himself stayed cooped up in Hogwarts all day long. Dumbledore didn't show his face until the Azkaban repair project was finished and the new castle was completed. Even Cornelius Fudge came once to offer congratulations. Dana finally realized that something seemed to have happened to Dumbledore. Draco Malfoy received a task. His father told him to go to a place called the Room of Requirement, find a diadem, and then hand it over to the house elf Dobby in Hogsmeade on the weekend. Without the Chamber of Secrets incident, Dobby, though very unwilling, was still the Malfoy family's property. Draco marveled at the greatness of Hogwarts. It actually hid such a magical room. He decided to come back later and thoroughly explore the functions of the Room of Requirement. But for now, he had to find the diadem his father mentioned among the mountain of clutter. What kind of good person would throw something as important as a diadem into this pile of junk? That person's brain must be somewhat problematic. Draco grumbled, opening the door and sticking his head out, empty-handed. This was already his fifth fruitless attempt. He cautiously looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one in the corridor, he was about to step out when he heard Dumbledore's voice. He immediately pulled his head back. It was already 9 o'clock at night, which meant it was time for night wandering. My body can last for a while, Guy, you don't have to worry about me. The most important thing now is to find those things and destroy them. Professor Dumbledore, but you. With Severus here, I won't die in the short term. Our progress is very slow now, and we haven't found any of those things yet. Understood, Professor Dumbledore, I will do my best. The voices disappeared at the end of the corridor, and Draco tiptoed out of the Room of Requirement. There was no one in the corridor, and he quickly walked towards the stairs, but unexpectedly, at the corner of the corridor, a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Ha, look, I caught a young wizard wandering at night. Draco Malfoy's blood seemed to freeze, and he stood there for a full 5 seconds before realizing that the voice of the person speaking did not belong to any of the school's faculty members. He turned his head and saw Guy Avery's mysteriously smiling face. You, Mr. Avery. It was well known throughout Hogwarts that Guy Avery was now living with Hagrid, the gamekeeper. The young wizards were all discussing, saying that Guy Avery was the candidate to replace Sirius Black as the defense against the Dark Arts class professor next year. After all, the record of the Dark Arts professor not lasting a year was still ongoing. All right, we're also Slytherin alumni, that was just a joke. Guy showed a sunny smile. Hurry, Filch should be on the 4th floor now, be careful when you pass the 4th floor. Guy took out his wand and cast a disillusionment charm on Draco, then waved his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Draco ran off, still shaken. Guy Avery sneered, lifting the corner of his mouth slightly. There were no portraits, no statues, no armor in this corner. In other words, there were no Dumbledore's eyes here. Of course, given Dumbledore's current poor condition, he couldn't keep an eye on the school's dynamics as he used to. But to be safe, Guy Avery still chose this place to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had already noticed a kid in the Room of Requirement when he sent Dumbledore back to his office earlier. This hidden room isn't really that hidden in many people's eyes, otherwise, where do you think that mountain of trash came from? So he caught Draco. Having mastered occlumency to the max, he naturally had some understanding of legilimency, and reading the mind of a young wizard was all too easy. Diadem? Guy Avery cast a disillusionment charm on himself and turned to head for the Room of Requirement. 2 days later, Lucius Malfoy sent a letter to his son. No need to look for the diadem, mission accomplished? Harry Potter was under a lot of pressure. Dumbledore had suddenly become strict with him during this period. Knowledge entered his brain in various ways, and all his spare time was occupied by Professor Flitwick's special training for him. Today was assessment day, and Harry came to the headmaster's office. Harry, you're here. Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. Whether it was his imagination or not, Harry felt that Dumbledore looked much more haggard, his robes no longer appearing to be filled with flesh and blood as before. Now, it seemed as if there was only a skeleton beneath them. Professor Dumbledore. Harry, you've worked very hard and suffered a lot during this time. Harry gave a wry smile and slightly shrank his neck, but you should understand that Lord Voldemort's return has once again brought a huge threat to the British wizarding world. No, not just the wizarding world. If he gains power, thousands of muggles will die. We can't wait for you to grow up. Harry, you know, there's a special connection between you and Lord Voldemort, and you are our greatest hope for defeating him. So now, let me assess your efforts during this period, which will also help us adjust your training for the next stage. Okay, Professor. Harry pulled out his wand. How do you want to test me? Dumbledore waved his robes, and all the furniture in the office obediently moved to the sides, and the central area of the office visibly expanded. By the time Harry came to his senses, Dumbledore's office had transformed into a dueling arena hundreds of square meters in size. Come on, Harry, attack me with all your might. The Elder Wand flew into Harry Potter's hand. Dumbledore looked at his empty right palm in astonishment, then smiled. Congratulations, Harry, your progress is unbelievably fast. Harry, however, wasn't proud that his spell had hit Dumbledore. His face was filled with worry. Professor Dumbledore, are you all right? Even though Harry was still a child, he could already tell that Dumbledore was in an extremely poor state. The two had been sparring for 10 minutes, ostensibly with Dumbledore testing Harry, but in reality, after 6 minutes, Dumbledore's body prevented him from continuing the instructional match with ease. At 8 minutes, Dumbledore was merely holding on, relying on his extensive experience and understanding of magic to neutralize Harry's attacks with minimal exertion. And finally, due to sluggish magic mobilization, at 10 minutes and 13 seconds, he was hit by Harry's Expelliarmus. I'm fine, my boy. Dumbledore took the Elder Wand that Harry offered him. I really am getting old. But after this, Harry, you should have confidence in yourself, shouldn't you? Looking at the old man's smiling face, Harry suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. Professor, go on, Harry, let this old man rest properly. Harry retreated as instructed. Dumbledore then looked at the Elder Wand in his hand. Excellent, it had changed masters. Dumbledore has been frantically training Harry Potter lately. The Death Eater's operations had been smooth recently, encountering much weaker resistance. Nearly all wizarding strongholds in southern England had been occupied by them. For Dumbledore to be training Harry Potter at this time seemed rather illogical. Recalling the prophecy, Lord Voldemort felt a faint unease in his heart. He had already retrieved the goblet, the diadem, the diary, and the ring, but the Slytherin locket was still missing. Crucially, there was a second half to that prophecy, and it was vital. Bellatrix. I'm here, my dear master. Bellatrix stepped forward slowly, her charm even greater than before, but her slightly swollen belly immediately revealed what she had been doing with Lord Voldemort during this time. Gather everyone here. I'm taking them to the Ministry of Magic. Master, is it finally time to launch the final war and notify the British wizarding world? No, not yet, but an occasional display of power is still necessary. Besides, I need to know the second half of the prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney back then. Master, that woman is just a fraud, her prophecies. No, Bellatrix. The Trelawney family's bloodline is trustworthy and Sybil Trelawney is a seer capable of making true prophecies. That half prophecy has almost entirely come true. If I cannot know the complete prophecy, my heart will not be at peace. Understood, Master. I will retrieve that prophecy from the Department of Mysteries for you immediately. No, you are heavy with child. Wait here. This time, I will lead the team personally to ensure foolproof success. Oh, Master, you are too kind. Lord Voldemort's actions were eventually discovered by the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic. This time, the Order of the Phoenix resisted fiercely. Uncharacteristically so, that prophecy was of utmost importance. In Dumbledore's view, it was paramount to defeating Lord Voldemort. The battle began with intense ferocity. Neither side probed, they went for the kill from the start. This time, Fudge didn't hold them back. Most Aurors and hit wizards gathered to resist. Dumbledore was right, defeating Lord Voldemort would solidify his position as minister. Outside the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries, spells and bullets intertwined, blood splattering wantonly amidst screams. Members of the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors held their ground, defending the Hall of Prophecies to the death. Suddenly, a black mist descended from the sky, exploding on the ground to reveal the pale, socket-headed figure. Retreat! Retreat into the Hall of Prophecies! Scrimgeour shouted loudly. Quick, destroy those prophecies. Rufus Scrimgeour remained in a waving posture, falling straight down. Just now, a green light had flown from Lord Voldemort's wand and struck him. Don't hesitate. Execute the director's final order. We'll hold on for a little longer, Dumbledore will be here soon. Kingsley Shacklebolt took over Scrimgeour's command position, but he was much smarter, hiding behind the shelves where the prophecy orbs were stored. Lord Voldemort was hesitant to act, probably not daring to cast spells at the shelves. Indeed, Lord Voldemort yelled in exasperation. Stop them! Another green light, but this time no Auror fell. A red light collided with the green light, causing a massive explosion that instantly blew apart several shelves. Dumbledore appeared here with Harry, Sirius, Guy Avery, and others. Several deans from Hogwarts were left behind after all. Dumbledore wasn't sure if this was Lord Voldemort's feint. As for why Harry Potter was brought along, the prophecy didn't state when Harry and Lord Voldemort's neither can live while the other survives moment would occur. Perhaps this was an opportunity. More importantly, Harry Potter was still underage and under Lily Potter's magical protection, so Lord Voldemort couldn't harm him. There might be a chance to reenact the miracle of the boy who lived, and it wasn't impossible for Lord Voldemort to be hit by his own killing curse again. Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort waved his wand, and the shattered glass on the floor, like a reversed Milky Way, soared into the air and rained down upon Dumbledore and the others. Dumbledore, holding the Elder Wand, made its tip flash with silver light. The glass fragments transformed into hummingbirds, breaking free from Lord Voldemort's control and nimbly evading everyone, instead charging towards the Death Eaters. Roar! Fierce fiend fire incinerated the hummingbirds. In transfiguration, Lord Voldemort was far inferior to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's appearance greatly boosted the morale of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors. With him present, they felt invincible. However, Avada Kedavra! A green light struck Dumbledore from behind. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Guy Avery, who had just made his move, transformed into a puff of black smoke, flew to Lord Voldemort's side, and knelt on one knee. Master! Guy Avery! Sirius's eyes were bloodshot, and he unleashed several killing curses. His murderous intent was so strong that his killing curses were even more powerful than those of the Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort sneered as he deflected Sirius's spells, then fired a thick green light at him. Harry Potter couldn't stand by and watch his godfather die. Even though he was grief-stricken, frightened, and enraged at that moment, he instinctively cast Expelliarmus. Red light and green light collided, and this scene, seemingly abandoned by fate, coincidentally reappeared in this world. A fierce battle raged in the Department of Mysteries. In the minister's office. Dana, my young friend, what brings you here? Minister, the Department of Mysteries is in a fierce battle. How can you, the minister, not be on the front lines? Fudge chuckled. People like us, of course, shouldn't put ourselves in danger, don't you agree, Dana? Who is us with you? Dana's cold expression made Fudge feel uneasy. Indeed, Dana said. Have you forgotten that there's still an unresolved feud between us? Fudge was greatly alarmed. Hadn't this boy forgotten that feud already? Had the benefits I gave him not been enough? At this moment, the Aurors and Hit Wizards had all gone to intercept the Death Eaters, and other Ministry of Magic employees were hiding in their respective offices, no one daring to leave their safe offices until safety was ensured. If Dana Avery wanted to make a move, now was indeed the best time. Fudge, in danger. Dumbledore lay there, silent and still. The Ministry of Magic's combat personnel and members of the Order of the Phoenix were all rendered speechless. The Death Eaters, however, rejoiced, for Dumbledore, their greatest threat, was dead. Now, as long as Harry Potter died, their master would be invincible in Britain. In Harry's peripheral vision, Dumbledore remained motionless. Perhaps he harbored a tiny fantasy, imagining Dumbledore would rise again to repel Lord Voldemort. However, fantasies are just fantasies. Now, he was the only one clashing with Lord Voldemort. Just then, two wands with identical cores triggered the Priory Incantatum. The projections of those killed by Lord Voldemort surged out of Lord Voldemort's wand like thick smoke. Harry, run! Lily Potter shouted to her child, entangling Lord Voldemort along with the other projections. Harry Potter gritted his teeth. He did not run. In fact, the door to the Hall of Prophecy was blocked by Death Eaters, so he couldn't run at all. He turned and rushed into the depths of the Hall of Prophecy. He wanted to destroy the prophecy orb concerning him and Lord Voldemort. Among so many Order of the Phoenix members present, only the underage Harry was thinking about Dumbledore's plan at that moment. Perhaps everyone was too shocked by Dumbledore's death to speak. Stop him! Stop Harry Potter! He's going to destroy the prophecy orb. Lord Voldemort, harassed by the spectral projections, saw Harry's destination through a gap and immediately understood his intention, so he issued orders to his subordinates. Yes, Master. The Death Eaters swarmed forward, their morale high, magic and bullets flew, instantly causing many casualties among the Aurors. Suddenly, two orbs dropped from the air, landing in the middle of the Death Eaters' formation. Someone noticed this, looked up at the sky, and saw a portal suspended high on the ceiling, with Dana Avery, his lower body transformed into a Dementor, floating there. Those two orbs were what he had thrown down. Boom! Boom! The orbs exploded, instantly felling a large number of Death Eaters. Get out, get out! Lord Voldemort roared, because he clearly saw the silver powder floating out of the bombs. It was Mentor metal powder. If his Death Eaters inhaled this stuff, it would be almost the same as dying. Dana slowly descended from the sky, and the 2 Chicago typewriters in his hands began to exert their power. The Death Eaters began to suffer heavy casualties. Lord Voldemort furiously waved his wand, sweeping away the spectral projections, and then he cast a wide area shield charm. Dana Avery! Lord Voldemort shouted. How dare you oppose me? Dana righteously replied. I am the Warden of Azkaban, a legitimate official of the Ministry of Magic. For your illegal act of leading terrorists to attack the Ministry of Magic, I naturally must step forward. Lord Voldemort didn't bother to say more and hurled an Avada at Dana. The green light struck Dana's chest, turning into a halo of light, then spreading out and disappearing into the fibers of his cloak. Nothing happened. Warden Avery was not killed by Avada Kedavra. We still have hope. Counterattack? Counterattack. The re-energized Aurors began to join the counterattack. And Lord Voldemort, after exchanging several attacks with Dana, found that he had no good way to deal with this scoundrel in a short time, so he reluctantly ordered, Go, evacuate here. The Death Eaters retreated from the Hall of Prophecy, and at that moment, from the depths of the Hall of Prophecy, a loud sound of shattering glass was heard. Lord Voldemort heard it and knew that Harry Potter had smashed the prophecy orb. The joy that Dumbledore's death had brought him was now completely washed away by Dana Avery's betrayal. Furious, he could not continue to fight to the death. Dana Avery's alchemical hot weapons could play too great a role in such a large-scale battle. His Death Eaters could not afford to die anymore. Buzz. The Ministry of Magic's anti-apparition ward was shut down. This indicated that there were still hidden Death Eaters within the Ministry of Magic. But at this moment, for the Ministry of Magic, this might be good news, because Lord Voldemort could leave with the Death Eaters. People surrounded Dana, and at this moment, compared to the boy who lived, Dana seemed more like the savior. Warden Avery, thank you. We won. Dana sighed. Everyone, although Lord Voldemort retreated this time, we also lost our greatest white wizard. Sirius knelt beside Dumbledore, beating his chest and weeping, hating himself for not having seen that Guy Avery was a bad seed. Dana continued. Our losses are far greater than the enemy's. I don't think there's anything to celebrate. He reopened a portal and stepped into it. I need to rush back to Azkaban to guard the last 100 Death Eaters there. I'll leave this place to you. The Aurors looked at each other, realizing then that their biggest umbrella of protection had fallen forever. Perhaps Dumbledore's power was so deeply ingrained that they always thought Dumbledore was invincible, and their hearts had never truly accepted his death. Perhaps Dana's appearance was too impressive, single-handedly forcing the Death Eaters and Lord Voldemort to retreat. This gave them the illusion that Dana could defeat Lord Voldemort. But now, with reason returning, they had to face a mess that couldn't be any worse. This is bad. Cornelius Fudge is missing. Just as the Aurors were somberly cleaning up the scene, Umbridge rushed over. Someone, quickly organize people to find Cornelius Fudge. We can't do without Cornelius Fudge. Where did the missing Cornelius Fudge go? This question is simple. Azkaban has sufficiently secluded cells for him to use, and there is also enough space beneath the cliff behind the fortress to place his remains. Now we need to turn our attention to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the unfamiliar stone chamber, completely bewildered. Is this the world of the dead? He saw Barty Crouch Sr. floating in midair, and he saw Donna Avery, looking dazed and only the size of a figurine. No, this is not the world of the dead, Dumbledore. Dana was smiling. He was in an excellent mood. Today was a good day. He was only one Guy Avery away from fully avenging his mother. While that guy was cunning, he was fully confident that Lord Voldemort would hand him over. Even if it seemed today that he and Lord Voldemort had completely fallen out. That guy had reasons why he had to find him. Not the world of the dead. Dumbledore looked puzzled. Then where is this? My laboratory, Professor. Dana extended his hands. Welcome to the free abode of souls, Dumbledore. You are studying souls, Dana. Dumbledore's soul frowned. Yes, Dumbledore, if I don't study souls, how can I deal with Lord Voldemort? You want to fight Lord Voldemort? Yes, Lord Voldemort will prevent me from living a peaceful life. I must drive this stability-destroying terrorist out of my life. According to the prophecy, between the prophesied child chosen by the Dark Lord and the Dark Lord, only one can live. How do you know? Dumbledore, I am Emery's. In studying souls, I seem to have a very good talent. In fact, as a soul, you have no secrets in front of me. Legilimency? No, 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 you're mistaken. This is basically like you are a diary spread open before me, and I can read any page I want. Ah, don't try to hide those secrets, it's useless, you can't hide them. Rest assured, I won't tell Lord Voldemort that Severus Snape and Memphis Roll are your people. Dumbledore was speechless. This was indeed not legilimency, because legilimency can only read current thoughts, not memories. Dana, help Harry, he is the key to defeating Lord Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore, if you believe in the prophecy, then the prophecy will be a prophecy. If you don't believe it, then the prophecy is a lie. Actually, from the information I have obtained, even if you do nothing, Lord Voldemort will at most live until 1999. What? What's so strange about that? That guy has harmed his own soul too many times. His soul is on the verge of collapse and has lost its ability to recover on its own. To be precise, his soul will dissipate from this world around 1999, and the negative effects of his soul will begin to manifest in the latter half of 97. In other words, you just have to wait a few years, and Lord Voldemort will collapse on his own. Dumbledore couldn't believe this. If this were true, it would mean that all the things he had done before, and all the people who had sacrificed, were in vain. If this were true, then the boy in front of him being imprisoned in Azkaban, and his mother dying because of it, would be completely worthless. Then the things he owed to people like Dana's family would be as numerous as ox hair. Don't believe it. Dana laughed. Then look at Barty Crouch Sr. over here. Dumbledore turned to look at Barty Crouch Sr., who gave him a smile. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Dana said. Look, what color is Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul? Sky blue with some gold. Yes, very beautiful, isn't it? Dana then pointed to Dumbledore. Now look at what color your own soul is. Dumbledore looked down. His soul was grayish-white, with occasional black spots and lines flickering within it. Do you see? Your soul is completely different from Barty Crouch Sr.'s. In the last moments of his life, Barty Crouch Sr. was single-mindedly devoted to eradicating Death Eaters, bringing hope to the wizarding world, and becoming a hero. People thanked him, respected him, and those positive emotions continuously fed back into his soul. But you, Dumbledore, who prides himself as the leader of the White Wizards, you arrogantly believe that all your judgments are for the good of everyone. You believe you are selfless, you believe your decisions are absolutely correct. But in reality, the harm your decisions have caused to others has always fed back into your own soul, and most tragically, all your efforts have been in vain. The goals you sacrificed others to achieve could actually have been realized by simply waiting. From this perspective, you have merely been doing bad things under noble pretexts. In my opinion, you are just not as reckless as Lord Voldemort, and you have slightly more bottom lines. Huh? What are you surprised about? In my opinion, you are undoubtedly a villain, yet you like to stand on moral high ground. In this regard, I even find the purely evil Lord Voldemort more likable. No, I gave my true feelings to everyone. Dumbledore murmured in pain. True feelings. Dana suddenly burst out laughing. Your spies, did you truly give them your true feelings? Severus Snape begged you to protect Lily Evans, did you do it? Guy Avery became homeless because of you, and after returning to Britain, he was constantly confined by you in Hogwarts. Did you ever ask him if this was the life he wanted? At least I was wholeheartedly devoted to Harry. No, you weren't? Harry was the one you exploited the most. From birth, he was always a puppet under your wand. Everything about him was arranged by you, even his friends were carefully selected by you. I was also for. Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking. That's right, Lord Voldemort would die on his own, and everything he had done was in vain. Ah, look what I've found. Dana suddenly seemed to have discovered a new continent. Burning the cabinet with magic, intimidating young Tom Riddle. Dear Principal, do you think this is the correct way to educate a child? No wonder Tom Riddle became the later Dark Lord. Aren't you teaching him magic is power from a young age? What? You actually subconsciously agree with this statement? Oh, Professor, you can't let others know about this thought, otherwise their faith will collapse. Barty Crouch Sr. floated over and said, Dana, don't say any more. Professor Dumbledore is in great pain now, and his soul is not well. It's right that it's not well. Few people can face their own actions. If a person can clearly see what they have done in the past, it will shatter their long-held perception of self. So I was this unbearable, So I was this despicable, so I was not at all what I imagined. The more arrogant a person is, the greater the blow they receive at such a time. Dumbledore at this moment was exactly like this. His tormented soul even began to dissipate. No, 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 Professor, escaping is indeed very useful, it can save you a lot of pain, but do you remember? I still have a grudge with you that hasn't been settled. So now, let's begin. Dana pulled a soul fragment from the fishbowl, casually inserted it into Dumbledore's soul, and then helped him stabilize his soul. Dumbledore, I am actually very merciful. I will give you a chance to reform. Just wait, I hope you like the new body I have prepared for you. That is one of the most powerful bodies in the wizarding world right now. After the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore was killed, and Lord Voldemort seemed unstoppable, yet the British wizarding world experienced a long period of peace afterward. Cornelius Fudge disappeared, suspected of deserting his post after learning that Lord Voldemort had attacked the Ministry of Magic. Already burdened by his past misdeeds, this incident quickly led to a unanimous decision within the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was impeached and removed from his position as Minister for Magic, with the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, temporarily assuming the role. So, where did Cornelius Fudge go? Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge's face was pale, and his whole body trembled. It was cold, too cold. A group of Dementors were playing mahjong around him. Who could endure that temperature? Moreover, these Dementors were extremely unhygienic. The one who won a hand would be sucked by its companions, and the slurping sounds made Cornelius Fudge's skin crawl. Perhaps they would suck his soul into their mouths with a similar slurp. The cell door opened, and Dana walked in. He waved his hand, and the Dementors quickly picked up tables and chairs, evacuating the area. Cornelius Fudge disliked them, and they disliked Cornelius Fudge even more. Having grown accustomed to pure happiness, the Dementors had no interest in the happiness tainted by the world's rotten desires that emanated from Cornelius Fudge. Before, they had no choice but to eat herring cans, but now they ate delicious shunda fish sashimi every day. That canned food, once considered a delicacy, would now sting their eyes even if just left in the room. Dana, let me go. It was my fault back then. I shouldn't have been blinded by money and power. I caused you harm. I'm so sorry. I'll compensate you 10 times, 100 times. If you want, I can even leave you the position of Minister for Magic. Dana shook his head. Mr. Fudge, I'm afraid you've misunderstood one thing. I don't want your compensation. I just want you to personally experience what I went through back then. Cornelius Fudge tried to argue further, but Dana casually pulled an invisible zipper with his right hand, sealing his mouth. Also, I must inform you that you have been impeached and are no longer the Minister for Magic. It is said that the entire Ministry of Magic voted 99% in favor, with only one person casting a dissenting vote. Cornelius Fudge's eyes widened. He felt the most important thing in his life leaving his body, and that feeling of being completely drained was very unpleasant. Eyes for money. Because the Aurors found a lot of evidence against you, seriously suspecting that you previously abused your power for personal gain, embezzled, and accepted bribes, acquiring a large amount of ill-gotten wealth. All your assets have been frozen. Once the Wisengamot makes a decision, your properties and galleons will be confiscated. Cornelius Fudge began to have difficulty breathing, and he clutched his heart with both hands. Having a lifetime's accumulation suddenly wiped clean certainly felt terrible. Dana snapped his fingers. He felt this was the moment to hear what Cornelius Fudge would say. Unfortunately, Cornelius Fudge only gasped, his breathing becoming more and more rapid, until it abruptly stopped at a certain point. He actually died. Died of anger? Died of depression? Contracted a strange illness where he would die if he became poor? Dana scratched his head. How could he die so easily? But before him, the living king of hell, could death allow him to escape punishment? Don't even think about it. Dana simply reached out, and Cornelius Fudge's soul, half submerged in the ground, was sucked into his pendant. Is Crucio the most potent curse for tormenting people? Dana stated that whoever said that was truly short-sighted. The minor hells imagined by the ancient Eastern people, under the jurisdiction of the 10 kings of hell, those were the true pinnacle of torment. For example, grinding flesh and bones with fiery sand, then restoring them to be tortured again, repeating for thousands of years. Just hearing about such a punishment makes one's scalp tingle. Punishments directly inflicted on the soul are actually quite similar in suffering to the description above. In any case, They are not the type that normal humans can endure. What if Cornelius Fudge's soul couldn't endure the torture and vanished? No worries, Dana had accumulated rich experience from Jennifer Greengrass and Donna Avery. He could perfectly inflict extreme torment without harming the soul's essence. And if there was a mistake, it was no big deal. He had a large vat of soul substance refined from Death Eater souls, which could perfectly repair Cornelius Fudge. Oh, right. He also had a ready-made executioner. Barty Crouch Sr.'s originally smooth career was cut short because of Cornelius Fudge. It's just that Barty Crouch Sr.'s current state is more like a saint than a hero, and he wondered if he would be willing to accept this job. Inside the Caro family mansion. The study. Lord Voldemort had already taken residence here. Amicus Caro and Electo Caro were currently on vacation in Azkaban. And the last remaining family member, Moyonette Caro, died in the battle at the Department of Mysteries riddled with holes by a Chicago typewriter. This family, always keen on rebellion, having followed Grindelwald and then Lord Voldemort, was now not far from extinction. Lord Voldemort directly appropriated the unsupervised mansion for his own use, without an ounce of psychological burden. Avery family, I knew you were still loyal to me. Yes, Master, I was forced before. Dumbledore threatened my family, saying that if I didn't join them, he would arrest my grandfather and key family members on charges of being Death Eaters. I swear, while I was with Dumbledore, I never did anything to betray you, Master. Of course I believe you. You personally killed Dumbledore in front of me, and before that, you retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem for me completely unharmed. All of this proves your loyalty. Guy Avery trembled all over, as if Lord Voldemort's approval thrilled him. My child, I have a new task for you now. Master, please command. I once hid a locket in a cave, but it was stolen, and the thief brazenly left a note. Lord Voldemort lowered his gaze slightly, looking at the parchment in his hand. This message could not be seen by Guy Avery, because it read, "To the Dark Lord. I know that by the time you read this letter, I will be dead, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have taken the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as possible. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be but a mortal man. R.A.B. The secret of the Horcrux could not be known by too many people, so Lord Voldemort said. That person signed it R.A.B. and also left a fake locket. Lord Voldemort threw the fake locket to Guy Avery. I already know who R.A.B. is. It's Regulus Black of the Black family. He died in a trap I set, but the locket was still lost, so there must have been a second person present at the time. The trap I set only allowed one adult to reach the place where the locket was hidden, so the second person was most likely a non-human creature. These are all the clues I can give you. I hope you can retrieve the real locket as soon as possible. Yes, Master, I will do my best. Lord Voldemort nodded contentedly. After you retrieve the locket, do you want any reward? Considering your merit in killing Dumbledore this time, you can ask for a big one. Guy Avery smiled. Master, I hope you can help me reclaim the Avery family. Reclaim Avery family. Lord Voldemort stroked his chin. After a long silence in the study, Lord Voldemort spoke. Even if you didn't say it, I would still take Avery family for my own use. Those alchemical weapons are of great use to our great cause, and absolutely cannot remain in that scoundrel Dana Avery's hands. I promise you, as long as you successfully retrieve the locket, I will help you reclaim Avery family. In fact, you are Avery family's true legal heir. Yes, Master. I will give it my all. Go, my child. Guy Avery withdrew. Lord Voldemort closed his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before, but ever since Dana Avery pointed out the issue with his soul that day, he realized his soul was indeed growing weaker day by day. Although he had retrieved the souls from several Horcruxes, that sense of weakness still persisted. Lord Voldemort stubbornly believed it was because not all the Horcruxes had been recovered, and that once all the scattered souls were collected, he would recover. This was also the real reason for the Death Eaters' inactivity during this period. Almost all Death Eaters were searching for the whereabouts of the Slytherin locket. But where was the locket at this moment? Dana was in the Azkaban Warden's exclusive castle lounge, playing with the exquisite locket, from which he had long since extracted Lord Voldemort's soul fragment. What was incredibly difficult for others was almost effortless for Dana, who was proficient in soul magic and blessed with Merlin's bloodline. This story dates back to when Sirius returned to Black Old House. The house elf Kriaker utterly detested this legitimate black heir, even if it meant losing the honor of beheading himself for the Black family. He unhesitatingly believed that Dana was more suitable to fulfill the young master's last wish and handed the locket over to Dana to deal with. That fellow Lord Voldemort should have already retrieved the souls from his other Horcruxes, right? Dana thought. If that was the case, then the only remaining fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul outside was the one in Harry Potter. Given Lord Voldemort's nature of creating so many Horcruxes, this fellow was very fond of his life. He would most likely not venture out without guaranteeing his own safety, because in Lord Voldemort's view, he was no longer immortal, and any random killing curse could potentially take his life just like Dumbledore, so he had to act cautiously. With Lord Voldemort not appearing, the Death Eaters couldn't stir up any trouble. It wasn't that the Aurors had grown stronger, but rather that Dana began to inherit Barty Crouch Sr.'s mantle and started hunting Death Eaters everywhere. No need to ask for the reason. Dana saw Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul becoming increasingly golden, so solidified it was almost a golden statue, and he was tempted. Of course, he also wanted to force Lord Voldemort out. As long as that old man didn't die, his plans for enjoying life couldn't be implemented. It's like how you can enjoy a peaceful life in China now, but if you were thrown into war-torn Gaza, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't be able to live a stable life, even if you commanded an army yourself. Dana was planning to properly marry and have children, things he hadn't experienced in his previous life. Under Anna's influence in this life, he desperately wanted to experience. 3 years passed, Astoria began to blossom into a graceful young woman. Dana knew the girl's heart had always been with him, and even if he were a stone, she should have warmed him by now. Yes, if it came to choosing a future wife, Dana would undoubtedly choose Astoria Greengrass. Kind, clever, and grateful. Crucially, the young girl also perfectly fit Dana's aesthetic. Given this, he had to eradicate all unstable elements before the girl came of age. In summary, since it could both strengthen his soul and clear up his future living environment, Dana had no reason not to become diligent. To create the image of a lone hero, Dana did not use anyone from the Avalon Brotherhood. It proved he was right, and this way, the effect was surprisingly good. The name of Hero Dana immediately spread throughout the British wizarding world. Repelling Lord Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries back then didn't make Dana famous, but imitating Barty Crouch Sr. by hunting Death Eaters everywhere succeeded. One can only say that if suffering doesn't happen to them, most people remain indifferent. The reason for saying this is because those who spread Dana's name were precisely the wizards Dana had saved from the Death Eaters. Richard Collinson was a Muggle-born wizard, or a mudblood in the words of the Death Eaters. The species ranked first on Lord Voldemort's hit list. He was now a helper, making buttons for Twilfit and Tattings in Diagon Alley. His income was meager, but enough to support him and his dog, a clear sign he was a mudblood, as only mudbloods would keep animals like dogs, which lacked any magical aura. Serious, I feel like someone wants to revoke my wizarding status? This day, Collinson returned home after purchasing materials. More than half of his materials were Muggle-produced. Wizards were like this, looking down on Muggles while comfortably enjoying the quality of life Muggles provided them. Even though they knew many products couldn't do without Muggle raw materials, they still didn't regard Muggles highly. Collinson set down the large box in his hands and stretched. This thing was not light, and his 45-year-old back was struggling a bit. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back. Back pain didn't feel like this. This burning pain, as if his bones were on fire, was clearly not caused by lumbar muscle strain. Crucio? Collinson didn't understand when thieves had snuck into his house. But if you're going to rob, why use Crucio? Painless robbery is so much more environmentally friendly, isn't it? Aha! Reeking of mudblood. Collinson turned his head and saw 2 black family-robed wizards smiling at him. Collinson knew these 2. They had moved into the apartment above him a year ago. He had originally thought they were ordinary Muggles, but never expected them to be 2 dark wizards. Collinson was in too much pain to stand and curled up on the floor. As he lay down, he saw his beloved dog, Durex, lying under the coffee table. The dog was motionless. At first, Collinson thought the dog was asleep. He cried out in pain, hoping to wake the dog to help him. But the dog remained motionless, which made Collinson realize his beloved dog had already been killed by them. Who are you? Ah, why are you doing this to me? Ah, the black family-robed wizard laughed. For no reason, we just want to eliminate mudbloods like you and bring clarity back to the wizarding world. Collinson knew there was only one group that openly preached such sentiments. He tried hard to swallow, but this simple action made his throat feel as if it were being cut by a knife. You're Death Eaters. You guessed correctly. As a reward, we are about to send you to meet Merlin. Aren't you afraid of Death God Avery? Death God Avery was the nickname given to Dana Avery by the wizarding world. This 17-year-old youth had, in the past 2 years, hunted down more Death Eaters than Barty Crouch Sr. had back then, at one point killing so many that Death Eaters dared not show their faces. On one side were the Death Eaters, on the other was the Death God. This opposing relationship made Dana's nickname exceptionally fitting. Dana Avery? He needs to attend to his family's affairs now, he has no time for us. The two of us have put up with you, Mudblood, for a long time. If we hadn't received word that Dana Avery was being held back by our Lord, who knows how much longer we would have let you live. Collinson didn't know if Dana Avery was being held back by their people. He only knew that even if Dana Avery wasn't held back, he might not necessarily come to the home of a Muggle-born wizard like him to save him. Having lived in the wizarding world for so many years, even he himself greatly looked down on himself. Yes, I'm just a mudblood. How could a great figure like Death God Avery come to save me? How come I don't know I need to attend to my family's affairs? A voice sounded from outside the window. The two Death Eaters looked towards the sound and saw a Dementor with a handsome face float in. Why don't you tell me all about it? Dana Avery. Collinson was exhausted from the torture. He couldn't lift his head. He only saw a black family linen cloak floating past him, moving without wind. The pain in his body quickly receded. He understood he seemed to be saved. The two Death Eaters trembled. A person's fame precedes them. They had indeed never encountered Dana, and their Death Eater companions who had died by Dana's hand wouldn't be able to tell them how terrifying Dana was. However, their gravestones told the whole story. I said, I'm asking a question, Dana said. Answer me, why do I need to concern myself with family matters? One Death Eater, emboldened, said, if I tell you, will you not kill me? If you let me go, I'll immediately leave the Death Eaters. The man extended his right hand, revealing the dark mark. He touched the mark with his left hand's wand, and it gradually faded until it vanished. I put this dark mark on myself. For people like me, the Dark Lord wouldn't personally bestow that honor. Honor? No, I misspoke. It's a curse, a curse. Avada Kedavra. Just as Dana was speaking to this man, the other Death Eater suddenly launched a sneak attack. However, the green light stained Dana's chest for 2 seconds, and then there was nothing more. Bang! A bullet accurately struck the attacker's forehead, killing him instantly. The remaining Death Eater became even more terrified and spoke in a rapid-fire manner. Guy Avery has been gathering many Avery family members over the past year. Today, he's going to reclaim the Patriarch position. He's even made many preparations to deal with you. No wonder the Death Eaters are particularly active today, Dana said, stroking his chin. You're already the third wave I've encountered. The Death Eater muttered softly, who knew you didn't care about the Avery family at all? Dana chuckled wryly. What was there to care about? It was originally a move to provoke Donna Avery, and later, making them distributors of alchemical firearms was simply because the title of Avery Family Patriarch would make Dumbledore and Fudge wary. However, Dumbledore and Fudge were both dead now, and not revoking the Avery family's distributor status was merely because he was keen on hunting Death Eaters and too lazy to change it. If they truly thought they could control him by using the Avery family, then it only meant they really didn't understand him. Then again, who in the wizarding world truly understood him now? Thank you for the information. Dana aimed his gun at him, scaring him pale. I told you everything? Why are you still killing me? Dana smiled, but I didn't agree to your conditions. You were just talking to yourself. Goodbye. Bang. Dana put away his pistol and said to Collinson, who had struggled to sit up, all right, please inform the Ministry of Magic to collect the bodies. Yes, Collinson, having survived the ordeal, was still dazed. Mr. Avery, I wanted to ask, how did you know there were Death Eaters here? Dana pointed to the brooch on Collinson's chest. You remember the Ministry of Magic's requirement and always wear this brooch, which is good. If someone with a dark mark casts a spell within 10 meters of this brooch, I'll know. But that Death Eater's dark mark was fake, wasn't it? Dana pulled back the sleeve of the Death Eater who had ambushed him, revealing a mark as black as ink. So, at least one of their marks was real, wasn't it? With that, Dana waved his hand and vanished from the room like a wisp of smoke. Richard Collinson excitedly clenched his fist. This was Dana Avery, the Grim Reaper? He had just personally saved me? Therefore, I believe that Guy Avery becoming the Patriarch is the right thing to do. I agree. I agree too. I've had enough of Dana Avery. He makes enemies everywhere, causing our family to have almost no friends among the pureblood families. The alchemical weapons business is clearly so good, but he takes the lion's share, leaving us with mere scraps. If you ask me, without us, how could he be so formidable? Guy Avery stood up. Although he hadn't found the Slytherin locket, through his own efforts, he had still convinced most of the family members. He looked at the Avery family members present with satisfaction, pressing his hands down to quiet everyone, and then said, "Now, I represent my grandfather's lineage in managing the family. 95% of all business profits will go into the family's public account for the use of the entire family." Clap, clap, clap. The Avery family members applauded excitedly, as if they saw a bright future. "So now," Guy Avery asked, "which family member is in charge of manufacturing alchemical weapons?" An Avery replied, "That would be Fanny Avery." "Where is he?" "He should be in the workshop making parts right now. Go call him." A moment later, Fanny Avery was brought into the meeting hall. A peripheral character like him wasn't entitled to attend family meetings. Only someone like Dana Avery, who had no concept of large families, would heavily rely on him. "Fanny," Guy Avery said with a gentle expression, "starting today, I am the Patriarch of the Avery family. Fanny nodded awkwardly, his eyes darting around. He was naturally scared, as he had been escorted by the family guards. "I need you to share the manufacturing technology for alchemical firearms, of course. That was originally our Avery family's property." Fanny Avery family stammered, his eyes almost rolling into the back of his head. "But, Patriarch, I don't know how to manufacture alchemical firearms, the manufacturing technology." "You don't? Then what have you been doing all this time?" "Patriarch Dana? Oh, no, Dana Avery. He gives me the finished products, and then I engrave our Avery family crest on the weapons and ammunition." Guy Avery frowned, and the other Avery family members in the meeting room were all dumbfounded. If Fanny Avery was telling the truth, didn't that mean that without Dana Avery, their Avery family wouldn't be able to stay in the arms trade? And without the Avery family's arms supply, the planned scenario of Death Eaters fully armed attacking the Ministry of Magic couldn't proceed either. Guy Avery scanned the room and asked, "Then what is everyone else usually responsible for?" "Shipping. Collecting money. Maintaining relationships with buyers." Guy Avery was utterly stunned. He had painstakingly plotted for a whole year, only to find that what he had obtained was an empty shell. If the arms business were removed, the current Avery family would be worse off than when Donna Avery was in charge, as at that time, the Avery family's treasury still held years of accumulated wealth. Dana Avery had indeed distributed money to family members, but not a single bronze canute of the arms business income had entered the public account. It had all been contributed to his great Grim Reaper endeavor. This was also why those family members quickly sided with Guy Avery. It was just that Dana's secrecy was too good, and these Avery family members were also pleasure seekers. As long as they had money to spend, who cared where it came from? So, it was only at this moment that everyone realized the Avery family had no capability to manufacture alchemical weapons at all. "So, you've already passed a resolution, have you?" Dana Avery's voice came from outside the window. Everyone looked and saw Dana, half human and half Dementor, floating there. "Since that's the case, I approve of the family's decision. From today onwards, I will resign from the position of Patriarch. From now on, don't come to me for any family matters." No, Patriarch Dana, you've misunderstood. We had no intention of replacing the Patriarch. Only under your leadership can our Avery family continue to stand at the pinnacle of the British wizarding world." Guy Avery's face was ashen. He had made a huge mistake this time, not understanding the family's actual situation and misjudging human nature. Those who turned to him for profit would, of course, abandon him for profit. But Dana shook his head and smiled. No, this matter is settled. I'm here today for something else." Dana shattered the window and threw a locket to Guy Avery. "Patriarch Guy, please hand this over to the Dark Lord. Tell him that I'm temporarily holding on to what's inside for him. If he wants it, he should come to me personally, and the price of exchange he knows it." Guy Avery caught the box. "Yes, This was exactly what his master had been desperately searching for. But he felt no joy at all. He was full of questions. Why were the Death Eaters ambushing outside completely silent? Oh, you're wondering about the ambush outside. Dana smiled. I saw they were hiding very hard, so I helped them take a vacation, an eternal vacation. I'm sure they'll be very happy. Dana shook his head. Had Lord Voldemort told him nothing? He was immune to the killing curse, and as for firearms, he was the Death Eater's ancestor. Oh, and I've also collected the weapons they had. After all, the Ministry of Magic has classified you Death Eaters as terrorists, and my weapons absolutely cannot be used by terrorists. Dana looked at the other family members in the room. And you, I hope you can withstand the Ministry of Magic's pressure on the family. After all, having a patriarch who is a loyal Death Eater is not something glorious. Dana transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. The meeting room immediately erupted in wails. No, Patriarch Dana, you can't abandon us. Merlin's beard? What do we do now? It's all him. It's all Guy Avery. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made such a mistake. Catch him? He's a Death Eater. If we just catch him and send him to the Ministry of Magic, we'll be fine. Right? Take him down. Avada Kedavra. What are you doing? Only a dead Guy Avery won't reveal that we nominated him as Patriarch. Azkaban. Warden's Castle. Lord Voldemort stepped onto the red carpet, welcomed by Dementors lining the path, and arrived at the reception room. The door opened automatically. Dana Avery sat at the head of the table. Seeing Lord Voldemort enter, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Lord Voldemort threw a spherical package at Dana's feet. Although the package was wrapped in dark blue cloth, Dana could still discern that the dark stains on it were blood. This is what you wanted. Where's my part? As Lord Voldemort spoke, he pulled out the old wand. He didn't know that the old wand's master was Harry Potter at this moment. He had fallen into Dumbledore's scheme without realizing it, though this scheme was ultimately pointless. Dana, possessing Dumbledore's memories, naturally knew all this. He smiled and nodded, a smile that seemed so condescending and annoying to Lord Voldemort. This kid isn't even an adult yet. Of course, let me just verify it briefly. Dana snapped his fingers, and the package unwrapped itself. A head was exposed. Guy Avery. His face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. His eyes were wide open, as if scolding fate for its injustice. Dana recognized the head as real with just one glance. So, for the sake of his own soul, Lord Voldemort had unhesitatingly killed Guy Avery. Pity this spy, who played both sides, killed Dumbledore, who trusted him most, yet died at the hands of the master he ultimately chose. Dumbledore had not anticipated Guy Avery's betrayal, so Guy Avery was not part of Dumbledore's elaborate ploy. This person was a turncoat and extremely skilled at disguising himself, even deceiving Dumbledore. When he saw Dumbledore cursed with no future, he decisively defected to Lord Voldemort. However, to Lord Voldemort, he was merely a somewhat capable subordinate. His strategic value was incomparable to what it had been with Dumbledore. So, when it came to Lord Voldemort's own soul, Lord Voldemort would not hesitate to put him on the scales of trade. Very good, it is indeed Guy Avery. Dana was very satisfied. Where's my part, then? Dana smiled, took out a silver box, and tossed it over. Lord Voldemort caught the box and glared at Dana. This is my soul. Can't you be more careful? He opened the box. A familiar soul aura emanated, that ominous black smoke, which no one else could possibly imitate. This was the piece of his soul he had severed. Lord Voldemort's heart surged with ecstasy. After inspecting it, he pressed the soul into his body. A feeling of fullness washed over him, and Lord Voldemort let out a comfortable groan. However, no, why is my soul still dissipating? Dana chuckled. Are you sure you've retrieved all of your soul? I'm sure. No, you're not sure. Dana said. Without your knowledge, a piece of your soul attached itself elsewhere. Try to remember. You know. Yes, I know. Tell me. You have no leverage. Name your price, anything you can do, but you must first tell me where that piece of soul is. There's nothing I want. Lord Voldemort raised the old wand. Then I'll kill you. I can exchange your life for information. Dana burst into laughter. You can't kill me, Mr. Lord Voldemort. You knew that in the Department of Mysteries, didn't you? You don't need to threaten me either. I have no family in this world. I can simply leave, hide somewhere, and it won't be too late to reappear after your soul dissipates. Lord Voldemort pointed his wand, and a green light shot at Dana just like last time. The killing curse had no effect on Dana. Dana secretly shook his head. Lord Voldemort's killing curse was powerful, but it had almost no effect on a Dementor's body, not even 1,000th of the damage caused by Donna Avery's patroness charm. At best, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. Mr. Lord Voldemort, I advise you, instead of wasting your time with me here, you'd better go back and find that lost piece of your soul. After Dana finished speaking, he and his chair sank into the ground. A spandam gate slowly dissipated on the floor. Dana continued his rampage. This made the Death Eaters dare not cause trouble in Britain at all, and those like Lucius Malfoy, who had overseas assets, directly moved to Romania with their wives and children, ignoring Lord Voldemort's urgent summons. Lord Voldemort was in trouble, a secret known among the Death Eaters. The Dark Lord was busy saving himself and had no time to deal with traitors. According to a certain Death Eater who wished to remain anonymous and was responsible for attending to the Dark Lord often raged in his room, constantly muttering things like "Where is that last piece of soul?" which he couldn't understand. Compared to Lord Voldemort's future reckoning, Dana Avery, this living Yama, was the most difficult to deal with. When Dumbledore was alive, he emphasized the idea of a prodigal son returning, but with Dana Avery, there was no such preferential treatment. As long as you were a Death Eater, you could not escape death. Between two evils, one chooses the lesser, not to mention whether the Dark Lord would even survive was an unknown. They had thought that with Dumbledore dead, the Dark Lord would be able to rule the wizarding world, but things had turned out this way instead. Time passed, and Harry Potter graduated. As Harry walked out of Hogwarts, preparing to board the Hogwarts Express, a black smoke descended, and a cloaked figure blocked his path. Harry Potter. The hood fell, revealing Lord Voldemort's haggard face. He was like a madman, waving his wand wildly. "Give me back my soul." Harry didn't even have time to pull out his wand before he was blasted away by a green light. Ah! Young wizards screamed and ran in all directions. Ron and Hermione shouted as they rushed to Harry's side. Neville Longbottom bravely stood in front of his two friends, shielding them with his sturdy body. Lord Voldemort strode towards Harry Potter's corpse. He laughed loudly. "Ahahe, Harry Potter is dead." Neville was terrified, but the young man still bravely stood in front of his companions. Suddenly, Lord Voldemort's expression changed drastically. Why didn't it come back? Didn't they say that as long as Harry Potter was killed, that part of the soul would return on its own? He tried to recall who had hinted at him to do this, but he couldn't remember at all. He clutched his head, roaring in pain. Neville Longbottom swallowed hard and waved his wand. Stupefy. His spell had no effect. Even with Lord Voldemort's soul in trouble, he was not someone a newly graduated college student could provoke. A few seconds later, Lord Voldemort regained his composure. He looked at Neville in astonishment for a few seconds. Then he looked at Harry, who was slowly waking up, being helped by Ron and Hermione. He let out a soft sigh. "Lord Voldemort? Don't be so arrogant." Death Avery descended from the sky once again, and the young wizards cheered. "Death Avery is here. I can't believe he's our age." The Desert Eagle struck with immense force, making even Lord Voldemort's shield charm appear shaky. Dana smiled. He wasn't worried that the Lord Voldemort in front of him would take the young wizards hostage. Because this Lord Voldemort couldn't harm students. Because his current name should be Tom Albus Riddle. Riddle's body, Albus's soul. So, don't casually trust the souls of the deceased. Who knows what has been implanted in their bodies? Albus Riddle stepped back 2 paces. Dana Avery's regular weapon had been enhanced, and even though Albus Riddle's magic was surging, his shield charm was on the verge of collapse. He looked at the young wizards around him, who feared him like a tiger, and sighed, conjuring an earthen wall to briefly block the bullets, then vanished with a whoosh. If someone familiar with Lord Voldemort were here, they would likely notice that this Lord Voldemort moved in a very un-Lord Voldemort-like manner. However, almost everyone present was a young wizard. Most had only seen Lord Voldemort's visage in newspapers, so how would they know how he usually traveled? Seeing Lord Voldemort driven away by Dana Avery, everyone cheered. Dana Avery glanced at Harry Potter, who was still weak but had a clean soul. This child was the savior in the prophecy, but now, I'll take that title. Whoosh. Albus Riddle sat by the Black Lake, looking bewildered. He didn't know where he was going. He wasn't Lord Voldemort, so he didn't want to go to the gaunt old house, and he didn't know the Carrow Manor. Hogwarts was his home, He had lived there for decades. But clearly, in Lord Voldemort's body, he couldn't return to Hogwarts. Dana Avery was right, this body was indeed one of the most powerful bodies in the wizarding world. His magic was powerful and abundant, only slightly weaker than his own body, which had been refined for a century. His magic resistance was strong. Lord Voldemort had clearly incorporated a lot of magical creature blood into his body. He was young and vibrant. The resurrected body was clearly not the 70-something-year-old body. Its physical age was even less than 30. But strong magic resistance meant that transfiguration was also extremely difficult to perform on this body. Even Polyjuice Potion could only transform this body for less than a minute. More importantly, even if Dumbledore wanted to use Polyjuice Potion, he had no money to buy it. All the money on Lord Voldemort combined didn't exceed 2 galleons. Such a destitute Dark Lord would be a laughingstock if word got out. So Dumbledore could only accept this appearance, this face that would cause panic wherever he went. Dana Avery's revenge was so terrifying. To make himself the person he most wanted to kill, then inherit his sins and be treated like a rat by the wizarding world? This indeed caused Dumbledore immense suffering. He was the strongest white wizard in the wizarding world. The protector in everyone's eyes? Exhaling a turbid breath, a figure flashed through Albus Riddle's mind. Tall and straight, always smiling, with eyes of different colors. No, it's better not to look for him. How could he see him in this state? Let his best self remain in his memory. Albus Riddle stood up and left with a whoosh. He couldn't even sense his Phoenix Fox now. Perhaps that fellow gained his freedom the moment he died. Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore's old home here had long been sold to others. But the tombstones of his mother, Kendra Dumbledore, and his sister, Ariana Dumbledore, were still in this village. Albus Riddle came here not only because it held memories of his childhood and the graves of his mother and sister, but also because of Bathilda Bagshot. This old woman was his old neighbor, Gellert Grindelwald's great-aunt, and it was she who introduced the young Grindelwald to Dumbledore back then. Dumbledore had seen old Mrs. Bagshot a few years ago. She had aged considerably, and her lucid moments were few and far between. As long as he was careful, the old woman wouldn't discover him. This way, he would have a place to stay and could occasionally reminisce about the past in old Mrs. Bagshot's home. A photograph of young Gellert Grindelwald still smiled in its frame like a sunbird. Days passed one by one. From occasional snippets of information, Albus Riddle learned that the Death Eaters were slowly being purged. Dana Avery's reputation in the wizarding world was growing, and he had risen to almost the same height as Albus Dumbledore, stepping over the corpses of Death Eaters. Albus Riddle sighed, scooped the potatoes from the pot, and prepared to enjoy his lunch in the attic. He had been doing the cooking at the Bagshot house recently. The old woman was forgetful, and though she was always surprised when meals were ready, she always attributed it to her own poor memory. Perhaps she had cooked them and then forgotten. But why had his cooking skills deteriorated so much? In the attic, Albus Riddle put a potato into his mouth. It certainly couldn't compare to the food at Hogwarts, but it was better than going hungry. His plug-like nose possessed the sense of smell of a snake, so the scent of the potatoes was particularly strong. Yet potatoes were not on a snake's diet, so he expressed a physiological aversion. He swallowed with difficulty, and just as he was preparing for the second bite, his brows suddenly furrowed. Outside, it had suddenly gone quiet. The flow of magic particles in the air also began to become abnormal. He stood up, pulling out the old wand. This was the only thing he was grateful for, because his old friend was still by his side, though at the moment, his old friend belonged to Harry Potter. Bang! The attic trapdoor was struck with great force, dislodging directly from the floor and embedding itself in the ceiling, as two Aurors swiftly jumped up. Dark Lord? You are surrounded. As the author of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry History of Magic class textbook, Bathilda Bagshot was no nobody, so her house was naturally protected by anti-apparition charms. However, these two Aurors dared to face the Dark Lord directly, which showed extraordinary courage. Albus Riddle glanced at them, sighing inwardly once more. He knew both Aurors. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sirius Black Scrimgeour had been promoted to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Kingsley had consequently become the head of the Auror office. How did you find me? Albus Riddle didn't want to resist at all. He had already died once, after all, and perhaps a Dementor's kiss would be more comfortable than enduring this miserable existence. Madame Bagshot is old, but she's not old enough to be a fool. Sirius's remark was as impolite as ever. Food that should last a month needs to be replenished in less than a week, and this has been going on for so long, so she naturally knows there's someone hidden in the house. As an experienced wizard, she has many tricks up her sleeve. Using a two-way mirror, she saw your true face. Sirius gave Kingsley a look, and Kingsley immediately understood, gripping the mantle of Turin powder bomb in his hand tighter and simultaneously pressing a button on his cuff. I just didn't expect the mighty Dark Lord to hide in an old woman's house. Is Dana Avery so terrifying to you? Facing Sirius's delaying taunts, Albus Riddle shook his head silently. He was utterly despondent now and didn't want to say a word. Yet he heard Dana's voice sound from behind the suddenly appearing Spandam Gate. Dana Avery isn't that powerful, right, Lord Dark Lord? Dana walked out from behind the door, looking at Albus Riddle with a smile. You probably won't escape today. I'm quite curious what sentence the Wisengamot will give you. To be honest, I'm really hoping you'll be imprisoned in Azkaban. If so, you'd be the highest-ranking criminal I've ever held in my prison. You've achieved your goal, Dana. Albus Riddle said. Don't torture me like this, give me a quick end. Are you in pain? Yes, I am in great pain. The conversation between the two left Kingsley and Sirius bewildered. They completely didn't understand what the two were talking about. All right then, our grievances should pretty much end here. Dana waved his old wand. No green light shot out from the tip, but Albus Riddle stiffened as if struck by the killing curse, then fell straight down, utterly silent. Kingsley cautiously stepped forward, and after repeated confirmation, he said, "The Dark Lord is dead. Dana Avery killed the Dark Lord." Sirius shouted happily. He knew he hadn't misjudged the person. This kid had been amazing since he was little, and he had always believed in him. Dana waved his hand. "Then I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going back to Azkaban." With that, Dana stepped into the Spandam Gate. But the moment he emerged from the door, he didn't see his familiar Azkaban warden's castle, but an unfamiliar room. Dana? Is that Dana back? The door was pushed open, and Astoria Greengrass rushed in. It was indeed the same person, but the girl, who had just finished her 5th year, was noticeably more mature. "Dana? Why did you change your hair color? White hair suits you best." Astoria. Dana Avery was stunned for a moment. He quickly adjusted his emotions. As a killer, he had many masks prepared, which he could put on at any time to quickly blend into the environment. Dana pointed to the top of his head. "I just wanted to see if this hair color suits me. Speaking of which, this was my original hair color." Astoria rolled her eyes. "Having a boss like you is my bad luck. You disappeared for over half a month for no reason, and the documents waiting for your signature have piled up into a small mountain." Miss Greengrass pointed to the office desk. A tall stack of papers was piled high on it. "Hurry up, get to work. You're the president of a country, how can you be so willful? And you even took Aunt Anna with you." Astoria pouted at him fiercely. "If you're going on vacation, you should take me too. After all, I'm your fiancé, aren't I?" The amount of information was a bit overwhelming. First, Astoria was his fiancé, so this might be a future world. Then, Anna most likely referred to his mother, which overturned the judgment of a future world, because he would never resurrect the dead no matter what. As for being the president of a country, it was easier to understand. If the Dana Astoria mentioned was also Anna's son, then he must be a descendant of Merlin. After obtaining Merlin's vault, whether it was developing power to establish a country or infiltrating the Muggle world to become the president of a country, it would not be that difficult. With the power he currently possessed, as long as he was willing to spend money, becoming the president of the United States might be a bit challenging, but becoming the president of a small African country would be very simple. All right, you go out first. Don't disturb my work." Dana's hair quickly turned white, but Astoria was still not satisfied. "Is Merlin's transformation so great? Why transform to be so young?" Dana blinked. "Isn't this to make our ages look more compatible?" Astoria's small face immediately flushed. She gently pushed Dana, turned and left, closing the door behind her. Dana's gaze lingered on the door Astoria exited through, then he walked towards the window. He had to first confirm where he was. This office was clearly on the 3rd floor, allowing him to see the neat 2-story buildings across the street. The buildings were constructed very uniformly, not at all like something wizards, who valued free aesthetics, would do. Instead, they looked more like a residential community built by real estate developers in later generations. The sky suddenly darkened, and Dana looked up at the sky. He saw an enormous rock block with twinkling magic light below it, flying from several kilometers high. How vast must its area be? Dana secretly calculated that if he used Grebeto magic crystal, he could also create such a thing, but for him, it was completely unnecessary. The office's soundproofing magic was very effective, because the street was bustling with pedestrians, yet he couldn't hear even a trace of sound. So many people, and they were all wizards. This was somewhat different from the wizarding world. Dana knew the entire British wizarding world had fewer than 10,000 registered people. Diagon Alley was already one of the most prosperous commercial streets in the wizarding world, yet below, there was a scene of prosperity like a large city in later generations. Dana took a deep breath. Judging by Astoria's age, it was roughly around 2002. He walked to the office desk, and the date on the document showed October 11, 2003. He frowned and opened the Spandam Gate. Dana made quick visits to several places: Azkaban, Merlin's Vault, and Hogwarts. Azkaban had no warden's castle, and the prisoners in the prison were packed full, with no sign of being sent out to work. In the second layer of Merlin's Vault, all the Grebeto magic crystals had been moved out, and the magical factors in the air were as thin as in Diagon Alley. The door to the third layer was wide open, and inside there was only a large empty clamshell that had been empty for who knows how long. Hogwarts was also different from his own Hogwarts in Dana's perception. This Hogwarts was practically a war fortress, densely packed with ancient war magic formations, driven by Grebeto magic crystals. Dana Avery was absolutely certain that this was not his world. So, this was a world where Dana Avery became the president of some magic country? Dana tried, but whether it was the Spandam Gate or apparition, he was still in this world and couldn't return to his original world. He was very clear that with his ability, he couldn't achieve interworld teleportation, so someone had tampered with his Spandam Gate. The biggest suspect was his counterpart in this world, the white-haired Dana, the one he met in the Independent Space when he was 7 years old and severely injured by Donna Avery's patroness charm. The same white hair, and also possessing the ability to cross worlds. So, if he wanted to go back, he had to find the Dana of this world. But from Astoria, he learned that the Dana of this world had been missing for over half a month. Exhaling a turbid breath, Dana Avery returned to his desk and began reviewing the documents. Perhaps these documents could provide some clues. Work succession plan for Rudy Monty, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Security. This document initially didn't catch Dana's attention, but when he saw the name Guy Avery, his eyes immediately lit up. Rudy Monty, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Security, formerly Guy Avery, has been missing for over 15 days. His responsibilities are currently temporarily handled by Minister Nikolai Vavilov. Given Minister Vavilov's busy schedule, it is now planned to break down and detail Deputy Minister Monty's work, to be followed up by other personnel. The plan is as follows. Guy Avery? That was a bad seed. A two-faced, backstabbing villain, a true egoist. He actually became the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Security? How could the Dana of this world have such poor judgment? However, on second thought, that guy's acting was indeed very good. If he hadn't turned into a spider and witnessed him subtly handing the poisoned water cup to Hagrid, he probably would have been very shocked by the scene where he suddenly burst out and killed Dumbledore. Missing. The Dana of this world disappeared over half a month ago, and Guy Avery has been missing for 15 days. The timings are similar. So, is the disappearance of the Dana of this world also related to Guy Avery? Dana Avery wrote at a furious pace. If the officials of the Merlin People's Republic had already submitted a plan, the reply was approved for execution. If there was no plan and the president needed to make arrangements, the reply was postponed. As for Dana Emery's handwriting, one only needed to find a document he had signed before and imitate it slightly. Forging letters was also a killer's essential skill, and Dana was naturally adept at imitating handwriting. In just half an hour, Dana not only approved all the documents but also gained a general understanding of the current state of the Merlin People's Republic. It had to be said, Dana Emery's was formidable. He had absorbed the legacy of the former Soviet Union's wizarding world, and somehow managed to bring the pure-blood families to their knees. From Dana Avery's perspective, the current regime of the Merlin People's Republic was extremely stable, which was why the country hadn't fallen into chaos despite the president being missing for over half a month. Those red wizards were simply too loyal. After placing the last document in order, Dana opened the door and left the office. A few minutes later, Astoria knocked on the door. Receiving no response, The girl pushed the door open. She shook her head and reluctantly approached the desk, flipping through the documents one by one. However, as she read more and more documents, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Nocturne Alley. Unlike the Nocturne Alley in his memory, there were hardly any people visible in Nocturne Alley now. Dana stroked his chin. Was this also part of the wizarding world's reforms? To completely destroy the breeding ground for those dark wizard scum? He quickened his pace towards Borgin and Burke's. Even if Dana Emery's reforms were thorough, a completely bright society could never exist in this world, so black and grey industries certainly would. Dana casually changed his face and entered Borgin and Burke's. Hello, may I help you? The puppet at the door suddenly spoke. Dana glanced at the dilapidated, horror movie-like puppet, then at the empty counter inside, and replied, I'm looking for Mr. Borgin. I apologize, Mr. Borgin is currently at the new shop in Merlin City Phase 2. Would you like me to summon him for you? Of course. Please wait a moment. You may browse the shop, however, many items are cursed. For your safety, please do not touch them indiscriminately. Dana chuckled softly, casually glancing at the shelves. They were all old-fashioned alchemical items and antiques. If their historical and cultural value was disregarded, these items had almost no practical use. And the curse the puppet mentioned. Dana said it was the funniest joke he had heard all year. Boom! The roar of the Flu Network's flames sounded from the back room, muffled and faint by the time it reached the shop through the wall. A few seconds later, Mr. Borgin pushed open the back room door and walked out. Ah, dear guest, please forgive my impoliteness. The new shop is simply too busy. I have no time to spare. May I ask what you wish to purchase, sir? Dana also showed a business smile. I've been away from Britain for some days now, and it's changed so much I don't recognize it. I just wonder if Mr. Borgin can still get information now. Mr. Borgin rubbed his head, looking troubled. Sir, you must understand one thing. The Merlin People's Republic now offers much less living space for people like us than before, and the officials who hold information are infinitely tighter-lipped than the former Ministry of Magic officials. If you want some exclusive, special news, I'm afraid it might be difficult to obtain. Infinitely tighter-lipped meant that as long as the multiplier was reached, their mouths could still be opened. Dana smiled. I want to know where Rudy Mont, the Deputy Minister of National Security, went and what he did before he disappeared. Ministry of National Security. Mr. Borgin gasped, sucking in a cold breath. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't have that ability. Is it that you don't have the ability, or that you don't want to get involved in this mess? Dana smiled and swept his hand across the counter. A large pile of galleons appeared on the surface. He didn't know what currency the Merlin People's Republic used, and he didn't have a single penny, so he was using the galleons from Merlin's vault. But in Mr. Borgin's eyes, this was a completely different sight. He clearly remembered many years ago, before Earl Dantes became famous, he also came to his shop like this, and with a sweep of his hand across the counter, he produced a large amount of galleons. If he wasn't mistaken, the earliest source of these Merlin-era galleons was Earl Dark Dantes. This effortless display of magic, combined with these highly recognizable galleons, quickly made Mr. Borgin connect the man before him with that all-powerful Earl. Did something go wrong within the Merlin People's Republic government? Did the Earl need a third party to investigate internally? If it was the Earl. Mr. Borgin's courage suddenly swelled. Serving the Earl, what was there to worry about? The entire Merlin People's Republic belonged to him. What? The Merlin People's Republic belonged to the people? That was just something to hear and forget. Although the country was very friendly to the lower-class wizards, offering various welfare benefits and greatly improving their social status. But ultimately, for the most core industries of the nation, which ownership certificates weren't inscribed with the names of Dark Dantes and Dana Emery's, the father and son? Don't worry, sir. Mr. Borgin patted his chest. I will certainly fulfill your request. Mr. Borgin's declaration stunned Dana. He had originally thought there would be several rounds of bargaining. The Mr. Borgin he remembered wasn't so easy to deal with. In that case, I'll await your good news. Of course, sir. 1 week. Come back in 1 week, and I should have the information you desire by then. For the Earl, even if there were difficulties, Mr. Borgin would overcome all obstacles to achieve the goal. Previously, he had clung tightly to the Earl's leg, and as a result, he became one of the very few pure-blood family's members who were still alive and even better off than before after that turmoil. And now, with the same choice before him, he would absolutely not choose wrong. Dana nodded, then turned and left. It truly is the Earl. Mr. Borgin thought. That silhouette is completely the Earl. He sat behind the counter, watching Dana walk out of the shop. That figure was exactly like the Earl who had once fooled the Aurors into leaving office. Dana returned here. He didn't know where Dana Emery's residence was, of course. He could go to Merlin's vault, or Azkaban, but he still needed the identity of this world's Dana Emery's for now. While Mr. Borgin's information was important, the Merlin People's Republic's information was even more crucial. To find Dana Emery's and have him send him back, both were indispensable. So he still had to impersonate Dana Emery's for a while. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded, and Dana replied. Come in, Astoria. Astoria pushed the door open, holding a tea tray with a large cup of steaming black tea. Astoria, where are the files on the desk? As soon as Dana returned, he discovered that the files on his desk were gone. Astoria placed the tea tray in front of Dana and chided. How many times do I have to tell you? Once you've signed the files, ring the bell so I can come and collect them. Every time, I have to come over here myself to get them. Dana smiled. The capable do more work, right? Astoria didn't respond, instead pointing to the black tea. Drink your tea quickly. We'll go home together in a bit. Anna came back with you, didn't she? Her. Dana hesitated for a second. She might be a few days late coming back. Astoria acted as if she hadn't noticed Dana's hesitation and asked. Right, I haven't even asked yet. Where did you two go for the last half-month? Was it fun? Dana shook his head. Whether it was fun or not, you'll have to ask Mother. Personally, I thought it was just so-so. If you're interested, I can just open a spandam gate and take you there anytime. Dana was gambling that the Astoria of both worlds had the same personality. This was how he interacted with Astoria in his own world. Astoria sighed. Although our country's territory is small, it's still a country. There are hundreds of thousands of people you need to manage. How could you have so much free time? That's true. The corners of Astoria's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a very bright smile. All right, hurry up and drink your tea. Dana nodded and picked up the teacup. Then he froze. The black tea had been drugged. It wasn't a poison, but a potent draft of living death. As a former assassin, he was very good at these things, not to mention that Dana, having broken through to the second level of the Emery's bloodline, had senses that were sharp to the extreme. He set the teacup down. There's no need to drink the tea. Is there something you want to say to me, Astoria? Seeing Dana set the cup down, the smile that had been as gentle as a spring breeze on Astoria's face instantly shifted to one of grief and indignation. Who on earth are you? What have you done to Dana? Astoria Greengrass was a smart girl. It was only a matter of time before Dana Avery was discovered not to be Dana Emery's. But Dana hadn't expected the ruse to be exposed so quickly. I want to know, when did you discover that I wasn't him? Tears dripped from the corners of Astoria's eyes, crystalline droplets tracing paths down her face and falling onto the collar of her light green silk robe. Dana has always been very meticulous when reviewing files. He never simply writes approved or rejected. He always points out the reasonable and unreasonable parts, and if he has better ideas, he tells the other party directly. But the responses you gave them were too simple even if you imitated his handwriting perfectly. Dana shrugged. That could also be because I was tired. After all, people always have times when they don't want to work. Yes, I thought of that too, so I brought over black tea, but Dana usually loves drinking green tea. Perhaps he wanted a change of taste. That's also possible, which is why I said, once you've signed the files, ring the bell so I can come and collect them. Dana glanced at the silver bell on the table and retorted. Isn't that right? Of course not. This bell is for notifying the kitchen to tell them that Mr. President wants a snack. Dana nodded. I understand. With so many flaws, as his fiancée, you could indeed see through it easily. Dana restored his hair color. Just now, you asked me who I am. Dana smiled. My name is Dana Avery. There was a period of time when I also used the name Dana Emery's. He casually summoned a spandam gate and brought out the two constructs, Abba and Hood, from his pendant. In Astoria's shocked gaze, Dana said, no need to be surprised. I am also Dana, just a Dana from another world. Hello, Astoria of this world. Astoria quickly accepted the current situation. Because the evidence Dana provided was sufficient, he even extracted the memory of seeing that white-haired Dana in the independent space during his childhood. Astoria recognized at a glance that it was her Dana Emery's. So you think the Dana of our world has met with an accident? Of course, Dana too nodded. From the information he provided, we can judge that he was likely backstabbed by someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said things like "Don't follow my old path, don't trust anyone." However, speaking of which, does this anyone in "don't trust anyone" also include you? Astoria put her hands on her hips and retorted angrily. It's true he may have been betrayed by someone close to him, but that person is definitely not me. Astoria suddenly realized something and covered her mouth, saying, "That's not right. When you met Dana, you were 7 years old, your ages don't match at all." Dana too shook his head. Time on both sides isn't necessarily synchronized. Besides, for a powerful wizard capable of crossing worlds to seek help, crossing time slightly shouldn't be a big problem. Astoria's mood was clearly even worse. Dana is already this strong, yet the opponent can still threaten him? What are we going to do? Dana too sighed. It's useless to be anxious. We first need to find the missing Rudy Mont, that is, Guy Avery. You suspect Rudy Mont betrayed Dana. Because I discovered that the time of their disappearances almost coincides. Even if Rudy Mont isn't the traitor, his disappearance is likely directly related to the disappearance of the Dana of this world. Astoria nodded. She felt what Dana too said made a lot of sense. Then what can I do now? Astoria reacted quickly. Once she determined that Dana too had the same goal as her, she decisively chose to listen to Dana too's advice. After all, he was stronger than her, and his brain worked better. Things she had been clueless about for over half a month, he had found an entry point for in just this short while. I have already commissioned Mr. Borgin to collect intelligence on Rudy Mont before he went missing. I can notify the Public Security Department and have them help collect. No, absolutely not. We don't know if Rudy Mont still has accomplices in the government. Collecting intelligence publicly might alert the enemy. It's better to let more professional people handle this kind of thing. Astoria became somewhat dissatisfied. The agents of our Merlin People's Republic are all very professional. Dana too replied with a smile. But they have a bottom line. He turned and walked to the window, watching the beautiful, brightly lit night scene of Merlin City, and said softly, "Now, what you need to do is act as if nothing has happened and summarize all the abnormal situations within the government over these past few days." "Oh, right. I also need all the information on the Merlin People's Republic since I need to disguise myself as the Dana Emerys of this world. Flaws like today's that you can spot at a glance must not appear again." Astoria hesitated. "That's a mountain of data. Can you do it?" Dana too waved his hand. "The Astoria Greengrass in my world worships me to no end. She wouldn't question me like you do." Astoria rolled her eyes at him. "I also worship the Dana of my world." At the same moment, the black-gloved men of the unscrupulous Mr. Borgin were currently in the home of a civil servant of the National Security Department. This civil servant was a direct subordinate of Rudy Mont. The poor civil servant was tied up securely and forced to tilt his head back. And the black-gloved man dripped a drop of veritaserum into his mouth and immediately asked, "Half a month ago, that is, before he went missing, where did Vice Minister Rudy Mont go, and who did he meet?" "Obliviate." Sure enough, extracting intelligence without a bottom line is far more efficient than following procedures with one. The leader of the Merlin People's Republic had been missing for over half a month, yet the backbone of the British Wizarding Social Democratic Party was so strong that they managed not to cause any trouble. Since they had managed to hold on for over half a month, holding on for another week was not a big deal. The daily processing of documents was handled by Ms. Astoria Greengrass. Dana too only needed to imitate Dana 1's signature to sign them. He locked himself in his office, focusing solely on understanding the affairs of the Merlin People's Republic and the British Wizarding Social Democratic Party. Although these changes that shook the entire wizarding world had occurred in just over a decade, the recorded history of the Merlin People's Republic could already form a small mountain of books 3 feet high. Dana examined every record carefully, regardless of whether it was major or minor. Even though he had seen countless political figures in his past and present lives, including many reformers, when it came to overthrowing an old social order and establishing a brand new nation, Dana 1 was the most brilliant one he had ever seen. Although he plagiarized from a great Eastern figure, the fact that he succeeded meant his greatness could not be denied. The beginning of this nation's development was actually a notorious criminal gang from a century ago, the Fire Serpent Party. The prototype of the country originated from a business scam that swept away almost all the wealth of the entire wizarding world of Europe. Merlin City and the Merlin Floating City utilized the wealth left behind by Merlin to the maximum extent, establishing a floating city defense system that deterred the world. It happened to coincide with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they absorbed most of the manpower of the Soviet wizarding world. This kind of boldness left Dana in awe. A single magical cannon shot blew away Mount Fuji and blasted the unrealistic greed of Muggle political figures until not even a scrap remained. The nation's international survival environment was so good it was like a fairy tale. Only with the right timing, favorable geographical conditions, and harmonious human relations did the peaceful Merlin People's Republic of today come to be. But was this country truly peaceful? The national president was missing, and the deputy minister of the National Security Department was missing. What exactly was hidden behind this? Perhaps in places unseen, the source of turmoil had already emerged. Dana had seen too many such things, one person suppressing everything with overwhelming ability, but if that person were gone, even the most rational organizational structure would crumble under the erosion of human nature. A week later, Dana walked out of the office. He had white hair, and his bearing was that of a founding monarch. If one disregarded strength, he could now deceive 99% of people. The remaining few people were probably only his mother Anna, Astoria, and Headmaster Dumbledore at Nermangard. Have you finished reading all the materials? Astoria asked suspiciously. Dana nodded. It is truly an amazing achievement. This country is a masterpiece, and it would be a pity if it were destroyed. Before I find him, I will do my part to maintain this country. And with that, I have even more motivation to find the Dana of this world. Astoria exclaimed. That is tens of millions of words. Don't forget, physiologically, I am exactly the same as the Dana of this world, which naturally includes the brain as an Emery's. I have at least that much learning ability. Dana said, his face changing rapidly. Wang Shujing, Wang Wenhui, Jack Murray, Nikolai Vavilov, the four titans of the original Fire Serpent Party, he transformed into each of them in turn. I am already fully aware of the differences between this world and my world, and my familiarity with these people is at least enough not to give myself away. So you plan to keep it from the leaders within the party and go find Dana's whereabouts yourself? Of course. Dana too replied. No one can guarantee that the disappearance of this world's Dana has nothing to do with them. Until I find him, everyone is a suspect. Astoria nodded in agreement. You're right, there is indeed such a possibility. After all, for a little bit of interest, her own father had already disowned her, and they were father and daughter. The political situation is currently stable, and I plan to find clues as soon as possible. I will go find Mr. Borgin now. Let's keep in touch at all times. If there is an occasion where Dana Emery's must appear, summon me immediately. Although it's presumptuous, Astoria said with some concern. But I want to know how strong you are? The force that could make Dana disappear must not be underestimated. Will you be all right? Dana smiled. If I weren't capable enough, the Dana of this world wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing me here, right? He looked at the girl's brows, which were almost furrowed into a ball of yarn, and explained. Although I don't know why I have this strange thought, if I had to quantify it, I'm about as strong as a dozen or so. Lucius Malfoy, secretary of the 19th Commune, was rated as a model worker almost every year. Even with his background as the head of a pure-blood noble family, he had managed to win the recognition of all the workers in the 19th Commune. This person's strength was not weak, he was above average in the wizarding world, serving as a gatekeeper for elite wizards. If this Dana too possessed the strength of over a dozen Lucius, it would be enough in the vast majority of situations. But to deal with an opponent capable of making Dana one suffer a loss, it seemed to be lacking quite a bit. Tisk, what are you worried about? You have to know that the Dana Emery's of this world is ridiculously strong, beyond the scope of imagination. I don't believe anyone can suppress him in terms of strength, so his disappearance is most likely related to himself. The fact that he can draw out power to seek help in various parallel worlds shows that the other party does not have the ability to kill him. So as long as I find him and resolve his predicament, he can handle everything himself without me even needing to lift a finger. All right, what you say makes sense. Azkaban. Yes, sir. Minister Rudy Mont had been to Azkaban before he went missing. Dana stroked his chin. The time Rudy Mont went to Azkaban was exactly the third day after Dana 1 disappeared. He didn't believe there was no connection between them. Continuing to read, after Rudy Mont returned from Azkaban, he went directly to find Wang Wenhui, one of the 4 titans of the Fire Serpent Party. Wang Wenhui. Dana too was not familiar with this person, but judging from the records, he felt that Wang Wenhui was quite aggrieved. He was clearly the former leader of the Fire Serpent Party and had contributed greatly to the rise of the Merlin People's Republic training personnel, handling party affairs, and even playing a decisive role as a key figure in the scam that won the wealth of the entire wizarding world of Europe. Yet, such a person only received the position of Deputy Secretary after the Fire Serpent Party turned from darkness to light and became the Wizarding Social Democratic Party, and it was an honorary position without any duties, basically a state of semi-retirement. Of course, his face had been seen by many people, and he was known as Young Master Wang from the East, so it was inconvenient for him to show his face. However, given his contributions to the founding, the power he received was truly too little. Therefore, this person was also a major suspect. At any rate, Dana Avery reckoned that if he were in Wang Wenhui's position, he would definitely rebel. Then the meeting between Guy Avery and Wang Wenhui was particularly suspicious. But for now, put the matter of Wang Wenhui aside for now, just let Astoria pay more attention to it. The most critical thing now is to find Guy Avery. Azkaban. This was practically Dana Avery's home. Yet, the Azkaban of this world lacked the feeling of a home. As Dana emerged from the Spandam Gate, Dementors immediately came forward to welcome him. Last time he visited, he had only taken a glance before leaving, so the Dementors hadn't had time to react. But this time was different. The Dementors swarmed over in droves, exercising their duties as jailers. For an ordinary person, the scene would be quite terrifying, the sky filled with tattered rags blocking out the light, the biting chill, and bodies resembling mummies. But Dana was the person who understood Dementors best in this world, bar none. He opened his mouth, scree. Dementors, your king has returned. The prison cells were packed full. Dana looked through them one by one. Although 3 weeks had passed, he utilized the sense of smell of a niffler. Even if you had stayed here a year ago, he would still be able to smell it. First floor, second floor, third floor, until he reached the top floor. It was very empty here. After all, the British wizarding world didn't have that many criminals, and starting from the 10th floor, the occupancy rate of the cells was very low. But there was still the scent of Guy Avery here. Dana stopped in front of a cell. Guy Avery had once stayed here. He searched carefully, wanting to find clues, but it was just a plain, empty cell. Dana took out his alchemy glasses from his pendant, the ones he used to view magic array patterns when his magical power level was still low. Even at his current level, these glasses were still effective. Putting on the glasses, the world instantly became different. Beside the original magic array patterns of Azkaban that he could already see, there were faint, later added array patterns. The person who carved these patterns had magical strength far exceeding his own. They were the strongest he had ever seen. Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort would have to step aside. Relying on the alchemy glasses, he observed carefully. Conf undo, concealment charms, repulsion charms, and silencing charms. The composite array formed by these spells seemed to be hiding something. No wonder Guy Avery had ordered a prosthetic magical eye identical to Alastair Moody's a week before coming here. So he had come here to find something hidden by Dana Emery's? Dana began to dismantle the array rather than guessing. It was better to see what exactly was going on with the hidden cell. He remembered that when he was 7, he could dismantle arrays at Avery Manor, but now it seemed exceptionally difficult. The gap in magical strength was sometimes just that frustrating. The sky was dim, and the moonlight struggled through the thick clouds, bringing a glimmer of light to the prison. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening before Dana finally dismantled the Conf undo array. The space twisted, and 3 cells abruptly appeared between the 2 existing ones. Continuing his efforts, past midnight, he finally dismantled the concealment array. The situation inside the cell was revealed. A gaunt person, covered in rags and dirty beyond belief, lay prone on the floor. His hands were severed at the wrists, and he was currently struggling to lift his head, staring fixedly at Dana. He began to speak, but because the silencing effect hadn't been broken yet, Dana couldn't hear a single word. Fortunately, there were no other defensive spells in this cell, so Dana opened the door from the inside and walked in. Dana Emery's, what brings you here? The voice was dark and hoarse. The person's vocal cords were like iron nails left in the wind and sun for 10 years, rusted to the core. Dana waved his hand, brushing aside the long hair covering the person's face from a distance, revealing a face he seemed to recognize, yet it wasn't quite right. He shook his head and injected magical power into his eyes. As a master of souls, he could identify the other person by seeing their soul. Barty Crouch Sr. Dana was somewhat surprised. In his view, the methods of revenge used by the Dana Emerys of this world were a bit brutal. Of course, he had no right to judge, as his own methods of retaliation were quite cruel as well. But regarding the treatment of Barty Crouch Sr., he felt he had been merciful enough. He. Barty Crouch Sr. gave a dry laugh, as if he had heard something amusing. It's been so long, have you almost forgotten the person you personally locked in here? That was right. In Barty Crouch Sr.'s eyes at this moment, he was Dana 1. Last week, Guy Avery came here. Do you know what he did? Barty Crouch Sr. looked at the 2 empty cells beside him, a strange expression on his face. Can't you see it? Forget it. Relying on asking was too much trouble. It was better to just see for himself. Dana cast Stupefy, and Barty Crouch Sr. immediately fell into a high-quality sleep. Dana transformed into a Dementor and sucked out Barty Crouch Sr.'s soul. Of course, he only sucked it out, not consumed it. It was just to figure out what happened that day. There was no need to take a life. The soul of the Barty Crouch Sr. in this world was far inferior to the one in his own world. Reading the memories in the soul, the expression on Dana's face began to turn strange. Dana Emery's hatred for Donna Avery was several times his own, otherwise, he wouldn't have used such methods to torture her. Compared to Dana 1, his own methods of dealing with Donna Avery seemed a bit too crude and hasty. Look, that was true psychological torment. However, Dana quickly found an excuse for himself. The Donna Avery on his side had been killed by Jennifer Greengrass, so he couldn't take revenge like this even if he wanted to, but letting Donna be kicked into the abyss the moment she was about to gain power seemed pretty good too. So, the 2 cells next door held a limbless Donna Avery, the child of Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart, and an inferi John Flint. 3 weeks ago, Guy Avery came here. The inferi John Flint, doing his duty to stop him from saving the people, was burned to a crisp. Subsequently, Guy Avery took the mother and son away from here. In fact, just looking at Rudy Mont's resume in the Merlin People's Republic, anyone would think this person was a great loyal minister. Although he was an enemy of Dana Emery's, he had stubbornly relied on his own awareness and actions to prove himself, stepping up from the very bottom to become one of the people with the highest power in the country. But a loyal minister would not be loyal forever. Thinking from another perspective, if Dana too were Guy Avery, and he saw his aunt tortured beyond recognition, and his cousin living in prison since childhood, almost 11 years old yet unable to speak, I'm afraid it wouldn't be hard to understand why he would harbor thoughts of rebellion, would it? But there was a problem here. Dana Emery's went missing first. In this way, this causal relationship did not exist. Therefore, if Guy Avery was really related to Dana Emery's disappearance, then the event that gave him this motive probably happened even earlier. Dana instantly thought of the 2 alchemy items he had seen in the president's private collection room. Eye of the Sacred 28 and Hand of Gambling Abstinence. Although the items had no written description, Dana just knew that the eye and the hand came from an old acquaintance, Olympos Avery. He had dismembered him, and he was intimately familiar with every part of his body. That was Guy Avery's own grandfather. The clues ended here. Dana 2 was not as powerful as Dana 1, he couldn't see too far into the future, nor could he travel through space or time. Therefore, relying on his existing abilities and the tracking methods he learned in his previous life, he couldn't pinpoint Guy Avery's exact location. He searched Avery Manor. It was already deserted. Avery family had vanished, and wizards were proud to live in Merlin City, so naturally, no one would want to go to such a rural place. Perhaps in a few years, when the Muggle-repelling charm on Avery Manor expired, it would become a Muggle's residence. He searched all the properties he remembered as belonging to Avery family, but still found nothing. It made sense. If Guy Avery were to take in Donna Avery and her child, he certainly wouldn't choose places that were easily thought of. Guy Avery was a very clever man to begin with. If he intended to hide, probably few people could find him. However, it was a good thing that Donna Avery's child was almost 11. According to Barty Crouch Sr.'s memory, the child had experienced a magical outburst at the age of 6, making him a young wizard rather than a squib. So, as soon as Hogwarts' Book of Admittance recorded his name, his location could be tracked. It was late May, and Hogwarts would be sending out acceptance letters in just over a month. He could afford to wait. Returning to the presidential residence in Merlin City, Dana found Astoria. How was it? Any luck? Astoria looked expectant, but Dana's shake of the head disheartened her. Rudy Mont went to Azkaban the day after the Dana of this world disappeared. He took Donna Avery and her child, but after that, I have no idea where he went. Astoria blinked, as if something had just occurred to her. Are you saying Rudy Mont betrayed Dana and the Republic because he discovered Dana's revenge on his family? Astoria pressed her right index finger to her brow, trying hard to recall. If that's the case, I did hear Dana mention his dark side. His dark side? He talks about that with you too. Yes. Astoria looked a little proud. He said we were about to become husband and wife, so naturally, we shouldn't keep little secrets from each other. Dinah too nodded. He wasn't afraid of scaring you away, then. Today, I saw Barty Crouch Sr.'s miserable state. It was quite brutal. Astoria shook her head. He is a gentle person, he only acts ruthlessly towards his enemies. I understand all his actions. And actually, putting revenge aside, he is absolutely a good person. Astoria waved her hand. Oh, don't change the subject back to the dark side. Dana told me what he did to some of his enemies. Donna Avery has already been rescued by Guy Avery, so we won't talk about her. There's another Avery, Ollivander Avery, who is still alive, living a miserable life. Dana was taken aback. Ollivander Avery is still alive. He had clearly seen one of the old man's eyes and one of his hands, yet he hadn't expected that the Dana of this world would actually allow the culprit to live. Yes, he was exiled to a secluded island. That's where Dana exiles various political enemies. Old Avery was turned into a human stick and hung on a flagpole. Astoria's face showed a hint of unbearable pity, but then she shook her head, casting aside her sympathy for old Avery, and continued. If Guy Avery's objective is his family, then he will definitely go to that island to rescue his grandfather. Dana's eyes lit up. Do you know where that island is? Astoria shook her head. It's already difficult enough for him to tell me these things. How could he possibly take me to the actual location? I was terrified just listening to him describe it at the time. Then who knows about that isolated island? Wang Wenhui and Jack Murray. Good, call Jack Murray. Dinah too did not trust Wang Wenhui from the bottom of his heart. He always believed that Dinah One's personnel strategy was flawed. Astoria nodded and left. Less than 10 minutes later, Jack Murray appeared in Dana's office. Boss, you called me. Jack Murray was accustomed to the title boss, even though Dana was now the president and he was the Minister of Public Security. Yes. Boss, you haven't shown yourself much these past few days, and the brothers are getting a bit worried. What's there to worry about? There's no one in this world who can threaten me. That's the truth. That's exactly what I told the brothers. Jack Murray's face was full of adoration. Boss's strength far surpasses Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort. I don't think there's anyone in this world who can cause you harm. Dana smiled. I just went out for a stroll, you know, sitting in the office all day, one can go crazy. Yes. Office work is really not easy. Jack Murray felt a pang of sympathy. I just love patrolling now. I can't stand to be in the office for a moment. All right, no more idle talk. Arrange for me to go see Cornelius Fudge and Ollivander Avery. How has the Republic been while I was away? No problems, right? No, there are big problems. My Deputy Minister of National Security is missing. Oh, that matter. Nikolai thought Deputy Minister Mont had his own ideas, so he didn't take it seriously. In fact, I also think Deputy Minister Mont definitely has his own plan, and he must have his reasons for not informing us this time. You trust him so much. Jack Murray's expression was a bit strange. Boss, aren't you the one who trusts him the most? Deputy Minister Mont is the smartest and most meticulous person among us, besides you, boss. He can always discover problems and solve them in advance. All right, you're right, but I believe that during my absence, someone will surely harbor improper thoughts, so I need to ensure that our imprisoned political enemies are without any issues. You know, goblins from Gringotts are also imprisoned there, and those goblins are not easy to deal with. If they escape, the damage to the Republic will certainly not be small. That's true. Jack Murray's rise to power was due to his loyalty, hard work, and fairly decent strength among the lower-ranking wizards. In fact, within the Ministry of Public Security, every single one of the former Ministry of Magic's Aurors had overall better qualities than him. Dinah too shook his head inwardly, wondering what Dinah 1 was thinking to allow such a person to become the Republic's third-in-command. Boss, I still don't understand. Why didn't we use a portal when we came here this time? The isolated island was right before them. Jack Murray steered the boat and asked Dinah 2, who was beside him. We are here to check for leaks and fill gaps, so naturally, we must start from the perspective of an ordinary wizard. They don't know the Spandam Gate. If they want to get on the island, they must take a boat, so by taking a boat ourselves, we can get an intuitive sense of the island's defenses. Boss, brilliant insight. Dinah shook his head and instructed Jack Murray, don't go to the dock. Circle the island once, let me take a good look. Yes, boss. Sometimes Dinah too felt that explaining things to Jack Murray was superfluous, just like now, when there was actually no need for him to pretend to inspect the isolated island's security measures. Jack Murray simply worshipped Dinah Emery's blindly. Whatever the boss said was absolute, and he never doubted it. The isolated island covered an area of over a dozen square kilometers. Circling it took some time, and by the time they finally docked at the pier, an hour had passed. A goblin came up to greet them obsequiously. Mr. President, welcome to the Northbrook concentration camp. Poochie. Dinah too recognized this goblin. It was none other than Poochie, a former banker at Gringotts. He was quite lucky. If it had been any other goblin, he might not have recognized him at all. Yes, Mr. President. Poochie is always awaiting your orders. How has the island been lately? Everything is normal, Mr. President. Those spineless wretches are very obedient. They have long since accepted their fate. Poochie laughed. If you ask me, they deserve to die for daring to oppose the Count back then. Being allowed to keep their lives now is already an extraordinary act of mercy from the Republic. Ha ha ha! A strange sound came from the wind. Dinah followed the sound and saw two parallel flagpoles. One was empty, while the other had an object hanging from it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a person. A person whose limbs had been severed, nose cut off, eyes gouged out, tongue cut out, and eardrums punctured. From that blackened face, Dinah could barely recognize the appearance of the man who had once held the highest position at the Ministry of Magic, but he knew that this person was Cornelius Fudge. How is the physical condition of former Minister Fudge? Very good, Mr. President. We hang him for 12 hours every day, and ensure his nutrition for the rest of the time. Various medicines are also provided without interruption. How long has he been up there? It seems it has been 8 years. Dinah too nodded. He would not rashly change Dinah 1's decision, because whether he could return to his own world depended entirely on Dinah 1. If I remember correctly, Ollivander Avery should be hanging on the flagpole next to him, right? Where is he? Poochie's large green face made an expression of astonishment, which looked quite comical. Ah, didn't you, Mr. President, personally write a note having Vice Minister Rudy Mont take him away? Dinah tilted his head. Did I write a note? Let me see the note. Poochie hurried toward his office, a tent that looked gaudily magnificent, and then returned with a piece of parchment in his hand. Dinah took the parchment. Special order, Vice Minister Rudy Mont is to escort the high-risk prisoner Ollivander Avery to Azkaban. All departments are to cooperate as much as possible. Dinah Emery's. Below the note was the seal of the President's office, and the magical anti-counterfeiting mark also looked completely flawless. Dinah couldn't help but sigh. This guy Avery was truly a talent. The forged handwriting, seal, and anti-counterfeiting mark were almost indistinguishable from the real thing. If not for his superb perception and absolute mastery of magic runes, he might not have been able to determine the truth. Ah, Dinah feigned a sudden realization. I remember now, there was indeed such a thing. There have been too many things lately, and I've become a bit muddled. Poochie quickly bowed and said, Mr. President is busy with 1,000 tasks a day. It is normal not to keep such trifles in mind. You are wise and brilliant, and have nothing to do with being muddled. Dinah waved his hand. That's enough. No need for flattery. If I forgot, I forgot. Let's go, take me for an inspection. Northbrook Island. Actually, before Poochie shouted the name of the island just now, Dinah didn't know what this place was called, and his conversation with Jack Murray had just been vague. But now, he understood this island. There were 4 areas on Northbrook Island. One was the mining area, responsible for extracting various rare minerals. This island had been an important mining site for resources in the wizarding world since the Middle Ages. One was the processing area, responsible for refining minerals. This area was shrouded in yellow-green smoke all day, looking like it wasn't of this world. One was the prisoner residential area, where the prisoners ate and slept. There were over 200 rooms, holding nearly 1,000 people. The last area was the warden's camp, which was also the place with the best living conditions on the island. It was adjacent to the pier and guarded the only exit from the island. When circling the island earlier, Dana had discovered that apart from the pier, all other sides of the island were cliffs dozens of meters high. Once the anti-apparition charm and anti-flight charm were activated, no wizard could infiltrate the island by their own power. Prisoners wanting to escape? Impossible. The wealthy Count Dantes had arranged Mentori metal shackles for everyone. Having lost their magic, the prisoners had absolutely no hope of escaping. As Dana's party passed through the mining and processing areas, he clearly sensed several gazes landing on him: hatred, hostility, killing intent. This was only natural. Originally, they were riding in carriages, smoking cigars, and singing songs, and in the blink of an eye, they became prisoners. Even if Dark Dentis was the one who did these things, who didn't know that Dana Emery's was Dark Dentis's own son? When they finished the inspection and returned to the warden's camp, the old brothers who had followed Count Dantes in the early years all ran out. The great leader's son had come to inspect, so they had to show enough respect, didn't they? If it weren't for Count Dantes, they would still be crawling in the mud like maggots at this moment. Declining the old brother's enthusiastic invitation to eat, Dana and Jack Murray boarded the boat. Jack, what do you think? Huh? Think about what? The defenses of Northbrook Island. Oh, that. In my opinion, it is impregnable, comparable to Azkaban. No, to some extent, it is even more solid than Azkaban. Dana shook his head. Today, while spending time with Jack Murray, he had shaken his head more than in the entire past month combined. Solid fortresses are often breached from within, Jack. That note in Poochie's hand was not approved by me. This was only natural. When Guy Avery arrived on the island, Dana Emery's had already gone missing. So where would he go to approve a note for him? What? Your note is fake. Yes, fake. The second day after I went out for a trip, Vice Minister Rudy Mont rescued Donna Avery from Azkaban. Now Ollivander Avery has also been rescued. I suspect that Vice Minister Rudy Mont has rebelled. Dinah too swore. If he ever returned to his own world, he would absolutely not be a leader. He would just be a mastermind hidden behind large corporations and assassin platforms. Did they want to see what kind of life he was living now? He had an endless stream of matters to handle every day. Out of 24 hours, the only time he could control himself was the 5 hours he spent sleeping at night. Even during meals, he had to listen to Astoria report on the details of government affairs. Fortunately, Jack Murray understood how to share the burden for his master. After the trip to Northbrook Island, that fellow proactively began arranging people to search for Vice Minister Rudy Mont's whereabouts. Although Dana believed he wouldn't find Guy Avery. As a seasoned spy, if there wasn't enough benefit to lure him out, the possibility of capturing him would be extremely low. And since that person had already rescued his relatives beforehand, there were even fewer lures that could be used. Mr. President, this is the Republic's financial report for last month. Minister of Finance Wang Shujing stood in front of the desk, reporting her work with a serious expression. Dana nodded, signed his name at the bottom of the report, and then looked up and asked, "How is Huo Jin doing now? I heard he regained his sanity a long time ago. Can he live normally now?" Huo Jin was Wang Shujing's husband. They fell in love and married when she was at her lowest point, and he was one of the 3 most important men in Wang Shujing's life. Upon hearing this, Wang Shujing revealed a long-lost smile. Now holding a high position, she was not only dedicated but also constantly on edge, fearing she might fail to meet her boss's expectations. Thanks to Mr. President, he can speak normally now. He is currently undergoing rehabilitation, and the doctor said it won't be long before he can stand up. This is truly good news. Dana changed the subject. It's just your brother, is he still so down? This. Wang Shujing was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. After a few seconds, she replied, frustrated by his lack of ambition. I've told him many times that it's not that boss doesn't give him power, but rather that he lacks talent and virtue. and he's already made a big splash in the wizarding world. If others found out that young Master Wang's identity was fake, he would likely be assassinated by others. He doesn't have boss's combat power, so keeping him out of the public eye is also for his own good. Dana smiled. It's normal for him to have emotions. If he can't be given power, then compensate him more with money. That's exactly right, boss. You've given him a salary far exceeding the norm. His personal income is comparable to what pure-blood families used to earn. All right, you may go. When you see him later, give him my regards. I haven't seen him in a long time. If he's in a better mood, have him come over, and I'll catch up with him. Yes. Wang Shijing left. Dana was very satisfied with his acting. As a trusted aide who had grown up with Dina 1, Wang Shijing hadn't noticed Dina 2's flaws, which meant he could now face all the high-ranking officials of the Republic without revealing himself. He glanced at the stack of documents on the desk, still 2 feet high, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. At this rate, he wouldn't even have time to look for Dina 1? When would he be able to return to his own world? On Northbrook Island, a corner of the guard camp. It was currently the resting period after dinner, and it seemed perfectly normal for a dozen guards to be gathered there. However, if their conversation were overheard by others, it might just make their jaws drop. The boss said Dana Emery's was missing, which is why we dared to have that thought, but isn't he fine? Perhaps he noticed something when he came to the island for inspection last time. If you ask me, we should stop. This is a head-losing business. But what if we succeed? Wouldn't we have wealth and glory? Yeah, why do those people in Merlin City get to enjoy the good life while we old brothers have to guard prisoners here? Dana Emery's is strong, but this time, standing behind us is the United States. Not just the United States, but most muggles and wizards in this world won't allow such a powerful magic regime as the Merlin People's Republic to exist. With their support, as long as our brothers in Merlin City destroy the floating city's power source, the large muggle armies of the United States, equipped with anti-magic weapons, will be enough to take down Dana Emery's. Exactly? As long as the floating city is destroyed, then the big plan can succeed. When the floating city falls, how many people do you think will die in Merlin City? At that time, Merlin City will be in chaos, and it will be a good time to fish in troubled waters. The person who spoke first nodded. You're right, I was thinking wrong. If we don't take a gamble, our lives might just stay like this. That's right. The prisoners here hate Dana Emery's to the bone. When we attack Merlin City, they will be the vanguard. We won't even need to exert ourselves to gain both power and wealth. The boss said that our side is crucial. Whether it's in terms of military strength or exposing Dana Emery's as a fraud, we cannot afford to fail. But I heard that Dana Emery's has an army of alchemical bodies, and he himself seems to be able to fight evenly with a demon from 1,000 years ago. So, even without the floating city, can we really do it? What if he doesn't choose to fight to the death and retaliates one by one after retreating? What would we do then? Can the American army protect us forever? You know, that person is very vengeful. The speaker subtly looked towards the flagpole the sun had set, and the afterglow silhouetted the flagpole, with Cornelius Fudge swaying on it like a wooden pub sign. What's there to fear? At worst, we'll abscond with the wealth from Merlin City and go live it up in the United States. I don't believe that with so many of us, that guy can still single-handedly track us down and kill us one by one. Don't worry, with the Americans holding the line for us, we're safe. Then when do we start acting? No rush. First, we'll quietly communicate with the prisoners, gather those who are willing to rebel, and then slowly let them consolidate their strength. Do they dare? Why wouldn't they dare? Those people used to be high and mighty pure-blood families, and now they're forced laborers. It's impossible for them not to harbor hatred. As long as we give them a knife, I think they'd be very happy to give Dana Emery's a good stab. All right, it's settled then. We'll proceed carefully. Pucci the goblin and his goblin traders are an obstacle. After all, those goblins are much stronger than us. What's there to fear? The boss already gave us a method. First, win over those Gringotts goblin prisoners. Once their mantle of Turin handcuffs are removed, they will clean up those goblin traders themselves. Then have them impersonate Pucci and the others. As long as Dana Emery's doesn't personally come to the island, who can distinguish which goblin is which? Anyway, to me, they all look the same. We'll be careful not to let Pucci and the others discover anything unusual. Once the time is ripe, we'll launch a sudden attack, and we'll immediately gain control of this entire island. Once the prisoners here are integrated, we just need to wait for the boss's news. At that time, the four parties Britain, America, France, and Russia will act simultaneously, and the Merlin People's Republic will be extinguished. Hogwarts School Season. Dana too received a copy of an acceptance letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Minerva McGonagall. Dear Mr. Avery. Dana too skipped over the lengthy content, his gaze fixed firmly on the address on the acceptance letter. Baker Street 26½. He felt like he had seen this address somewhere before. He closed his eyes, his mind beginning to churn through all the documents he had read since arriving here. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. He remembered. This address used to be the house of the siblings Wang Wenhui and Wang Shujing, and it was the initial place of revival for the Fire Serpent Party. To think that Donna Avery's child would appear there as expected, had Guy Avery gotten mixed up with Wang Wenhui? Things were moving closer and closer to the direction he had deduced, but Dana couldn't be happy about it at all. If Wang Wenhui was related to the disappearance of Dana 1, then what role did Wang Shujing play in this? If something had also happened to Wang Shujing, then among the 5 most capable subordinates of Dana 1, 3 of them might have already become traitors. Now was not the time to think about these things. The top priority was to head to this address immediately. Dana too couldn't wait any longer. Every day here was a torture sitting in the president's chair, doing the work of a beast of burden. Tell me, are all founding monarchs this exhausted? Baker Street 26½. Transformed into a passerby, Dana waved at the sky. In the sky, an owl had been circling for a while. The little guy must have been quite puzzled why did its innate instinct guide it to this address, yet it couldn't find the house here no matter what? Are you delivering mail for Hogwarts? Hoot. Yes, but I seem to be lost. No, you are not lost. If I am not mistaken, the address you are trying to deliver to is Baker Street 26½, right? Yes, sir. Give the letter to me, and I will help you deliver it inside. No, sir, this is my duty. I must personally deliver the letter to Mr. Avery. Dana too shrugged. Sometimes animals had more principles than humans. He smiled, took 2 steps back, and the air twisted for a moment before Dana vanished in front of the owl. The magic array capable of blocking an owl's detection was quite extraordinary, but in front of Dana too, it was far from enough. Dana concealed his figure and stood in the living room, looking over the 2-story old house. The soundproofing here was excellent. The bustle of the neighborhood outside didn't disturb the residents here at all. Clearly, a soundproofing charm was at work. The living room connected to the kitchen, and a mottled wooden staircase led to the 2nd floor. He floated up, heading straight to the 2nd floor, because he had seen the magic array on the stairs. Any person without the Avery family bloodline who stepped on the stairs would trigger this magic array to send an alarm to the owner. Dana arrived on the 2nd floor and heard a metallic voice, like clockwork turning, say, "Ben, good boy, open the window. That owl must have your Hogwarts acceptance letter." "No, I won't open it. I am not going anywhere." A teenager responded word by word, as if he had just learned how to speak. "Hogwarts will teach you magic. Only when you have power can you take revenge." "Revenge? No, if I leave here, I will be killed by someone." "Who told you that?" "Don Na. That crazy woman may have given birth to you, but she has gone mad. Dana Emery's is her enemy, but not yours. Emery's allowed you to be born in Azkaban, so he won't kill you, and you must go to Hogwarts to study. You are the new hope of the family. You cannot waste your potential. The family has nothing to do with me." The teenager's voice betrayed no emotion. He seemed convinced that as soon as he stepped out of this house, he would die. The next second, the invisible Dana saw a teenager of about 11 years old with a blank face walk out of a bedroom. The teenager's appearance actually resembled Dana by 40 or 50%. This was nothing strange, as Dana, after all, had half the blood of the Avery family. It was just that the teenager was expressionless, as if everything in this world had nothing to do with him. "Heard that this teenager was the product of a love potion? Benjamin, come back." The voice in the room followed the teenager out, but the teenager remained indifferent, turning and entering another room. Click, click, click. Inharmonious metallic clanking sounds were incessant. A strange old man, who was the owner of that voice, walked out of the room quickly. His limbs were all alchemical prosthetics, and his eyes, nose, and ears were clearly alchemical products as well. Fortunately, those eyes only allowed him to see again and did not have the function of a magical eye, otherwise Dana too would have been discovered just now. This person was none other than Ollivander Avery. Guy Avery was indeed filial. Old Avery's set of alchemical organs was not cheap. According to information in the files, the entire year's income of Vice Minister Rudy Mont would probably only be enough to buy a pair of legs, so this full-body equipment for old Avery had likely cost all of Guy Avery's savings. Rudy Mont was a model official. He did not embezzle or take bribes, and all his savings were earned through his hard work. "Open the door, Benjamin, open the door." Old Avery pounded on the door angrily, and Benjamin's roar came from inside. "Shut up, you old thing! You are disturbing me." Ollivander Avery stood there blankly, his metallic parts grating with click, click sounds, as if materializing the old man's anger and shock. You scoundrel! Get lost? If you don't get lost I will kill you." A string in his brain snapped, and old Avery angrily kicked the door open. "You little beast, how dare you!" Boom! A powerful burst of magic exploded, embedding old Avery deeply into the wall opposite the door. The old man's alchemical limbs were like broken toys, each struggling, but there was no way to pull the master out. Ollivander Avery spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Dana rubbed his chin. The little guy had a heavy hand. The boy's magic was naturally far inferior to old Avery's, but his strike was ruthless, as if this old man were not his grandfather, great-uncle, at all. Dana walked to the doorway and saw Benjamin Avery sitting in front of a corpse with a bluish body. This was an inferi, just firmly restrained by metal rings, unable to move. "John, will I die?" There was no response for a long time. That was to be expected. How could an inferi answer him? "Trash! You don't know anything." He manipulated his magic to lift John Flint high into the air, then slammed him heavily onto the floor. The force was so great that one could never imagine that it was actually this inferi who had raised him with such painstaking care. The inferi did not speak, but the inferi's spine snapped with a crack. Benjamin Avery snorted heavily through his nose and then rushed out of the room again. Donna. He rushed toward his mother's room. Having witnessed all of this, Dana suddenly became interested. He was curious to see how this boy would treat his mother. Donna. Benjamin Avery called out his biological mother's name, coldly. "Tell me, is that person going to kill me?" Dana followed behind Benjamin and saw Donna Avery, with broken hands and feet, lying blankly on the bed, her eyes staring straight at the ceiling. Clearly, Donna Avery was still alive, but she was no different from being dead. After years of torture, she had given up on thinking. Perhaps living in a small world of her own construction was much happier than the cruel reality. Donna. Seeing that Donna did not respond to him, Benjamin Avery jumped onto the head of the bed and slapped Donna hard. Amidst the slap sounds, Donna's skin and bones cheeks actually plumped up. It was just that hitting a fleshless face was painful, so Benjamin Avery finally stopped. He glared at Donna angrily, the hatred in his eyes like a raging river, as if it wanted to swallow everything. He picked up a lamp stand not far from the bedside. The lamp stand was cast entirely of brass and was very heavy. The 11-year-old brat lifted it shakily and then smashed it onto Donna's stomach. Ugh! Donna let out a painful groan but still failed to regain her senses. Benjamin was furious and shouted out loud. Like an angry bear, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he ran out of the room and headed downstairs. The old stairs thudded under his feet. Dana only heard a series of clattering sounds downstairs, thinking that this broken home had gained some more broken furniture. He entered the room and looked at Donna. He was very certain that Donna's state was real, not feigned, because in Dana's eyes, Donna Avery's soul was huddled in a corner of her body like a frightened child. Pitiful, but Dana would not give her pity. If the two worlds were generally the same, then this Donna Avery had also tortured Anna and had viciously thrown Dana one into Azkaban. Dana walked up to Donna and said softly, "Come, Donna, it's time to let your soul out for some fresh air." He took a light breath, and he saw Donna's soul drifting out of her mouth uncontrollably. Although the soul had hidden away, everything the body had experienced would be fed back to the soul. In other words, she would have the memories she should have had during this period. The 10-year-old child was punching and kicking the inferi John Flint. Donna looked blankly at the person and the corpse in the prison next door, expressionless. The child vented enough before turning to pick up the black bread on the ground. He took a bite with disgust, chewed it forcefully, and swallowed it down with some clear water. Child, you should speak more, Barty Crouch Sr. said from across Donna's cell, so that when you get out later, you won't be unable to speak clearly. None of your business. The brat's attitude toward Barty Crouch Sr. was extremely bad, even though for all these years, it had been Barty Crouch Sr. who taught him to speak little by little, taught him the common knowledge of the wizarding world, and taught him that he had a very powerful opponent, a great enemy. Barty Crouch Sr. sighed. This child was a product of Amortentia and had grown up in such an environment. If he were to go out, he would most likely be a menace. That was fine too, just spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. At least he wouldn't go out and harm people. Whether he could speak or not didn't matter much anymore. Hogwarts? Heh, was the magic array set up by Dana Emery so simple? Hogwarts likely couldn't detect this place. However, half an hour later, a black-robed man came to Donna Avery's cell, accurately found their cell, opened the prison door, and walked in. Barty Crouch Sr. warned. Sir, no matter who you are, you breaking into this cell means that Dana Emery's already knows you have come. No one is his match, no one. The man lowered his hood. It was Guy Avery, the current Deputy Minister of the National Security Department of the Merlin People's Republic, who was using the alias Rudy Mont. Don't worry, Mr. Crouch, Guy Avery said calmly, Mr. Emery's cannot come for the time being. After speaking, Guy Avery helped Donna Avery up. Donna was in a daze and let Guy Avery do as he pleased without the slightest reaction, like a walking corpse. To be honest, this cell was extremely filthy. Every day, John Flint would come to feed Donna Avery and help her with her physiological needs, but how meticulous could an inferi be? Every time, some filth would fail to enter the transmission area accurately. Accumulating year after year, the smell was simply toxic. But Guy Avery didn't mind at all. After helping Donna up, he placed her on a flying carpet. Looking at the next cell, the irritable brat suddenly got energetic. Are you here to save us? Who are you? Guy Avery tilted his head. Yes, I am here to save you. I am your cousin. It seemed Guy Avery didn't like this little cousin very much. After all, the kid was visibly full of violence. Opening the prison door, Guy also put the brat on the flying carpet. Can you take it away? The brat pointed to the inferi John Flint, who had just been restrained by Guy Avery and was struggling wildly at the moment. Guy Avery thought for a few seconds, and after strengthening the binding on the inferi, he threw it onto the flying carpet as well. It's my grandnephew, with the blood of the Avery family flowing in his body. Ollivander Avery, whose body was half alchemical structure, was very happy to see the brat arrive. He didn't even give Guy Avery and Donna Avery an extra glance. One was a rebel who had abandoned the family, and the other was a lovesick idiot. It was these two people who had caused the Avery family to completely decline. He had certainly cast his own responsibilities aside. But if one were to really argue, without Guy Avery, there would not have been the Azkaban prisoner swap incident, and without Donna Avery, perhaps she would not have offended Dana Emery's. So, old Avery attributing the downfall of the Avery family to these two people didn't seem to be incorrect. You will be the hope for the resurgence of the Avery family, old Avery said. From today on, you shall be called Benjamin Avery Ben. Do you like this name? The Avery family settled down at 26.5 Baker Street. Originally, Guy Avery would send food every 2 days, but after arguing with old Avery twice, he stopped coming. The one delivering the food was someone neither Donna nor old Avery recognized. Of course, Dana too didn't recognize him either. It was just that judging by the person's style of movement, it was very similar to a wizard from the former Soviet Union, and on his chest, there was a badge. It belonged to the Wizard Social Democratic Party. This person was quite responsible. Every time he delivered the food, he would go upstairs to check on Donna Avery's condition. If it weren't for this, Donna wouldn't have been able to see this person. Withdrawing from reading the memory, Dana touched his chin. Was Guy Avery being so blatant? Hijacking the president's private high-profile prisoner, and he actually dared to let a member of the Wizard Social Democratic Party help take care of them? Or was it that Guy Avery had already cultivated a group of loyal subordinates within the Merlin People's Republic? Merlin City, 28th Precinct. 5:28 p.m. It was almost time to clock out, the happiest time of the day for the officers. Since the founding of the Merlin People's Republic, terms like Auror and Hit Wizard, which did not align with the Muggle world, had been abandoned. To ensure that Muggles coming to Merlin City for business felt at home, the Public Security Department unified the title of civil servants maintaining public order as police officers. Hey, Harry, you're about to clock out. Where are you heading? If you don't have any plans, why don't we go to the newly opened performance bar for a few drinks? I'm telling you, those Muggles really know how to enjoy themselves. I have no idea how they come up with those activities. Harry Potter adjusted his glasses, offering a sheepish smile to deflect his colleague's excessive enthusiasm. It's my fiancée's birthday today, so I have to go celebrate with her. Is that so? The colleague thought for a moment. Why don't you bring her along? You were promoted from trainee officer to full officer last month, and we haven't held a celebration for you yet. Why not do it today? Harry shook his head, looking regretful. Sorry, my fiancée's family will be there too today. I think it might not be convenient. The colleague wanted to expand the guest list for tonight's party but was pulled back by another colleague. David, stop messing around. Do you know who Officer Potter's fiancée is? Who? Ginny Weasley? The youngest girl of the Weasley family. The Weasley family? So Harry's fiancée is the sister of the Minister and Vice Minister of the Ministry of Commerce. More than that, Ginny Weasley's father is the Minister of Sports. She also has one brother working in the Ministry of Culture, another brother in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and even the least successful brother is the Deputy Director of the Quidditch Management Office at the Ministry of Sports. And his new wife is quite something. She's the secretary to the Minister of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You know, our Minister of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is that unreliable Black. He has offered to resign several times already. If he steps down, that secretary will at least be promoted to vice minister. After all, everyone has witnessed that girl's performance over the past 2 years. Just think about it. Celebrating Officer Potter's promotion with a group like that, do you think you'd be able to relax? This wasn't a question of being able to relax or not. It was a blatant slap in the face to Harry Potter. His fiancée's relatives all had remarkable achievements, while he was just a lowly officer who had just been promoted. The colleagues were suddenly speechless. Well, Harry, let's reschedule our celebration. Have a great time tonight. Harry nodded. Oh, thanks. It's time to clock out. See you tomorrow. Leaving the 28th precinct, Harry let out a heavy sigh. The Weasley family were all like dragons, making him, the future son-in-law, seem rather lackluster. But could he blame that? The Public Security Department was a reorganized department with too many personnel, adopting a merit-based promotion system. Without enough accumulated merit, it was impossible to get promoted. George and Fred's Ministry of Commerce was essentially a newly established department with only a handful of people, and they were directly appointed as minister and vice minister by Dana. Fortunately, the Weasley family didn't care about these things at all and treated him as well as they had for the past 10 years, which moved Harry quite a bit. Floating City, People's Long-Live Restaurant. This restaurant was run by those former Soviet wizards. The property belonged to Count Dantes, who had signed a 100-year lease with these Soviet wizards at no rent, but Count Dantes held a 20% stake. Oh, the shareholder was Dana Emery's, the best friend of Officer Harry Potter during his student days, though he didn't know when his relationship with Dana had gradually drifted apart. This restaurant was one of the most popular in the Floating City because one could eat authentic Russian, Kazakh, Ukrainian, and Belarusian cuisine here. Although it seemed sparse compared to Chinese food, for the British, it was already quite a delicacy. Hey, Harry. Ron Weasley, standing at the entrance, spotted Harry from afar. Over here, Harry. The two hugged. Everyone was busy with work now, so they rarely saw each other. Perhaps after Harry and Ginny got married, they would move to the borough, and then they would be able to hang out together every day like before. Where's Hermione? Her. Ron shook his head. Harry, it's not that I'm complaining, but your godfather is truly unreliable. He barely manages the affairs of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now. It's all supported by Hermione and a few other vice ministers. Just recently, the president issued an order, so all serving civil servants and all members of the Wizard Social Democratic Party need to re-register. They must ensure that everyone's file has a clear front-facing photo. If you ask me, this is a ridiculous order. That guy Dana, relying on being the Count's illegitimate son, really doesn't take national affairs seriously. We have so many civil servants, yet such an important department as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has to work overtime every day for such trivial matters. It's simply outrageous. Harry laughed. You've disliked Dana since you started at Hogwarts. If you ask me, Dana must have his reasons for doing this. After all, under his management, our country is getting better every day. Well, most of the time he is quite reliable, but I really can't stand this incident. Harry, it's not that I'm complaining, but Hermione hasn't spent the night at home for a week. Harry shrugged. So she can't make it to Ginny's birthday party today. Yeah, she can't, but she entrusted me to bring a top-notch gift for Ginny. I bet Ginny will love it. What is it? Audrey Estree's new album signed by her? Ordinary people can't get their hands on this. Hey, that's truly great. Harry said this, but he felt quite bitter inside. His current position was indeed too low, and his income was even more pitiful. Let's go, Ron, let's hurry inside. Have Fred and George arrived? They and Mom and Dad arrived long ago. They are the heads of their respective departments, so leaving work early is no big deal, unlike you, who has to wait until the exact clock-out time to leave. It's really hard work. Harry raised an eyebrow. He always felt Ron was intentionally or unintentionally showing off. But he knew his old friend better than anyone. He didn't have bad intentions. If he wanted to find some sense of pride, let him have it. Harry turned to look at the three-story red brick building less than 300 meters away from the restaurant. As everyone knew, that was the Emery's residence, the home of the most powerful person in the country. Compared to Dana, the things you are proud of, Ron, seem somewhat insignificant. Thinking this, Harry followed Ron into the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a rich Slavic atmosphere washed over them. The hall was incredibly lively, mostly filled with young wizards chatting and drinking after work. Ron, don't you think the smell is a bit strong here? Smell? Oh, yes, the onion and cheese scent is indeed a bit too heavy. Speaking of which, do Russian wizards like onion and cheese too? The two chatted as they arrived at their private room. A restaurant this big certainly needed private rooms. Compared to the hall, the decoration in the private room was much more luxurious, featuring traditional Russian interior styles. At a glance, it was filled with marble, colorful tiles, and paintings. Harry's here? Hurry and take a seat, we're all here. Molly Weasley beckoned to Harry with a smile. Harry walked over smiling and sat down next to Ginny quite naturally. Did everything go smoothly today? Ginny leaned in and asked in a whisper. The girl's breath tickled his face. Harry touched his cheek and replied, not bad, my colleagues are all great, it's just that it's going to be quite busy for a while. Yo, the Minister of Commerce teased. Our future brother-in-law can't wait to be lovey-dovey with our sister. The Deputy Minister of Commerce chimed in, that's right, is there anything we can't know? That won't do, family members aren't allowed to keep secrets. Fred now had short hair, probably because Molly forced him to cut it. After all, as the Minister of Commerce, his appearance was quite important. George had his hair tied in a ponytail at the back of his head. The requirements for the deputy minister were slightly lower, but he still couldn't look disheveled. This way, it was easier to tell the twins apart. Molly Weasley rolled her eyes at the twins. If the two of you could find a partner sooner, I would allow you to form cliques and whisper during family dinners. Look, your sister is getting married, but what about you two? The twins looked at each other, giggled, and stopped talking. The other three unmarried sons immediately looked away as well. Only Ron was gloating on the side, and he was caught red-handed by Molly. Ron, stop gloating. You and Hermione have been married for 2 years, why is there still no news about her pregnancy? Harry and Ginny looked over at the same time, and Ron immediately turned bright red. Mom, is this the kind of thing you can just bring up? Why can't it be brought up? Arthur Weasley watched his family chatting and laughing with a smile. Even though their family was now known as the #1 political family in the Republic, they were still the same as they were when they had no money or power. This family atmosphere had not changed despite their respective social statuses. Although Harry had his own thoughts, he didn't retreat, mostly thanks to the Weasley family's good atmosphere. Otherwise, with their mismatched backgrounds, there would definitely be countless conflicts. Bill Weasley walked in from outside. Ah, Harry is here. Good timing. I've checked, our meal will be served soon. Arthur waved at his eldest son. Bill, sit down quickly. It's rare for our whole family to be together now. Even Charlie is back. He seemed to have thought of something, shook his head slightly. It's just a pity that Hermione still has to work overtime. Molly was also quite dissatisfied with this. What's going on? The world is so peaceful now, Merlin City is as stable as a mountain, and the crime rate is almost negligible. Why does their department have to work overtime? Ron rolled his eyes. Isn't it because that guy Dana is requiring civil servant information to be re-registered? Arthur interrupted Ron. All right, you have to call him Mr. President. I know about this matter, and I think it's fine. After all, there are more and more civil servants now, and many people provided old photos that almost don't match their current appearance, which gives the efficiency department colleagues a headache. Being able to take this opportunity to update them will only be good for the future. Arthur made a valid point, but Ron was a bit annoyed. Dana was his classmate. Shouldn't classmates call each other by their first names? It's just that now, this whole family, including himself, worked in the government led by Dana, which made it impossible for him to say what was on his mind. Fortunately, the twins changed the topic in time, and the pre-meal chat atmosphere became pleasant again. 10 minutes later, Percy stood up. I'll go see why the food hasn't been served yet. He walked to the door and pulled it open. When the door was pulled halfway, he quickly closed it again. Then he leaned his back against the door, his body tense, his expression solemn. The hall is full of people from the Fire Serpent Party. Fire Serpent Party. Arthur was a bit surprised. Weren't the Fire Serpent Party driven to Europe by Count Dantes, that is, Dana? Why did they suddenly appear on the Merlin floating city now? This was the very center of the Merlin People's Republic? What were those police officers doing? Arthur glanced at Harry. At this moment, Harry had already pulled out his wand and walked to the door. The private room naturally had a silencing spell, so as long as the door was closed, the sound from outside couldn't get in, and the sound from inside couldn't be heard outside. Harry stretched out his finger, made a SHH gesture, then squatted down and opened a crack in the door. He saw wizards wearing black and red robes outside. They had the Fire Serpent Party emblem embroidered on their chests. Harry did a rough count. There were about 30 or 40 of them. They were driving the original diners to a corner of the hall, pointing their wands at the diners to intimidate them. Several wizards were lying horizontally and vertically on the ground. They were probably knocked down when they resisted at the beginning. Harry noticed that the wizards on the ground had obvious trauma, and their blood was spilled all over the floor. These days, very few wizards used the cutting curse to attack, and those who knew Sectum Sempra were even rarer, so their wounds probably had another cause. Harry observed carefully and finally saw weapons that did not belong to the wizarding world in the hands of some party members' firearms. Long before the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy existed in name only, the United States began to develop weapons against wizards. These firearms were mass-produced at that time. It's just that Harry didn't know that in another parallel world, Dana too also took this path of combining magic and technology. There was a waiter lying in a pool of blood at the door of their private room. The tray in his hand had fallen to the ground, and the food was overturned everywhere. He was holding his wand pointed at the door of their private room. Harry discovered that whenever the Fire Serpent Party scanned the room, they would subconsciously skip their private room. It seemed that this waiter had cast a conf undo on their room before he fell. This brave waiter probably knew that there were big shots from the government in this private room, so he tried his best to protect them. Harry silently added a few protective spells, then closed the door. How is it, Harry? Harry shook his head and looked at Ginny apologetically. Ginny, I'm afraid your birthday party today will be the worst birthday party of your life. There are 42 Fire Serpent Party members outside in total. They are carrying anti-wizard firearms from the United States, and all the guests and staff in the restaurant have been taken under their control. Harry briefly explained the situation outside just now. Percy had taken a look, but was so scared that he immediately shrank back, not seeing anything clearly at all. Our private room was placed under a conf undo by the restaurant waiter, so we haven't been discovered yet. I've added a few more protective spells, so it should be fine for a short time. Arthur nodded. If we suddenly break out and launch a surprise attack on them, what do you think the success rate would be? Harry's expression was a bit strange. He didn't answer directly, but instead said, back in '98, there was a battle report from the United States. A squad of 15 elite Aurors encountered a Muggle unit equipped with anti-wizard gear. The Aurors suffered 13 deaths and 1 serious injury, with the remaining 1 escaping after getting out of the anti-apparition range. And that Muggle unit, which totaled 6 people, only had one person fall down from the shockwave caused by a blasting curse, resulting in nothing more than a sprained ankle. Harry's meaning was very clear. With so many guns outside, the 10 of them rushing out would basically be equivalent to throwing their lives away. Then what should we do? Molly hugged Ginny, extremely worried. Harry took a deep breath. I will find a way to escape from here and seek reinforcements. He walked to the window and gently pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer down as expected. The thugs had arrangements outside as well. A group of people dressed in restaurant uniforms were kindly turning away passers-by who approached the entrance. There were also some people occupying the best observation spots, guarding all escape routes from the restaurant. Fred leaned over to take a look and patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry, don't take any risks. With so much commotion here, the police will be here soon. Harry shook his head. No, these people are organized and prepared. I suspect the news of this won't even reach the 4th police station. There are 4 police stations on the floating city in total, and the 4th police station is responsible for this area. As an insider, Harry knew this like the back of his hand. Harry went to Ginny's side, gave her a reassuring look, and then took out his family's invisibility cloak from the satchel hanging on the back of the chair. I'm going too, Ron volunteered. Harry, however, pressed him back into his seat with one hand since becoming an officer. Harry had insisted on working out. Although he wasn't as tall as Ron, the muscles on him were not something Ron, who sat in an office all day, could compare to. It's more convenient for me to move alone. You guys just wait here, perhaps the other side will be able to break through the protective spells here, and when that happens, every extra person here will increase our chances of winning by a fraction. Harry came to the window, nodded at everyone. I'm leaving. Be very careful, Ginny urged. Harry nodded firmly, turned around, quickly and silently opened the window, put on the cloak, and jumped down. This was the 2nd floor, and he only needed to cast a cushioning spell on himself to land without a sound. The moment Harry jumped down, Fred immediately closed the window again. Their coordination was so tacit, the Fire Serpent Party members staring intently at the street outside didn't even notice the window opening and closing in less than 2 seconds. People's Long Live Restaurant Lobby. The Fire Serpent Party members surrounded the lobby manager. Speak. Where is the Weasley family? The lobby manager was drenched in sweat, curled up on the floor, shaking violently, even his eyelids were trembling. If there had been a Death Eater here, they would have recognized immediately that this person had been tortured by the Crucio before. Speak. One person kicked the lobby manager, and the lobby manager was kicked over, spitting out a tooth. Minister Weasley and his family finished eating and left a long time ago. You're too late. Bullshit. Cruciatus curse. Ah. Are you going to talk or not? The lobby manager shivered and revealed a smile. Since when were Soviet wizards afraid of torture? We finally managed to live a good life. Everyone knows who brought us such a comfortable life, hee hee. If you want to hurt our lovely officials, I won't agree, and the people won't agree either. The people? One of the Fire Serpent Party members sneered. Just a bunch of fleas that stole our wealth, daring to speak so brazenly here. The leader was a one-armed man, who immediately interrupted him. Shut up. No point in talking more. Boss, found something here. Where? That guy was still holding his wand before he died, he must have done something. The member speaking was pointing at the waiter who had fallen at the door of the Weasley family's private room. The leader walked over and observed carefully for a while. He was a character, pity he wasn't on our side. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he swung his wand violently at the wall in front of him. Conf Ringo. A powerful explosion blasted the wall open, revealing the room inside. This person was quite strong. The protective spells Harry had placed could not withstand his full-force attack. After the smoke cleared, the Weasley family was exposed in front of everyone. Shoot. The leader didn't waste any words and directly ordered his subordinates today. Their goal was to eliminate the Weasley family. Da-da-da. In an instant, gunpowder smoke filled the air. Vaguely, the Weasley family overturned the table, using the tabletop as a big shield. But how could that thin wooden board withstand bullets capable of piercing a shield charm? However, after 20 seconds of volley fire, the party members all began to reload, but the table still stood firm. The leader sensed something was wrong and raised his hand to make his subordinates pause their fire. Then he stepped forward 2 paces. Damn it, the people behind the table are all transfigured. Following the leader's shout, Party members immediately rushed into the room. Greeting them were 9 simultaneous spells. The Weasley family was not inferior to anyone, even the youngest daughter, Ginny, was a Gryffindor overflowing with courage. However, the robes on those people were clearly enchanted with defensive magic. It was exactly the United States Anti-Wizard series equipment. They rushed in with impunity, likely confident that the Weasley family's magic could not hurt them. Bang! 2 spheres landed at the feet of the party members and then exploded. Yellow-green smoke rose up. Although it caused no damage, the stench that hit their brains forced those wizards to retreat. Ha ha ha! Fred and George high-fived to celebrate. Molly Weasley said chidingly. Fred, George, you are both ministers now, how can you still carry dung bombs with you? Mom, dung bombs are our faith. Look, at a time like this, didn't the dung bombs prove their worth? These 2 dung bombs represent 15 years of our hard work. Can they withstand them? The Fire Serpent party leader outside the room watched his subordinates scrambling out, not scolding them, but just snorting and throwing a grenade inside. Boom! A violent roar accompanied by a blinding flash, followed by an unbearable, ear-piercing scream. The entire Weasley family was stunned for a moment. Only after the flash and the scream did the grenade shrapnel hit its mark. Fortunately, everyone was quite far from the collapsed wall. Only George took a piece of shrapnel in his shoulder, and Ron, because he was shielding Ginny, took one in his buttock. The concept of this magic concussion grenade actually originated from a casual piece of work Dana One published during his first year at Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick sent it to a weekly journal for publication, and as a result, it was borrowed by American scientists researching anti-wizard weapons. The strength of this weapon lies in the flash, which can be mitigated by closing one's eyes, but the scream goes straight to the soul. Experiments have proven that even with absolute soundproof earmuffs or various soundproofing and defensive magic applied, this attack can still affect people. Kill. The leader spat out only one word, and his subordinates prepared to swarm in. The Weasley family was in terrible shape. The first wave of flashes had left almost everyone temporarily blinded, and the magical scream made them sluggish. Ron, who had turned to protect Ginny upon seeing the grenade, was the only one who could still see. He waved his wand unsteadily, and the damaged wall quickly began to restore itself. Still putting up a desperate fight, the leader sneered, signaling his subordinates to move aside. With a few powerful blasting curses, the wall of the private room completely collapsed. He didn't intend to let his subordinates advance, either. Waving his wand continuously, fireballs from the blasting curses rained down without pause. Before foreign wizards poured into Britain, the entire British wizarding world likely had no more than 15 people capable of using blasting curses at such high intensity. Behind Ron were his family members who couldn't see anything, and in front of him were 4 or 5 fireballs that looked extremely dangerous even to the naked eye. He felt that if he had been blinded as well, perhaps he wouldn't be as terrified as he was now. Merlin above, Godric above. Ron recited everyone he could pray to in his heart silently, of course. His speaking speed wasn't fast enough to say so many words before a spell hit him. Prayer works. Ron suddenly shouted, because those blasting curses had suddenly frozen in midair, as if time had stopped. Ron quickly turned around, wanting to lay his family down. His mind was fuzzy, but out of instinct, he wanted to minimize the damage of the blasting curses to his family. However, the figure that appeared abruptly in front of them just waved his wand, and those blasting curses disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Dana. Ron was all too familiar with that white-haired back. Although he had always had his reservations about Dana, when this back appeared, Ron couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and sat down on the ground. The leader's heart tightened. The possibility of killing the Weasley family was, just like the slowly disappearing Spandam Gate, approaching zero. Shoot! Everyone, shoot! However, just a second before they raised their firearms, Dana threw an old-fashioned copper canute. The canute flew towards the chandelier in the lobby. The tip of his wand emitted a fiery red light, shattering the chandelier. The red light hit the copper base used for fixing it, bounced back, and collided exactly with that copper canute. The dear relief on the canute caused the light to scatter. A miraculous thing happened. Those scattered magical red lights hit the flying glass shards one by one, followed by another reflection. Dozens of thin beams of light accurately struck the gunmen from above. SSS, SSS, SSS. The sound of high-heat burning organic matter was incessant, and 3/4 of the thugs in the lobby fell instantly. Dana's move was nothing short of stunning, and only he, who could see the future, could execute such an unbelievable attack. The leader was horrified and hurriedly ran outside. Dana didn't chase him, just walked forward slowly. Those remnants who had lost their fighting spirit suddenly collapsed one by one as if they had lost their souls, and then went silent. In reality, their souls had been taken away by Dana. This was his unique ability, distinct from Dana 1, built on his Dementor physiology and deep research into souls. He could have simply drawn his gun and killed them all. That would have been easy enough for him, but he didn't do that. Why? After receiving Harry Potter's distress call, Dana rushed over immediately, which meant he couldn't do any preparation work. But he didn't have the strength of Dana 1. It would be easy for people to see through him when he acted, so he had to use some flashy skills and incomprehensible killing methods to deter the scoundrels. The fleeing leader rushed out the door, but within 2 seconds, he retreated back. Click, click. The sound of metal clashing and friction was constant, and alchemical constructs filed in from outside the restaurant. 1, 2. The thugs guarding outside had long since been controlled by the alchemical constructs, and the thugs' operation was declared a failure. Mr. President. It's Mr. President. Ha ha ha, these thugs must have had the guts of a bear. It's so close to Mr. President's mansion. Who gave them the courage to cause trouble here? Look here, Mr. President, I was your fan when you were a player. Dana just waved politely to the crowd and walked up to the leader, flipped open his hood, and tore off his face mask. Oh, it was someone he knew. Ingrid Greengrass, Astoria's father. Mr. Greengrass. Dana raised an eyebrow, but given the hateful look in Mr. Greengrass's eyes, Dana had no mood to continue talking to him. He waved his hand, and alchemical constructs stepped forward, confiscated Mr. Greengrass's wand and weapon, and took him away. He didn't need to ask personally, Jack Murray would pry his mouth open. Harry Potter rushed in with the police from the floating city. He ran anxiously toward the private room. Having seen the wall completely blown apart from afar, his heart had sunk to the bottom. When he got closer and saw that, apart from Ron squawking and holding his butt, everyone seemed fine. He came to Ginny's side and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Ginny smiled and gently tucked Harry's messy hair, which was mixed with sweat, behind his ears, and nodded. Seeing that the police were professionally controlling the scene and that comfort and rescue work were unfolding in an orderly manner, Dana also walked toward the Weasley family. To be honest, he wasn't close to the Weasley family at all, but Dana 1 had a very close relationship with the Weasley family, so he was actually very resistant to contact with them. But now that he was here, this meeting was unavoidable. Is everyone okay? Dana approached with a smile. He judged at a glance that the Weasleys were fine, so he skipped the pleasantries and explained. I was delayed for a while because I was arranging for the alchemical constructs to surround this place, so I came a bit late and gave you all a scare. Arthur Weasley waved his hand. Not at all, Mr. President came just in time. We are safe, thanks to you? Dana shook his head. Mr. Weasley, I've said it before, in private, Fred and George and I are good friends. There's no need for you to talk to me like that. Fred and George smiled and crowded over, one wrapping his arm around Dana's shoulder on the left, the other wrapping his arm around Dana's waist on the right. Isn't that right? We and Dana are. Fred and George's smiles stiffened. The best of friends. They stepped back, looking very natural, but the brothers exchanged a look, and a storm was brewing in their hearts. This Dana was not the Dana they knew. Where did Dana get so many muscles? The last time they messed around was just a month ago. In a month, even if Dana had been working out like crazy, he couldn't have grown such a sturdy and robust body. That's right, Dana's body was as strong as a dragon, but that was a biological strength. Muscle mass, however, isn't something you can just train up. As for using transfiguration, what a joke! I hate muscles that are too big. We are wizards, not knights. Can you show some respect for our profession? This sentence was Dana's original words, said after he defeated Victor Krum on the night of the Quidditch World Cup. Yes, we are the best of friends. Dana said. Anyway, it's close to my place. You two come with me later, and we'll have a good get-together. Dana too looked at Mrs. Weasley. I'm borrowing Fred and George. Mrs. Weasley won't mind, will she? Of course, of course. Molly replied with a smile. The Weasley family was one of the few Wizarding World families in the British Wizarding world who knew that Dana Emery's was Dark Dentist. Their family's transformation was all thanks to Dana. No, Dana. Fred, uncharacteristically, refused Dana. It's Ginny's birthday today, and we still have to celebrate it. George chimed in. That's right, Ginny is our most beloved little sister. Ginny Weasley rolled her eyes. Dana, don't listen to their nonsense. If Percy and Charlie hadn't dragged them away, they'd probably still be in their lab right now. You wound us, Ginny. George clutched his heart. Fred covered his face with both hands. We are your best brothers. We absolutely must celebrate this birthday with you. Dana looked at Mr. Weasley. Without a word from him, Mr. Weasley understood. Fred, George, go, the minister surely has important matters to discuss with you, the twins said in unison. No, nothing will stop us from celebrating Ginny's birthday today. Dana shook his head and pointed to the wall being rapidly repaired by the police officers. As you can see, this place probably can't operate today, and it's getting late. It might not be easy to find another place to celebrate Ginny's birthday. How about this, you come to my house, and in just half an hour, I can prepare a grand feast for you. Dana walked past George and smiled at Ginny. Even if Ginny wants cream cake, there's still time to make it. Ron muttered. What's so great about it? It's just having 5 house elves at home, isn't it? He spoke extremely softly, but Molly, who was right beside him, heard him clearly and twisted him without a word. Ron grimaced and shrank back. He was an adult. He had pride. Arthur praised upon hearing this. That's settled. The minister is truly thoughtful. The family vote, without surprise, had everyone except the twins agreeing to celebrate Ginny's birthday at the minister's residence. Only the Weasley family would have such a privilege. For other families, it would be unheard of. Fred and George sighed. As things stood, they could only take it one step at a time. Fred, George. Astoria was placing a large stack of documents on the coffee table in Dana's study. The study was now filled with documents everywhere, piled up like a recycling station that had just collected old newspapers. Seeing Dana bring the twins in, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. You two chat, I'll go prepare tea. Astoria tried to leave but was stopped by Dana. No, Astoria, stay. I have something to tell you. Dana set up layers of protection and isolation within the room before speaking to the twins. You've already noticed, haven't you? The twins looked innocent. Noticed what? Dana, what are you talking about? Dana smiled. As good friends, isn't it normal for you to realize that I'm not him? The twins' expressions changed drastically, and they simultaneously pulled out their wands. Dana then turned to Astoria. See, their reaction is exactly like yours back then, but they are much more restrained than you. You gave me a lethal dose of draft of living death at that time. Astoria rolled her eyes at Dana too, then said to the twins. Ministers, calm down, this Dana Avery is one of us. Avery. The twins instantly grasped the key point. Dana was called that before he went to Hogwarts. Dana too nodded. Yes, I was indeed called that before I went to Hogwarts for boarding. Afterward, I changed my name to Dana Emery's, but as I gained control of the Avery family, for convenience, I changed back to Dana Avery. Huh. The twins were completely bewildered. No matter how wild their imaginations were, they wouldn't have thought that this Dana in front of them had been pulled over from another parallel world by this world's Dana. Watching the intelligent Minister of Commerce and Deputy Minister look utterly confused, Astoria couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. She cleared her throat and explained. I had actually wanted to discuss this with you two for a long time, but Avery believes that it's hard to distinguish loyalists from traitors in the current central government, so it's best not to tell anyone until things are clear. In reality, he is Dana from another world. Our world's Dana went missing, for some unknown reason. But perhaps to save himself, Dana summoned this Dana Avery. So he is on our side. Oh. The twins sorted out their thoughts, then clapped their hands. You're not from our world? That's so cool. Dana smiled. Astoria's presence made it easiest to gain the twins' trust. Although he wasn't familiar with them, according to Astoria's description, these two had become good friends with Dina One as soon as he entered Hogwarts. Their friendship spanned over a decade, as solid as could be. Moreover, their naturally cheerful personalities and lack of strong ambition for power made them the most trustworthy in every aspect. However, before talking to the twins, he did have something to tell Astoria. Astoria, hurry to police station No. 2. The culprit who caused the commotion at the Long Live the People restaurant today is your father. Huh. Astoria's face changed drastically, and the twins were also startled although they were at the scene. They had just recovered from the stunning spell when Mr. Greengrass was taken away and hadn't noticed what was happening outside the private room. Astoria turned and ran without a word. She hadn't seen her father in 2 or 3 years, and she never expected her troublesome father to cause such a huge scene for her. Dana, what exactly is going on? Why did Astoria's father want to kill us? Dana motioned for them to sit down. What I wanted to talk to you about is this matter. Dana waved his hand, and the teapot automatically filled their cups. The story begins with the disappearance of this world's Dana, and Rudy Mont's disappearance at the same time. I had just arrived in this world then. So you think someone is plotting behind the scenes, and the suspects include Rudy Mont, Wang Wenhui, and Wang Wenjing. Yes. This is a huge matter. Indeed. Dana sighed. I just want to find this world's Dana and go back as soon as possible, but it seems that unless I catch the mastermind, I probably won't be free to look for Dana. Do you think these two things might be one thing? That our Dana has been held captive by the other party? Dana too shook his head. Impossible. This world's Dana can travel through time and space, interfering with my world at will. How could such a powerful person be held captive by a bunch of nobodies? If he wanted to, he could enter the spatial rift at any time. No one could do anything to him. Unless he himself had a problem. Fred answered quickly. George then elaborated. And then he hid to deal with his own problem, and Rudy Mont took this opportunity to plan a coup. Dana nodded, but the twins shook their heads. No, Rudy Mont is a good person. He's selfless and devoted to the people's cause. How could he stage a coup? Dana replied. Is there a possibility that he's faking it? After all, in my world, that guy repeatedly switched sides between Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore, eventually killing Albus Dumbledore from behind. The twins. Huh. No wonder you wanted to reorganize all civil servant files and specifically requested clear photos. It was to find the person who delivered meals to the Avery family. Yes, by finding this person, perhaps I can track down Rudy Mont's whereabouts even if his disappearance has nothing to do with Dana Emery's. I think he must know something to have acted so quickly. That's right, if Dana hadn't had an accident, he wouldn't have dared to rescue Donna Avery and Old Avery. That was a prison break. Dinah too said. The reason I sought you out today is to ask you to pay more attention to the communes in our republic. If someone truly intends to stage a coup, places with high population density are the most fertile ground for disloyalty. Fred nodded. They were no longer naive students. Several years as ministers had given them a new understanding of human nature. You're right. Many people, seeing others earn more than themselves, don't think about how to improve themselves, but instead only think about pulling those in high positions down so they can have a chance to rise. George echoed. Indeed, what's a faster way to get promoted than overthrowing the government and taking power yourself? Inside the 7th commune in Birmingham, it was already late, and the workers had long since gone home. The empty factory floor was quiet, with only faint, muffled buzzing sounds occasionally coming through, muted by a silencing charm. Following the source of the sound, it led to the workshop manager's office deep within the factory. Boss, Dana Emery's is fine? Rudy Mont's intelligence was inaccurate. Damn it, boss trusted him so much, we put all our assets on the line, and he pulls this trick on us. With Dana Emery's still around, our plan can't possibly succeed. And so many of our people have been arrested. What if the plan is exposed? The person referred to as boss was hidden in the darkness. In fact, the entire office was pitch black, with only a tiny bit of moonlight leaking in from the exhaust fan, barely outlining the figures of those present. Calm down, this was just a test. Those arrested are merely some foolish people attempting a restoration. They don't know our core plan at all. What is there to fear? The boss pondered for a moment. It's just that our current intelligence is insufficient. Let's wait a bit until our scout returns from the police station. 2 hours passed, and just as everyone was growing restless, the boss spoke again. Pino, go open the door, our people are back. Yes, boss. One person left the office and returned 5 minutes later with another. Boss, why so late? The police station questioned very thoroughly. After all, it was a big incident that even alarmed our little president. Even though I was just a diner, I was required to fill out a detailed statement. Nothing was discovered, right? No, those officers can't use legilimency or veritaserum on us victims. What could they find out? Tell me, what was the situation then? Yes, boss. The scout took the water offered by his companion and took a large gulp, but as the room was dim, he spilled it all over his chest. However, he didn't care, wiped his mouth, and said, "At that time, Greengrass cast several blasting curses. I thought the Weasley family would be wiped out today, but Dana Emery's opened a portal and arrived, freezing those spells in midair." The boss interrupted. "How many blasting curses in total? 4? No, it was 5. The boss nodded. Blasting curses are not widely used because their trajectory is too slow, and the spell's core has a physical form, making it easy to control 5 blasting curses. Any Hogwarts professor could do that many. It's not enough evidence." Continue. "Yes, boss." Then Greengrass ordered them to open fire before he even finished his command. Dana Emery's recognized a canute, and then a spell I didn't recognize hit the ceiling light. The spell reflected off the canute, splitting into dozens of tiny spells that accurately killed all our armed men. The boss frowned. Such a refined method, besides Dumbledore, probably no one else in the entire wizarding world could do it, and even Dumbledore might not have such strong control and calculation. But Dana Emery's power is unprecedented and unmatched. Why would he bother with such flashy, impractical tricks when he has absolute power? Continue. "Yes, then he walked through the crowd, and wherever he passed, our men inexplicably fell down. I mustered the courage to get close and observe. The dead men's eyes were open, mouths agape, with no wounds on their bodies, looking very much like they had been hit by the killing curse." The scout fell silent. The boss waited 2 seconds, then asked, "That's it? The combat was over?" After that, Dana Emery's exposed Greengrass's true colors, recognized Greengrass at a glance, and then went to the Weasley family's private room. The boss analyzed. Being able to make people die inexplicably does bear some resemblance to his previous actions, but it's not enough. Emery's possesses the ability to replicate magical creatures. If an Emery's replicated a Dementor's ability and then used some conf undo to obscure it, such an effect could be achieved. But again, why would Dana Emery's, who could solve everyone with a single chain lightning, go through so much trouble? In that situation, shouldn't he have acted quickly and decisively? Moreover, he is already famous, there's no need for him to do this. Everyone was silent, their minds weren't as sharp as the boss's. At this point, they only needed to listen and didn't need to answer, because the boss would answer his own questions. So, it's highly probable that the Dana Emery's who appeared at the People's Long Live restaurant was a substitute, an Emery's family descendant unknown to us. Boss, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Far-fetched? Anna Emery's has been missing for almost a month. If Dana Emery's were real, shouldn't he have arranged for the ministry to search for his mother's whereabouts? Dana Emery's is a very filial son, his indifference to his mother is truly strange. Boss, I know you really want the coup to succeed, but you can't just analyze wildly to convince us. I heard Astoria Greengrass mention that he and his mother went traveling some time ago, and now Dana Emery's has just returned early for national affairs. The boss sneered lightly. Then I'll tell you his biggest flaw. The boss scanned the room, though it was unclear if he could see anyone in the pitch-black environment. This current Dana Emery's didn't know the name Northbrook Island before. Hermione Granger was a very diligent witch. With her involvement, things were sure to go smoothly. In just 1 week, all civil servants' licensed data had been completely organized. Of course, Dana Avery was the one who would be busy next. He had to find the face he saw in Donna Avery's memory from the vast amount of data. "Avery, take a short break and have some tea." Astoria walked into the office looking haggard and saw Dana surrounded by countless civil servant materials. Those materials floated in the air, quickly passing before Dana, and those he had looked at flew to a corner of the room, neatly stacked. Dana Avery had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, but Astoria was particularly pleased with this. Unlike her Dana, she always had to help him clean up. "Just put the tea there," Dana said while scanning the data. "Didn't I give you 2 days off? Something happened to your father. Family matters must be particularly troublesome." Astoria placed the tea on the desk and then retorted, "Give me a holiday? You're not my boss, you're just a helper my boss hired." Dana too chuckled softly. He could understand Astoria, although the girl claimed to have severed ties with her family. How could such a kinship be broken so easily? "Your father still won't say who instigated it." Astoria nodded, her expression dimming. "He deeply resents the Republic, believing its establishment was built upon the bones of our pure-blood families. So even if he knows the other party is using him, he still won't reveal their secret. Dana stopped. He looked at Astoria and said, "He's getting preferential treatment because he's your father. If he continues to be uncooperative, Nikolai will surely resort to stronger methods." Astoria sighed. "I know. I've tried to persuade him, but he just won't listen to me." Dana smiled. "How about this? Tonight, I'll sneak into the Ministry of Public Security's temporary detention center and directly read your father's memories. Don't worry, I won't harm him, it'll just be a bit cold. Astoria nodded. "Whatever you want." The dejected girl left the office, and Dana watched her disappearing back, shaking his head. What a good girl, it's a pity she's stuck with such a troublesome father. He stroked his chin. Did this mean that Mr. Greengrass in his world wasn't easy to get along with either? Putting aside his jumbled thoughts, Dana continued to scan the data. 2 hours later, the revolving lantern of civil servant data came to a halt. The remaining floating data obediently flew to the corner of the room, neatly stacked together. And in front of Dinah too, there was only one piece of data. York Fletcher, male. Born March 27, 1969. Joined the British Ministry of Magic in April 1997, becoming an Auror. Became Deputy Director of the Illegal Resale Management Department of the Ministry of Public Security of the Merlin People's Republic in July 2001. From the Ministry of Public Security? According to Dinah 2's conjecture, shouldn't the one who could be instigated by Rudy Monty be from the Ministry of Public Security? The Minister of Public Security is Jack Murray, and the Minister of Public Security is Nikolai. Dana's brows furrowed into a knot. It seemed both departments concerning the nation's security were having problems. An underground stone chamber somewhere in Europe. Dana Emery's was sealed in a crystal, his entire body bound, with only his face exposed. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of the stone chamber crack open to one side, with stones falling to form a staircase. A figure walked down. "Dana, don't be stubborn. Sealing yourself up like this does no good for either of us." Dana Emery's looked at the person painfully and shook his head. "I will not hand over either my body or my child's body to Merlin." The person walked into the light, revealing her true appearance. It was Anna Emery's, Dana's mother. That body, preserved by Dana and restored with magic, still looked beautiful. But in Dana's eyes, this woman was not his mother at all. "Dana, my child, for the prosperity of our family, can't you sacrifice a little?" Dana closed his eyes. "Family prosperity? When did it become your turn, you artificial soul, to speak of the Emery's family's prosperity? As long as I am here, the Emery's family will naturally prosper. There's no need for Merlin to be reborn." Anna wanted to say something more, but her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Just as her face was about to hit the ground, her body was suddenly manipulated by an invisible force, suspending her and restoring her to a standing position. "Dana." A male voice sounded from within Anna. "Don't be willful. You know the current situation. If I can't merge with the eternal heart in your body, you will eventually become a monster." Dana opened his eyes and sneered. "Are you finally willing to speak to me yourself? Old ancestor Merlin." Merlin sighed. "I taught you for 3 years, it's impossible to say there's no affection. Originally, I only planned for my core, hidden within the eternal heart, to integrate into your child's body, and then I would achieve rebirth through the core. But you devoured my father's magic. That magic was too powerful, even after enduring the erosion of time. It's not something you can fully control. That magic continuously nourished the core, and as you can see, the core's growth exceeded expectations. If I don't merge with the core, you will eventually be replaced by the core and become another individual or even a new demon. At this point, even if you were to marry and have a child immediately, the core would not transfer to the child. Giving up this body for me to control is the best option right now." Dana snorted coldly. "The best option? I don't think so. Old ancestor Merlin, you've always been scheming against me. Your best option is not my best option. Your core is now sealed with me, and there won't be any abnormalities for at least a century. I have enough time to find a solution. There's no other way. You have to believe me. Then you forcefully invade my body and take him." Merlin looked deeply at Dana. If he had that ability, why would he be so troubled now? Dana's soul strength was something he had never seen in his life. If he were to forcefully invade, he might immediately become nourishment for Dana's soul. The essence of the soul is to devour. The strong devour the weak. The souls of the dead in the sea of the dead disintegrate over time, and the separated soul particles continuously devour, eventually regaining enough soul mass to drive a body. These newly born souls flow into the present world, are attracted by newborns, and the two merge to become new human individuals. Merlin wasn't foolish, he wouldn't do something that would simply benefit Dana. Dana, think it over. Sealing yourself here like this is worse than handing your body over to me. I will find you a new body, and I absolutely won't let you suffer any loss. The crystal in front of Dana began to grow, quickly covering his face as well. His meaning was clear. I don't want to talk to you. Dana recalled when Anna's soul first arrived at Hogwarts, constantly trying to find him a little witch. He hadn't taken it seriously back then, but now it seemed that if he had been more vigilant, he might have discovered something amiss earlier. Myself from another world. You are the strongest among hundreds of parallel worlds, and the only individual like me from our home planet Earth. Perhaps only you can help me. Find me quickly, the future of this world now depends entirely on you. Merlin sneered, looking at Dana who had completely sealed himself, and turned to leave the stone chamber. The stairs disintegrated into stone blocks, repaving the ceiling. This was a perfect chamber of secrets. If one did not know the method of entry, this place would be sealed forever. Merlin checked the magic circle, and after ensuring there were no slip-ups, he left the place. Even though he was currently using Anna's body, given his mastery of magic, he did not believe anyone could find Dana. Dana himself certainly could, but his condition was worsening by the day, reaching the point where he had to seal himself away completely. If he were to make any small moves, it might immediately trigger a violent change in the core. Some time ago, Dana erupted with powerful magic for a full 5 minutes, not only breaking through the magic circle he had set up but also traversing space to do who knows what. However, that was likely his last attempt. The core he had lodged in the Eternal Heart was similar to a demon's core, using the soul as a lock, and could almost be considered a Horcrux. Only he himself could fully open it. Because the core possessed consciousness, according to the plan, it would lodge itself in Dana's most potential-filled sperm to fully regenerate via a womb. As for directly seizing Dana's body, Merlin deemed it too risky. Once the seizure failed, he would truly vanish into thin air. But Dana's growth was too fast. After absorbing the magic of his demon father, he quickly grew into a powerful wizard without peer, and that kind of magic had given the soul fragments inside the core ideas of their own. So Merlin had lied. The core would not become a demon, only another Merlin. But how could Merlin be content with his schemes falling through, only to fulfill his own soul fragments? Such an upside-down, heaven-defying thing, he absolutely would not allow to happen. Merlin looked at his hands with disdain. Anna Emrys's body could not be compared to Dana's body at all, and the degree of bloodline awakening was worlds apart. This was a matter of talent that could not be compensated for postnatally. If he could still read the future now, how could he be so passive? The person who contacted your father was a Muggle. Judging by the accent, it should be someone from the United States, Dana said to Astoria. Just a moment ago, he had gone to meet Mr. Greengrass and obtained the desired intelligence. However, the other party was too cunning, using a Muggle as an intermediary, which raised the difficulty of tracking by several levels. Astoria lowered her head. My mother came to see me just now. She said that if something happened to my father, she would be left with no one to rely on. Won't you take care of her? I would, but she doesn't want that in her eyes. I am already a traitor to the family. Then why did she come to ask for your help? She said that as long as I helped, it would be considered paying back the kindness of giving birth to and raising me. Don't you still have a sister? My sister utilized the family's connections with Europe to become a special envoy for the Ministry of Commerce to the European Muggle market. She returns less than twice a year, so it's basically like they don't have this daughter anymore. So what do you plan to do? You know I'm a fake, and you're in charge here now. So, in your capacity as the president's secretary, it wouldn't be difficult to get your father out. I don't know. I have indeed thought about finding an excuse to release him, or planning an inconspicuous accident, but I know that is wrong. So many people died at the People's Long Live restaurant, and the Weasley family almost all died there. If he had truly succeeded, I don't know how chaotic the Republic would be. My father, he is truly guilty. Dana too smiled. Then you should think about it carefully. He rubbed his chin. However, your words have reminded me. The Weasley family has a lot of influence on many aspects of the Republic's government. The security level for their home should be raised further. Astoria, speak to Nikolai later and have him send more personnel to protect the Weasley family. Right, these are extraordinary times. Not just the Weasleys, other high-ranking government officials need protection too. Astoria agreed. I understand. Dana opened a spandam gate and turned around before entering. Regarding your father's matter, I cannot give you an answer, but I have a suggestion. Locking him in Azkaban first is never wrong. As for your mother, I don't believe she was unaware that your father was planning such a large terrorist attack. So, find an excuse to send her in as well, make an exception to let them stay in the same cell. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Dana shrugged. I don't think Azkaban is a very terrible place, except for it being a bit cold and having some little cuties that will occasionally hinder your happiness, but generally speaking, as long as it's set up properly, it's a very good place for self-cultivation and reflecting on one's mistakes. After all, whether it's the Dana of this world or me, we have both lived in Azkaban for a very, very long time. He had even built his own castle right next to the Azkaban fortress. Dana disappeared behind the spandam gate. Astoria frowned in deep thought. She seemed to be seriously considering Dana 2's suggestion, although this person was not Dana. Seeing that face always made Astoria feel an inexplicable sense of trust. York Fletcher finished delivering the day's food to Baker Street 26½ and returned to his home. This was a sweet gig. Every time he finished delivering the grain, he could get off work at least 3 hours early, and even watch the grand drama of love and hate within Vice Minister Rudy Mont's family. He casually tossed the hat on his head, and it landed accurately on the back of the dining chair. He took off his trench coat, which ran to the floor and hung itself on the coat rack. York stretched. This kind of comfortable life was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine a few years ago, but thanks to Count Dantes and President Emery's, he too was living the life of a superior person. He walked to the window, where there was a rocking chair. This chair had once been the most valuable thing in his home, passed down by his great-grandfather. York sat on it, and as the chair rocked, he drifted into sleep. He didn't need to worry about dinner, because he had ordered house elf takeout, and at 5:30, the food would appear on his table right on time. It was just that today he woke up exceptionally early. Opening his eyes, he found it was only 4 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. It was the sound of a door being knocked. No wonder he had woken up. It turned out a guest had arrived. York stood up, feeling somewhat reluctant. Because those who could look for him were all his fair-weather friends, he didn't need to be nice to these guys. Since they had disturbed his peaceful sleep, York naturally wanted to vent a bit of his morning grumpiness. Which brainless idiot is coming to bother me at this time? York shouted. Don't you all need to work? However, when the door opened, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. President Emery's. Standing outside the door was none other than Dana. Mr. Fletcher, aren't you going to invite me in? I really didn't think I was such a nuisance. No, please come in, please come in. York Fletcher hurriedly ushered Dana into the house. The young man before him was the supreme leader of the entire Merlin People's Republic. If this were in the past, it would be like the king making a secret visit to my home. Dana entered the room and, with a single glance, knew that the York Fletcher before him was the type who had climbed up from the bottom. His living habits still retained that unique restraint from before. This man was also an old member of the original Fire Serpent Party. Could such a person be involved in betraying the Republic? Dana didn't really believe it. Mr. President. Dana waved his hand. No, I'd much rather you call me comrade. York Fletcher's neck turned red with excitement. He lifted his chin, puffed out his chest, sucked in his stomach, and shouted, yes, Comrade Amorous. Rumor had it that Count Dantes was just as approachable. One could only say that they were truly father and son. Dana sat on the chair York used for dining, which made York Fletcher somewhat uneasy. He didn't usually have visitors, and his living room was completely filled with clutter. There was simply no place to entertain guests. You sit down too, Comrade Fletcher. The word comrade bridged the distance between them. York sat down clumsily, bumping the dining table and shifting it 5 centimeters to the side. Sorry, Comrade Amorous. It's fine, Dana smiled. Actually, I happened to be here by chance. I saw your name while organizing the new civil servant files, and I just happened to receive an anonymous complaint saying you left work early today. Comrade Amorous? I absolutely did not. That must be slander from someone jealous of my special assignment. Dana nodded. Of course, I trust you. You are an old comrade from the founding of our party. I heard from Count Dantes that you were present when he gave his speech at the Black Old House. York Fletcher immediately became excited. Comrade Amaris remembered him. Although he was considered a minor leader in a department, there were thousands of such people in the entire Republic. But how would Dana 2 know if York Fletcher had ever heard Dana 1 speak? He was merely making a deduction based on the records during the early days of the Fire Serpent Party. Whenever new members joined, Count Dantes would hold a speech at the Black Old House. Yes, I was there. I still remember your father's speech vividly. Dana moved his chair forward, bringing him closer to York Fletcher. He patted Fletcher on the shoulder. So, as long as I know why you leave work early at a fixed time, I can dismiss those complaint letters. With things put this way, York Fletcher should spill everything, right? Dana Avery thought to himself. In reality, he still preferred this old method. Using magic to extract soul memories was simply too low-tech and offered no sense of accomplishment. However, sorry, Comrade Amaris, this is a classified mission for the National Security Department. I cannot say. Dana was stunned for 2 seconds. Not to mention the intimidation of his presidential status, the natural charm aura radiated by the Emery's clan usually made most people follow his line of thought unconsciously. A classified mission for the National Security Department? Aren't you with the Public Security Department? If I recall correctly, you are the Deputy Director of the Office for the Illegal Trafficking Management Division. That is correct, Comrade Amaris. Fletcher scratched his head. I was temporarily called up by the National Security Department. But I really cannot disclose the content of the mission. Dana feigned realization. So that's it, their unit has indeed been very busy lately. All right, the regulations on confidentiality of classified missions, I certainly know them, I wrote them myself. Well done, Comrade Fletcher, you have held your bottom line, you are a good comrade. York Fletcher was so flattered by Dana's praise that he was a bit lost, just smiling foolishly. I'm not that good while executing the mission these past 2 days. Well, I was sometimes a bit rough. Dana smiled and leaned back in his chair. I won't make things difficult for you. According to the confidentiality regulations, you should indeed keep your mouth shut, but as the Supreme Administrator, I have the right to know the superiors who assigned you the mission. Of course, that goes without saying, Comrade Amaris, York Fletcher responded excitedly. I can tell you who arranged my special mission. It was Vice Minister Thorin Wisp who arranged my secondment to the National Security Department, and it was Andrei Tchaikovsky who gave me the mission orders. At this point, Dana was very clear. York Fletcher was just a foot soldier. He only needed to complete the tasks assigned by his superiors. He didn't need to know, nor could he know, the specific purpose of the mission. There were many government officials like him. If you told them to do something, they would rush forward shouting, but they would never consider the underlying reasons or the objectives to be achieved. The criticism from Greengrass regarding the mud-legged regime was, in this context, not wrong. Their background determined their vision. You can't have your cake and eat it too, can you? Thorin Wisp and Andrei Tchaikovsky? All right, I understand. I will follow up with them to confirm the situation later. If someone is truly framing you out of jealousy, I will certainly not let them get away with it. Oh, Comrade Amaris, you are busy with 1,000 tasks, yet you specifically came to stand up for a small person like me. But I can't do anything for you. I can't even tell you the details of the mission. There is no need for that, Comrade Fletcher. Dana patted his shoulder again. Silently, a listening magic circle was imprinted onto his skin through his shirt. Reputation is paramount. You have sweated and bled for the Republic. I will not allow a good comrade like you to be slandered by anyone. Dana left, leaving behind York Fletcher, who would likely suffer from insomnia tonight. He returned to his office and quickly called up the files on Thorin Wisp and Andrei Tchaikovsky. Isn't that a coincidence? Thorin Wisp had been transferred to Paris, tasked with overseeing all matters regarding the protection of colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce. There were only 3 such colleagues sent to Paris. Were these 3 such important figures that they required a Vice Minister of the Public Security Department to personally carry out protection duties? Andrei Tchaikovsky, on the other hand, had taken a long leave because his grandfather in his hometown of Tel Aviv had passed away, the reason being that he was raised by his grandfather and needed to observe 6 months of mourning for him. Dana rolled his eyes. The normal mourning period for a Slav was 40 days. 6 months of mourning? Are you even a real Slav? Therefore, whether it was the Public Security Department or the National Security Department, high-ranking officials were involved in the matter of rudiment. To conceal the operation, They had even coordinated with each other to get the involved parties out of Britain. Dana could bet that these two people were definitely not in Paris or Tel Aviv, those were just excuses to follow procedure. Rudy Mont was indeed a vice minister of the National Security Department, but did he really have that much power? It was just saving a few of Dana Emery's enemies. Was such a grand display necessary? Dana put down the files, or was there something else hidden beneath it all? You sent your mother to reunite with your father. Dana frowned, sensing an impending storm. He could glean some clues from the work reports submitted by various communes. Only when Astoria approached did he speak to inquire. Out of respect for me being Dana's fiancé, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement gave them some leeway and arranged for them a cell furthest from the Dementor gathering areas. It's very quiet around there. I prepared comfortable beds and common furniture for them, and also hired house elves to deliver their meals. Dana too chuckled. That sounds pretty much like a vacation. Astoria sighed. I advised them long ago to face reality and not go against the tide of the times, but they just wouldn't listen. I just don't understand. Is the glory of pure blood families really that important? Dana too put down the report in his hand. To them, perhaps it really is that important. It's something they've been proud of their whole lives. How could they easily abandon it? Astoria nodded. She didn't want to continue this troublesome topic. Even though she had severely broken ties with her family, sending her parents into Azkaban with her own hands still left her feeling uneasy. Tell me about your progress. Is there any news on Rudy Monty? Dana shook his head. People from both the Public Security and National Security Departments are involved in Rudy Monty's matter, but the people handling it have all been sent out of the country anyway. My leads here are cut off. Dana too had been monitoring York Fletcher for 2 days, and it proved that this guy was indeed just a pawn. His life was unusually regular. He normally went to his department for work, and delivered food to the Avery family once every half week. He hadn't met with any suspicious individuals at all. Then what should we do? You need to find a way quickly, otherwise, how will we get Dana back? How could Dana too not want to find Dana one sooner? He also had his own comfortable life to look forward to, and he also had his own Astoria. Since we can't find Guy Avery by chasing after him, why don't we block him ahead? Dana too said. What do you mean? The second one picked up the document in front of him and waved it in front of Astoria. I feel like they're about to make their move. There are abnormal personnel and material transfers in communes everywhere. Since Guy Avery is involved with the other side, he will eventually appear when they make their final move. But what if Guy Avery doesn't show up? Impossible. Dana too was confident. His greatest value to the rebels is his ability to enter the core of the floating city. If I were a rebel, I would definitely prioritize controlling that area. After all, the floating city is the greatest weapon. If the floating city is not dealt with, then all the results of the rebellion on the ground cannot withstand a single magic cannon shot from the floating city. Dana too's guess was almost spot on. After all, he was an assassin who had participated in countless internal power struggles of financial families. He was perfectly clear about what the priority targets were. So you mean that as long as we monitor the entrances to the floating city's power room and control room, Guy Avery will appear on his own? Yes, that's roughly what I mean. And through this, we can also deduce that Nikolai is definitely not the one planning the rebellion. His suspicion can already be ruled out because he himself can enter the core area of the floating city and doesn't need Guy Avery at all. Rudy Monty, how confident are you in infiltrating the floating city's control room and power room? Guy Avery, in a green overcoat, looked a bit haggard. The stubble on his chin had grown quite long, and when he touched it, it felt prickly. 70%. But let me ask one more thing, are you really not going to change the plan? The floating city is our greatest reliance. Destroying it would be tantamount to destroying our own city walls. Rudy Monty, you need to understand that those muggles are our allies. Dana Emery said it very well, the future of the wizarding world must cooperate with the muggle world. Facts have proven that wizards and muggles can indeed coexist peacefully. Look at the streets outside, wizards and muggles are mixed together. This was almost unimaginable before, but now it has been realized. So the floating city is simply a tool for Dana Emery's to display his personal military might and prestige. Without the floating city, we will gain true freedom. Rudy Monty shrugged. I still maintain my opinion. If the floating city is destroyed, the wizarding world will lose its last trump card. Without a trump card in hand, where will freedom come from? The man sitting opposite Rudy Monty wore a mask, his facial expression unseen, only his narrowed eyes visible, giving a very dangerous impression. Rudy Monty, you need to understand one thing, we've gone to so much trouble to help you, not for you to question our decisions. As for freedom, do those bottom-level laborers in the United States have a trump card to resist capital? They don't? But look, how free they live. Rudy Monty remained silent, expressing his opinion with his quietness. The masked man was annoyed. If Rudy Monty wasn't still so useful, he would have long since given him an avida. But he had to patiently work on Rudy Monty, because only 3.5 people had access to the core area of Merlin floating city. Dana Emrys, Nikolai Vavilov, Rudy Monty. The half refers to Sirius Black. This person has access to the control room, but cannot enter the power room. If Rudy Monty was unwilling, it would be difficult to say whether he would betray them at the most critical moment. Rudy Monty, you'd better understand your current situation. You've rescued all of Dana Emrys' enemies, you have no way out. Right now, Dana Emrys might be having problems himself and can't do anything to you, but when he returns, if we don't help you, you're dead. Rudy Monty's expression was conflicted. After struggling for a while, he spoke. All right, I will bring your people into the control room then, but I will not personally press the command to destroy the floating city. That is my bottom line. No problem, I promise you. Rudy Monty turned and left the room. After the door completely closed, the masked man let out a sneer. Self-deception. Outside the door, Rudy Monty clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself. They are short-sighted after all, always doing things that hurt their loved ones and please their enemies. Don't they know that the real enemy is not the president, but the hungry wolves who are eager to extract the maximum value from us? 72 Commune. In the director's office, Lucius Malfoy was no longer the high and mighty figure he once was. Years of grassroots work had stripped away his imposing manner, but he had become much more capable. This quarter, the output of the 72 Commune would once again be the highest in the country. It seemed the National Model Worker Award for this year would again fall into the hands of the 72 Commune. Dad. A figure flashed in from outside the door. The office door of the combat unit was always kept open. Every worker comrade has the right to know what the director is doing, and has the right to directly offer opinions on work to the director. This was a policy Lucius Malfoy had established after taking office as director. You'll be a section chief in the second half of the year, how are you still so rash? After graduating, Draco Malfoy had joined the commune where his father worked. Lucius gave him no special privileges. Relying on his own ability in potion, it had only taken Draco 1 year to gain the unanimous recognition of his fellow workers. Draco Malfoy turned and closed the door. Lucius frowned and said, I said my office must always be open. Dad, what time do you think it is now? Draco looked indignant. Dark Dentis and Dana Emrys are the same person, we've all been deceived. Back then, our family's property was swept away, it was all a trap set by this person. Lucius Malfoy looked at his son quietly, showing no emotion. After a while, he asked, where did you hear this news? From Duha Yuli's in the third workshop. Lucius smiled. Oh, him, he already said the same thing to me a long time ago. Draco's eyes widened, unable to understand his father's calm. Then did he tell you about overthrowing the rule of Dana Emrys? He did. Draco slapped his thigh. Then what do you think, Dad? Join them? Take back everything our family once had. Lucius stared into his son's eyes and asked seriously, Draco, where does your anger come from now? Is it from the wealth the family lost, or because you were deceived? Or is it because you called a peer uncle for so many years? Draco's face turned red instantly. He seemed to recall some very unbearable past events. Then he stretched his neck and shouted. But that was the wealth accumulated by the Malfoy family over several generations. Lucius made a gesture, interrupting his son's shouting. Wealth, it is indeed a pity, but Draco, Dana Emrys possessed the power to subvert the entire wizarding world at that time, and we pure-blood families were always standing in his way. No, not in his way, but in the way of the tide of the era. Our family property was destined not to be preserved, so sometimes I even want to thank him for adopting such a gentle method, because if he had used forceful plunder, we wouldn't have been able to defend against it at all. But, no buts, Draco, haven't you seen it clearly even now? Lucius walked up to his son and gently stroked his head. This made Draco instantly return to the time a few years ago, when he was still a teenager. The old wizarding world was already corrupt, while Muggles were constantly developing their technology has become a branch of civilization on par with magic. If it weren't for the revolution of Dana Emery's, the wizarding world would have perished sooner or later because a small group of wizards who haven't made progress for hundreds of years simply cannot resist the constantly advancing Muggles, especially since the number of Muggles is counted in the billions. Draco had never thought his father would think so far ahead. He was stunned for a moment. He heard Lucius continue. Rather than clinging to wealth that is destined to be lost, it is better to follow the trend just like now. Isn't our life good now? As the director of one of the largest communes in the country, doesn't our family live in a big house, and doesn't your mother still use luxury goods? But look at that guy Greengrass, stubborn and inflexible, isn't he locked up in Azkaban now? Draco had to admit that his father made sense. Lucius smiled. You see, the more cooperative I am, the more guilty Dana Emery's feels towards our family, and naturally, he will tilt resources in other aspects. So you see, this is already the best ending for our family. Draco nodded. Then what should we do now? Organize the key personnel in the commune and drive those guys out? Or report it directly to the police? Lucius shook his head. Draco, our Malfoy family has been able to survive until now, not because of courage. Now that things haven't settled, at least when there is no clear victory or defeat, choosing a side is the most unwise move. From now on, we will not participate in anything if they start a riot in the commune, just protect the most critical assets. We are the uninformed, we are the victims. Draco was a Malfoy after all, and he understood the meaning of his father's words in a second. I understand it's the same old tactic of hedging bets. On the side of the Republic, you, father, just didn't notice the movements of the traitors, which is not your fault, because your duty is only to manage production. And in the eyes of that group of people, your feigned ignorance is providing them with convenience. Malfoy nodded with satisfaction, signaling his son to open the office door. Go, Draco. The storm is coming, but Malfoy is destined to stand tall. A week later, a riot broke out in the 72 commune. A large group of people, with the help of an insider, rushed into the commune, occupied it, and quickly turned it into a fortress, intending to hold their ground. A large number of police officers came to suppress them, but the effect was not good. Because the rioters held the commune members hostage, the police were constrained and could not use many methods. At the very least, they did not dare to use high-powered weapons to storm the sturdy iron gate. It wasn't until President Emery's arrived riding a dragon, and hundreds of alchemical bodies formed an irresistible steel torrent, that they broke through the rioters' defense line in one wave. Dana 2 was not Dana 1, but biologically speaking, their bodies were identical, the only difference being that one had absorbed a large amount of magic, and its bloodline evolution was higher. Therefore, Dana 2 actually possessed all the permissions of Dana 1 in this world by birth. Hogwarts Castle, Merlin City, the alchemical bodies and the sovereignty of the Black Dragon Big Butt. Dana watched as the police officers took the rioters away. Among the many police officers, Harry Potter was particularly eye-catching. Whether it was the initial assault or the current cleanup, this former savior had performed very well. Perhaps he could be promoted? Such a small matter, Dana 1 shouldn't object after he returns, right? Dana 2 thought as he walked into the innermost workshop. The workshop door was blocked by debris. Hearing Dana's footsteps, Draco Malfoy's shout came from inside. Give it up, we won't surrender. Dana 2 raised an eyebrow and opened the spandam gate directly inside the workshop. All right, clear the things away, the rioters have all been subdued. Draco Malfoy cast an envious glance at the sky. The heroic posture of the Hebridean black dragon descending from the sky just now was really too cool. He withdrew his gaze and smiled, greeting him. Dana, old classmate? You're finally here. He pointed to the important production materials in the workshop. They came too suddenly, we couldn't respond in time, we only saved these things. My father even got injured because of this. He looked worried. What should we do, Dana? Although the commune suffered such a big loss, we have tried our best, we shouldn't be punished, right? Punishment. Dana cast a strange look at Draco Malfoy. This kid was nowhere near his father's level. He didn't even need to observe his soul, just from his expression, one could see that obvious indecisiveness. Of course, there will be no punishment. You did well this time, but unfortunately, it won't add points to your year-end model worker evaluation. Punishment and such, that was Dana 1's job, and it had nothing to do with him. Where is your father? Resting inside. Do you need me to take you there? Of course. As a multi-term national model worker and work pace setter of the Republic, I must go see him, not to mention the relationship between us. Relationship. Hearing this word, Draco Malfoy's face stiffened. The memory of Uncle came flooding back, and the fake smile on his face could no longer be maintained. Then please come with me. Lucius Malfoy was lying in a small room temporarily partitioned off with wooden boards inside. Since everyone here was a wizard, they had used a bit of transfiguration to make the room look less crude. His face was pale. Seeing Dana walk in, he immediately tried to struggle to sit up. It's Comrade Emery's? Draco, help me up. No need, just lie down, Dana said quickly. However, Mr. Jean-Louis Danway's breathing was calm and his soul was at ease. He wasn't injured at all, and that pale face was likely just covered in powder. Using transfiguration in front of Dana was undoubtedly showing off one's skills before an expert, but this Muggle makeup technique was actually more effective. Don't move around if you're injured. I just came to take a look. The rioters have all been arrested, and Commune 72 can resume work. Oh, that is the best news I've heard in the last few days. Such acting. Dana too really didn't want to talk more with such a person, so he waved his hand. All right, I have things to do, so I'll be off. Lucius, take care of yourself and recover as soon as possible. The construction of the Republic still needs your contributions. Yes, I will certainly try. Lucius looked at his son. Draco, hurry and see Comrade Emery's out. No need. Dana opened the spandam gate, waved his hand, and walked inside. Lucius revealed a smile and climbed out of bed. Dad, did we pass the test? Is that kid Dana really that easy to fool? Fool. Lucius Malfoy looked at his foolish son and shook his head. He saw through our trick the moment he walked in. Lucius reached out and wiped his face, and the powder on his face disappeared without a trace, revealing his original skin tone. He just didn't want to point it out. It's impossible for him to not know about the existence of the rebels at all, so at a time like this, we are very important to him. Maintaining a good relationship with us is more beneficial than punishing us. After all, we are on his side on the surface. Besides, even if he wanted to punish us, it would at most be for dereliction of duty. Lucius smiled. A fine of 50 galleons, writing a 5-foot-long self-criticism, and then filing it. 400 nautical miles west of the island of Britain. In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. A giant cruise ship was docked here. A hale and hearty old man, surrounded by fully armed soldiers, sat at a long table. Is it time? It is, Mr. Rockefeller. Your sense of time is as accurate as ever. Since it's time, turn off that anti-apparition device. Our guest is coming. Yes, sir. The person who looked like a butler went down. 2 minutes later, with a hum, the whole ship could hear that irritating roar. This kind of magical gadget is always so uncomfortable, the old man muttered to himself. Wizard, wizard. Sir, the guest has arrived. Bring him up. Before the butler retreated, he whispered to an attendant, notify the kitchen, they can serve the food. Before long, a black-robed masked man was brought before the old man. The soldiers behind the old man all tightened their grip on their anti-wizard firearms. Mr. Rockefeller, this isn't our first meeting. Tell your guards to relax. I am not your enemy. The old man raised his hand, and the soldiers immediately took 2 steps back, but they had no intention of letting go of their guns. You change your mask every time you come, so it's normal for my people to have a strong reaction. The masked man laughed. I'm doing a job that costs heads, so it's better to be cautious. The old man nodded with a smile. That's right, it's good to be cautious, but although you might die if you fail, once you succeed, you will become the most revered person in the British wizarding world. Ha ha ha, thank you for your kind words. I heard your plan has already begun to be implemented. That's right. I tentatively attacked a few communes. When the public security department couldn't eliminate the threat, that fake would step in. Are you sure that wasn't the real Dana Emery's? I am very sure. Although that person's strength is also very strong, it's not strong enough to be invincible like Emery's. So on the day of the real operation, the opponent won't have the power to crush everything, and we only need to control Nikolai Vavilov. Then the threat of the floating city will cease to exist. Even if Dana Emery's goes missing, I heard there is still one other person who can activate the floating city's defense mechanism. Why didn't you mention that? Why mention it? The masked man was somewhat smug. That person is already one of us now. Hearing this, the old man clapped elegantly. Impressive, impressive. Anyone who can be granted permissions by Dana Emery's must be his most trusted person. To be able to turn even such a person to your use, it seems I underestimated your ability before. The masked man laughed. All right, I am gradually fulfilling my promise on my end, so I would like to know, does what you promised before still count? Of course it counts, the old man said. We, the Rockefellers and a few other big families, will fully support you in becoming the #1 person in the British wizarding world. You just need to relocate a batch of those magic product production lines to the United States and let us become the sole distributor. If that happens, the profits we lose won't be small. Loss? What do you wizards know about modern marketing? Those things can only maximize profits in our hands. Don't worry, if we operate them, the total revenue of those things will increase by dozens of times. Even if your profit margin decreases, the overall figure will definitely increase quite a bit. What about military support? After all, those former Soviet Union wizards under Nikolai Vavilov won't listen to me. In case of an accident, my people might not have the spare capacity to deal with it. Don't worry, our troops will be deployed not far from Merlin City on the day of your operation. If the situation requires, they will definitely arrive at the first opportunity. That's good, the masked man said. I brought a companion up. To ensure our agreement is established, I need to sign an unbreakable vow with you. As the masked man spoke, he stared closely at the old man's eyes, but the other party was calm and showed no signs of panic. Please go ahead, if that can make you feel at ease about our cooperation. The old man was not only unhurried but even showed an interested expression. I've heard that the unbreakable vow is a very magical spell. Today I can just happen to see it. The vow was made, and the masked man was completely relieved. The old man watched the attendants filing in pushing food carts and smiled. For our cooperation, it's really worth having a good drink. Come, you might not be able to eat such delicious food in Britain. The masked man chuckled, tilted his head, and focused his gaze on the plump buttocks of a maid. He knew that whichever maid he took a fancy to, the old man would give her to him as his temporary bride for the night. He didn't realize, however, that from beginning to end, the old man only said he would make him the #1 person in the British wizarding world, but never said he would make him the #1 person in the Merlin Republic. If the British wizarding world ceased to exist, then as the only person from the British wizarding world, he would naturally be the #1 person. Dealing with the devil, where is the profit? Wang Wenhui crumpled the letter in his hand and tossed it into the air. The paper ball spontaneously commused and vanished into nothingness. He walked to the window. This was the second-floor living room, and looking down at the bustling traffic of Merlin City outside, his expression was uncertain. What a prosperous city! The brightest pearl of wizard civilization, Merlin floating city? He should have been one of the rulers of this city, enjoying the adoration of the masses. Yet now, he lived in seclusion and could not reveal himself to the public. When others spoke of the 4 core members who surrounded Count Dantes at the founding of the Wizard Social Democratic Party, they alone forgot him, Wang Wenhui. Some even said the 4 giants of the Wizard Social Democratic Party were Wang Shujing, Jack Murray, Nikolai Vavilov, and Rudy Mont. Rudy Mont was certainly capable, but all of his ideological training after joining the party was taught by him, Wang Wenhui. The 4 giants? He was not qualified. Wang Wenhui took a deep breath and then exhaled, causing a layer of mist to instantly condense on the window. Although it was still summer, Merlin City hung high in the sky, and the temperature was never high throughout the year. He turned around and snapped his fingers, and the door opened automatically. His sister, Wang Shujing, was standing outside. This feat was nothing short of stunning. After so many years of seclusion, Wang Wenhui had made continuous progress in his magic, and now he possessed a combat power of 8 or 9 Lu, making him one of the few top experts in the entire Merlin People's Republic. Wang Wenhui, do you really have to do this? Wang Shujing walked into the room and closed the door behind her. Shouldn't we be focusing on stabilizing the situation and waiting for the boss to return? Dana had changed, a fact that the 4 giants actually knew. Having followed Dana 1 for so many years, they had that much discernment. Some even knew about it earlier. Wait for the boss to return? Then what about me? I want to be just like you all, glorious and successful. What is wrong with that? There might be growing pains now, but as long as we succeed, I can appear before the world openly and honestly. Wang Shujing stepped forward and grabbed Wang Wenhui's hand. Brother, I beg you. It hasn't been easy for our country to reach its current state. A period of turmoil could very likely destroy all our previous achievements. Those Muggle dignitaries are eyeing us covetously, the boss is not here, and we don't have the ability to use many of the floating city's functions. If we fall into internal chaos, once they make a move, we won't have any way to stop them. Wang Wenhui gently pulled away and shook his head. My mind is made up. As my sister, you should support me. Wang Wenhui. Seeing that her brother was stubborn and unreasonable, Wang Shujing immediately got angry. Don't force me to put righteousness before family? That replacement asked about you last time, and I covered for you. Do you believe I'll go tell him your plan right now? How short-sighted. Wang Wenhui was also annoyed. Because this sister had been in charge of the finances for a few years, did she think she was someone important? The current situation was like an arrow on a bowstring, ready to be fired. How could there be any reason to retreat? He didn't want to entangle with Wang Shujing any longer, and said in a resolute tone, I won't argue with you either. In the future, you will understand how right I am. For now, you had better go back and stay out of this. You wouldn't want your Huojin to lose his life, would you? No matter how much of a strong woman Wang Shujing was, the softest part of her heart was still reserved for her husband. If it weren't for Huojin, she would probably have already turned into dust in the dirt. To be honest, she wouldn't betray Wang Wenhui, after all, he was her own brother. But Wang Wenhui actually used Huojin to threaten her. She really wanted to be tough and burn the bridge, and at most, say some nice words when she eventually bailed him out of Azkaban. She knew her brother well. Every time she softened and smiled, her brother would always forgive her. But she was afraid that her brother would give up on everything and truly do something to harm Huojin. She was certain Wang Wenhui wouldn't be that cruel, but she didn't dare to gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance of misfortune. I hope you won't regret this later. Wang Shujing turned and left, slamming the door so hard it made a deafening noise, causing Wang Wenhui to shudder in shock. He shook his head, watching his sister leave angrily from the second-floor window. When she crossed the street, she even broke her heel because her footsteps were too heavy, forcing her to limp into a nearby small restaurant. There was a fireplace there, and she could use the Flu network to return to her office. You silly sister, not letting you participate is for your own safety. Wang Wenhui sat back down on the sofa and took out a pocket watch. 2 more days. Wow, Avery. This place is really cool. Fred and George followed Dana Avery into the control room of the Merlin floating city. As they entered, the lights followed them and lit up one by one. Dana walked to the main console and simply placed his hand on the light orb in the center, and he felt as if he had merged with the floating city. He possessed all the permissions of Dana 1, which meant he had the highest authority over the Merlin floating city. As long as he wished, he could deprive others of their access rights at any time, and of course, he could also grant usage rights to others. Just like now. Fred, George, go over there and familiarize yourselves with the magic cannon. My magic power is not enough. I'm afraid I can't handle such a large-scale mobilization of magic power alone. You got it. The twins were only excited. Where was there any sign of modesty? They ran excitedly to the place Dana pointed to, and each pressed a light orb that had just risen. Oh, this is. The floating city's defense system and weapon system were now fully exposed before the 3 of them. Even Nikolai and Rudy, who had usage permissions, had never actually operated the floating city like this. Hey, George, be careful. Dana promptly cut off the instructions George was sending to the floating city. If we had a misfire right now, it would be a huge problem. Merlin City is right below us. George himself was so scared he raised both hands, achieving the daily insulting France achievement. We only need to familiarize ourselves for now. I didn't ask you to actually operate it. Upon hearing this, the twins finally calmed down. Indeed, Merlin City was right below them, and all their relatives and friends lived here. Thinking back to how miserable the outcome was when Japan took a hit from the magic cannon, the whole world saw it. Japan now had a 50% higher frequency of earthquakes than before. As the Mount Fuji pillar area that was directly hit by the magic cannon, a deep ravine had already appeared, and seawater poured into it and was evaporated by geothermal heat, causing that area to be constantly covered by a thick layer of gray-black clouds. If Merlin City were to take a hit now, the Merlin People's Republic, which was only a little over 1,000 square kilometers, would probably be completely destroyed. Dana bringing the twins over to familiarize themselves with the operation of the floating city was not just a whim. More and more evidence indicated that the rebels hidden beneath the surface would soon take action. Although Dana didn't know the opponent's plan, as long as he mastered the floating city, he would be in an invincible position. Previously, he had come here alone to experiment, but he discovered that because his own magic power was insufficient, the combat power he could exert was less than 20% of the floating city's total combat power. As a killer, he had a bit of insufficient firepower phobia, which was why today's scene happened. How about it? How many weapon systems can you mobilize at full strength? I can simultaneously use 3 ground-based thunder cannons, or 29 290mm anti-air magic cannons. I'm about the same. Dana nodded with satisfaction. This way, adding the weapons he could mobilize, they could reach about 30% of Merlin City's maximum firepower output. Even if 3 aircraft carrier groups attacked, he wouldn't be afraid. Yes, he already knew who was secretly instigating the rebellion among the officials within the Republic. Muggles. With the Merlin floating city in hand, Dana too felt a little more at ease. He understood the terror of modern Muggle military technology better than any other wizard. How many Albus Dumbledore or Gellert Grindelwald were there in the wizarding world? Yet, a 1-year-old child pressing a missile launch button could cause damage equal to, or even exceeding, that of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald nearly burned Paris to the ground, which looked impressive, but Muggle thermal weapons could do the same, only faster, more efficiently, and more irresistibly. And the Muggles, especially the Muggle politicians in Britain, could only tolerate the existence of the Merlin People's Republic for 2 reasons. First, the power of Dana 1, and second, the battle achievement where the Merlin floating city nearly sank the Japanese archipelago with a single strike. Dana too returned to the presidential office. He now had a profound understanding of the domestic situation. Although Jack Murray's public security department was massive in scale, its personnel composition was uneven, and its performance in handling rioters on several occasions had been barely satisfactory. Therefore, when truly facing a coalition of internal traitors and Muggle armies, Nikolai Vavilov's National Security Department was more reliable. This state apparatus, primarily composed of former Soviet Union wizards, was mysterious and powerful, serving as the most important component of the Merlin People's Republic central government. As soon as Dana too entered the office, he saw Nikolai Vavilov sitting on the sofa waiting for him. "Comrade Vavilov." Dana greeted him. However, Nikolai did not respond with the same reverence as others. He merely nodded slightly and said, "Substitute for Comrade Amorous, let's skip the pleasantries and sit down to talk." Nikolai Vavilov directly stated Dana too's identity, which caught Dana too slightly off guard. "As a substitute, you have done a very good job, and you have made a great contribution to domestic stability, but please stop meddling in matters that are not your concern, and do not cause us trouble." Dana sat across from Nikolai and frowned. "Comrade Vavilov, what do you mean?" Nikolai did not answer, but instead asked, "What is your name?" "I cannot keep calling you substitute, that is not polite." "Dana Avery." This time it was Nikolai's turn to frown. "You are also named Dana? You aren't lying to me, are you?" "Lying? What good would lying to you do?" Dana too was very curious about how Nikolai knew he was not Dana 1, so he asked, "How did you know I was not Dana Emrys himself?" Nikolai did not particularly like Dana 2's attempt to take control of the conversation, but he still explained, "Comrade Amorous came to see me before he went to resolve his personal affairs. He said he would have someone come over to maintain national stability and asked me to provide him with help within my capabilities. So Dana 1 had arranged everything. It was no wonder that Guy's bloodline awakening level was so high, the future he could see must be much further ahead." Dana 2 examined Nikolai with interest. This red wizard looked upright, but Dana 2 could not guarantee that this person had not participated in the rebellion, especially since he was suspected of having provided help for the disappearance of Rudy Mont. So Dana 2 prepared to test him. "Let's resolve your doubts first," he said. "I am actually Dana, just a Dana from another world, summoned here by the powerful magic of this world's Dana." Nikolai's eyes began to widen, and he became somewhat incredulous. Summoned from another world? Even if Merlin were resurrected, he wouldn't dare claim he could do that, right? "So, in essence, I am also Dana Emrys. The reason I am now called Dana Avery is because I changed my name to make it more convenient to manage the Avery family." I see." The shock was a bit great, but when Nikolai considered that this substitute in front of him possessed all the permissions for the floating city, and could even grant the Weasley twins and himself, Nikolai, equal permissions, he understood that the Dana in front of him was telling the truth. This made Nikolai feel a sense of awe. What was originally just a substitute or puppet that Comrade Amorous had summoned from who knows where had suddenly elevated to the level of Comrade Amorous's counterpart from another world. There was a world of difference between the two. All right, now that you know who I am, and since the Dana of this world asked you to help me within your capabilities, let's return to what you said at the beginning. Even so, do you still want me to not cause trouble? Nikolai's face flushed slightly, but after a few seconds, he still said firmly, yes. Although you are another Comrade Amorous, what you are doing now has already affected our plans and even involved the two ministers of the Ministry of Commerce. They are important figures of the Republic. How could you put them in danger? You clearly know that the domestic situation is very wrong right now, and a major upheaval could happen at any time. Dana nodded. I am just preparing for a rainy day. I do not have the strong magic of the Dana of this world. As a final defensive measure, the floating city must be guaranteed to work, and I cannot operate it independently. I can only find people I trust to help me. Nikolai glanced at Dana, did not comment on his action of giving the Weasley twins permissions for the floating city, but continued. Also, please do not continue to track Rudy Mont. He is my good partner and the best comrade. Let me tell you this, he is carrying out the mission that Comrade Amorous assigned from the very beginning, and your actions are causing us a lot of trouble. Dana narrowed his eyes. I am looking for him because I want to know the situation of the Dana of this world. I need to find him, otherwise I will never be able to return to my own world. Nikolai shook his head. Comrade Amorous told us not to look for him and to prioritize the big picture. Dana too obtained an important piece of information from Nikolai. The National Security Department was the department Dana 1 trusted most, because both Nikolai and Rudy Mont seemed to have known about Dana 1's departure from the very beginning. Dana 1 had even entrusted all matters after his disappearance to Nikolai and Rudy Mont. Don't you want to bring back the Dana of this world? As long as he returns, then all the petty villains will have to put away their little schemes. No, we cannot interfere in Comrade Amorous's affairs. We must ensure domestic stability. I believe he will definitely be able to resolve the crisis, just like he did with those things before. He could even defeat ancient demons, and Morgana, who imprisoned Merlin, was also defeated by him. He will definitely be able to do it. Conversely, if even he cannot solve the problem, what role could we play by interfering? But he summoned me here, not to be a puppet. Perhaps I can solve his trouble. No, you cannot leave. The stability of the domestic situation requires your existence. Dana too shook his head. Aren't you his most loyal follower? But now it seems you are not too loyal to him either, since you can actually ignore his safety. Nikolai patted his chest. I do respect Comrade Amorous very much, but in the face of national interests, I must set aside my personal emotions. I know he is in danger, but in the face of national interests, everything else must give way. I will never betray the country, because I have already lost my country once. Nikolai Vavilov's stubbornness exceeded Dana 2's imagination. It was simple. If they could just find a way to resolve Dana 1's trouble and bring him back, the Merlin People's Republic would be secure forever. Because he already knew that the Dana Emeries of this world had absorbed the Eternal Heart and was an immortal being. But Nikolai's approach couldn't be called wrong either, because Dana 2 himself couldn't be certain if he could help solve the problem even if he found Dana 1. After all, the Dana Emeries of this world was an unprecedented, transcendent, and powerful wizard. If even he couldn't solve the problem, could he really be of any help? However, the good news was that Nikolai was on the side of the state. Otherwise, if a massive violent organization like the National Security Bureau were to rebel, the Merlin People's Republic would be finished. Dana had quietly observed Nikolai Vavilov's soul and concluded that he was telling the truth. This undoubtedly put Dana's anxious heart at ease. Once the internal and external troubles were resolved, he would have a proper talk with Nikolai again. He should know something about Dana Emeries. As for the rest, Nikolai couldn't control him. Regarding combat arrangements, he didn't believe that he, whose original profession was an assassin and who had single-handedly orchestrated the death of a Lord Voldemort, would lose to him. Since the other party had his own plans, at most they would just stay out of each other's way. Dana too wanted to see whose schemes were superior. Although the only human resources he could truly utilize were the twins, but don't forget, He had thousands of alchemical bodies he could control, and most importantly, he possessed the highest authority over the floating city. Oh, almost forgot, Astoria could barely count as an asset too. After seeing Nikolai off, Dana headed to the dining room. Once he returned to his own world, he would follow suit and organize a house elf chef team. After living here for a while, he finally realized that it wasn't that the house elf's cooking was bad, but simply that old Kriaker's cooking was bad. He felt like he had been muddled. Back in the days when he stayed at Hogwarts at the age of 7, he had witnessed the house elves' enthusiasm for learning to cook. To think he had been cooking for himself for so many years just because of Kriaker's clumsy performance in the kitchen? Sure enough, if you spend too much time with mindless creatures like Dementors, do you become mindless yourself? Suddenly, raging green flames ignited in the fireplace. Dana knew this meant someone was requesting access to the Flu network. Someone was coming over? Anyone who could directly request to come to the president's office must be an acquaintance of Dana 1. Dana first called for Astoria, but unfortunately, the girl wasn't there. He remembered Astoria mentioning that she was going to Azkaban today to see her parents. Even if her parents didn't acknowledge her as a daughter, she couldn't let others find fault, because she would be the president's wife in the future. She could not let the name of Dana Emrys be disgraced. Dana scratched his head. Without Astoria to cover for him, it would be easy for his identity as a fake to be exposed. Work was fine, as long as he handled official business, there generally wouldn't be any problems. But in private life, if it were a real acquaintance, he would be exposed in a minute. Just like the twins, a simple hug and embrace revealed the clues. It's just that Dana too didn't know that his performance at work had actually exposed many problems, and almost half of the senior management already knew he wasn't the real deal. The powerful aura around Dana 1 was too unique, there was almost no possibility of imitating it. It was truly not his fault. Dana 2 sighed and approved the application to connect to the Flu network. The next second, the green flames in the fireplace flared up, and then a woman's voice rang out, "Dana? You're too slow." From the green flames, a woman dressed in a medieval-style long dress walked over. Although her appearance was striking, her facial expressions were somewhat stiff. If not for her lively eyes, Dana would have almost thought she was a puppet. Fortunately, Astoria had filled him in on the people around Dana 1, so he was able to recognize who it was. Hogwarts Ghost, the Grey Lady, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, who had been given an alchemical body by Dana 1 and returned to the world of the living, Helena Ravenclaw. "Helena, why are you here?" Dana Avery said in the most natural tone possible. "However, who are you? You are not Dana." Helena was very certain. "Where is Astoria? Let Astoria come over? How can she condone someone impersonating Dana? Polyjuice potion? Tisk, giving someone else Dana's hair to eat. Doesn't Astoria feel disgusted?" Dana frowned. "How do you know I'm not him?" Helena shook her arms, and 2 sharp arm blades shot out from her wrists. This was standard equipment for an alchemical body. Helena's body was an alchemical body, so she naturally possessed such weapons. While remaining on guard, Helena said, "I smelled it." Dana couldn't help but laugh. Admittedly, the sense of smell of an alchemical body was indeed powerful. That was a skill given to alchemical bodies by ancient wizards to confirm safety factors in complex mining areas. They could analyze various components in the air to achieve their goals. But Dana 2 and Dana 1 were essentially different forms of the same body. Using body odor to distinguish between the two was basically talking nonsense. Dana 2 shook his head. "Helena, it's true that I am not the Dana Emrys you know, but I am also Dana Emrys, summoned by him from another world." Helena didn't speak, and unleashed a dual blade thrust at Dana. This was an attack method engraved in the bones of an alchemical body, but when used by Helena, it had a bit more of a living aura. However, Helena only felt like she had plunged into a curtain of light. Then, her vision blurred, and she found herself falling from the ceiling of the office. In front of Dana 2, the Spandam Gate was dissipating. This was the Spandam Gate powered by the Emrys bloodline, which was very different from the portals popular in the Middle Ages. This was also the tool Dana used to prove his identity. However, at this moment, Helena had no time to think about so much. The ceiling was more than 4 meters from the ground. If her alchemical body fell from such a height, her massive weight might even break the floor. Helena, flailing her limbs and trying to maintain balance, suddenly realized that several seconds had passed, and she hadn't hit the ground. She then looked at Dana 2 and saw that he was pointing his finger at her, keeping her suspended in midair. Alchemical bodies had this one downside: spells that couldn't be used on people but could be used on objects could all be cast on alchemical bodies. Although alchemical bodies had high magic resistance, if the opposing wizard was very powerful, then this current situation would occur. Put me down. Fine, I'll put you down, but don't cause trouble. Fine, I promise not to attack. Dana too sighed and placed Helena on the sofa. Helena Ravenclaw usually looks very cold and aloof, but she always shows a little girl's demeanor in front of Dana. This was how Astoria described her feelings about Helena to Dana too. As I said, I am Dana from another world. Dana explained his situation seriously once again. So, what is the reason for your visit this time? The situation in Merlin City is volatile right now. Even I, who wish most to find the Dana of this world, have to stay and guard Merlin City at this moment. If you don't have anything important, why don't you go back to Hogwarts Castle? At least it's safer there than in Merlin City. How could I not have something important? Helena said with a blank expression of dissatisfaction. I'm here to pass on information. Tattling. Facing Dana 2's question, Helena nodded. However, she still cautiously said, but before that, I need to confirm your identity. Having been deceived by Tom Riddle once, Helena was exceptionally vigilant. Dana didn't take offense, he just casually raised his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Helena saw that she couldn't control her own body, and stiffly started doing the samba. As you can see, I have control over all alchemical bodies. Doesn't this prove that I am also Dana? It proves it. Stop it immediately. Helena, having stopped the dance steps, looked indignant, although this indignant expression was also stiff. Your personality is much worse than our Dana. He wouldn't use his authority to mess with me like this. Dana too shrugged. Yes, Astoria said the same thing. So, Miss Ravenclaw, can you tell me the information you brought now? Helena rolled her eyes. This was one of the few expressions she could make that looked very lively, which showed that she practiced it often. The number of students at Hogwarts now is 100 times what it used to be. You know about this, right? Dana nodded. This was inevitable. Before the founding of the Merlin People's Republic, the British wizarding world had absorbed a large number of wizards from Europe and the former Soviet Union. Where there are adult wizards, there are naturally young wizards. These children, upon reaching school age, would naturally be sent to Hogwarts. If you ask how Hogwarts can fit so many students, the undetectable extension charm could do it, but using it on such a large scale would be a bit troublesome. However, for the fifth founder of Hogwarts, Dana 1, this was just a matter of installing a magic power source, which could be easily solved. The students' parents come from all walks of life, so naturally various small groups are formed. Hogwarts is now mainly divided into 3 factions: the Slavic faction, the original European pureblood families faction, and the original bottom layer wizard faction. Dana 2 interrupted Helena. So Hogwarts students are very chaotic now? Not only are there factional struggles, but there are also the pre-existing house rivalries. Helena shook her head. Internal house fighting, external house fighting. Professors have to resolve various disputes every day outside of teaching. In the house point hourglasses, no house has broken 100 points for a long time. Dana 2 could already imagine the situation at Hogwarts now. Helena continued, it's just that recently, the pureblood families faction has suddenly started to become arrogant, advocating that the pureblood families will be glorious again, and that the castle in the sky will eventually fall. There are even rumors that Dana is actually Count Dantes and that he has deceived the entire wizarding world. Dana 2 immediately frowned. Professor McGonagall feels that this matter is not groundless, so she asked me to come and warn Dana. Actually, Professor McGonagall is very worried about Dana. She believes that something must be wrong with him, otherwise, with his control, how could such a disturbance occur? Dana 2 sighed inwardly. The Merlin People's Republic was about to face internal strife, and this change was felt even as far away as Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands. I understand. Go back and tell Professor McGonagall not to worry. Preparations have been made here long ago, and Merlin City will not have any problems. I'm not going back. Helena said firmly. An owl is enough to send a message to Professor McGonagall, and I want to find Dana. Dana 2 advised, don't be so anxious. When the turmoil ends, I will arrange for people to search globally. It will be much more efficient than you doing it alone. Helena just shook her head. I can't wait a moment longer. You don't need to persuade me. If you let me do nothing now, I will go crazy. Helena was so stubborn. What else could Dana Avery say? All right, Helena. If there is any problem you cannot solve, remember to contact me at the first opportunity. Helena nodded. Open a door to Serbia. I'll make that my first stop. Dana too immediately opened a spandam gate. Serbia. There was the underground mirror city where demons were once sealed. If one wanted to choose a hidden place, that was a good place to go. It was also the home of Selena's alchemical body. Perhaps she could make some discoveries due to the uniqueness of her body. Go, be safe. Since the last attack on the Weasley family, Harry Potter had felt the surrounding air change. Thick, tense. An irritable mood spread among every officer. In his view, this was more like the anxiety of prisoners about to be sent to the guillotine. There might be a riot at any time, so everyone's nerves were taut every day. In this state, people were often more prone to breakdown. Harry sighed. He had been promoted because he handled the People's Long Live restaurant terrorist attack incident very well, which counted as a great achievement. He was promoted to sheriff. But although named sheriff, the work he did now was the same as before, and he didn't even have a single subordinate. It could be said that he had the title but no real authority. He sat in his small office, flipping through the interrogation records of criminals related to the People's Long Live restaurant terrorist attack that he had already flipped through who knows how many times. Yes, as the person involved in that case, the department handed the follow-up investigation tasks of the case to Harry. However, the criminals who broke into the restaurant and caused destruction that day were all pawns being used, and there were even muggles involved. Indeed, they had images of the contact person, but the muggle world was so big and there were so many people. How were they supposed to find those people? Just when Harry was troubled, cheers erupted outside. He closed the interrogation records, stood up, and opened the door. It's finally started. What started? Communes number 12, 19, 33, and 67 have been attacked. This could be considered a strange sight. The police station belonging to the Public Security Department was actually rejoicing because a commune was being attacked by terrorists. Quick, 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 get ready. The deployment order will be issued soon. Great, I've been suffocating. Harry looked at the slightly flushed faces of his colleagues due to excitement, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He was like a fish trapped at the bottom of the water on a rainy day, finally waiting for the sky to clear so he could float up and take a good breath. Harry Potter. Inspector Reed ran over. Quick. Come with me. Everyone above the rank of sheriff needs to gather in the large conference room. Inspector Reed, do you know what's going on? I'm just passing on the order. How would I know what happened? Is it to mobilize to assist the attacked commune? I can only say there is a possibility, Inspector Reed said, but it seems to be a direct instruction from the department. Anyway, we'll know once we get there. What? We're not allowed to deploy. Harry, like many of his colleagues, stood there stunned. The deputy director's words left him unable to react for a moment. That's just how it is, everyone needs to understand. Last time we deployed so many people, but what was the result? Didn't we still have to rely on President Emrys to step in? Right now, we're waiting for orders at the station, which also puts pressure on the terrorists. They won't know when we might suddenly deploy and strike with thunderous force, which will throw them into disarray. Isn't that nonsense? We blocked the entrance to Commune 72 last time, and I didn't see the other side feeling any pressure at all. The deputy director looked gloomy. Shut up, this is an order, you just need to execute it. Deputy director, you at least have to give us an explanation for the brothers below, they've been incredibly frustrated lately. You want an explanation? The deputy director scoffed. No matter what, Merlin City is our top priority. As long as Merlin City is not lost, we have enough confidence to fight back. According to reliable information, a secret prison established by President Emrys overseas has been breached, and the prisoners inside have all escaped. I'm certainly not criticizing President Emrys, those people are former pure-blood masters, and their sins are not light. I mean that since they escaped, their whereabouts have been unknown. If we deploy everyone to suppress the terrorists in the various communes, what would happen if these people suddenly descended upon Merlin City? In my opinion, President Emrys has the ability to quell rebellions, and Merlin City needs protection. The department's arrangement is very far-sighted and extremely wise. Was that reason enough? Of course it was protecting Merlin City. The reason was impeccable. but upon closer inspection, it was full of holes. If the goal was to protect Merlin City, the officers could avoid going to the communes, but shouldn't Merlin City be increasing its guard at this time? What the hell was having the officers wait at the police station? The meeting broke up. Harry returned to his office. He had no subordinates, so naturally, he didn't need to pass on the department's highest order. But he felt very uneasy. He remembered that 2 days ago, the twins had boasted to him that Dana gave them access to the Merlin Floating City's control room. As far as he knew, even Minister Murray of the Public Security Department didn't have control over the Merlin Floating City, yet Dana had handed such an important thing to the twins. Those two are the ministers of business. Even if the sky fell, other departments should step up first. It would only be the turn of the Ministry of Business last. In other words, Dana doesn't trust the current top brass? Or perhaps someone in the top brass is involved in the unrest? Harry Potter seemed to have found the key point. If someone in the top brass is rebelling, then using this as an anchor for reasoning, the order for all officers not to go out becomes very easy to understand. After all, most officers are loyal to the Republic and wouldn't join the rebels. But as long as the officers are kept from deploying by orders from the top, the criminals can naturally wreak havoc in Merlin City. But does that make sense? When the officers discover the problem, they will naturally act spontaneously. With so many officers in Merlin City, can the criminals really stir up trouble? No, something was ignored by him. Right, the Merlin Floating City. Dana inexplicably gave the twins control of the Merlin Floating City? The other side's goal is the Merlin Floating City? Once Harry had this thought, he was immediately covered in cold sweat. If the Merlin Floating City falls, Merlin City is finished? In Harry Potter's eyes, Merlin City is simply a dream city. Dreams, wealth, relationships between people, everything beautiful you can imagine can be found here. If such a city were destroyed, Harry couldn't even imagine it. He took the bag containing his invisibility cloak and walked out of the office. The hallway of the station was full of arguments. What, protecting Merlin City? If we need to protect Merlin City, then let us go out and patrol. Patrol? It's raining heavily outside. Obey orders, everyone just stay honestly in the station. Maybe you're right, because they're afraid we'll get wet and catch a cold, so the higher UPS told us not to go out? Truly worthy of Minister Murray, who led thousands of Earl's guards to repel the Fire Serpent Party attack. He really knows how to be considerate of us. Ha ha ha, if the terrorists break in and we fail to stop them in time, it will be interesting when writing the report. Because it was raining, we couldn't respond to the call. Shut up, all of you, why so much nonsense? When we joined the Public Security Department, we all took an oath to strictly obey orders. Please abide by your own oaths. Tisk. Harry had already put on his invisibility cloak. He felt something was very wrong. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't there, no one to help him devise a plan. Ron wasn't there either, so no one to agree with him or give him courage. But he was no longer a child. He needed to make his own judgment. 9 out of 10, today's events were a conspiracy, he could be certain of that. So, while the vast majority of officers were ordered to stay in the police station, the defenses outside were actually very fragile. He had to get to the Merlin Floating City. If his judgment was correct, that would definitely be the most critical battlefield. Because if he were a rebel, he would also definitely choose the Merlin Floating City to attack, because that was the only way to end the battle before Merlin City's main force could react. No, before that, he had to find the twins. They had the authorization for the Merlin Floating City. Until Dana returned from quelling the rebellion, their ability to control the Merlin Floating City might just be the final bargaining chip for victory. Harry Potter arrived at the main gate of the police station. 2 of the deputy director's confidants were guarding the entrance. Sure enough, there was a problem. A battle could break out outside at any moment, yet the police station, which maintains the security of Merlin City, had locked all the officers inside, as if treating this place like a prison, even equipped with jailers. Stupefy. The air distorted, and 2 spells shot out from the tip of the suddenly appearing wand. The 2 confidants were hit and gained an infant-like sleep. Harry looked at the 2 apologetically. These 2 might know the truth, or they might not. If these 2 weren't accomplices and were just following orders, he might have to treat them to a meal and apologize later. Harry slipped out of the police station. It was indeed raining heavily outside, weather that represented the stereotype of England. He quickly rushed into the alley opposite the police station, his figure revealed from behind the invisibility cloak. and then quickly disappeared into the rain curtain. Before Dana went to quell the rebellion, he left a message for the twins telling them to go to the Merlin floating city's control room and wait at the first opportunity, because from now on, no one knew when the real war would start. However, the two were stopped at the entrance. Minister Fred Weasley, Deputy Minister George Weasley, I am from the National Security Department, and I have just received an order from my superiors. The agent showed a document to the twins. Before the unrest ends, the personal safety of the Minister and Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Business must be ensured. Given the two ministers' exuberant curiosity and fearless spirit of adventure, it is now ordered that your department protect the two in their office. The two ministers are related to the financial foundation of the Republic, so they cannot afford to be lost. We are going out according to the President's order. You National Security Department can't manage us. President Emrys has already set off to the various communes to resolve the unrest, so now our minister is the biggest in Merlin City. Please don't make it difficult for us, Minister Weasley. Fred chuckled as he put his arm around his brother's shoulder, while George, understanding perfectly, wrapped his arm around his brother's waist. Only his hand touched the small pouch tucked behind Fred's hip. Cut us some slack, won't you? Fred said. The least you can do is protect us on our way to the floating city control room. Wherever we're protected, it's still protection, right? This way, we can also complete the task the President gave us. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? No. Our mission is to protect you in the office. The location cannot be changed. The Merlin People's Republic Central People's Government's office building possessed extremely strong defensive formations. Even if the floating city were to fall, the office building would remain unscathed. The National Security Department's arrangements were flawless. Of course, the security level of the floating city control room was even higher, but that place would inevitably be the center of the battlefield. How could the National Security Department, having long since discerned all of this, dare to let the twins go there? Last year, over 60% of the nation's foreign trade products were trendy items developed by these two living dads by combining wizard alchemy and the latest Muggle trends. For the Republic, these two were simply too important. People belatedly realized how wise President Emrys's decision was to designate these two freshly graduated young men as the Minister and Vice Minister of Commerce. Therefore, given the twins' importance, the National Security Department would absolutely not tolerate even the slightest mishap for them. However, all right, you're right, you're the boss now. The twins turned, seemingly heading back to their office. The agents breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed today's mission could be easily completed, but they didn't notice that where the twins had just stood, there was now a soldier doll about an inch tall. Charge, charge. The soldier doll emitted a piercing voice, drawing everyone's attention, and then, buzz. The Shockwave Soldier V2.0, created by the twins in response to being attacked by a stun grenade in a restaurant private room, was seemingly a prank item, but in reality, the intense light it emitted was several times stronger than that of the stun grenade from that day. The entire corridor was bathed in white light. In that instant the twins had turned their backs beforehand, and aside from their heads buzzing slightly, their vision remained perfectly fine. But the agents weren't so lucky. Their gaze was completely drawn by the doll's charge sound, which was a human instinct, and so they were directly hit by the powerful light that could penetrate sunglasses. Stupefy. The twins agilely turned, quickly using Stupefy to incapacitate the agents. 1, 2, 3. The agents, deprived of their vision, were utterly defenseless, like lambs to the slaughter in the exposed corridor. However, Expelliarmus. An Expelliarmus from behind disarmed the twins, who turned in surprise to see their first secretary Tatiana Petrova. Although the agents who came to protect them were soundly asleep, Tatiana's sudden intervention still foiled their plan to go to the control room. It turned out that Tatiana was also an agent of the National Security Department, and her proximity to the twins was also for their protection. This beautiful agent was Nikolai Vavilov's most capable subordinate. It was she who set up the trap for Ollivander Avery back then. Ah, it's our capable Miss Petrova. So you're also from the National Security Department. I apologize, Mr. Ministers, you two cannot afford to be in danger, and I had no choice but to do this. Tatiana. Fred became serious for a rare moment. We must go to the control room. The floating city's firepower system must be online. We are now facing not only internal strife but also external enemies. Those Muggle dignitaries who covet us will surely make their move today. Tatiana shook her head. That won't do, you two. Our minister Nikolai Vavilov also has authority over the floating city. Leave the matter of resisting external enemies to us. Your value is not in charging into battle. George pleaded earnestly. Tatiana, the enemy also knows that Minister Nikolai Vavilov has authority, so they will definitely act against him. We are outside the enemy's plan. They would never expect us to appear there and be able to operate the floating city's weapons. Tatiana hesitated for a moment because the twins made a good point. But she quickly became resolute again. I trust Minister Nikolai Vavilov, just as all of us trust President Emrys. He won't let such a situation occur. George shook his head. You don't seem to trust Dana at all. Our mission and authority were given to us by Dana. Fred echoed. That's right, Dana told us to do this. Tatiana smiled faintly, the same smile that had once captivated old Avery reappeared, but it seemed to have no effect on the twins. However, she didn't mind, because she now had the situation under control. You don't need to try to trick me with that, Mr. Ministers. The current President Emrys is not himself. I am just as aware of this as you are. Therefore, I cannot accept his orders. The twins were being pointed at by Tatiana's wand, and their wands were currently casually tucked into her chest. It seemed it wouldn't be easy to get them back. The twins had barely touched Quidditch since graduating, and their years in the laboratory had made their bodies much less agile. Trying to beat Agent Tatiana physically was simply a pipe dream. All right, all right. The twins stepped in unison, walking towards their office. We surrender, but can you give us back our wands? After all, we still need them to research new products. That won't do. Tatiana's wand tip closely followed the twins. I don't want to sleep on the floor like my colleagues. After all, I am a LA. Tatiana's face showed a stunned expression. Her strong will allowed her to stand for 2 more seconds after being hit by the stupefy before collapsing softly. She didn't understand, where did the attack come from? Haha, Harry. You've come at just the right time. Behind Tatiana, Harry Potter's head appeared out of thin air. He had just snuck behind the twins and lightly tapped them. The twins immediately understood everything, so they feigned surrender to attract Tatiana's attention, then let Harry complete the sneak attack. Quick, let's go to the floating city, Harry Potter said eagerly. The twins bent down and picked up their wands. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't need much communication. A single glance was enough to understand each other's intentions. Hurry, otherwise, it will be too late. Wang Wenhui walked down the streets of Merlin City. A large crowd followed him, just like when the Fire Serpent Party conquered Merlin City back then, which made up for his regret of not being able to lead the charge. However, aside from a few old comrades who had always followed him, the rest of the people behind him were all prisoners who had escaped from Northbrook Island. The composition of the Northbrook concentration camp was very simple. 70% were stubborn pure-blood families who opposed Count Dantes, and 30% were goblins from Gringotts. At this moment, their restraints were removed, and their eyes glowed with fierce light. In their view, now was the best time for revenge. Ha, Wang Wenhui, young Master Wang. Someone in the group recognized Wang Wenhui, and the killing intent in their eyes intensified. Their vast fortunes had been completely swindled, and Wang Wenhui had played no small part in that scam. But this idiot actually rebelled? Ha, once this troublesome Merlin People's Republic is overthrown, you, Wang Wenhui, will be of no use, and then we'll see how you die. Turning a corner, a masked man in black robes also led a group of people to join Wang Wenhui's team. Is it interesting to still be so secretive at a time like this? Wang Wenhui said to the black-robed man, his tone full of disdain. My identity is still useful. I cannot expose myself too early. Humph, you're just afraid that if we fail, you'll have no retreat, right? You cowardly scoundrel, boss really misjudged you. You still call Emrys boss. Humph, if boss hadn't disappeared, I would never have joined your pirate ship. Even so, the substitute boss found is strong enough. If we can't capture Floating City before he returns, then this operation will be a complete failure. Indeed, his ability to command those alchemical bodies is truly astonishing, but so what? He is currently going to rescue the communes in various places, a total of 4 communes, located in the 4 directions of Britain's east, south, west, and north. Based on his efficiency in reclaiming commune number 72 last time, it takes at least 15 minutes to deal with 1 commune on average, so it will be an hour later by the time he finishes dealing with all of them. We have now blocked Merlin City's external communications. In other words, as long as we capture Floating City within an hour, we will win this battle. Wang Wenhui glanced at Rudy Mont, who was following the black-robed man's team, and nodded. Then let's be a bit faster. I hope your plan works. Oh, by the way, will those pure-blood families you incited really abandon their current stable lives and jump out? No one likes to be deceived, do they? Dana Emery's deceived all of us, and that alone is enough. When he was still here, naturally no one dared to speak, but now he has disappeared just like the Dark Lord Voldemort 20 years ago. Then this Merlin People's Republic he left behind is naturally a huge cake. Who wouldn't want to do something that can gain benefits and get revenge on their enemies? Wang Wenhui sighed. I regret it now. What if boss comes back? The black-robed man laughed heartily. He can't come back. Guess why? Because I have repeatedly seen his eyes turn blood red, and I have even seen him muttering to himself from time to time, arguing fiercely with himself. And the frequency of his attacks is getting higher and higher. It must be the demonic bloodline in his body acting up. The reason he finally chose to leave was probably because he couldn't suppress the abnormality in his body anymore. Based on my understanding of him, he will most likely find a place to seal himself up to prevent him from losing control and devastating lives. Wang Wenhui nodded, said nothing, but silently quickened his pace. The street was empty, with no pedestrians or police officers in sight. Wang Wenhui, you lead the people to the Floating City teleportation point first. And you? I have to go see an old friend. Who? Nikolai Vavilov. You'd better hurry up. You know, we only have an hour. Humph, mind your own business. You don't need to worry about mine. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Commune number 33. The land of this commune originally belonged to the Carroll family. Mainly based on the Ditani planting industry chain, the original Carroll Castle became a processing plant for Ditani. Of course, now it has become a rebel stronghold. The rebels held out here, firing magic from the various hidden windows and arrow slits of the castle. Their enemy was only one person, of course. There were also several hundred alchemical bodies. If it weren't for the powerful grenades provided by the mastermind, this castle would have been captured by the alchemical bodies long ago. Dana shook his head. The enemy's firepower was fierce, and even though the alchemical bodies had incredible defense, they began to suffer losses. He considered using war magic combined with Big Butt's dragon's breath to destroy the castle in one fell swoop. But the castle was all commune property, and as an outsider, he had no right to decide on redecorating for the owner. This won't do. Dana too muttered to himself. If I get held up by these things, wouldn't their trick of luring the tiger out of the mountains succeed? He scratched his head. He couldn't be held up, because Floating City could not be lost. But he couldn't fight too fast, because then all the rebels wouldn't have time to fully reveal themselves, making it impossible to catch them all in one go. He felt he was too difficult. Although he was in the same camp as the National Security Department, they had their own ideas and didn't involve him at all, which led to problems that could have been solved more efficiently, having to go through several detours. Modern thermal weapons, huh? Dana too smiled. In his own world, he was the wizarding world's #1 arms dealer. All the alchemical thermal weapons in the entire wizarding world were produced by him. Now, in his pendant, there were enough weapons and ammunition to arm a division. What? The enemy is hiding in the castle, and direct attack thermal weapons cannot effectively kill them? Yes, 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 you are right. Explosive weapons cannot be used. Penetrating weapons cannot pierce through. So why not just not fight? But don't forget, he is an Emery's, and if Spandam Gate is used well, there is no wall that cannot be bypassed. Lamba, look, have those alchemical bodies retreated? Can't you look yourself? I have a wife and children at home, unlike you, who are all alone. AFK, you're inhuman? I'm alone, so I deserve to be beaten to death, right? Despite saying this, Lamba still stuck his head out. They've retreated? Those alchemical bodies have retreated. The rebels near this window all rejoiced. But, bang! The rebel who had instigated Lamba to look outside suddenly fell to the ground. Half of his head exploded, like a watermelon dropped on the ground. Bang! Bang! One after another, rebels were shot dead. In less than 5 seconds, all of Lamba's companions around him were killed. Lamba only felt a tingling sensation shoot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. If he didn't do something, he might die in 1 second. Thump. He knelt heavily on the ground. hands raised above his head. I surrender, I surrender. On the ceiling, unnoticed by Lamba, a small spandam gate, like a cosmetic mirror, quietly closed, and a voice came. You'd better truly surrender. Dana Avery cleared out the traitors in the 4 directions with a speed that defied normal comprehension. Dana had confirmed the bodies of these individuals. More than half were wizards he didn't recognize, but from their clothes and accessories, it was generally clear they were remnants of former pure-blood families, which was easy to understand. The other smaller half, however, were all from lower-class wizard backgrounds. Many were government employees, receiving state salaries and guaranteed stable incomes, yet they also participated in the rebellion. The only reason Dana could think of was simply, are kings, princes, and generals born with a destiny. Dana arranged for the commune's surviving personnel to guard the living traitors, while he himself went to a hillside, looking towards Merlin City with a sneer. Solved in just 10 minutes, luring the tiger out of its mountain lair, is that all? He hoped the rebels in Merlin City would give him some surprises. If they lost too quickly, wouldn't it be awkward if the backup plans he had prepared couldn't be used? Merlin City, 17th Street, Salazar Community. Hannah Abbott stayed obediently at her home. Diagon Alley had now become a tourist attraction. Apart from its cultural significance, its functionality was almost non-existent. Wizards all lived in Merlin City, and Merlin City's commerce was sufficiently developed except for Hogwarts, which still followed tradition by sending young wizards there to purchase essential school supplies. Almost everyone else who went there was a foreign tourist. Additionally, Old Tom had aged and there was no one to manage it, so the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley was transferred. This allowed Hannah to focus wholeheartedly on managing the leaky cauldron in Merlin City. Her mother was in poor health, and thanks to Dana, the new Leaky Cauldron Bar was located next to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, allowing her mother to receive timely treatment. However, her mother's foundation was damaged, making her unable to continue working. As for why Hannah didn't go to the bar today, Hermione Granger had someone bring her a message that there would be a major upheaval in Merlin City today, and it was best for the bar not to open. Hannah trusted her peer. Among their graduating class, besides Dana, Hermione was the strongest, of course. Even in the entire history of Hogwarts, Hermione's abilities were among the highest tier. So, as the minister's secretary for the Department of Law Enforcement, the news Hermione brought was most likely accurate. Hannah Abbott was very amenable to advice. Back then, she listened to Dana's opinion regarding the location of the new Leaky Cauldron Bar, which saved her from losing her mother. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds came from outside the house. Hannah quickly ran to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and peered outside. The sound came from the house directly opposite theirs. Hannah knew that the male owner of this house was named Brown Dantes, who worked for the National Security Department and was said to hold an important position. She rarely saw him in person. Ah, bang, bang. Her mother asked from the inner room. Hannah. Her voice sounded very weak. What's happening outside? I think I heard Treatsy's scream. I don't know, Mom. Hannah pulled the curtain shut. Connecting it to Hermione's warning, her heart began to beat violently. My classmate told me that Merlin City might not be peaceful today. We've only had a couple of days of peace, those people really are. With President Emrys and Earl Dantes, those people can't make any waves. But Mom, I'm a bit worried about Treatsy. Should I go check on her? There was silence in the inner room for a moment. Then be careful. Why don't you go to the neighbors and ask Neville to come along? That way, I'll feel more at ease. Okay, Mom. After taking a deep breath, Hannah carefully pushed open the door. The community was quiet. Almost everyone living in this community was a public servant, and of course, there were also those with connections like her. Because of her kindness back then, Dana had reciprocated far too much. Neville Longbottom was now an assistant professor at Hogwarts. The increase in students made the professors overworked, so the number of teachers naturally had to increase. Fortunately, it was now the tail end of summer, and Neville still had a few days before he would go to school. As for why Neville lived next to Hannah's house, those who know. Hannah jogged to the Longbottom residence. Before she could even knock, Neville Longbottom had already pushed the door open and stepped out. Hannah, I knew you'd come looking for me. Neville now looked much sturdier than when he was a child. 2 years of teaching experience had also made him much more composed, and his eyes overflowed with confidence. You're worried about Treatsy, aren't you? Let's go together. Hannah's face flushed slightly. She loved this feeling of being in sync with Neville. She felt that a good person like Neville should have been a Hufflepuff. However, when it came to protecting friends and family, Neville was certainly a Gryffindor. If she could live with Neville, Hannah would actually be 100% willing. With Neville by her side, Hannah's courage grew a few points. The two walked through the community's green path and arrived at the entrance of the Treatsy residence. After those few sounds just now, there had been no more movement here. Treatsy, are you all right? Neville knocked on the door. Help, help me. From behind the door came Treatsy's intermittent cries for help. Neville quickly pulled out a cabbage note, a Chinese chomping cabbage from his waist pouch. To better teach, he had learned some ancient plant magic from Dana, and now it came in handy. Cabbage in one hand, wand in the other, Neville chanted the spell. Alohomora. The lock opened, and Hannah stepped forward to pull open the door. Neville then darted out from behind the door, his wand pointed directly inside the house. No attack came. Only Treatsy lying on the ground. She seemed to have crawled out from the inner room. Her left lower leg was missing, and a long trail of blood extended to the bedroom. The hem of her white nightgown was completely stained red. Treatsy struggled to lift her head. Help! Neville threw the Chinese chomping cabbage into the bedroom without a word. Regardless of whether there were enemies inside, it was never wrong to let the cabbage scout ahead. He, meanwhile, immediately ran to Treatsy, pulling out various potions and herbs to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and remove curses. Hannah, holding her wand level, went to the bedroom entrance. The living room contained nothing but a sofa set against the wall and a grandfather clock, making it impossible for any villains to hide there. She cautiously peered inside, ready to cast the most popular offensive magic of their generation, Expelliarmus. However, the chomping cabbage did not emit a furious tearing sound, because two men were lying on the ground, already lifeless. Neville, there are no living people in the room. Neville shouted. Watch out for the second floor. No need. After emergency treatment, Treatsy, who had regained some strength, said. No one is on the second floor. Those villains were all in the bedroom, and I've killed them all. Neville was somewhat surprised. Treatsy usually seemed so delicate and weak, yet she was able to kill the intruders. Hannah, check inside the room. If you find Treatsy's severed leg, bring it over quickly. I'll see if I can reattach it for her. Okay, Neville. No. Treatsy shook her head repeatedly. Don't worry about me. You two hurry to the Red House and help me inform my husband the bad guys who held me hostage are all dead. Don't let them use you because of me. Neville was stunned. Hannah, meanwhile, looked at the villains lying dead on the floor in the room. Their blood was splattered everywhere. Clearly, they hadn't been hit by magic. One of them lay on his back, with a hole in his forehead from which fresh blood was gushing. But your leg. Treatsy swallowed hard, moistening her dry throat slightly, afraid that her unclear words would delay them. Listen to me, Professor Longbottom. Neville scratched his head. He wasn't a professor yet. I'm really not important. If we don't stop my husband from doing something foolish, the entire Merlin city could be in danger. Neville immediately understood the seriousness of the situation, but he couldn't leave Treatsy unattended. Neville, you go to the Red House to warn them. I'll take Treatsy to St. Mungo's. Hannah spoke at this moment. No, it's too dangerous. I can't let you go out alone at this time. Neville, I'm not some helpless person. This isn't the time to hesitate. After being a proprietress for several years, Hannah was no longer the quiet, invisible girl from school. She had grown into an adult capable of handling things on her own. Use these. Treatsy pulled out two pistols from her embrace, silver barrels, engraved with intricate runes. Clearly, these were not the same as the anti-wizard equipment manufactured in the United States. Produced by Dana Avery, these were weapons Lord Voldemort himself had certified as effective. These are. Treatsy interrupted Neville. President Emrys gave these to me in advance for self-defense. He believed someone would take me hostage to threaten my husband, and he was right. Treatsy drank the medicine Neville gave her, and her complexion noticeably improved. She pointed to the bedroom. For wizards like us, who aren't particularly powerful, these weapons are much more useful than wands. Treatsy placed one gun in Hannah's hand, who was supporting her, and tossed the other to Neville. With these, as long as you're careful, there won't be any problems. Neville looked at the blood slowly flowing from the bedroom into the living room and nodded heavily. All right then, let's do this. Treatsy, you need to give me a token so Mr. Treatsy will believe me. No token needed. Just tell him round and white, and he'll understand. Harry and the twins ran madly towards the portal leading to the floating city. The rain poured down, but it couldn't obscure their vision. Both Merlin City and the Merlin People's Republic were now things they had to protect. Fred, George, hurry up. Harry urged. You should exercise a bit more often compared to when you were at school. Your bodies are rusty now. Ha ha ha, that's a good analogy. Fred shouted. But who made us ministers? Harry's heart twinged. Damn it, even the once pure and upright twins had been tainted by this world. Don't mention your positions in front of me, you bastards. Stop. Harry suddenly waved his hand, making the twins stop. Ahead was a corner. Turning it, they would see the teleportation array to the floating city. What's wrong, Harry? George asked in a low voice. Harry made a SHH gesture, then pulled out a mirror from his embrace and leaned against the wall to observe the situation outside. He seemed to have heard complex footsteps just now, which meant a large crowd was gathered around the corner. Sure enough, in the reflection of the mirror, Harry saw a large group of people pouring into the teleportation array. We're late. Harry was a bit dejected. They've already attacked the floating city. Fred patted Harry's shoulder. It could also be your colleagues, Harry. No, all my colleagues were confined to the police station by an order, all of them. And the people over there. Harry Potter's face was bitter. There are even goblins among them. George nodded. Our republic doesn't offer positions to goblins. Fred also nodded. Yeah, they're too fond of rebellion. Harry, however, shook his head. But now, it's us wizards who are rebelling. Heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind them. All three turned around simultaneously, only to see Neville Longbottom rushing towards them. Neville. Harry. Classmates' meeting should be a happy occasion, but given the current situation, no one seemed to be cheerful. Next time, Harry, I have to get to the Red House now. Wait, Neville. Harry grabbed Neville. Don't go over there, it's full of traitors. Huh. Neville, who had already half charged out, immediately pulled back. Without Harry saying anything, he had already seen it. What should we do? Fred patted Neville's back, helping him come down. What happened, Neville? Neville recounted Treatsy's story. Harry was shocked after hearing it. I know Brown Treatsy. He's the director of the Merlin City Magic Array Management Office in the Red House. He's responsible for all the magic array management in the Red House.